By now, you might already started using ChatGPT. But what if I told you that at the end of this video, you will be a ChatGPT Pro, supercharged with all you need to know to make ChatGPT do everything for you in a fraction of the time that you would spend otherwise. Welcome to our comprehensive ChatGPT tutorial where we will dive into the basics followed by the different ChatGPT versions. There are tons of other applications. The chapters for all the segments are added in the description, so feel free to skip to the section that appeals to you the most. Let's spend a couple of minutes doing a slightly detailed walkthrough of what to expect out of this tutorial. We will begin with the basics of ChatGPT, then delve into the world of generative AI, large language models, and how GPT fits into this existing, exciting landscape. We will also explore how ChatGPT works across devices. We will walk through its interface and diverse uses and applications. But that's not all. We will also discuss ChatGPT's limitations, ensuring you have a balanced understanding of this technology. Next, we will discuss the evolution of ChatGPT from version 3.5 to its latest versions 4 and 4.0 and guide you through using ChatGPT 4.0 for free. Additionally, we will explore the art of prompt engineering, a crucial skill for effectively using ChatGPT. We will explore how ChatGPT can be a coder's best friend, guiding you through building Python apps and websites using ChatGPT 4.0. We will also explore its applications in natural language processing, NLP. Additionally, you will learn how to use ChatGPT for Excel and Microsoft PowerPoint, enhancing your productivity and presentation skills. We will also focus on ChatGPT for digital marketing and finance, providing insights on leveraging AI for effective strategies. Finally, we will walk you through creating a custom GPT model in ChatGPT for those seeking a more personalized touch. So, why wait? Empower yourself with ChatGPT today. Imagine having a chat with an AI that feels like talking to a real person. That's what ChatGPT does. ChatGPT stands for Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer developed by OpenAI. It is an artificial intelligence model based on the technology called Transformer, which is particularly good at processing and generating human-like text. It's a version of what's known as language model because it can predict and generate sequences of words based on the input it receives. Now let's dive into some of the buzzwords you have likely heard about. Generative AI, large language model, that is LLMs, and GPT. These terms might sound complex, but they form the foundation of how ChatGPT works. In the next few segments, we will break down these concepts in an easy-to-understand way so you can grasp the magic of the technology behind ChatGPT. Let's get started. So, let's start with quickly understanding the evolution of computers. When the computers were created, they were created as calculating machines for mathematicians and bookkeepers. Then it evolved to understanding programming languages so that it can understand instructions, human instructions. But now it has evolved to incorporating human-like intelligence as well as creativity. Mimicking human-like intelligence is nothing but artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence combined with creativity is nothing but generative AI. So, let me make you understand with a very simple example what is generative AI. Transport yourself back to your childhood. You had a lot of toys to play with. You would keep that toys in one box. Now, also imagine that if you wanted some toy which is different, you would not get in the market. But what if I tell you that this box is a magical box? And if you input your understanding of what you want in your new toy with instructions, it can create a new toy for you, which is not available in the market. Now, this toy can be a bear with unicorn features and wings. What if it generates for you? This magical box generates a toy which is very unique for you. This magical box is nothing but generative AI. Generative AI actually is not a magic, it's a fast and rapidly evolving artificial intelligence system which creates, generates, transforms content that can be text, video, audio, image, etc. based on your input. So, if we want to understand it technically, generative AI or Gen AI functions by employing a neural network to analyze data patterns and generates new content based on those patterns. Neural networks are nothing but a mimicry or a replication of your biological neuron based on how it gets from brain, the activity from brain, and you do your work. It's nothing but a mimicry of that. Based on that mimicry, it analyzes data patterns and generates new content for you. Let's now quickly see what is the difference between discriminative and generative AI. Suppose you have a data set of different images of dogs, cats. You provide this as an input to your discriminative AI, which acts like a judge, and it classifies all this into set of images between cats and dogs. This is discriminative AI. It classifies. Now let's understand what is generative AI. You have the similar set of cats and dogs, but now your generative AI is acting like an artist. It creates a new species of dogs for you. That's why generative AI is nothing but AI system that transforms, creates, generates your own content based on your instructions like an artist. Now that you have understood what is discriminative AI and what is generative AI and what is the difference between the two, let's understand why is generative AI or Gen AI trending. Gen AI has impacted various fields, be it text, audio, video, any input, and those inputs in various domains like data, management, tech, healthcare, and entertainment. It has creative applications such as DALL-E, ChatGPT, where you can input what you want and get output from it. For example, if you want to create an image, what you think or perceive as a concept and you want it, you give a prompt for your generative AI model and it will create that image for you. So your input is a text, but your output is an image. That's why it's trending. It does not depend how traditional AI is dependent on what form of input you give. The same form would be your output. However, Gen AI works on your inputs, on your instructions. That's why it's trending. It is impacting a lot of fields, be it creative field, be it research field, be it business. Professionals are using tools like ChatGPT to create or generate code so that they can create something new. The researchers are actually developing new and new large language models based on which we can create new generative models and can do new and new tasks each and every day. That's why generative AI is evolving rapidly. And That's why is close to magic for everyone. Now that you have understood why it is trending, now let's understand how it works. We give an input to generative models. Gen AI works on generative models. We give an input, it can be text, audio, video, any format. Those generative models are then pre-trained on the data and they are fine-tuned to do the task that you want. It can be text summarization, it can be sentiment analysis, it can be image generation, it can be audio generation for your YouTube channel, or analyzing your customer feedback if you are a brand or a marketing firm. It can create codes, whatever you want. You give a prompt what you want, explaining it that what you want, and it fine-tunes and gives you that task for you. So this is how, in a nutshell, generative AI model works. So now let's see what are the different types of generative AI. First one is Generative Adversarial Network, GANs. It's a type of AI where two models, one generating the content and one judging it, work together to produce realistic new data. Second is Variational Autoencoders. This AI learns to recreate and generate new similar data. Third is Transformers. Transformers is an AI which learns to produce sequences using context. Fourth is Diffusion Model, which generates data by refining noisy starting until it looks realistic. Now that you have understood what are the different types of generative AI, let's quickly walk through different applications of generative AI. First one is content generation. It creates, it generates whatever textual or any code that you want. Customer support and engagement. If you are a brand firm, it helps you with that. Data analysis and data science. It helps with visualization. It helps with analyzing any data. Be it any data you want, you are a brand firm or you are a technology firm, it will help you analyze your data and create new automated tasks for you, or it would create new perceptions for you to take over. Then it is code generation and software development. We have research and information retrieval as well, where it helps different researchers, it helps different professionals to grow and retrieve, extract information required from different or various data sources. Then we have machine translation. If you are a person who do not understand a language and you're watching something or reading something which is in different language, you can use generative models to translate text or audio or anything into the language that you require. Then we have sentiment analysis, which actually takes feedbacks or any text that you have to give you. Is it a positive, negative, or neutral sentiment? And so that you can analyze and take decisive decisions. Other domains here include healthcare, transport, everywhere it helps. Generative models, generative AI is helping each and every domain in their perspective, how they are applying this technology change in their domain. So let's now quickly conclude what we have learned in this video. We learned AI is a superset. We have a subset called machine learning, which trains your machines to do what you want. But the machines need your input. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning which incorporates neural networks which mimics your neurons so that it can imitate human intelligence. Then comes generative AI, which involves creativity, introduces creativity in artificial intelligence system. Then comes large language models. Large language models are basic bits that you will learn in our upcoming videos. So stay tuned. Just before we conclude, let me tell you different generative AI tools which are in the market and which you can explore. Some of it are ChatGPT by OpenAI, Claude by Anthropic AI, Copilot by GitHub, Gemini by Google. You can go and explore the world. However, stay tuned to our channel so that you can learn more about generative AI, large language models, prompt engineering, and several different buzzwords that are there in the system. What exactly is an LLM? Imagine you have a super smart friend who has read every book, article, and blog post in the world. This friend can chat with you about almost anything, help you with your homework, write stories, and even tell you jokes. That's pretty much what an LLM does. In technical terms, an LLM is a type of artificial intelligence that has been trained on vast amounts of data. It can understand and generate human-like text based on the pattern it has learned from all that reading. This is part of a broader field called generative AI, which focuses on creating content that resembles human output. Let's now break down the basics. Large language and model. Large just means that the model has been trained with a massive amount of data. We are talking about billions of words from books, websites, articles, and more. Model refers to a set of instructions or algorithms that helps the AI understand and generate language. Think of it like a recipe that guides how to make a cake. In this case, it is guiding the AI on how to create meaningful text. Let's talk about language. This is all about words, sentences, and how we communicate. When you text your friends, write an email, or post on social media, you are using language. So now that you understand what each word in LLM stands for, let's quickly see what is the technical definition. LLMs are language models made up of neural network with billions of parameters that are trained by self-supervised learning on vast amounts of unlabeled text. Now let's dive into how do LLMs work. Let's simplify this with an example. Imagine you type the sky is dash dash dash. The LLM might predict the next word to be blue because it has seen that phrase so many times during its training. Large language models like GPT-4 operate based on complex neural networks trained on vast amounts of text data. Here is a simplified explanation of how they work in two phases. The first phase is the training phase, followed by the inference phase. The training phase has 4 steps. Step 1, data collection. That is gathering diverse text data from various sources. Step 2, pre-processing, which means cleaning and tokenizing text data into numerical representations. Step 3, model architecture, which is nothing but designing the neural network structure, typically a transformer. Step 4, training is adjusting model parameters by predicting the next word in sentences. By this training phase, the LLMs are being trained on vast amount of data to do further predictions. Now, coming to the next phase, which is inference phase. It also has 4 steps. Step 1, input processing. That means tokenizing and converting the input text into embeddings. Step 2, generating output. Now using the model to predict and generate the next words. Step 3, sampling, which is selecting words from predicted probability distribution. Step 4, last but not the least, post-processing, which means converting generated tokens back to readable text. After the training phase, in the inference phase, the LLMs will recognize the pattern, sample content, and give predictions. Apart from these steps, There are three key concepts which we should know to demystify LLMs. First, attention mechanism. This allows the model to focus on relevant part of the input text, improving its understanding of context and meaning. Second, embeddings, which are numerical representation of words or tokens that capture their meaning and relationship. Third, transformers. Transformers are the architecture that uses self-attention to process input data in parallel, making it efficient and more powerful. Let's see some examples of LLMs in action. Example 1, chatting. Your prompt can be, what is the capital of Japan? LLM replies, the capital of Japan is Tokyo. LLM knows this because it has read a lot of information about countries and capitals. Let's see example 2 about writing. Your prompt can be, can you help me write a story? LLM says, sure. Once upon a time in a land far away, there was a brave knight who ... The LLM can generate creative text based on what it has learned from reading stories. Example 3, let's see answering questions. Your prompt can be, explain photosynthesis in simple terms. LLM replies, photosynthesis is a process by which plants use sunlight to make food from carbon dioxide and water. It simplifies complex topics by using the patterns it has learned from educational content. There are different types of LLMs, each designed for specific task and application. Now let's explore these types. First are base models. They are trained on a wide range of data and can perform general language understanding and generation tasks. They aren't specialized for any particular type of instructions, but are versatile. For example, GPT-3, which is known for its versatility and ability to generate coherent and contextually relevant text. Another type is instruction-based models. They are fine-tuned to follow specific instructions better than base models. They can understand and execute tasks based on detailed prompts given by the user. For example, T5, that is text-to-text transfer transformer. It converts all NLP problems into a text-to-text format, making it highly versatile for tasks like translation, summarization, and question answering. Another example is Instruct GPT, which is tailored to follow specific user instructions better and provide more useful and safe responses. So, these were the types of LLMs. However, there are paid and open source LLMs as well in the market. Based on your usage and budget, you can explore them. Some paid LLMs are GPT-4, 4o, Microsoft Azure OpenAI services, etc. And open source are GPT Neo, BERT, etc. Let's see how are LLMs revolutionizing the world of AI. In education, they can help explain difficult concepts, answer questions, and even tutor students. In content creation, they assist writers, marketers, creators by generating ideas, drafting content, and editing. In coding, they assist professionals with generating code to their specific problems. In customer support, many companies use LLMs to power their chatbots, providing quick and accurate responses to their customer inquiries. Apart from all these fields, LLMs are being utilized in every field and domain. But it's not all smooth sailing. There are challenges too. Let's see one such challenge, which is bias. Since LLMs learn from human written text, they can pick up and reproduce biases present in the data. Another one is misinformation. They can sometimes provide incorrect or misleading information, especially if the data they were trained on was flawed. However, keeping challenges aside, the future of LLMs is exciting. As they continue to improve, we can expect them to become even more accurate, reliable, and versatile. They will be better at understanding context, handling complex tasks, and even learning from smaller amounts of data. So, there you have it. Large language models, LLMs, are like super smart friends powered by tons of data and advanced algorithms. They can chat, write, and help us in countless ways. As they continue to evolve, they are set to become even more integral in our daily lives. First, let's break down GPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformer, in simple terms. Imagine teaching a friend to write stories. You would first give them tons of books to read, right? That's exactly what we do with GPT. We feed it a huge amount of text from books, articles, and websites. This is called pre-training. During pre-training, GPT learns the basics of language, that is grammar, sentence structure, and even some facts about the world. It's like the AI is soaking up all this knowledge. GPT is built using a special architecture called a transformer, specifically the decoder part of the transformer. This structure is really good at understanding the context of the words. For example, it knows the difference between apple, the fruit, and apple, the company, based on the surrounding words. The transformer decoder has layers. Imagine a sandwich. Each layer processes information and passes it to the next layer, getting more refined with each step. This helps GPT understand and generate human-like text. Now, when you give GPT a prompt like "Once upon a time," it uses everything it learned to predict and generate the next part of the story, one word at a time. It's like a super smart autocomplete. You can use GPT for a lot of cool things: writing essays, coding help, creating content, and even chatting with virtual assistants. Thanks for staying with us throughout this video. I hope you understood what GPTs are and how they work. First, we'll show you how to access ChatGPT easily on both web and mobile. Next, we'll explore ChatGPT's interface, making sure you know all the tips and tricks to navigate smoothly. Then, discover the uses and applications of ChatGPT, from customer service to coding. This AI does it all. But it's not all perfect. We will also uncover the limitations of ChatGPT so you can use it wisely. Ready to dive in? Let's go. The easiest way to access ChatGPT is through OpenAI's official website. Here's how. Open your web browser and go to openai.com. Look for the products section and click on ChatGPT. You need to sign in or log in if you haven't already. Once you are in, you can start chatting with ChatGPT right away. It is that simple. You just type your questions or prompts into the chat box and ChatGPT will respond. If you prefer using your phone, no problem. Some platforms offer ChatGPT through mobile apps as well. For instance, go to your mobile app store and search for ChatGPT. download and install the app by OpenAI. Open the app and log in with your OpenAI account. Start chatting directly from your phone anytime, anywhere. And if you are a developer, you can integrate ChatGPT in your own applications using the OpenAI API. Here's a quick overview how to do the same. Visit openai.com and go to the API section. Sign up for an API key. Follow the documentation to integrate ChatGPT into your application. Use the API to send prompts to ChatGPT and receive responses programmatically. This way, you can add AI-powered features to your apps, websites, or services. ChatGPT is also available through various third-party platforms. For example, Microsoft integrated ChatGPT into some of their products like Word and Excel as part of their AI features. Some chat applications or bots may use ChatGPT for enhanced interactions. Just check the specific platform's guidelines to access ChatGPT features. So, whether you are using a web browser, a mobile app, or integrating it into your own projects, accessing ChatGPT is straightforward and versatile. Start exploring and see how this powerful AI can assist you in your daily tasks. Now that you know how to access ChatGPT, let's dive into its interface and see how you can interact with it effectively. When you first open ChatGPT, you will see the main chat window. This is where all the magic happens. At the bottom, you have the input box where you type your messages or questions. Above that, you will see the responses from ChatGPT. It's a simple, clean layout designed to keep the focus on the conversation. On the left-hand side, you will find the navigation panel. And here, you can start a new chat by clicking on this. Will clear up the current conversation and start fresh. View your chat history, and this allows you to revisit previous conversations and continue from where you left off. Then, access settings, and in this setting menu, you can customize your experience such as changing the theme, light or dark mode, managing your account, and setting preferences for how ChatGPT responds. Select the version of ChatGPT you want to use from drop-down menu, allowing you to switch between different versions like ChatGPT 3.5 and ChatGPT 4 or 4.0. Let's talk about the input features. The input box at the bottom has some handy tools. First, text input. Type your questions or prompts directly here. Second, submit button. Hit enter or click the paper plane icon to send your message. Some versions that support voice input. Yes, you heard that right. With certain versions, you can actually speak your questions instead of typing them. Imagine the convenience of having a conversation with ChatGPT just by using your voice. This feature is available in ChatGPT mobile app, making it easier than ever to interact with the AI on the go. We will be covering all the details about how you can make the most of this feature. So, stay tuned, and as we explore this and many other exciting functionalities of ChatGPT. These features make it easy to interact with ChatGPT in a way that suits your style. When ChatGPT responds, you will notice that the text is formatted for readability. Responses might include paragraphs for detailed answers, bullet points for lists and step-by-step instructions, code blocks for coding assistance where the response includes snippet of code. This formatting helps you quickly grasp the information and use it effectively. Let's see some of these examples of how to interact with ChatGPT. You can start with simple questions like, what is the capital of France? Can you help me plan a workout routine? Write a short story about a brave knight. Or even more specific tasks like explain the theory of relativity in simple terms. Give me a recipe for chocolate chip cookies. Or help me debug this Python code. ChatGPT is incredibly flexible and can handle a wide range of queries. ChatGPT also offers some additional features such as, number 1, autocomplete suggestions. As you type, you might see suggestions to help complete your question. Second, contextual awareness. ChatGPT remembers the context of your conversation, making the interactions feel more natural and coherent over multiple exchanges. These features enhance your experience and make your interactions smoother and more intuitive. That's a quick tour of the ChatGPT interface. It's designed to be user-friendly and efficient, so you can get the most out of your AI-powered assistant. Dive in, explore the features, and see how ChatGPT can help you with your questions and tasks. Now that we have covered what ChatGPT is and how to access it, let's explore its wide range of uses and applications. ChatGPT isn't just a cool AI to chat with. It's a powerful tool that can assist in many areas of your life. First up, customer service. Companies are using ChatGPT to handle customer inquiries efficiently. Imagine a 24/7 support agent that can answer questions, resolve issues, and guide customers through troubleshooting steps, all without human intervention. This not only improves customer satisfaction, but also reduces the workload of human agents. Next, content creation. Whether you are a blogger, marketer, or student, ChatGPT can help you generate ideas, write articles, create social media posts, and even draft email. For instance, you can ask it to write a blog post outline on sustainable living, and it'll give you a structured outline to kickstart your writing process. Are you into programming? ChatGPT is a great coding assistant. It can help you with writing code, debugging errors, and understand complex algorithms. For example, you might ask, how do I create a Python function to sort a list? And ChatGPT will provide you a code snippet and explanation. It's like having a coding buddy available anytime. Students and educators, this one's for you. ChatGPT can assist with homework, explain complex topics, and even provide tutoring in various subjects. Need help understanding a tricky maths problem or writing a history essay? Just ask ChatGPT. Developers, you are not left out. ChatGPT can help you write and debug code, explain programming concepts, and even generate code snippets. It's like having a coding buddy available all the time, ready to help you overcome any coding challenge. ChatGPT can also act as your personal assistant. It can help you plan your day, set reminders, draft emails, and even provide recipes for dinner. Whether you need to organize your tasks or find a new hobby, ChatGPT has got you covered. Love creative writing? ChatGPT can help you brainstorm plot ideas, develop characters, and even write poetry. Whether you are working on a novel or enjoy writing as a hobby, ChatGPT can be a source of endless inspiration. Learning a new language? ChatGPT can assist you with translations, practice conversations, and grammar corrections. It's a great tool to improve your language skills through interactive practice. Looking to improve your health and wellness? ChatGPT can provide workout routines, meditation practices, and dietary advice. While it's not a substitute for professional medical advice, it can be a helpful companion on your wellness journey. Researchers and data analysts can use ChatGPT to integrate summaries, extract key information, and even analyze data trends. It can help you sift through large amounts of information quickly and efficiently. Finally, for entertainment, ChatGPT can tell you jokes, share interesting trivia, and even play text-based games. It's a fun way to relax and enjoy some downtime. From customer service to personal assistance, ChatGPT has a wide range of applications that can make your life easier and more productive. Explore its potential and see how it can benefit you in various aspects of your daily routine. While ChatGPT is an incredible tool with many uses, it's important to understand its limitations. Let's explore some of the key areas where ChatGPT may fall short. Firstly, accuracy and reliability. ChatGPT generates responses based on patterns in the data it was trained on, but it doesn't understand the world like a human does. This means it can sometimes provide incorrect or misleading information. Always double-check critical information from reliable sources. Next, context awareness. ChatGPT tries to maintain context within a conversation, but it can struggle with long or complex dialogues. It might forget what was said before in the conversation or not catch the subtle hints from previous chats. Another important limitation is bias. ChatGPT may unintentionally show biases because it learns from internet data. This includes cultural, social, and gender biases. It's crucial to use ChatGPT critically and be aware of potential biases in its responses. Ethical concerns also arise with ChatGPT. For instance, it can be used to generate misleading and harmful content. There are ongoing discussions about the responsible use of AI and ensuring that technologies like ChatGPT are used ethically. ChatGPT's performance heavily depends on the quality of the input it receives. Vague or poorly phrased questions can lead to equally vague or irrelevant answers. Clear, concise prompts yield the best results. So practice refining your questions for optimal interactions. Unlike humans, ChatGPT lacks common sense and emotional understanding. It can simulate empathy but doesn't truly understand emotions or have real-world experiences. This can make its responses feel unnatural or inappropriate in sensitive contexts. Remember, ChatGPT is purely a text-based AI. It cannot perform physical tasks or interact with the real world. It can provide guidance or instructions, but actual execution requires human intervention. Privacy and security are also critical considerations. Be cautious about sharing sensitive personal information with ChatGPT as interactions may be stored and used to improve the model. Always prioritize your privacy and security. Finally, there's the risk of dependency. Relying too heavily on ChatGPT for answers can hinder your own critical thinking and problem solving. It's a great tool for assistance, but it's essential to use it as a complement to your own knowledge and abilities. We have covered the basics and practical uses, but now it's time to explore the different versions of ChatGPT and what makes each one special. First, we'll dive into ChatGPT 3.5. What sets it apart and why it is a favorite for many users. Then, we'll look at the advancements in ChatGPT 4. How does it improve on its predecessor and what new features does it bring to the table? Next, we'll unveil the powerhouse of ChatGPT, ChatGPT 4.0. Discover why it's considered the next big leap in AI technology. And the best part, we will show you how to use ChatGPT 4.0 for free. Yes, you heard that right. Get all the benefits without the cost. Stay tuned because you won't want to miss this deep dive into the evolution of ChatGPT.
Next, let's look at something that most people are interested in when it comes to ChatGPT: coding. ChatGPT is capable of creating codes from scratch for various use cases and also in various languages. Now, please remember that ChatGPT has the capability to code anything, even malicious software. So be very careful while you're using ChatGPT, because even though ChatGPT provided you with the answers, it would only do so on prompting. So you are ethically and legally required to use ChatGPT only for legitimate uses. Please do not use them for coding or creating malicious or hacking softwares. Anyways, going on to the actual point here, we can actually use ChatGPT for coding anything and everything in a particular limit or boundary. So ChatGPT is very good in those terms. For example, let us ask ChatGPT to create a code for something known as the Range Kutta algorithm. Now, this is actually a mathematical algorithm. Some of you might have heard about it, some of you might not have heard about it. That's absolutely fine. And another thing I would like to actually tell you here is, as you can see, the spelling of algorithm was wrong. But ChatGPT understands that, interprets it appropriately, and gives you the exact answer that you want. Even as you can see, I have typed the name of the algorithm. There is a typo there. But ChatGPT understands that and again rectifies it. Now here, by default, ChatGPT starts coding in Python. But if you want, you could also give it a different prompt or a more delineated prompt stating that we want a code for this particular algorithm in, say, C++ or even C for that matter. So let us see. Here it has created the code in Python, and if we give this particular prompt, the code would start getting generated in C++. So not only does it code the algorithm, it also codes the algorithm in various languages as per our requirement. Not only this, we can also specify the kind of complexities that we want. Now, anyone who is in coding or into algorithms, you would know exactly what a complexity is. We've got time complexity, space complexity. So we can actually give those kinds of prompts also. So if I want the code to be generated in worst case time complexity, again, please don't mind the spellings because ChatGPT is actually going to correct that. So as you can see, implemented in ON, where N is the number of steps to take. This is actually the worst case time complexity. Not only is it explaining what the worst case time complexity is, it will also generate the code for the worst case time complexity. In a similar manner, you can also generate a code for best case time complexity. At the end of it, ChatGPT is able to generate a code. Not only that, it is able to generate the code based upon our specifications that we have provided in the prompt. So it takes those keywords very seriously and it implements those keywords within the code. Now, please remember, do not use this for homework because this is where you are actually supposed to use your capabilities. Yes, you can use this if you are trying to implement some very high level software wherein this plays a very small part. But remember, direct copy pasting of any type of code or text from ChatGPT onto wherever your application is not the solution. You do need to change something in order to avoid any kind of plagiarism or copyright infringement. So that's how we can use ChatGPT for coding. Now, this can be used in various places. This can be actually used in various industry use cases also, where we need to generate multiple modules that need to be collaborated or that need to be collated into one single module, and we don't have enough time. This would come in handy. Not only this, we could actually also convert a given set of code from one language to the other. So as you can see, I've written convert to Python. So what I'll do is I'll just write convert above code to Python. So whatever was in the above code, it would convert it to Python. So it was definition of X and Y. And then it goes on to the variables here that are in the method, and it will go on and print everything that is a part of this code within here. Now, as you can see, wherever it stops here, it's not stopping here. That is because we have not stopped generating till now. Here, since we had stopped generating, it stopped the generation of code. But the prompt that is there previously, that is where the information is taken from. So the above code, which is in C++ for the worst case scenario for the Rangekutta method, would actually be implemented completely in Python. So this is the worst case scenario code, but its implementation is in Python instead of C++. So this is how we can actually use ChatGPT for coding. Next, let's go into a little bit of a lighter topic about suggestions. So ChatGPT gives us various suggestions. You can have suggestions for holiday places. You can have suggestions for cheap holiday places. You can have suggestions for games for broke people. You could have all of these types of suggestions. So let's look at the first suggestion here. Suggestions for party games for birthday parties for 7 to 10-year-olds. Now, if I just print this, maybe it might not give me the answer that I want. So the keyword here would be suggestions for party games for birthday parties for 7 to 10-year-olds. Now, here, these are some of the party games that would be suitable for 7 to 10-year-olds as per the information that ChatGPT has. Obviously, if you do not feel that this is not appropriate, you can always disregard the suggestion given here. However, for the most part, these are appropriate suggestions, as you can see. So, musical chairs, spin the tail on the donkey, balloon pop, scavenger hunt, free Billy's Dancing, Simon Says, all of these are pretty normal games that are a part of a 7 to 10-year-old's birthday party. But these suggestions would not be appropriate if it is a 22 to 25-year-old's birthday party. So if we try to look at what a birthday party should look like for someone who is, say, for example, 25 years old, the suggestions would be very different. So as you can see, the first suggestion itself is extremely different. Again, these are just suggestions. You are always free to include other games or exclude multiple games here, but these are the suggestions that ChatGPT provides us with, right? Now let's look at something a little bit more complex. What about if I want a suggestion for party games for college reunions? Now, if I want suggestions for these, then here the suggestions would be slightly different. A lot of these would be related to the college or related to things that I have done in college, something that could actually help all of the various people who have gathered there to rebond with each other. Again, here, this is a pretty straightforward suggestion. What if this particular suggestion was a little bit more complex? So, for example, if we are suggesting games for college reunions, but they have children with them. So here you can see the things that we're doing here are slightly different. The only thing is that now it would be kid friendly also. So here, as you can see, for the exact same suggestion of party games for college reunion, the list of things that you can do with kids and without kids are different. As a result, you can see that the suggestion also changes. Now, if you want to further filter out or further increase the kind of keywords that are a part of the prompts here, you can obviously do that. You could also have prompts wherein you are looking for suggestions of party games with college reunions at a very good hotel, or we could also have a suggestion for college games in an uptown hotel, or suggestions for the hotel itself. So here what we're doing is just having a little bit of fun with all of the various keywords that we use. So all of these types of suggestions can actually be implemented here, and it's up to you whether you want to take in these suggestions or not, but ChatGPT would give you a list of things that you can do to the best of its abilities. Next, let's look at how ChatGPT can help us with summarization. Now, as we know, summarization is the task where we actually take up all of the important bits of a particular large text and we quickly summarize and squeeze it into a few statements. Now, this summarization is very important, especially if you're trying to read through or if you're trying to understand multiple research papers while writing a research paper of your own or while trying to research on a given topic. So, many a times during research, summarization becomes extremely tedious. Even though it's tedious, it is still an important task during research. So what can we do and how can ChatGPT help us in summarization? Suppose we have this kind of a blog wherein we have some technology that we are interested in, and this blog has information about that technology. Now, as a researcher, I've got say 15 to 20 blogs that I need to review in the next 30 minutes only. There is not enough time for me to read through even one blog and understand what the topics are. So, what I can do is very simple. Copy the whole blog here. Now, since this blog is a part of the AWS blogs, I can actually use this here since these are freely available. So I've copied this particular blog, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my ChatGPT and simply say, summarize the following. And paste the text here. So literally the whole text that was a part of the blog has been pasted here with a suggestion to summarize it. Let's see what happens. ChatGPT very helpfully starts summarizing the whole text that we have pasted here. Now this text has a minimum of 1000 words given in it, and here ChatGPT summarizes it into, say for example, 100 or 120 words only. So it's easier for me to read through this and understand the gist of it rather than actually going through all of the content. Now, as you can see, this is not as short as I want. So what I can do is further summarize the above paragraph. And it will further summarize and further reduce the amount of information that is a part of the paragraph above. So now I've got a, say, 5 to 6 sentence paragraph, which is easier to learn, easier to understand, easier to remember, and whatever takeaway is there is now in a much more concise manner than before. So ChatGPT helps us summarize a lot of the content, and this can be done for various kinds of things. Like if you've got a complete chapter you need to study and you want summarization of that, or if you want to have a complete abstract of whatever research you've already done. Now, please remember, if it is a research that you're doing and an abstract that you're writing for it, because yes, we can write abstracts too. One thing you need to remember is not to completely copy and paste ChatGPT, because as I've said earlier, there are copyright infringement connotations as well as plagiarisms involved here. So please make sure that you are actually paraphrasing anything and everything that you use from ChatGPT. ChatGPT can be used for suggestions, but they should not be used as it is to complete tasks that are required from you in your coursework. Now let's look at another way in which we can use ChatGPT for summarization. Suppose in my research, I want to point out that Isima.io is something that I am not going to use for a particular set of reasons. Now, how do I actually summarize this here in a negative voice? So it's very simple. What I'll do is go back to my paragraph or go back to the source of the blog, copy this blog again, and paste the blog here. However, as you can see, my prompt has changed. Not only am I summarizing it, I am summarizing it in a negative voice. This means that I'm trying to pinpoint all of the limitations of using Isima.io. Now, the reason for that is because it is a necessity in whatever research I am doing. I need some kind of negative feedback showing a reason why I would not be using this particular entity, or for whatever reason I wouldn't require a negative feedback. So as you can see, the summary given before and the summary given later would have differences in it. Further summarize with negative voice. And I've not written what it needs to summarize. So that is why ChatGPT would give me this particular answer. One is the summarization here with negative voice is something that it does not want to fulfill, because it strives to provide neutral and objective summaries without coloring the views of anyone, right? Without any bias or without any judgments. So here, this is an important thing to remember, that ChatGPT is different from InstructGPT, which was a predecessor of it. Here, ChatGPT actually tries to give as much as positive or neutral feedback as possible. So even if you ask it to summarize it further in the negative voice, it might give you answers like these. So this is how summarization can be done using ChatGPT. Next, let us look into keyword-based content generation. So if we give some keywords, can ChatGPT create content based upon the keywords? So let's say we've got some stories that we want to create. And let's say that the keywords that the stories have to be based upon is a house, cats maybe, and some rain. And let's say one more, catnip. Right? So these are the keywords based upon which I want the story to be generated. So as you can see, because of the prompt given, which is a story about house, cat, rain, and catnip, there is a complete story that is being written by ChatGPT that contains a house with a lovely garden in the front and a spacious backyard. It's got a cat called Whiskers, and Whiskers gets a gift of a fresh batch of catnips. So literally all of the keywords that we've given as a part of a prompt are all being used here as a part of the story. However, as you can see, the story goes on and on and on, and it is not something that I would like to, display or demonstrate here. So the story is here. If you want, you can create a longer story. This is a short story generated. So this is something we can do here. Now let's see if the same prompt can work with poetry. So if we've got a poetry generated using house, cat, rain, and catnip. So as you can see, a poetry can also be generated, right? So in a similar manner, using keywords, we could generate all of these things. Let's see if we can generate an ad script in the same manner. An advertising script, advert script, using all of these features like cat, house, rain, and catnip. Let us generate a response here. So yes, as you can see, even an advertising script can be generated. So there is a voiceover, there are cut tos, like everything that you would require in an advertising script can actually be demonstrated here using the keywords. And as you can see, there is a cat, obviously. There is a cozy house with a lovely garden. There is rain sounds and raindrops can be heard tapping and all of these. So literally all the keywords that you have given here, which is cat, house, rain, and catnip, will be inculcated into the script here, and the advertisement can be completely created as it is, right? So this is how we can actually create content or create scripts using the keywords that we want. Not only can we create scripts using keywords, we can also create stories, we can also create poetries, we can literally create any kind of content using the specific keywords that we require to be included or inculcated into our content. So now we looked at how ChatGPT can create content based upon keywords. Now let's look at whether ChatGPT can create keywords based upon the topics that we give to it. So suppose we want to create a Google ad, but we're not understanding exactly what keywords to use within those Google ads. So let's say this is the prompt. Generate a list of keywords for Google ads for fashion brand. And again, as you can see, there is a typo here. Let me correct that typo now because we have another typo, which is ads. Okay, so this is our prompt, keywords for Google ads for fashion brand. Let's see what type of keywords it can generate. So as you can see, here are some of the possible keywords for Google ads for a fashion brand. Now it's not necessary that it would be a woman's fashion brand or a man's fashion brand or a kid's fashion brand. It's just a set of keywords which can be used for fashion brand. And a disclaimer is also put in here by ChatGPT that the choice of keywords may vary depending upon the target audience, the product that are being offered, and the goals for marketing that have been set. So please do your research. Right? Now, what if we want to bucket these? Now, what is bucketing? Bucketing is where we actually club all of these keywords together in order to understand exactly where or how these keywords can be used. So let's write a prompt here, which is more of a follow-up prompt. Bucket the categories or bucket the keywords under different categories as per their intent. So obviously ChatGPT knows that it has bucketed or it has created all of these above categories and it needs to bucket these categories based on those. So as you can see, there are categories like informational and research intent, there is navigational intent, there is transactional intent. So all of these intent based categorizations are done here. Again, these categorizations are called out to be subjectives and these may vary. So we need to be very careful here. Right? Now let us see if using these buckets we can write an ad. So let's say we want to create a script for an ad using the informational bucket. Right? So how would the ad look? So see, discover the hottest fashion looks, fashion photography. So Can you see here? We've got fashion trends, we've got fashion photography, we've got runway fashion, fashion styling, fashion tips. So literally all of those, the fashion trends that are there, the fashion photography that is there, fashion experts, fashion looks, all of these topics would actually be here, and the call to action on the Google ad would be visit our website now. So this is what we want you to do as a fashion brand. We want you to visit the website where these fashion brands are there. So all of these would actually be a part of our Google ad. Again, there is a disclaimer that it is designed to attract users who are interested in learning about the latest fashion trends. So those who are interested in the informational intent would come up here. So as you can see, based upon the informational bucket and the keywords in the informational bucket, we've got this particular ad created. In a similar manner, we can also use the transactional intent, wherein we are actually calling people to shop here, to do transactions here. And we can also have the navigational intent, where we are asking people to come in and to explore our brand and to explore our fashion boutique. In this particular manner, based upon the keywords, we can bucket them. We can also generate ads specific to these keywords, and we can continue to paraphrase these ads to be more relatable to the users, right? Or we can target them to, say, ladies, men, kids, young adults, teenagers. Based upon whatever our target audience is, we can actually target our ads, or we can filter our ads by giving the appropriate keywords there.
Now let's just talk about GPT-4, what it is, right? So as the name suggests, first let's dissect the word called GPT, right? What does it mean? It means generative pre-trained transformer, right? We'll understand each and every word in a greater depth in the next slide, but what GPT is in a nutshell. Now, GPT is a type of artificial intelligence that can generate text. Now, the key word here is generating text. It's a text-based model. It does this by being trained on massive amounts of text data, right? So we talked about the data that comes in, right? The amounts of data that is being generated in the world on a day-to-day basis. So now it is being trained on that data. The algorithm is being trained on that data. The model is being trained on that data. Now, once it is trained, it is used to generate new text by simply starting with a prompt, right? So this GPT is then integrated as a chatbot. So what exactly happens is GPT understands the computer language, right? It does not understand human language. But when you attach it with the chatbot that is integrated in GPT, then it becomes a model in which we as humans can interact with computers in the language that we want. I don't need to learn C programming. I don't need to learn Python. I can still interact with computers. This is exactly what the landscape has changed with GPT models, right? So once it's trained, it can be used to generate new text by simply starting a prompt and letting the model predict what is the next word that is going to come, right? So here are some examples of what GPT can do. It can generate poems. It can code, write scripts, right? Musical pieces, emails, letters, and so on, right? It can generate a lot of information. And how does it know all these things? Because it has been trained in that manner with large amounts of poems to know how it works, large amounts of code. So it knows, by the way, all programming languages possible. It can translate text from one language to the other. If I write something in English and I want something to come up in German, it will give the same how you speak, right? German, it will give it in English, but it will give how it is pronounced in Germany. So it can answer questions about a variety of topics. It can summarize texts, right? You have given, let's say, a debate topic, right? An essay you have written. You want to rephrase it. You need to summarize what is there in that entire flow, right? You want to write an abstract of a research paper, right? It can help you in some manner. I'm not saying that it is accurate to do what you want it to do, but it is well defined in that manner. It definitely would not make much grammatical errors, right? Then let's just dissect the word GPT. What does it mean? Generative, pre-trained, transformer. What does it mean? Generative, as the name suggests, it can create a new information, right? Then we talk about pre-trained, right? So initially the models undergo unsupervised pre-training phase where they are exposed to a large amount of data, right? It is basically giving the large amount of data to the model and just telling it, okay, let's start, right? So subsequently, they undergo a supervised fine-tuning phase in which all the errors that they have created in the first iteration, that goes away in the second one, right? Which provide guidance to that model. This fine-tuning process can be tailored to specific tasks, right? Tailor-fitted, right? Write an email in a polite tone, right? That is tailor-made, right? So that is how it learns. The variations in different types of languages, the tone, the variations in different kinds of tone that is there, right? So that is pre-trained. Then comes transformers, right? So it is a deep learning model which utilizes a technique called tracking the relationship in sequential order to learn the context of what is being provided. In the case of GPTs, they observe words or tokens, right? So it doesn't take word. There's a ratio between word and token, but the language it understands to the number of words, right, is tokens in GPT within a sentence and make predictions about the following word or the token, right? So that is generative pre-trained transformer. Now let's just see what are the various steps that are involved in this GPT, right? No one, by the way, everybody talks about how to use GPT. This is the reason why I'm telling you this in detail is that you should know what is the thing that is working behind the scenes, right? You repeat. You can just write everything in ChatGPT or GPT-4 and it will give you some responses. But what is the thinking behind it? Or how does the model work? Why is that it did not come up so many years ago, right? What was the thing that it was being trained on? That is the data, right? So let's just understand the steps that are involved, right, in GPT, in understanding how this is made, right? What does the first set mean, right? What does the first step involves? That is the training the GPT. Now, GPT is trained under a process called generative pre-training. Now, in generative pre-training, the model is given large corpus of text and is asked to predict the next word in the sequence, right? For example, Ram is playing dash, right? Now it can predict what it is. Playing volleyball, playing tennis, playing chess, a lot of things. Now this process is repeated a lot of times so that the model learns to predict what the next word is with the increasing accuracy. The second step is, as you can see, is splitting the data set. Now this data set is split into two parts. Number one is the training set. Number two is a test set. Now the training set is used to train the GPT model and the test set is used to evaluate that GPT model. The test set is not used to train the model, so it can be used to measure the model's accuracy on the unseen data that is there. The third step, right? The third step is training the GPT model using supervised learning methods. Now, the GPT model is trained by supervised learning. So what happens in supervised learning? The model is given a set of input data and a set of output data. Now, the model learns to map the input data to the output data. So in case of GPT, the input data is a sequence of words and the output data is the next word in the sequence. This is how it learns. Then we have evaluating the GPT model, right? The model is evaluated on a test set. The accuracy of the model is measured by the percentage of times the model predicts the correct word, right? So this is how it understands what is happening. Then fine-tuning happens of GPT models. It can be fine-tuned for a specific task. Fine-tuning is a process of adjusting the model parameters to improve the performance of that task. Now, using ChatGPT, you can generate text, translate the languages, answer various questions that are there, build it across your businesses, integrate in your businesses. There are a lot of Chrome extensions now. You can integrate it into your businesses so that you would have like an AI assistant to you, right? So all these, the other steps that are involved. So the next one is again what we talked about. GPT is trained on a massive set of data, text or code, right? Then the data set is split into the training set and the test set. The training set is used to train the GPT model. The test set is used to evaluate the GPT model. Then the GPT model is fine-tuned, again, as we mentioned, on a specific task. Then the model is ready to use. Now, this seems to be a very simple process, but trust me on that. It has taken a lot of time, a lot of effort from all the engineers, all the scientists to develop these algorithms, to develop that complex maths, integrate in with the computers so that we get the models that we have today, right? So what is GPT-4 if we talk about? So it is the latest iteration of the language model. It has been designed with the focus of enhancing the alignment with the user intentions. Now GPT-4 is made by the company called OpenAI. So that is the parent company that makes these models, ChatGPT or GPT-4. Now it aims to improve the accuracy of the outputs, right? It has a higher order thinking. It has a cognitive thinking. It has a logical reasoning, better, high quality logical reasoning, right? So compared to its predecessor, it demonstrated better performance in the factual correctness of the things that are there, and the error rates are low. It also introduced advancements in the steerability, right? The enabling the users to customize the model's tone, the tonality, and also the style according to the requirement that is there, right? GPT-4 adheres more strictly to the guidelines that are there, refusing to fulfill any inappropriate request that comes up, right? Now, what are the capabilities of GPT-4? If you ask me, it's unlike its predecessors, it has the ability to both analyze image and text. Okay, this is very important. In GPT-4 model, you can integrate images and it will give you a text output. The output will always remain text, but you can input images, which was not the case in ChatGPT, right? Enhancing its capability to connect the image content with the written questions. Now, GPT-4 exhibits superior performance in variety of tasks that involves creativity and again advanced reasoning compared to the ChatGPT. Now, with the capacity to process the entire scientific papers in one go and tackle the complex questions and establish the connections, right? It is good in establishing connections. So if you have a thread running in of questions, of prompts, it has a better ability to analyze that, right? Understand the way you are thinking, right? Again, the data we are feeding and they're learning towards it, the prompts, right? From that questions they're learning, right? Now, GPT-4 employs a token-based measurement. This is what I mentioned to you, that it does not really understand words. It understands a thing called tokens. On an average, 75 words occupy 100 tokens. So that's the transaction between a word and a token. Now, GPT-4 has shown impressive results in standardizing tests like bar. So it has passed the bar examination, LSATs, GRE, etc. Right? So it has developed that human level intelligence, right? Which has benchmark indexes, right? Now we talk about the limitations of GPT-4. Now there are social biases, the various prompts that are there. That is still a challenge that GPT-4 faces, right? Now, GPT-4 is pre-trained data, right? Whatever, the more important thing is that it showcases a bit of bias towards things which is not very accurate, right? So the GPT-4 is trained till September 2021. It does not understand the current scenario of how the world is growing. The data it possesses is from throughout history till September 2021. So for anyone who wants help in whatever is going on in today's world, will not have any use of ChatGPT per se. It can rephrase texts, it can modify certain things that you provide as an input, but it would not consider, it does not have that knowledge of the things that are going on, right? Because the data that is input is till September 2021. Now the user need to be cautious about inputting prompts that may lead to unintended output called jailbreaks, right? So we need to be cautious about it. It may give you results that you did not intend to have, right? So this is important. Then GPT-4 has a room of improvement in understanding and generating languages other than English. It's bit more biased towards English. It understands English absolutely in a very incredible way, but other languages, it needs a bit of time. It needs a bit of understanding to develop that. It lacks the capability to analyze audio or video content, right? Still now, image is done, but audio and video, it still has not been developed and it is still in process. So yeah, once we get that audio and video one, then it would be another level of GPT would be seeing. Then GPT-4 occasionally makes mathematical errors that a calculator would make. This is rare occasions, but it still exists. So we need to be careful. These are the limitations of GPT-4. Now, the predecessor, right? The ChatGPT. Now, it was developed by OpenAI. It's an AI research organization, which was first non-profit. Now it has been more profit side, been on the grounds that it has become a proper organization and not non-profit. Then ChatGPT is again GPT architecture that has been trained on a large, tremendous amount of data to give human-like text in response, right? So these are the things. OpenAI is the company that builds it. It has done a fantastic job in building this ChatGPT and the model that we use today. Now, after talking about the capabilities and limitations of GPT-4 model, now let's talk about how the dashboard looks like, how it is different from GPT 3.5, and what are the key differences between the free part of it and the paid version, that is GPT-4, right? So what are the key features in a nutshell that we discussed as well is about that you can input the images in GPT-4 model, while in case of ChatGPT 3.5, you could not really put any images. You could only input text there, right? So you can input text as well as image in GPT-4. Now, what are the other key differences that are there? So basically, GPT-4 is an advanced model, right? It has advanced capability of logical reasoning. Its structuring is in with enormous large amount of data. So it's better well versed with how basic functionalities work, and it has a higher order thinking in that perspective. So let's look at ChatGPT-4 Dashboard. Let's log into it. So I'll open my Chrome window. You can use any search engine that you want, Chrome or Bing. You can just type. So the parent company that makes GPT, ChatGPT and GPT-4 is OpenAI. So I'll search for OpenAI. Right, this is the first link that we see is OpenAI. Right, so we can see that they have a number of things that they are working on building these artificial intelligence products, right? So one such product that we are discussing today is GPT-4. So let's go into the product section. You can see ChatGPT is there, GPT-4 is there, DALL-E is there. So there are different types of products that this company make in terms of artificial intelligence. So let's look at GPT-4 for now. So when I click to GPT-4, now it says that it's the most advanced system that produces, safe and more user responsiveness is there, right? So this is what the crux is about there. You can see in the website, they've talked about what key differences are there, right? And how is it different from ChatGPT, right? One such example you can see. So this input is there in which Andrew is free from 11 to 3, Joni is free from noon to 2 p.m. and then 3:30 to 5. So it basically the crux behind ChatGPT and GPT-4 is that in GPT-4 you get more crisp, advanced reasoning answers, right? And you would get a bit more vague answers in ChatGPT, the older model of it, but you will get a more precise and more crisp results when we talk about GPT-4, right? And in terms of passing the exams, right, the benchmarks that they have set, GPT-4 even outperformed ChatGPT in that regard, right? So if you can see uniform bar exam, ChatGPT scored 10th and GPT-4 90th. So this is the level in which it performs, right? So with this, it tells about how advanced GPT-4 model is than ChatGPT, right? So now let's just log in and see what more things we can do, right? So let's just log in to try on ChatGPT 4 Plus, log in, right? We'll fill in the details. So after filling in the details, what we will do is we'll just log into the GPT-4 model. Right. So this is the sort of user interface that we have for GPT-4. It's pretty much the same as GPT-3. With ChatGPT and GPT-4, what the key difference is that the UI remains the same, more or less. What the difference comes in that when you're paying for an extra, ability for this model, you get the GPT-4 model right there, but you can always switch back to GPT 3.5 in the same window. You don't need to create any free account for that. In the paid version as well, you can go back to 3.5. So what is the major change that they have done is that in GPT-4 you cannot use it in one go, how many ever prompts you want. It is limited. It has a cap of 25 messages every 3 hours. So in every 3 hours you can only type in 25 such questions, right? So this is the key. Then whatever you do after that, they will revert back to the GPT 3.5 model, right? So these are the key differences. Again, now these are the different strings or different chat sections that are created over here. Consider it like you're using WhatsApp, right? You have numerous threads, you have numerous people that you're talking to, right? So each individual has a different chat options. So similarly, when you're typing in different queries related to different sort of topics, right? Each topic gets created into a different what do we call it, a chat section, right? You have to set it in a different chat section. So the thing with ChatGPT and GPT-4 model is that it learns from the data that you provide, right? So if I'm typing in XYZ things, right? Hey, can you tell me something about marketing, right? So if I type in such things, let's just type in GPT-4 for now. So what will happen is that when I type in, and now what it would do is it would know that this entire chat would be created, right? A new chat would be created. Then what would happen is that in the entire conversation, it will stick its brain power to marketing. It will know that, okay, you're talking from the marketing perspective of things, right? So it has that kind of data that you put in. It has a sort of memory to realize, okay, this is what the human wants me to interact with. That is marketing, right? So you'll get a variety. Again, as I mentioned, that in the differences between GPT 3.5 and 4 model is that you get much more crisp results, right? With a lot more better logical reasoning and higher order thinking in what the user would want, right? So that is why this is what you're paying for. You're paying for an extra amount of preciseness to what you really want the answers from GPT-4 model, right? Again, the drawbacks is remains the same in this model itself, that it is trained up to August or September of 2021. So after that, any new information that is there would not be present in any of these models, GPT-4 or GPT 3.5. But what you get out of paying extra, what you get out of paying for this service is that you get more crisp answers, more better quality answers, and more precise answer in to the way you want the answers to be, right? You can type in X number of commands, right? So we'll see all these examples when we go ahead, right? So basically, this is the user interface that they have. You can chat, you can type in your prompts over here. You can regenerate the response. If I do not like what I'm seeing over here, I can regenerate the response right here. I can tell them, right, this is for their feedback, if this was a good one or this was something which was not good. So this is what is there in this chart as well. So you can also make changes to the queries, the prompts that you put in, right? You can always, modify, just like I can change what I want to about. I can be more precise, right? I can talk about digital marketing, right? So I can save and submit, and it would give me much more precise answers, right? So you can always have, and it has a memory of its own, right? So it has a memory. You can always go back to the last prompt that you were searching for. You can always come back to the current prompt that you're working on, right? So these are the more crisp and precise things that are present in the GPT-4 model. It is much more advanced in terms of higher order thinking, right? So let's move on and let's learn something about let's just say business, or let's just say marketing, or let's just say content creation, right? So let's just start off with marketing at first. Now let's just talk about some general prompts for GPT-4. Let's play around with GPT-4 and see what are the different things, what are the different modifications we can do in our prompts, what are different aspects we can cover from business to marketing, from the creative side. So let's talk about some of the different prompts we can provide to GPT-4. So now, from considering a very creative part of it, now I wanted to develop a screenplay for a film, right? So now I've added a prompt stating that develop a captivating screenplay for a film by creating compelling characters, establishing an intriguing setting, and writing engaging dialogues. Craft a thrilling narrative filled with an unexpected twist to keep the audience captivated until the end. Now what I'm trying to do here is that I'm giving it number of different parameters to consider while developing that screenplay, right? It is captivating characters, establish an intriguing setting, writing engaging dialogues, right? Crafted thrilling. Now I want it to be in the thrilling perspective, right? So all that I have added in this. Now let's see what is the result of this prompt. So now we can see that it has given me in the format screenplays are made. It has given me the sequence of things that need to happen. So all these things are with the parameters that I have given it, right? The dialogues are there, the characters are mentioned, the location is mentioned where it is going to happen, right? So all these things are set in play when we talk about GPT-4. GPT 3.5 on the other hand would give a very vague sort of setting. It would not give it in the format that is there. Also, it would not be as engaging as GPT-4 would provide, right? Now let's take another example. Now generate a script for a 2-minute Facebook ad promoting our innovative cleaning service, right? So let's just see what it has to give. Now, as we can see that, as mentioned before, that GPT-4, every string has the memory of its own, right? So the first thing that we asked it to do was create a screenplay, right? The format should be in a screenplay format. Second one, we completely changed the subject to make a 2-minute Facebook ad promoting innovative cleaning service. Now, what it understands is that you want it in a screenplay format and to generate a script in that format, right? So what it does is it gives me the entire screenplay for a cleaning service, which we do not want it, right? It gives me a thing that I do not want it to give, but since it has its memory of in every thread, it has the memory of the previous prompt, right? Now it is engaging the previous prompt with the current prompt and giving me the results accordingly. Now, what if I do not want it? What should be done? You have to create a new chat, a new string should be created. Click on GPT-4 and then add the same prompt that you added in prompt number 2. Right. So now it has given me a script in the format that a script is and not a screenplay, right? So now it has given me the opening shot, how it needs to be there, the narration of what the script would be like, then where the camera should be placed, what should be the setting. It has given all those 3 things in a 2-minute thing. And also it has given me that there's something you want, you can ask it to sparkleandshine.com for satisfaction is guaranteed. So what it is, like at the end you give a feedback, right? So now this can be the business website for whatever your business is. You can put your website over here and in the script it would add the same to it, right? You just have to change it. Okay, change this from your own brand's name or your brand's website, right? So it will do the same. Okay, now let's look at one more example. Now I want GPT-4 to write me a 500-word article with an exciting tone. Okay, so the first parameter that it is considering, that I wanted to consider, is exciting tone. That explains the advantages of using the virtual reality for travel experiences. This is the second parameter that I am setting it. Now the third is begin with a compelling hook using the PAS formula and conclude with a CTA. Now this is my fourth parameter, using the PAS formula and conclude with a call to action promoting the virtual VR reality package, right? Now let's look at what the response of GPT-4 model is this in this regard. Now we have mentioned that begin with a compelling hook, right? Now just read the hook that it has given, right? The first one, the first para is the hook. Imagine this, you're standing on the summit of Mount Everest, feeling the cool breeze against your face, the crunch of the snow beneath your boots, right? So now this gives us the initial hook for the user to being hooked up to the article that I'm writing, right? You want at the end that the customer or the person that you're sending this article to reads through the entire article. You don't want it to just read one line and go back. So the first element, the first para of this article is about engaging that audience, engaging that user onto this article. Then comes the bit of introduction part. Okay, VR travel experiences are revolutionizing the tourism industry, giving a brief of what you want to sell, right? Offering a blend of adventures and everything, right? Then comes the body part, in which you're mentioning all the things that are happening in the VR world, how the VR is interactive, and all those things that you can do, how it is much more better than other conventional things. So you are giving that in your body part, and at the end you're giving a CTA, call to action. What should the user do, right? Now it is giving, imagine the endless possibilities that lie within your reach, right? Now it's the time to seize the day and dive into the future of travel. We are excited to present our exclusive VR travel package, your passport to the world and beyond. Now it wants you, don't just dream about the places you want to visit, experience them. Reach out to us today and let us guide you to world of unlimited adventures. Get ready to explore. Now the thing is that if I mention that for the first time user, let's say, is 50% off on the travel package, I can add that, and at the end of CTA it will just add that statement, or in a much more interactive way it will add that, okay, 50% off on the package that we are selling. So all these things can be done using GPT-4 model. Now let's take another example. As a renowned chef, can you give me 5 suggestions to enhance my baking skills and achieve professional level results? Make sure that the suggestion, right? Now this is the thing, make sure the suggestion is for a person who hasn't cooked before, right? So I want to give it a parameter that explain it in a layman's term, right? Now the result that we are getting, right, is from the very basic beginner's level. Understand your ingredients, right? Precision is the key. Quality of the ingredients. Master the basic techniques, right? Be it whisking the eggs or chopping vegetables and all that stuff. So it won't us to know what the thing is, right? In terms of baking, it is not vegetables, it can be other things, how to make the dough and everything, right? So master the basic techniques that are there. Practice. So it's telling me what a absolute beginner needs to start off when they're talking about baking, right? So it will give you in a very layman structured approach from the very basics. That's the beauty about GPT-4. It will give you everything in a very structured manner, in a very crisp manner.
ChatGPT 4o is not just an upgrade, it's a transformation. So without any further ado, let's get started. Let's first address the glaring question you might have. What does O stands for on 4o? Well, it stands for Omni, and it signifies the next level of intelligence and versatility in AI. So now let's dive in and explore what makes ChatGPT 4o so special. First and foremost, please note ChatGPT 3.5 is under free tier and ChatGPT 4 and 4o are under ChatGPT Plus version, which is subscription model and is not free. Now let's compare ChatGPT versions. ChatGPT 3.5 has enhanced reasoning abilities but is unimodal. ChatGPT 4 mastered multimodal tasks such as understanding and generating text from images, describe visual content, and integrating text and images for comprehensive responses. And ChatGPT 4o optimizes these features for faster and more accurate responses. Now let's dive into the features introduced in the 4o version for ChatGPT, which is what today's video is all about. ChatGPT 4o builds on the robust foundation of ChatGPT 4, but introduces several enhancements such as faster processing, improved understanding of complex queries, etc. ChatGPT 4o is designed to be more efficient, more responsive, and most importantly, more human-like in its interactions. But what makes ChatGPT 4o truly stand out? Let's explore some of its impressive features. First, ChatGPT 4o can detect and respond to emotions, making conversation feel more natural and empathetic. Now let me show you an example of ChatGPT 4o in action. Imagine you are working on a research project about climate change impacts and you need detailed information. Let's see how ChatGPT 3.5, 4 and 4o handle this request. First, we begin with question for 3.5. Can you provide information on the impact of climate change? Here we see that ChatGPT 3.5 gives a brief overview, though not in a detailed manner. Now let's present the same prompt to ChatGPT 4. And what we see is that it gives a general overview but not really an optimized version of the prompt asked, which means a response that is more precise, accurate and tailored to the specific details and context of the prompt, providing better clarity and relevance. But let's see how ChatGPT 4o handles the same request. This updated response provides a more structured and detailed overview of the impact of climate change, organized into clear categories. It offers a comprehensive yet concise snapshot of the key areas affected by climate change, highlighting both immediate and long-term consequences. Second, ChatGPT 4o is optimized to understand and respond to a wider range of queries more accurately. Let's look at an example. As a data enthusiast who loves to dive into the statistics, let's analyze data without writing any code. How can we explore and interpret data effectively using version 4o? So let's give a prompt. Provide me this statistical chart using the data set, which will give me a clear picture of the data set. Do you see the difference in output with ChatGPT 4o? At first glance, ChatGPT 4 does not show charts and provides information based on the text shared, which may need further refinement. However, in ChatGPT 4o, it not only displays visualization immediately, but the charts also feature better styling, color schemes, and readability. The analysis is more sophisticated, better identifying trends and patterns. It can also provide medians, quartiles, and standard deviation when required. Additionally, this version offers more comprehensive explanation and interpretations of the visualization, which deliver clear and more actionable insights. It also employs more advanced techniques for handling missing values, outliers, and data inconsistencies. Third, with support for various plugins such as browser integration, Python for data analysis, and DALL-E for image generation, we can extend its capabilities to meet our specific needs. It creates stunning images from text prompts directly within your chat interface. Let's talk about plugins and DALL-E. With the advanced plugins, you can extend ChatGPT 4o's functionality to do things like schedule appointments, manage tasks, and even control smart home devices. And with DALL-E integration, you can generate beautiful images from simple text prompts. Let's see how this differentiates ChatGPT 4o from ChatGPT 3.5 and 4. So let's explore the creative side with DALL-E integrations. And here is a prompt that tells us what we are talking about. So here a prompt is that generate an image of a peaceful countryside scene in the evening. The scene should include a small cottage with smoke coming from the chimney surrounded by tall trees and river flowing nearby. The sky should be painted in shades of orange and pink indicating sunset. Include a wooden bridge over the river and a few birds flying in the sky. Size should be 1024 into 1024. Let's see when we use this prompt using 3.5. ChatGPT 3.5 gives us beautiful description, but it stops there. Now let's jump into ChatGPT 4 and 4o using the same prompt. Here is your image. Isn't that amazing? This feature opens up endless possibilities for creative projects. With ChatGPT 4o, you get a visually stunning representation created instantly. Demonstrating its advanced capabilities, you will see not only detail and descriptiveness in an image, but the optimized performance of GPT-4o ensures a more natural and fluid description, capturing the scene's essence more effectively. And also, ChatGPT-4o's improved capabilities would result in more accurate and contextually relevant responses, making the scene more lifelike
and engaging. Now let's play around with another example that will give you more clarity on how ChatGPT 4o works better than version 4. If we give a prompt that read the note and give me the context of this note, as I am unable to understand the image shared. ChatGPT 4's transcription is not completely accurate, but when you provide the same prompt to version 4o, it captures the words correctly and accurately, and it can adapt to your style and preferences over time, providing a more tailored experience. Isn't that amazing? To wrap things up, ChatGPT 4o is more than just an incremental update. It's a comprehensive enhancement that brings optimization, emotion detection, and incredible creativity into the mix. Whether you are a casual user or a professional, ChatGPT 4o is designed to make your interaction smoother, more intuitive, and more enjoyable.
OpenAI recently introduced its powerful and up-to-date model, that is ChatGPT 4o, in April 2024, and ChatGPT 4 was introduced in 2023. This new model offers optimized performance in comparison to ChatGPT 4 with faster response times, improved accuracy, and enhanced features like emotion detection and real-time translation, making it a game changer in the AI world. Additionally, ChatGPT 4o supports seamless integration with plugins, provides personalized chat experiences, and includes advanced context understanding for more coherent conversations. The model also boasts improved multilingual capabilities, allowing it to handle a wider range of languages with greater proficiency. Let's check out the features on the official website of OpenAI. So, once you click on this link, you will be directed to the Hello GPT 4o OpenAI page, where you can actually explore the capabilities of GPT 4o. So here you have a default option that you can select. So let me actually try out the poster creation for the movie Detective. So here you have to give input as two separate images, where you can actually get the output as the poster for your movie. You can actually try out other options here as well. So 3D object synthesis. Here the input should be these, and you will be getting the output like this. Also, we can also find the test evaluation of the models that are used. So you have GPT-4o, GPT-4t, and few other open AIs as well. So this is your evaluation sheet. So you can go and check our great learning platform to learn more about the text evaluation as well. For more information on ChatGPT 4o, please check out our hero video on ChatGPT 4o versus 4 versus 3.5. Now that you are aware of ChatGPT 4o's impressive capabilities, let's explore the first method of accessing it for free. The first trick is to access ChatGPT 4o using Binge Chat. Microsoft Binge integrates the ChatGPT 4o model to deliver more accurate and insightful search results. By leveraging the power of GPT-4, Binge Chat can provide responses equivalent to the default ChatGPT 4 model, enhancing your search experience with better context and understanding. This integration means you can enjoy the benefits of ChatGPT 4o's advanced capabilities without any additional cost. Now let's see the demonstration of Microsoft Binge. Once you open the Binge on the Chrome, you will be directed to this page where you can create your account. I have created my own. You can click on Copilot to give your prompts. So let me start with first thing. So my first prompt is, I want to create an image of a girl holding balloons. So we'll see what Binge gives. So it is taking time. It is telling that I'll try to create that. Here you go. I got 4 images of a girl holding balloons. This is how Binge helped me creating image. Now let me ask Binge to create a code. I have given a prompt telling it to create a code in C for swapping 2 numbers. We'll see what it gives. Wow, that's awesome. It gave me 2 different codes, wherein first code is using a temporary variable
And the second code is without using a temporary variable. So here it gave me a C programming code to swap two numbers. This is how you can use Binge AI. This is how you can leverage Binge AI powered by the ChatGPT 4o model to get enhanced result for free. It's a powerful tool that brings you the best of AI without any cost. The second trick is to use the Merlin Chrome extension. Merlin is a handy tool that integrates seamlessly with your browser, offering advanced AI capabilities right at your fingertips. Utilizing the ChatGPT-4 model, Merlin delivers superior outputs equivalent to default ChatGPT-4, enhancing productivity and providing effortlessly high-quality results. Search for Merlin on Google and create your own account to get started. After setting up, you can input prompts tailored to your needs. However, make sure to select the GPT-4 option in the top right corner of the application to ensure you receive the best output. You can give the prompts as per your requirements and check if it gives us the better result. Once you go on Merlin on your Chrome, you will be directed to this page. Here on Merlin, you have to select the GPT-4o option. And you can start asking Merlin by giving your prompts. So let me give my first prompt as create a code. I'll give the same prompt, that is create a code in C for swapping two numbers and give enter. We'll see what it gives. Wow, Merlin gives a better result. So using a temporary variable, it gave me a code. And without using a temporary variable, it again gave me one more code. And method 3 also using bitwise XOR operation also. So this is how you can use Merlin to generate your prompts or results. To know more about how to give prompts on your ChatGPT 4o, you can go to our platform and check for the video on building a Python app using ChatGPT 4o. This is how you can use Merlin powered by GPT-4 model to get enhanced result for free. It's a powerful tool that brings you the best of AI without any cost. The third and last trick is using ChatGPT 4o on the ChatGPT OpenAI. So here we will see how to use ChatGPT 4o for free on the default model, that is 3.5. So I'll give my prompt here on the default model, that is 3.5. So I will ask the ChatGPT to create a definition of what is software testing in software development. So the default model is giving us the result. So it is telling what software testing is and the key objectives of software testing and different types of software testing, and the levels also is given. And we also got some common techniques in software testing. So this is the result of the default model. Now, below the result, we have an option of changing the model to 4o. If I click on the change model, we'll see what we get, right? So as you see, ChatGPT 4o model is generating the better result when compared to our default model. It is telling the types in detail, what is manual testing, what is automation testing, what are the techniques that are used, and the stages in techniques. It is giving everything in a better format, right? So this is how you can use ChatGPT 4o model for free. You don't have to spend a lot to enjoy the amazing features of ChatGPT 4o. By using BinChat, the Merlin Chrome extension, and even the default ChatGPT platform, you can access ChatGPT 4 for free. These tricks allow you to benefit from faster responses, better accuracy, emotion detection, real-time translation, and more. Give these methods a try and see how ChatGPT 4o can enhance your experience without costing you a penny. Comment below with your experience trying these tricks, and for more videos like this, subscribe to our channel. Happy prompting!
Now that you have seen the different versions of ChatGPT and their capabilities, it's time to unlock the true potential of this AI with prompt engineering. Ever wondered how to get the best responses from ChatGPT? The secret lies in crafting the perfect prompts. In this next segment, we will dive into prompt engineering for ChatGPT. You will learn the tips and tricks to formulate questions and commands that yield the most accurate, insightful, and creative answers. Get ready to become a master at communicating with ChatGPT. Let's dive into the art and science of prompt engineering. After this, we'll cover how ChatGPT can be applied across different domains such as tech, data, marketing, and finance. If these domains are particularly relevant to you, be sure to catch those segments. For others, feel free to skim through the video as per the timestamps provided in the description. Now let's understand what is prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is as much an art as it is a science. A very creative line. We'll come back to this once we understand what is actually prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is made up of two words, prompt and engineering. Prompt is nothing but a detailed set of guidelines or instructions given to the LLM or generative model to do a task. Engineering is developing iteratively a task-specific prompt to enable the generative models or LLMs to output a perfect or near perfect outcome that you have focused for. So, if you see, prompt engineering is an iterative process. How? First is the idea that comes to you that you want this. Then you have prompt, you design a prompt. Then there are results. You give that to your model, your ChatGPT, okay? And then you have to test, you have a feedback, right? So basically, it's a process, an iterative process. Now, once you have the prompt and you have the results, you might be not very much satisfied with the result. This is where you develop or you have a conversation with your ChatGPT, with your model, and enforce or reinforce the model to give you a good result, a good output, which is what you want. For example, if you have a task on code generation, now a specific problem statement can be solved through various methods. For example, you want to output palindrome. Palindrome can be done by brute force. Palindrome can also be done by a recursive method, recursion. For example, when you give ChatGPT a prompt, it will first give you a brute force method. You have to keep on instructing and providing an attempt or providing a prompt to ChatGPT so that it gives you an optimized version for your code. This is an example for code generation. Similarly, suppose you have content creation. You want to create a content, and your content that you want to create is directed towards a specific target audience. Now, when you give ChatGPT a prompt, the results it will show you that might not be satisfying enough. You have to tell your ChatGPT or your generative model iteratively what you want. Give them a feedback. For example, you have not received a good output. What you will tell your ChatGPT, for example, this is not I want. Please generate the output based on my target audience or based on my feedback provided, right? That's where your feedback or test comes into picture. You have to have a conversation with your generative model, or for in this case, if we say ChatGPT, give them a feedback, constant feedback. It is good, it is bad, it is what specific part you want it to be changed, right? All these things are an iterative process. That's why we say prompt engineering is an iterative process based on the guidelines or the detailed set of instructions that you provide for a specific task. Now let's go back a bit. We said when we started about prompt engineering that it is an art as it is a science. How it is an art? It is an art because when you conceive an idea and when you write a prompt, it is your creativity which comes into picture. However, the science part comes in when you provide your generative model or LLM, or in this case, ChatGPT, the prompt, and it gives you the result. Because in the back end, there is something called generative models, there is something called different transformers or architectures that are going into picture where billions of parameters are playing a role to give you this result. That becomes your science part of it. That's why prompt engineering is combination of both an art and science. Now that you have understood what is prompt engineering, let's go and see the main element of prompt engineering, that is prompts, without which generative model ChatGPT will not work. Prompts are constituted, or it contains two parts majorly, that is parameters and structure. What will be the structure and what will be the parameters of your prompts? That when you design it, you have to think so that you have an optimized result. Now, structure is one thing that we'll talk more about, and parameters here, let me explain. I have only selected few parameters. You can search more. There are more parameters on which prompts work. Majorly, here we are highlighting only 3 parameters, that is temperature, top P and max length. Temperature is the randomness that comes into picture when you provide that parameter to your prompt. It ranges from 0 to 1. And if you want your model to be creative and generate creative answers or generate creative outcomes, your range, or you set your temperature to 0.7 to 0.8. However, in tasks such as code generation, you don't need creativity. So you can set your temperature to 0 also, where you do not want creativity. Now, top P is actually kind of same as temperature. It also has creativity. Top P is top probability that it selects from. So you have a generative model. It generates results based on your prompt. Now, there can be n number of results. How does that model decide what to put as an output for you? Here, top P comes into picture. More the top P, more you have different creative answers, right? So, low for factual, high for diverse. Last is max length. Again, it is written, manage your response length. This parameter is to control the cost of your generative model as well. So, now you have understood what is prompt engineering, what is a prompt, and what are the two main components of your prompt, that is parameter and structure. Now let's see components of a good prompt. What we mean by good prompt is that your ChatGPT, your generative model, gives you a good output, your good outcome, and you have less feedbacks for your ChatGPT or generative model. Now let's see. The first, or I would say the first two, are context and instruction. These are interchangeable how you want to design your prompt. If you want to keep instruction first and then context in your prompt, you can do the same. If you want to keep the context first and then instruction, you can do the same. Context is an additional information that you want to provide to your model. Instruction is a specific task that you want your model to perform. For example, if you want to summarize some text, that is your instruction. Summarize your text. Summarize this text. Context is why you want to summarize. What is the outcome you want to achieve? For example, going back to Tesla, there you are providing an instruction to summarize, but the context is that you want a business report. From a business report, you want what is the profit from 2020 to 2023, right? So that is the context that you need to set. Why do you want this? Why it is needed? Next is the input data. Okay, what is your input data? For the example, Tesla example, the input data is your business report or business article that you will provide to ChatGPT. And output indicator is what and how you want as an output. For example, you want in a CSV format, your output. Suppose you want in a tabular format or you want in a graphical format. So you have to tell what kind of output or what format of output you want. So these are the 4 components of a good prompt. If your prompt consists of these 4 things, you are enabling your generative model, your ChatGPT, to give you better and good results. Now, let's see an example. Here we will see sentiment analysis. We are setting up a context. It is written, act as an analyst. You are asking your ChatGPT to act like an analyst working for an OTT platform. You are saying your ChatGPT that you will have to perform sentiment analysis based on the feedback provided by the consumers. You are working for an OTT platform. Your consumers are the users that are seeing your movies, your web series. Now, the feedback that they provide, on that you have to do sentiment analysis. This is the context that you are giving to your ChatGPT. Now, giving this, your ChatGPT knows that they need to think from an analyst perspective. They need to do sentiment analysis. Now, second is instruction. You are saying to ChatGPT to classify the feedback into neutral, negative, positive. Where you are instructing or telling your ChatGPT that what is positive. Positive means your consumer is your promoter. Negative means they are demoter. Neutral means they are neither promoter or demoter. They are neutral towards your content. This is the instruction that you give. What the ChatGPT or what generative model needs to do. This is what it is doing. Classifying. Next is your input data and your output indicator. Before that, let's see an example. A good prompt. While you are giving a good prompt, if you give examples for your generative model, here in this case, we are using ChatGPT. If you give them an example, they will learn from this example and train your input data to give the output. Here we have given 2 examples. Feedback. First feedback is, I think the series was okay. Second feedback is the acting of each character in the series was awesome. So, I think the series was okay. It took this okay as neutral. So, this is a sentiment neutral. Here, awesome it took as positive. So, your sentiment becomes positive. Now, your input data is the storyline for the series was repetitive and abysmal. And your output indicator here is sentiment. What is the sentiment for this? You're asking your ChatGPT what will be the sentiment of this entire prompt. That is your context that you have given, which tells ChatGPT to act as an analyst and do sentiment analysis. It gives an instruction to classify the feedback provided, that is your input data, and classify that feedback into positive, negative, and neutral. Here you are giving examples for the same so that your ChatGPT can understand, learn, and then act accordingly. Now, the output for this particular feedback is negative. So, if you copy paste this into your ChatGPT, it gives you an output as negative for this sentence. So, this is how you should write your prompt, which is good. These are the components, good components for your prompt, so that the output that ChatGPT generates for you is exact for you to work upon. So, this is what we understood about components of a good prompt. Now that you have seen what are the different components of a good prompt, let's have a look at a good checklist that you can keep in mind while designing an effective prompt for better results. So, the first one is defining the goal. Telling ChatGPT what exactly you want to do. That is called defining the goal. Next is detail out the format. Format is output format that you want ChatGPT to provide you. For example, as I told you previously, it can be table, paragraph, list, CSVs, anything that you want. And you can give it in a priority order also. Ask ChatGPT to give you in a priority order if you are working on such content. Next is creating a role. If you remember the previous prompt that we discussed, while learning about components of a good prompt, we told as a context, act like an analyst. That is creating a role so that ChatGPT assigns or processes based on your request, based on that role that you have asked. Next is clarity who the audience is, or clarify who the audience is. Basically, you are telling ChatGPT, please generate the output based on the demography of my audience, whom I am catering to. It can be beginner level, intermediate, advanced, if you are creating any content. If you are creating code, it can be foundational, functional, expert. Based on the audience, it can also, if you're a teacher and you are using ChatGPT, you can specify, I want to teach fractions from a 6th class learner perspective. Or if you want to create a content, or if you are working on something and you want to make someone understand that particular concept. For example, I want a 10-year-old to understand what is prompt. How would I make that particular learner understand? That kind of clarity that kind of clarifications when you put in your prompt, what is your target audience, it will generate tailored feedbacks, tailored outputs for your prompt. Next is giving context. Basically, you are giving every possible additional information for ChatGPT in your prompt so that the purpose of your request is clarified to ChatGPT and the response that it generates is what you want. Next is giving examples. We saw in the previous components, while we were understanding components, that giving example trains your ChatGPT or makes it understand that what you want, and it learns from it to produce accurate results. Next is specifying the style. It can be communication style. If you're working with a brand, it can be how your brand works. Communication style such as informal, formal, what do you want to do? So it's suitable for your response. Next is defining the scope. When you outline the scope with specifications, besides giving context and examples, ChatGPT operates within those parameters. For example, temperature, when you are telling, okay, I want to be creative, my temperature is this. I want my top P to be this, right? You are defining the scope for your ChatGPT. Applying restrictions. Restrictions becomes your, what is, supposing, length that you want. The output length, the token length that you want. There is a restriction, but what is that you want? When you apply those restrictions, that constraints will create right boundaries for ChatGPT to produce relevant responses. So, all these are checklists that you can keep in mind. Again, these all pointers in your checklist revolves around all the components of a good prompt that we have already seen. But as a checklist, you can keep in mind that, okay, these are my pointers which I can follow when I'm designing my prompt. So, this is how you can write a good prompt. So, now let's understand what are the different prompt patterns. One is your persona patterns. Act as X. Do the task as Y. As a yoga instructor, create a beginner-friendly routine for joint mobility. For example, this is your persona pattern. Next is your audience persona pattern. For example, in the previous bit I told, explain this concept, supposing prompt. Explain prompt to me, assume that I am a 10-year-old child. Or another example that is there, explain the importance of eating greens, assume I am a skeptical child. So you are trying to tell ChatGPT that what is your audience persona. And you are writing your prompt or designing your prompt having the correct bits. Explain to me, assume I'm this. Or previously, persona pattern, act like this. Next is visualization generator pattern. Now, I have a tool. I want to generate a data, for example, and provide that data to my tool. So, it can be generate X that can be provided to tool Y for visualization, for data analysis, for anything. It can generate data in tabular format. It can generate CSVs that can be provided, that you can download and provide it to your tool for visualization, data analysis tasks, modeling, machine learning tasks, anything. So these are the first 3 prompt patterns: persona pattern, audience persona pattern, visualization generator pattern. Now let's see the next pattern, that is recipe pattern. For example, you want to do X task, but to perform this X task, there are steps or subtasks A, B, and C. So I want ChatGPT to have a complete itinerary generated for me if I'm traveling from Bangalore to Darjeeling, and from there I can take a train or a cab to Darjeeling. Now, based on this, I am telling ChatGPT to complete my itinerary. This is a recipe pattern where you know you want to do a X task, and you know that A, B, C are the sub tasks or the steps that are necessary for you to do that X task. So this is the recipe pattern. Next is your template pattern, where you provide, or as a user, I provide the ChatGPT or generative model with placeholder, with a template and a placeholder, so that my output, ChatGPT fits my outputs in those placeholders. For example, I want a day-wise travel itinerary. If I'm visiting to Paris, I'm telling ChatGPT to generate day-wise travel itinerary for visiting Paris. Now, my placeholders are day for the day of the travel, supposing Monday. Location, in Paris, what location I'm traveling to. Activity, what in that location I plan to do. Time, what is the best time or best part of the day to travel or to go there. This is my entire template, and how I want the output, it's indicated for day, visit, location, at time, for activity. So if ChatGPT generates, it will give you for Monday, visit location X at time noon, for activity visiting museum, for example. So this becomes your entire output. And you're giving the template. You're giving placeholders that place my information in these and generate output in the form of this line for day, visit, location, at time, for activity, containing everything. So these are your 5 prompt patterns that you can imbibe while designing your prompts, so that you have better responses from ChatGPT. And also you understand what you want to do. You have a clarity what you want to do and work accordingly. If you want a pattern where you want ChatGPT to act as a person, or you want to give an idea to ChatGPT, what audience you are catering to, or you are doing visualization, or you are doing data analysis, what is your pattern? If you are doing a task which contains subtasks or sub-steps, what is the pattern you follow? And if you have a template in mind, how you want your output to be generated, then you have template pattern. So all these 5 patterns you can keep in mind along with your checklist while designing your prompts. Let's now see common prompting errors. So, vague or ambiguous prompts, when you just write, what is joins? What is prompt engineering? That is your vague and ambiguous prompts where you do not have any context, instruction, what to do. Just vague prompts. Then there are biased prompts where you are designing the prompts, supposing you have 2 categories, and the data or the instructions that you are providing, the examples you are providing is leaning towards one, and now the second category is left alone. That is your biased prompts. Third is lack of contextual information. You have just said, okay, generate the content for fractions. But what is the target audience that you are acting? Are you a teacher that you are teaching? Is there any template? Is there any flow that you want to follow? Are you looking at creating a course? Are you looking at teaching fractions as a slide you want, or as paragraph you want? Anything, any contextual information is missing. Then you have insufficient examples. You do not have examples. For example, you are just saying generate synthetic data for doing sentiment analysis. But what on? You need to provide some content, some information that, okay, this is my data. Now, based on this, you generate synthetic data in a CSV format for me to do sentiment analysis. That is lacking your training data or examples, insufficient examples. Then there is complex or confusing prompts. If you write full lengthy prompts, but it is very complex, it has several different informations, such as you have target information also. You are acting as a target audience information. You are acting as a analyst, and you have target audience. You have branding also. You have campaigning also in that. It is very confusing for ChatGPT to pick one persona and act. Or, for example, you are designing a campaign, but you have given a lot of information. Check out Coca-Cola campaign that happened at this year, or check out this campaign and design my campaign. It is confusing when you give different reference points. You need to be very clear. You need to be less complex. Your prompt needs to be very simplified so that ChatGPT can understand. Last is not testing prompts thoroughly. You have given a very good prompt. You have designed a very good prompt and given to ChatGPT. It generates something, but you are not reading it. You are blindly following what it generates. You're not giving it a feedback. You are not asking what it has understood from your designed prompt. That is not testing prompt thoroughly, and you will have less accurate responses, and in some cases, wrong responses. Now let's see what are the applications, different applications of prompt engineering. One is content generation. You want copywriting, advertising, creative writing, educational content. You can do anything and everything under content generation based on your target audience, based on who you are catering to. Next is customer support and engagement. There are various chatbots and virtual assistants that can use generative models and instructional guides as well, so that your customer is engaged. You do not need human as resources to reply to your customers. There are generative models that can help you with act as a human and reply to your customers at all times 24/7. Then there is data analysis and science. Data cleaning, data preparation, visualization, as we talked about. Whatever you want to do, you can give an input as your data. There would be a size limit you give, and you tell to clean. You generate the code. You can ask what to do when you are doing statistical analysis on this kind of data. What tests, hypothesis testing to do. So all these come under data analysis and data science. Then application comes under code generation and software development. That is automating your code writing, debugging, document generation, documentation. So all these, using ChatGPT or generative models, they can make your life easy. They can generate a code for you. whatever you are looking at. But you have to be very specific. You have to be very clear what you want so that your output, your response from ChatGPT, your generative models are customized based on your prompts. Next is research and information retrieval. Like, for example, text summarization, question answering, anything and everything. You can give links as a context and tell that, okay, these are the specific researches done in this field. Based on this, give me your hypothesis. What next can be done? For example, next is machine translation, information sharing, internal communication, anything related to machine translation. Then sentiment analysis, consumer feedback analysis, brand management, marketing, all these things using sentiment analysis can be done. And prompt engineering is used to create tools for this. Other domains include healthcare, where you can do diagnosis. You can create a system using generative model to diagnosis for a disease, and you can design prompts that, okay, my patient is this, it has a history of this, now these are the symptoms, what is your diagnosis? Manufacturing. In manufacturing, if you want to supply your manufacturing and your suppliers, you create an LLM, you create a generative model where your users, your employees can ask, if I'm manufacturing this, if I have to transport here, what to do, what not to do, everything. The mesh, the network that you have in manufacturing industry, it can intake and give you output results based on your prompts. Then comes security. Security, there are attacks. They can be a lot of AI tools that can be used to prevent those attacks, to prevent your systems, without failing. Last is retail and shopping, that is e-commerce. In your OTT platforms or shopping, e-commerce, Myntra, different websites, Amazon, they can use generative models to intake all these things, and you prompt that, okay, I want this, and it helps you with retail and shopping. So these are the various applications for prompt engineering. Now let's write a few prompts so that you can understand what are prompts, how to write them. So we are on a prompt engineering course where you understanding the outcome of this course is for you to understand what is prompt engineering, how to write a good prompt, right? So let's give ChatGPT a simple prompt, that is, what is prompt engineering, and let's see what it tells us. It starts generating and it tells you what prompt engineering refers to, what is crafting and refinement of prompts, and generates responses from AI language models such as GPT. Then it's saying that prompt engineering involves considering various factors such as language used in prompt, structure of prompt, context. Effective prompt engineering can significantly improve performance and usefulness of AI models in various domains, such as including natural language understanding, text generation, dialogue systems, etc. If you see, this is a query that you have put, which you can also put on Google and get different links, not a text, not a paragraph, but different links where you can open the links and read it. Here on ChatGPT, when you enter what is prompt engineering, you get this, a definition, a elaborated explanation of what the generative model, that is ChatGPT, that uses GPT as a generative model, understands about prompt engineering, and it tells you their perspective of it based on the different parameters that it is trained on. Now, let's see another example. Suppose I want to travel 5 days in India. please make me itinerary. I give this a prompt. According to ChatGPT understanding, it will give me this. Arrival in Delhi. I have not said that where am I arriving from. It assumed arrival in Delhi. Day 2, Delhi to Agra. Day 3, Agra to Jaipur. Day 4, Jaipur sightseeing. Day 5, Jaipur to Delhi. And it tells me when you are in that day, you arrive in Delhi, for example. It is capital of India. Visit historic landmarks like Red Fort. Explore bustling streets of Old Delhi. Experience, optional, visit is Humayun's tomb or Qutub Minar. Okay. Again, day 2, it's giving different, or day 3, it is giving different options. I have not said here what I like. I have not said whether I am a beach person or a mountain person or a normal, I want to travel, which kind of places, hot, cold, nothing. It has not asked also. This is my random prompt that I have given ChatGPT. Now, let's see a different kind of example. I have a passage of 3-4 sentences. I want to summarize in one sentence, right? I am giving an example. That my example text is scientists have discovered a new species of orchid in rainforests of South America. And the output that I'm giving is a new species, the entire sentence. Okay. Now, my sentence or my passage is on prompt engineering. It involves crafting precise, context-specific instructions and queries. And these prompts provide guidance. We can enhance model performance, achieve better control over generated output, and address limitations associated with open-ended language generation. And I want to summarize this into 1 or 2 sentences, right? This is my prompt. I give this, and this is what it gives me. However, isn't it feeling as same? Now, if I say, please shorten this further. For example, I don't want this much. I want short and crisp. It still gives me this. Again, I say, please be concise. Now it gives me prompt engineering uses precise prompts to guide language models, improving performance, control, and overcoming limitations in generating responses. However, the first one, when I asked, please shorten this further, it said crafting precise instructions called prompts to guide language models and shape their output. It enhances model performance, offers better control over generated responses, and addresses limitations of open-ended language generation. If you compare this output with this output, some information is lost. Some information is retained while making it concise. So you have to see what responses you are getting based on your prompts and give them a feedback what you want to do. So these are some examples of prompts. This is the first time you're looking at prompts in this course. So we try to cover from basic content generation, basic query-based prompts to traveling itinerary without any information to text summarization where you are given an example and asking to summarize and giving ChatGPT a feedback on it, right? So this is your first prompt. Now let's see different components and further analyze what is a good prompt. Now let's look at few examples so that we can analyze what are good prompts and the checklist that we have seen, the persona patterns we have seen, the components that we have seen, how to integrate that while designing your prompts. Now let's see how we have designed this prompt and what all components we have included. In content generation, where we have written, provide a comprehensive overview of text summarization, which is our main topic or concept that we want to understand, empowering learners to grasp its significance and potential applications across diverse domains. So basically, with this line, we are telling that we want our learners to grasp what is text summarization for different domains. It can be for manufacturing domain, it can be healthcare. But what is text summarization? We want our learners to understand that. Now we have given some guidelines also here. You need to follow below guidelines while answering. We are telling ChatGPT, provide an insight into text summarization, a tool for condensing lengthy text into shorter and more manageable versions. Second, we say explore various techniques like extraction, abstraction used to achieve this and provide clarity on how it works. Third, we are saying provide relevant examples of different domains and use cases where this text summarization can be applied. Fourth is explain text summarization, how it is evolving and innovating with advancement in AI and machine learning, offering customized solutions for diverse needs. We are also giving extra instructions also that while providing insights, the learners are from different domains and have just the preliminary knowledge of text summarization. Cover the basics. So for that, you cover the basics of text summarization techniques, highlight key concepts without diving into overly technical details. What not to do, we have also specified. This approach will cater to our audience's level with familiarity of the topic. We can tell the level also here, but let's see how it responds. Give explanation in clear, straightforward American English. We are telling the scope also, we are telling the communication style also. Ensuring the accessibility and understanding, maintain a clear and straightforward tone. Ensuring accessibility and ease of understanding for all learners. Now let's give this prompt to ChatGPT and see how it responds. So, it gives text summarization is a powerful tool used to condense lengthy text into shorter, more manageable versions. It's basically taken what we have provided and given as a definition, making it easier for readers to grasp main points without going through entire document. Now, this is now breaking our key aspects into better understanding. Insights into text summarization, where it tells that it can be thought of a process similar to what humans naturally do when they summarize an article, a book, or a conversation. The goal is to extract the most important information and present in a concise form. That's okay. That is the insight that it is giving. Now, we also highlighted that please ensure that you are using extraction and abstraction also to explain text summarization. And along with that, use examples and use cases also, where it is highlighting what are the applications in various domains, in news aggregation, academic research, legal documents, that is your law, in branding, social media, in customer feedback analysis, which different companies uses. Then it is giving the evolution and advancements with time, what it has done. Customized summaries, multimodal summarization, real-time summarization, evaluation matrix, various things that has evolved in text summarization. Now, if you want more insights on text summarization, where you want different techniques for it to explain different techniques, you need to tell, please explain furthermore or elaborate furthermore on techniques used, on extraction or abstraction, or give me more examples, not application, examples. So if you see here, it has given use cases, the applications across, it has not given examples. So you can say, this is my feedback to you that the explanation that you have generated is missing example. I am not able to correlate what is given here, what you have generated here, right? So you can tell the examples are missing. You can also tell that evolution and advancements does not tell me when it started, does not tell me a history. Evolution means history. It is not telling me that. So all these are your feedbacks so that you can have a output, you can have a response, a final response that gives you what is text summarization, what is the significance of text summarization, what are different techniques of text summarization, what are the different examples of text summarization, what are the applications, how it evolved, when it started, what are the different things, what are the different advancements in using AI now. So you can definitely work furthermore. Now, this was ChatGPT 3.5. Let's now see in ChatGPT 4. We create a new chat and give the same prompt to ChatGPT 4 also and see how it responds. What is the difference between 4 and 3? We have given the same prompt, not changed a single line here. So it has generated an output where it generates a content on text summarization. And if you note the first line, it has not taken the same thing that we have given as prompt. It has written and explained in its different words or different explanation what is text summarization, which is a powerful tool in the field of natural language processing designed to condense long pieces of text into shorter, concise summaries. Now, it tells you the techniques of text summarization, which is abstraction and extraction, with tools and various examples of it, various applications of it. Now, it tells you applications across various domains as well, which is closely the same as 3.5. Again, this is also missing your examples. It has not given you any example. In evolution, if you see, it has given how it has evolved. You can also give a feedback to ChatGPT 4 that I want a timeline evolution for text summarization. And it has briefly explained some advancement. Again, as compared to 3.5, that is missing, which you can give as a feedback and it can improve upon. So this is what content generation example was in both ChatGPT 3.5 and ChatGPT 4. Now, let's see a different example, that is text summarization. We learned about text summarization. Now you have fairly a good idea what is text summarization. You give what you want to understand and it summarizes and gives you output, summaries basically of what you provide. Now, let's provide ChatGPT an article and ask it to summarize it. So, we have the text summarization example here, where we are given an article on Indian Express based on Tesla policy, and we have asked that use Pinto pyramid principle, and we have given the link also to that to structure your communication from top down, ensuring swift and clear message delivery. Start with the conclusion, follow with key arguments, and then support with detailed information. Give only relevant information that is appropriate to understand business outcomes only. Use clear and straightforward language for better understanding. So, we have given a context and instruction. We have not given an example here, but we have given clear instruction and we have given restrictions also. We have given a style also that be straightforward, right? You can further give that, okay, make your word limit to this much only. Okay, so let's first see what it generates. So, in Pinto pyramid principle, we write a conclusion first. Then we write key argument, why we have concluded. So basically, if you are having a conversation and you want to conclude that conversation, you will write that conclusion first. Then you will write your key arguments. Okay, this is why I'm telling. And then you write the detailed information that is related. So basically, we want, because we are asking for business, right? Business needs conclusion first. So we have concluded this first, that India's decision to lower import taxes on EV could potentially pave the way for Tesla, led by Elon Musk, to enter Indian market. Now, key arguments are lowering import taxes, Tesla entry into Indian market, boost for India's EV industry. Then we have detailed inputs from that report only that are mentioned here, right? So this is a text summarization in a structured way. Text summarization can also be, if you go back in the first prompt that you have written, where we had 4-5 lines and it summarized for us. That is also text summarization. This is a structured text summarization where you do not need to go through this whole article of Indian Express, and it gave you a conclusion, it gave you key arguments, what it presented in the article, right? So this is an example for text summarization. Now let's do an example on code generation, which mostly from people from tech domain or data domain will use ChatGPT-4, right? So the prompt has a Python recursion code for calculating factorial, where we are defining a method to calculate factorial. If n is equals to 1, equal to 1, return n, else return n into calculate factorial. We are doing recursively, right? Now, the same calculating factorial we have done with non-tail recursive function, right? We are giving an example on that as well. Now, what we want is to write a program with recursive function to check if a string is palindrome in Python or not, right? Where we have given 2 examples of recursion on factorial, and now we are asking ChatGPT to generate code for palindrome. Now, this has given that, okay, with comments that this is the base case. If the length of the string is 0 or 1, it's a palindrome. Compare the first and last characters of the string, false, okay? Return false if it is not equal. Recursive call, check if the substring excluding the first and last characters, right? So this becomes your output. Now this function works by recursively checking if the first and last characters of the strings are same, okay? You can also in your prompt say, please explain line by line as well if you want further elaborated explanation as well, though it has given comments, right? You can further ask, give me further more explanation for this. Now let's see the same thing in ChatGPT-4. In ChatGPT-4, it actually has explained what is this function, what it does, where len is equals to 0, a single character, what it will do. Both cases will be true. It returns true. Okay. What is the recursive case? First checks if the first and last characters of the string are same. Calls is palindrome. It is telling each and everything that the function is doing. This is equivalent. However, this is a little bit optimized version of 3.5. Now you can see a difference between how or what 3.5 generates code for a specific problem statement and how 4 generates. So basically 4 is more optimized for code generation rather than 3.5. In 3.5 you can iteratively ask, please optimize this, right? In 4 you can do once or twice and then actually it will give you an optimized version for the same. And you can write furthermore to refine your prompt. You can write, please give me the complexity, time complexity, storage complexity for the same, space complexity for the same, right? So these are the examples for a good prompt where you are giving a context, where you're giving an instruction, where you are giving restrictions, where you are following items from your checklist, where you are following a pattern to provide a pattern to your ChatGPT as well. So these are some of the examples that you can refine more, you can experiment more with. Advanced prompt strategies. These are different prompts or different types of prompts that exists. We are taking only 3 types: zero shot, few shot, chain of thought process. That's it. There are several different more strategies that exists, like self-consistency, tree of thought, respond, rephrase, etc. You can go and dive deeper into the same. Let's now see what is zero shot. Zero shot is directly instructing your model, that is ChatGPT, to perform a task without any additional examples. For example, I just say, classify my feedback into neutral, positive, and negative. And I give a line. That is the input. And it outputs the sentiment. That's it. This is my zero shot. Few shot is teaching with examples that we saw previously, where we gave 2 examples, and third is our input, where we are indicating how we want the output, and it gives the output for the same. So that is few shot. Zero shot is without any example. Any prompt without any example, where you are only telling the instruction. That's it. No context. Few shot is giving examples for ChatGPT to learn and produce your response. Now, chain of thought. Chain of thought is designed for logical tasks. Anything logical, it is the best prompt strategy to follow. You give in chain of thought an example how to do a process. For example, you are adding. You are given an example, 2 plus 2 is equals to 4. Then you say 15 plus 4 is equals to 19. Then you give an input. Okay, I want 3,150 plus 10,500. What will be my answer? You are telling how to do the process. And then you are asking in your input, what will be the output? This is very basic. There are complex problems. For example, blood relations. X is related to Y. So what will be the relation for Z with X? So all these logical questions, all these logical and complex bits is for chain of thought. Now let's see examples of these 3 prompt strategies on ChatGPT so that you understand it better how to work with these on actual playground. Let's now see few examples on these advanced prompt strategies: zero shot, few shot, and chain of thought. Now, zero shot is giving no examples, just giving the instruction, just giving what it needs to do. So we'll take a simple example, very generalized example, where we are generating a passage in the style of William Shakespeare. Okay, we are giving this prompt. Based on what ChatGPT would have been trained on, it has given a passage of William Shakespeare. But from where it is from? You can ask from where this passage is from. The passage I provided is an original composition written in the style of William Shakespeare. While it captures the language, imagery, and themes often found in Shakespearean work, it is not directly derived from any specific text by the bard. Did you want the same? Right? You need to give the feedback. Now, I did not want in this manner. I wanted a extract from his own plays or his own poetry and given as an example, right? Or is it following what you want, right? You can give that as a feedback as well. Now, this is zero shot. If we want to make this as a few shot, we need to give an example. We have given an example. Generate a passage in the style of William Shakespeare. Example is original text to be or not to be, that is the question. Shakespearean style rewrite is whether there's nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Similarly, in example 2, we have given all the world's is a stage and all the men and women merely players, right? So now we say this is few shot. It has given an example: out brief candle, lives but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frits his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. Right? And Shakespearean style for this. So this is an example of zero shot and this is an example of few shot, right? Let's take another example where we say ChatGPT to translate. It's a lot of William Shakespeare, right? Let's take a more simpler example, where I say, translate this English sentence to Spanish. I am a Spanish reader. This is the English sentence I want to translate into Spanish. I say this and it gives the translation for this. Now, if I want to make this few short, I'll add examples. I'll add more examples for the same. I'll add, say that, okay, this is my article. I can give an article also and say, please translate this. These are my examples. Now take this article and translate in Spanish for me. I can do that as well. So that becomes few short for the same. In ChatGPT-4, there is an option that we want to highlight is that you can click on this attachment, add any attachment. It can be dataset, it can be images, and train your ChatGPT that, okay, for example, you want to train, these are the picture of roses, where you provide different pictures of roses. And in input, as an input data, you give lily and you ask, what is it? Is it a rose? And it tells you based on what images you have input, is it a rose or not? Just a random example. The same can be used for data science or data analysis, different activities, visualizations as well, where you can give the data and ask ChatGPT to analyze, visualize the data and give you outputs for the same. Now, let's see chain of thought. Chain of thought is said to be logical. It works on logical bits, right? Here in this prompt example, we have designed few question and answer that is on blood relation, where the first question is, if Michael says, Patrick's mother is the only daughter of my mother, how is Michael related to Patrick? We are giving the answer is, Michael is saying that Patrick's mother is Michael's own mother's only daughter. This means Patrick's mother is Michael's sister, making Michael Patrick's uncle. Okay. Second example we are giving, Emma is John's sister, Mark is John's father, Linda is Mark's sister, and Thomas is Linda's son. What is the relation between Emma and Thomas? Emma is John's son, making her Mark's daughter. Linda, being Mark's sister, is Emma's aunt, which makes Thomas, who is Linda's son, Emma's cousin. Right? Now, our input question is, Alex introduces Brad to his friend as the son of the only brother of his mother. How is Brad related to Alex? Output is, Brad is the son of the only brother of Alex's mother, which means Brad is Alex's cousin. Right? Logically, it correlates, the chain of thought correlates based upon your examples. Chain of thought can be of different types as well, where you can give different examples, complex examples as well, and it works. It is zero shot also, it is few shot also. So basically, this comes under few shot chain of thought prompt. Okay, zero shot is separate, where you give directly what you want without more explanation in your prompt designs, right? And then there is automatic chain of thought as well. So there are various chain of thought prompts as well. You can explore more and deep dive there as well. Apart from chain of thought, we have different prompting strategies as highlighted earlier. We have self-consistency, we have prompt chaining, we have response, rephrase, we have tree of thought. We have many advanced prompt strategies which you can deep dive and apply based on your requirement, your prompt design, what you want to do with your generative models with ChatGPT. Hope you have understood these three different advanced prompt strategies: zero shot, where you do not provide any examples; few shot, where you teach AI with few examples; and chain of thought, where it has three versions and is for logical thinking, is used for logical thinking and logical problems. Then we understood what are the components of a good prompt. What are the different checklists that you can follow to create a good prompt, to design a good prompt. Then we saw what are the different persona patterns that you can think of while designing your prompt, following the checklist. Then we understood different advanced strategies, prompt strategies, which is zero shot prompting, few shot prompting, chain of thought, with examples. We saw what are the common prompting errors that can happen if you miss something. And at last, we saw applications of prompt engineering. What are the different fields in which prompt engineering can be used? So, The key to becoming a proficient prompt engineer is to practice, experiment with different prompts. Again and again, give feedback to your generative models, be it ChatGPT, be it Gemini, be it any generative model. Analyze your outcomes, what response you are receiving, and giving them the feedback. Refine your techniques, refine your prompts based on the checklist that is provided, based on the different strategies. Read about different strategies and apply them. That is refining your techniques. Keep practicing, stay curious, explore various AI platforms to enhance your skills. This is how you can become a proficient prompt engineer. I hope you enjoyed this course. Thank you. Now that you have mastered prompt engineering, let's dive into some exciting tech applications of ChatGPT. First, we'll explore ChatGPT for coders. Discover how AI can assist you in writing, debugging, and understanding code, making programming smoother and more efficient. Next, we will take a hands-on approach to build a Python app using ChatGPT 4o. Learn how ChatGPT can guide you through the development process from conceptualization to execution. Finally, we'll show you how to build a website using ChatGPT 4o. From designing the layout to writing the code, see how ChatGPT can help you create a fully functional website with ease.
Before going to the next topic, that in-depth into ChatGPT or ChatGPT 3.5 or 4, we have to understand a competitor comparison for ChatGPT, which is nothing but GitHub Copilot, right? Even GitHub Copilot will act as ChatGPT only, but let's check out what are the major differences between these. The first thing, for those who are starting out to learn to interact with GPTs, right? It is suggested to use in free mode, right? That option is available in ChatGPT only. Even though you have trial version of GitHub, end of the day, you have to pay for the premium version. So generally, a person who is well versed, who is oriented towards coding, technology, and other professional aspects, they can go towards GitHub Copilot, right? So for free, you can use ChatGPT 3.5. Yet again, you have 4, where if you want to improvise your particular usage or there is lots of applications to be done in the interface, you can go ahead for the premium version also. But for student aspect, it is very easy to access ChatGPT 3.5, which is free, and also it generates code for you with the explanation as well. You can communicate, ask doubts to the ChatGPT itself. Just you ask doubts as your teacher or anyone who is teaching you. You can just ask your doubts to GPT itself, right? It's a virtual teacher for students if you want to apply ChatGPT's application. Second point, ChatGPT can help develop code and follow up on if the particular code is given by the ChatGPT back to us. If we want to ask any improvisation on that, you can ask about it. But one thing, if you close the particular session, it is very difficult to get it back, or sometimes it is lost, right? So that is the problem of ChatGPT. But GitHub Copilot is based on the machine learning, so it is having the continuous learning and enhancing the suggestions over time, right? It is not restricted compared to ChatGPT. So as I told, ChatGPT 3.5 is totally free to use and making fantastic option for the users to get started, right? And although if it provides 60-day trial in GitHub Copilot, you have to pay after 60 days. But ChatGPT 3.5 is not having the restriction on a trial period or something. The whole complete interface is free to use anytime, right? So you have to opt for the paid version or paid subscription for GitHub Copilot after 60 days of trial. That's the rule, right? Just like other software systems. So this is all about the comparison between the ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot. Now, let's check out how do we use ChatGPT with respect to two things. The first one, with programming expertise, the second one without programming expertise. So let's check out what is the major difference and what is the cons and pros. So using ChatGPT with programming expertise, we can incorporate ChatGPT with our own programs or services by using OpenAI API. So we can do that if you have a good amount knowledge of what is going on in this particular ChatGPT, how it is built, what is the backend and other LLM ideas, right? Large language model ideas. You can just change the things. You can make it more creative, more intelligent chatbot or automated customer service system or any other language-based solutions you can create if you have programming expertise and you are using ChatGPT. With programming knowledge, the underlying GPT model can improve to be more domain-specific on particular datasets, right? So ChatGPT can be used to help with having the code snippets, creating the documentation, or come up with programming problem-solving solutions or ideas. So all these aspects can be covered with the help of ChatGPT, and you can make use if you are a programmer. We may influence ChatGPT's behavior and make sure it compiles with our requirements. Generally, by being aware of the underlying architecture or APIs. If you are a programmer having a technical knowledge, you know how ChatGPT is built, you know how the architecture is, you can modify it accordingly and make it as the machine will think like you think, right? So these are the options you have if you are a programmer and if you want to use the ChatGPT. So next, you have without programming expertise, how do you use ChatGPT and what all you can do? We can communicate with ChatGPT normally with day-to-day words which we use. Generally, we ask questions to our teachers in day-to-day classes, right? The same particular way you can converse, you can ask questions to ChatGPT. It will give you the relevant answers. You can get tips, you can get suggestions, you can obtain creative writing, recommendations and discuss many ideas, brainstorm with the GPT, right? So although GPT is a strong language model that can provide responses that resemble for those like you're talking to a person or any other human being, it might not be able to comprehend sophisticated programming related questions. Right? So it's not that you can use it to one extent, but you cannot give the complete use case what's happening and you cannot ask the solution from the ChatGPT. It doesn't happen. End of the day, human brain is human brain and a machine made is a machine made, right? So you have to implement your idea in order to particularly find a solution for your problem. If you want to enhance, if you want some tips and tricks, you can use ChatGPT. Completely depending on ChatGPT, I don't recommend personally. So it is not a good idea also. You can take it as a support. You can take it as a learning aspect and you can learn, you can take tips and tricks and implement that in your day-to-day solution, problem-solving sessions. But you cannot completely depend upon ChatGPT. So we won't be able to expand ChatGPT's functionalities. It's very much restricted. They will provide few of the options. You have to use only that option. You cannot just go do change or something. Just if you have a programming language, if you have that particular API knowledge or programming the GPT or architecture or the API according to you, that is a different case. But you don't have idea much. You only know to use the end product without the programming knowledge, then it would be difficult. It will be very much ready-made item to be used for you, right? So this is the overall picture of using ChatGPT with expertise of programming and without expertise of programming. Now, let's use ChatGPT to build programs. So let's see what are the prompts we are going to execute on the interface first. The first task we'll be going to do is we'll create a program to build BMI calculator. And we'll also enhance and find the efficiency of that particular program and different methods how we can execute this program. This applies to all the programs which I'll execute. One thing, I'll give you the multiple options with the ChatGPT how to resolve one particular problem with different logics. And next, I'll be also asking the ChatGPT what is the efficiency of the previous method and the method we are executing now and how it is going, how it is making the particular code efficient, right? So this will apply for all the three tasks. The second task what we will do is we will create a program to display powers of 2 using anonymous function. As a third task, we will check if 2 strings are anagram, right? So we will find out how the ChatGPT will converse with us for the prompts which we give, right? So let's quickly switch to the ChatGPT interface now. So this is the ChatGPT interface. You have 2 options. If you are a premium subscriber, you can toggle between GPT 3.5 and GPT-4, right? You can just go to this version, or you want preferably using 3.5. Generally, people don't invest on the premium until unless it's very much necessary for them. So what do? I'll give the comparison between the 2 interfaces, but I'll be working most of all in ChatGPT 3.5 to cater the broader audiences, right? Now, let's execute the first task which we listed, that is write a program to find or calculate BMI, right? So I'll give enter and let's see, it is giving us directly a program in Python programming language. How do you calculate body mass index, that is BMI, right? So this is how the program look like, and it will give you in the comments what it is doing, what is this particular function for, what it is applying, how it is calculating, what is the formula, and how it is converting, how it is interpreting the corresponding messages in the different categories, whether if your BMI is less than 18.5, you're underweight, and if you're having certain middle range, it is normal weight, and it is crossing 25, it is overweight, and above that 30, it's supposed to be obese. So all this calculation interpretation is done, and it is giving us the output, right? So the major thing here is it is giving you the program as and when you ask without having any other delay. It is giving you the answer in seconds, right? So what you have to do to execute, you have to copy paste into a Python interpreter or online Python executor, and you can compile and run the particular program, right? So next I will ask what is the efficiency of the code above, right? It just normally how you talk, you can talk to the system. So it will give efficiency is calculated with so and so, time complexity is big O of 1, and you're having overall structure and explanation is given what is the efficiency of this particular code which is put up above. So it is telling it is having the time complexity of big O notated 1, right? So big O 1 is the time complexity, and which is okay. It is not having a bad time complexity. It is having a very good time complexity, right? So this is the overall structure. It is giving you the explanation for the same. Now let's check the next method. What is the option it can provide in order to solve this particular program, right? So any other method to calculate BMI. You can just give this also and check what the answer is generated. Certainly, there is another common method in order to solve this particular problem statement in Python. So it is giving a shorter code. If you could see, if you just compare in a layman perspective, this is a larger code and it is a shorter code. Again, what is the efficiency of this code? If I ask the same question, the method is different now. So let me ask the same question. It says, yes, the time complexity is big O of 1. Again, it is a good performance consideration, and this is the overall report for the one single question which is being provided by the ChatGPT. So I will give the third option. Any other method we can implement to calculate BMI. So this is my last query. Yes, certainly there is one more approach which involves weights in kilograms and heights and centimeters. So it is giving us the variations between, I think in the previous one, it was considering the weight, height. Again, it is giving you a variety of solution. If you compare both of it, you might not find much difference between these two, or it might be the same program as well. After one point of time, if there is no solution, no other logic applicable in any other way, it will stop generating and it will start giving you the particular program repeatedly. So that is when you understand there is end for it, right? Because in 3.5, you have only the data up to 2021. Right? So it is not real time, or it is not learning with the help of machine learning method. With the help of users communication, it is not learning much. So whatever the data has been trained, it is giving you the output, right? So this is how you communicate. You can use this ChatGPT to build a program. This is the first task which we have completed. Now let's check out a next program to write a program in Python and display powers of 2 using anonymous function. Let me enter this and let's check how does this look, right? So it is giving you enter the limit of powers, and it will calculate using the anonymous function. The powers is calculated and it is displayed, right? It is giving you explanation what is happening in the code as well. So let's quickly check out what is the efficiency. So what is the efficiency if you ask? It will give you time complexity, the complete details, space complexity, and it is going with respect to the generalized answer. So let me again remodify this question. I'll copy and paste the same efficiency of above code, right? So let's see. I apologize for any confusion, but I must correct my previous response. So it is apologizing for us that it did not understand our question properly. So now it is giving us this particular explanation with respect to time complexity and space complexity, right? So this is how ChatGPT will interact. So next, let's check out any other method to solve the above query. So I'm giving with the spelling mistake also, but still it can rectify what I'm talking about. What is the recent question which I give the ChatGPT? That is powers of 2 calculation, right? So again, it is giving us a different logic here, right? You can do this to and fro, right? You can just have a lot of conversation with the GPT and create the programs which you require as per the logic you want. And if you want a shorter code, if you want a lengthier code, if you want an efficient code, depends upon the input you give, and the ChatGPT will give you the output accordingly, right? So let's execute the third task. Let's have a program executed. Let's build a final one. Now let's try out the last one. Write a program to check if 2 strings are anagram. So let's learn how this particular answer is provided, right? So it will first give you the function to check if 2 strings are anagram, and it will give the length. It will check the length and it will give the frequency of the characters of the both particular strings which are given. All character frequency should be 0 for anagrams. So it will take the input from the user. It will check whether it is an anagram or not. It will give you the output. So this is the basic program which has been created, and it will give the explanation how it is moving as well, right? So let me take that particular question. What is the efficiency of the above code? So if you ask this, it will give you the time complexity, and sometimes it will be giving you the space complexity as well. So for now, it is giving us the comparison of the time complexity and how it is producing the output, how efficient it is, how efficient it can be if you improvise your code, if you cut short your code, if you make it much more optimized, right? So any other method do we have? So let's have this question. When you ask this question, it will say, yes, we have another method to solve the particular problem of anagram. So this is the output for the same, right? So this completes the overall picture of how do you build programs using ChatGPT, right? So this is the output for you, and this is how you converse between the GPT and from the real world, right? Now let's see code interpreter in ChatGPT. So what is this code interpreter? It is a feature which is still in beta version applied in ChatGPT version 4, right? So first let's understand what is code interpreter in ChatGPT. So the most recent addition by OpenAI to ChatGPT, particularly as I told you for ChatGPT model 4, it is code interpreter, which enables to execute the Python code in real working environment, and it will also have certain essential functions sandboxed in Python environment wherein Python code can be run and for any other purpose you can use, right? It seems like it is only used for the particular programmers or oriented towards technological aspects, building an application or something, but code interpreter helps students also and learners also. It can assist in regular basic for variety of tasks as well, right? So this is the code interpreter in ChatGPT. Now let's see how do we interpret code using ChatGPT, right? So before doing that, we'll have to compare two different aspects, as I told you, that is 3.5 and 4 model of ChatGPT. So ChatGPT 3.5 is uni model. The ChatGPT or the chatbot, which is version 3.5, only understands and interprets the text input. It will interpret the text input only. It is a uni model. But ChatGPT 4 can now understand and process even images. It accepts both text and image prompts. Hence, it is multi-model, right? So the first comparison is uni-model 3.5 and multi-model 4, right? ChatGPT 3.5 was failing to understand the nuances when it comes to natural human language. If you remember, while I was executing, I asked, what is the efficiency? And it gave the generalized answer, efficiency is nothing but time complexity and space complexity. But once I changed the prompt, what is the efficiency of the above code, it suggested, it gave me the answer, I apologize that I understood your prompt wrong and this is the answer for your particular question. So it is trying to be much humane compared to, it is not being a machine like you, it will just process what you ask and it will throw back the output. It is not doing that. It is trying to understand what is the aspect, what is the human being trying to tell me, right? So that is how it is interacting. In GPT-4, we can produce improvised poems, you can write essays, it is much more creative and it is having coherence compared to 3.5, right? Coming up to the third point, ChatGPT 3.5 has no code interpreter option, right? In code interpretation is not there. It is just giving you certain comments in the code and giving the explanation for the code. If you ask, it will give the code documentation. That's it. It is not having the interpreter, right? ChatGPT 4 has code interpreter, which is in beta version only. That feature is available. Let's see when we go to the interface. ChatGPT 3.5 does not allow file upload or output download. So uploading and downloading is not present in ChatGPT 3.5. But in 4, we have the uploading of code file option, also downloading the output option, right? So these are the differences between the ChatGPT itself, between the different versions or models, that is 3.5 and 4. Let's see what is the task we can perform with respect to interpret the code in 3.5 and how do you interpret the particular code in 4 as well. So first I'll cover the theoretical aspect and let's then jump into the interface and check out the same thing, right? For the better quality and clarity. So first task is to have a program which is adding two numbers, right? Obviously, it is having a addition operator and two different operands, adding 2 plus 3 or 5 plus 6, depends, right? We are doing a normal addition. Task number 2, we modify the existing code and ask for extra features, anything we can add to that particular code. I am thinking that we can do an arithmetic operation only, set of arithmetic operation, that is addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Let's see what does ChatGPT will suggest us to improvise our code, right? So let's converse with the ChatGPT 3.5. Then how do you execute in 4.0 the same thing? You have to do certain settings which I'll be showing. Then let's upload the code file and we'll try to modify the existing code and ask for the new feature in that itself. Also, we will try to download the modified code, right? So we'll be doing all these exercises now in the ChatGPT interface. Now, let's check out how do you add two numbers by using ChatGPT 3.5 without having the interpreter option on. So how do you check? Let's see where the interpreter is available. You have to go to the settings. It says settings in beta. It will say features. If you see, code interpreter is off for 3.5. You can switch on this and you can start working with the program and the prompt. So, write a program to add two numbers. So, I am just trying to execute. It is writing a program very quickly. Any other features can we add to this program? So, I'm asking question. It's only addition. So, what all can we add? So, it is suggesting certainly you can enhance the program by adding some additional features like input validation, error handling and option to continue adding more numbers, etc. Right? So, this is one of the option given. Can we add other arithmetic operators to addition of two numbers? If so, kindly provide the program. So, I am just asking like we ask others. So, it is giving you the complete arithmetic operation program here, right? So, what it says, of course, you can modify the program and handle other arithmetic operators as well, like subtraction, multiplication and division, right? So, updated version, updated program is also given. So, how do you download this? So, you cannot download. So, let's ask how to execute this code in ChatGPT. Let's explore. Let's ask question. How does it work? So, it is telling install a Python interface and then create a Python file and then run this. So, follow the instruction. It is giving you how to execute also. If you are having any issues, you can download the Python software and you can start running your program by copying it to a Python file, right? So, what is the interpretation? So, what is the interpretation of the code above? Let's see that. So, it is giving you interpretation of the code completely. Function definitions are addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. You are having input validation. So, like this. If you switch off this interpreter, let's see. Can we get the interpretation of the code above? Still, it will give the interpretation as well, right? So, if you ask the query, it executes the prompt actually. So, if you switch on or switch off, but if you ask the interpretation, it will give you, or else by default, it will give you the code, right? So, now it's our turn to check out how does the ChatGPT 4 will work. So, I'll take a new chat here. I'll switch to ChatGPT 4 and there is an option which is in default, and plugins are getting sorted. So there are different plugins you can enable, right? You have various plugins there. So it is having plugin store, like it is giving about plugin ideas. So you have so many plugins, CodePad, or it is having, I'm just installing CodePad just like that, and you can install. It's very easy. Click on this, it will install, and you can select between it, right? So it is having ask the code, it is having ask your PDF, and it is having various kinds of plugins available already. Prompt Perfect, Show Me Diagrams, so Smart Slides, so Wikipedia, everything you can just inculcate with the help of the plugin. So here there's an option to choose. If you have multiple plugins, you can switch between with the help of this particular option. So I'm just giving a interface overview here before starting, right? Again, let's see settings. We'll go to beta features. Interpreter is off. So let me switch on the interpreter. Try a version of ChatGPT that knows how to write and execute Python code and can work with file uploads also. So let's see the major difference now. I didn't talk about the difference in 3.5. I just executed and I just showed you the different particular options available. So if you switch on the code interpreter, it did not change anything in the 3.5. If you go to 3.5, it will not give you any option if you on the interpreter or if you don't on the interpreter, right? Why was that particular thing happening? Because I'm working in the premium version. This particular settings for beta features was applicable only for 4, right? If you log into a general ChatGPT 3.5, which you're not having premium version, this particular settings and this beta feature will not be available for you, right? So that is why when you executed the previous code in 3.5, there was no change. If you select interpreter, if you switch off, if you switch on, there is no change. It was implying only for GPT-4, not for 3.5, right? Hope this is clear now, right? The confusion is sorted. So now let's talk about GPT-4. GPT-4 had code interpreter in the beta version. So I am selecting that code interpreter. If you switch off, let's check out once again to be double sure. If you switch off and if you go back to ChatGPT-4, you could see only plugin and default, right? So that's the major difference. So quickly, I'll switch on the interpreter. I'll go select the code interpreter. And if you see the change, you have a addition option here, upload option, right? We say plus symbol or addition option. Upload file can be done here. So I am selecting a code which is already existing. I'm uploading the code, that is a Python file, to ChatGPT-4, right? So with the help of code interpreter option. So I'm sending this code file to ChatGPT-4. It will give the overall picture what is happening inside the code file. It looks like you have uploaded the Jupyter notebook file. So it says interpreter example underscore dot IPYNB. And how can I assist with this particular code you have uploaded? So please provide the output. So when you ask, kindly provide the output, it will work on that particular code file and it will try to fetch the output or it will not. Let's see. Finished working, it appears the notebook contains only code cell. So let's execute the cell to display. Shall we proceed? It is asking. So I am just giving yes to that, right? When you give yes to that, let's see, it is working, it is finished work, and the code cell in the notebook, yes, the program which I had given, I had already given 2 different numbers, that is 1.5 and 6.3. It has added and it is giving you the output for that. Is there anything else I want to do with this particular notebook? So what do I do? Please add extra features. Enhance the code file and display the code. So let me see. How does this extra feature is added? Certainly, however, I need some guidance. So what all I should do? It is asking us only. So please add arithmetic operators with addition. So I'm just giving this particular input like try to execute. Yes, it is saying, yes, operations I will add is subtraction, multiplication, division along with the addition. So this is how this particular code will look like. See, the same input which I've given in the code file is only taken. That means whatever the code file you have given, it is improvising that according to your prompts provided. It is not creating a own program. If it is creating a own program, the inputs would be different, right? So this is how it is improvising. So I want to download the modified code file. So let me tell I want to download this particular code file. Sure, you can do that. It is trying to wrap up into Python code file might be. So let's check out what it is trying to do. So it is trying to convert this particular added features of this particular code file. Addition was the only thing which I uploaded, but subtraction, multiplication, division is added. That is the extra features added according to our instruction. So it is giving us the downloadable link for this particular code file. It says download modified interpretation example code. It is giving us the name also, it is modified, right? So if you click on the download link, it will download. If you could see, the download has been done here, right? So this is the major difference which I was talking about. How do you use code interpreter in 3.5 of ChatGPT and 4 model of ChatGPT. So these features are available. It is having a sandbox of Python. It will try to execute in that particular environment, add features, give you output. So many operations will happen. So this is the overall picture and comparison between the GPT 3.5 and 4 with the interpretation option, which is still in the beta version, right? So let's end this particular topic here. Let's check out the next one. How can we improvise our code? What do we do with ChatGPT? Now, the next topic of ChatGPT of coders, let's see debugging. How do we do debugging? Giving a wrong input to the ChatGPT, and let's see whether the particular mistake or the error has been detected or not. So let's proceed and check out our task to execute in the ChatGPT interface. So task number 1, I am trying to copy or type or paste this particular code which is present here. If you want to know what is the error, I can say it is an index error actually. Let's see whether the GPT will recognize the index error and debug the program and provide corrected output is the first prompt we will ask the ChatGPT to do. And the second one, is there any other method which we can be used in order to solve the same problem statement? So this also we will try to ask the ChatGPT interface in the debugging aspect, right? After the particular first example is completed, the same thing we can do with the second example where let's check out what is the error which has been put up here, right? After the object, I have not put anything. I've just mentioned equals and I've just kept it blank. So we paste the same code in the GPT and let's check out how does this work. Proceeding with the first task now. Here we are in the GPT interface. If you want, you can start off with a new chat or you can continue here itself. So I prefer having a new chat. So I am pasting a error code here in GPT 3.5, right? So you can execute in 4 also, but I prefer 3.5 for the execution. So I'll execute this program, find the error. So let's see how it will execute. The code you have provided mostly correct, but there is a potential issue when printing the value using a F string. The curly braces in the F string need to be formatted with the index value. So one of the curly braces was missing here, right? So that is why it is giving a corrected version program here. It is not telling us, so you are not wrong. It is boosting our confidence that you are mostly correct. Actually, there is a mistake here. It's like how we correct somebody as a teacher or a person who wants to teach something to a person who has made a mistake, right? We will try to convince, okay, you have made your attempt, but your improvised code is so and so. It is trying to be human enough and it is giving the output to the inputs provided, right? So the corrected version is being added here. It is having indices, that is index to access. This was missing. It is giving the value here. See, index to access, it is giving this particular mylist section, and almost it was correct. It was not missing anything, but it is just trying to add and make the corrections accordingly and mention this particular error also here, right? So let me check out with one more prompt. Let me improvise this particular code. So any other method we can solve the above program, right? So certainly here there's an alternative which has been provided. So in this version of code, attempts to access the value of the specified index within the try block. If the index is out of range, it will raise an index error, right, which is caught by the except block. So what it is trying to do? It is using try catch block where nothing was present when I gave this particular code file. So it is telling we can improvise. See, it improvised by adding if else. It also added one of the logic to the same object, the same input which is created. See, if else is not there here. So it added if else. It gave this particular comparison also. If you could see index access length with respect to that, whether to check the index is within bounds or out of bounds, it made this particular logic also accessible, and which was not present here. So these corrections were told to us and it is made. After doing all these things, again it is adding exception handling, right? This is how the particular error is detected, given the suggestion and improvise the particular code which we have provided, and it will give the improvised, modified, updated code for us back. Now, let's check out the second example. The second example, let's paste that particular wrong code itself and see what is missing. Something is missing here. Let's ask, find the error. If you don't ask also, it will say, it seems like you want to create instance of a subclass and call the overridden method. So it is analyzing what I'm trying to do. I'm doing method overriding actually, and this is the particular code. This was missing actually. My subclass was removed in order to make a mistake and put that to ChatGPT and ask for the correction. Obviously, it detected and it has given the corrected code also, right? So it is giving the explanation how it will work. So any other method? I just gave any other method. It's normally how I want to speak. It is giving the prompt like that only, and it is giving the output for us back. So yes, there is a method you can approach for by using super function, right? So it is giving a modified code as well here. So this is how you debug your code. If you're stuck somewhere, if you are trying to learn something, or if you want to solve something, you have done half of the work and you're not knowing how to proceed, you can upload the error code into the ChatGPT and try to ask ChatGPT, what is the error, how do you correct it, what is the modified code, and any other method you can improvise, so everything can be asked. So this is how debugging can be done for your programs using ChatGPT, right? Now, the next topic is exception handling using ChatGPT, right? So we will provide ChatGPT with the codes which is not having exception, and then we will ask ChatGPT to provide exceptions, and let's see how it will respond. Let's check out the tasks in order to execute in ChatGPT interface. So the task one is, I'm trying to copy paste this particular code which I'm using here into the ChatGPT interface and find the type of the error and add an exception for the above code, and then to handle any decimal index value. I am using the same particular program which I was using, that is the index value error program, but already we have seen the ChatGPT has given exception to improvise the code when we asked in the previous execution. But now we will try to re-execute and check. The first thing is, I'm trying to ask what is the error, and I'm trying to add exception handling for that particular code. And then I'm having a customized exception handling. That is, when a user will give a like index value like decimals, 0.1, 0.2, so on and so forth, what we do and how to handle that. So we'll ask these questions to ChatGPT. Let's see what is the response. Now let's see the next task, that is task number 2. We paste this particular code, that is 0 division error, and ask for the exception. It will find the error and provide the exception, and then we will ask any other logic in order to solve this program, right? These 2 tasks will perform with respect to exception handling using ChatGPT. Let's switch on to the interface now. I can use the new chat, so I'm pressing on the new chat here in the left, and I'm trying to paste a code which is having index value error issue and ask an exception to this particular code and get the modified code. So I'm just giving a normal code, and it says, it looks like you have provided a simple Python snippet that creates a list of A containing 5 elements and then prompts the user to put the input to the index, the code, and then access the value, and it will print the index for the same. If you have any questions about the code, you can ask me. So what it is telling is, what is the error that can happen in the code above? So I'm asking a question, what might be the error? Obviously, the code you have provided, these are the errors it can happen. Input type error and index error. It is giving explanation also. In order to solve this particular error, you can use try except block, right? Without us asking provide exception handling for this above code, I'm just asking what is the error it might come. If at all, if it wants to, how do you handle? It is giving the complete try except block in this particular modified code, right? So let's ask our customized exception handling question. What it was discussed, if user provides decimal index value as input, how to handle? So I'm just asking my own question in my normal language without any sentence framing, and it is trying to understand and give me the output, right? So what it is suggesting us to do, we will convert the floating point indices to the decimal value, and then we will execute the program. The first conversion is happening, then it is proceeding, right? So this is how it will convert, right? If you want to execute this particular program and check how it will work, and if you're having premier version of ChatGPT, then you can copy this, paste in the GPT-4 and try to use the interpreter feature in the ChatGPT-4, right? So for now, I'm stopping it here, that we have got the answers exactly how we wanted, and the GPT has understood our problem statement. It is suggested what all the problems can arise, the errors can arise, and how do you solve that with the help of exception handling program. And then again, if you give a customized exception to be handled, it is providing the program for that as well, right? So let's check out the second task, and let's paste the code which is having 0 index error and just work how it will take it. Coming up to the second task, we are having a program here which is having the 0 division error, right? So when you have this error, let's see what it will do. The code you have provided will instead cause 0 division error because you are trying to divide by 0. Denominator is 0, numerator is 10. So this is your program with error. If you run, you will get this output. If you get that output, how do you solve that? You can use this particular if-else statement. Else, I can say, please add exception for above code. It tried solving by using if-else, but I want exception. So let me ask, please add exception for above code. It will give you try and except block, right? So any other method to solve the above statement or problem. Let me give it as problem here. So when you do this, it is telling or giving, certainly there is another way to divide this particular 10 numerator with the denominator 0, even though if you get a 0 division error, how do you solve it? So this is what it is. It is giving you the overall picture. First, we tried handling, asking what is the error. We didn't ask anything. We just pasted the code. It gave us the error, and it also gave the solution for us. We didn't want if else, we wanted exception. We asked for exception. It provided the exception, and any other method if we can solve this major problem statement. If you could see, it is repeating the same code what it suggested in if else, right? Here, if you could see here, as a solution, it is repeating the same as another way. It is going to and fro a lot, right? There is no much options. It will start going to and fro, right? So this is all about debugging your code programs by using ChatGPT. The next topic is testing using ChatGPT. So the code which you have created, you want to test your code. How do you do that? So we'll be doing that with the help of testing, and it can be taken up in ChatGPT interface. So prompt number 1, what we will execute? We try to do the unit test for the above code. Any code which we have already executed, we'll take that into consideration and we will try to execute. So the prompt number 2, suggest code improvement ideas for the above code and implement any of the idea and provide the code, right? So ideas will be given, and out of that we will ask, you can implement so and so. It will give the output accordingly. So let's check out this particular testing, how we can carry out in ChatGPT interface. Here we are in the ChatGPT interface, and I'll try to add a code and ask the ChatGPT to provide the unit testing. So what it has done is, as soon as you add and you give nothing as an input except the code, you don't ask to perform any other operation, it will break the particular program and try to explain you line by line what is happening, right? So after this, we will try to ask, perform unit testing on the code above, right? When you ask this, sure, I can provide you on the code above. This is the unit testing which we can perform. You have the code right here, right away, right? It is giving the example and the explanation for the example right below the code, right? So this is how you do the unit testing. So any other testing options available? These are all generalized ChatGPT prompts which I am trying to ask. My single doubts which I get while I execute, I'll try to ask the same to the interface. Yes, certainly there are other testing options also available except unit testing framework. You have many other options available apart from unit testing. The first one is PyTest, second one is DocTest. So all this modular testing is also going through here, right? So any other options available to solve the code above? I'm just asking the question. It is giving the answer here for us with a different type of solution and change logic, right? So let me ask the same thing. What is the efficiency of the code above? So when you ask this question, it is giving us the efficiency of this operations being performed and size of the input list. It depends upon that. So this is the particular efficiency list it has been giving with space complexity, time complexity, and every aspect, right? So this is how you do testing with the help of ChatGPT, and you can also find the various programs option, and you can also find the errors if you want to. You can do unit testing. Apart from unit testing, you can implement DocTest, PyTest. You have many other options if you go on exploring, right? So What I'm trying to say here is you can start from building your program to get to your desired output. Everything can be done with the help of ChatGPT. We saw one by one. We started building the program. We started debugging the program. We started having the exception handling inside the program. And we also got into the testing of the code, right? So it is catering to every stage of one single program or application development, which can be done with the help of ChatGPT. It can be a greater support for anyone who is learning programming or anyone who is expert and they want to explore more. Both the aspects, ChatGPT will help for the coders and the non-coders as well, right? So this is all about the testing your code over ChatGPT. Now, we are in the next topic, extra uses of ChatGPT. Apart from building a code from the scratch up to the testing mode, what all the ChatGPT can do apart from these things? We have several prompts examples here. First, we will try to access the code documentation for the code which is already existing and suggest any improvement ideas. We have been working for this and it is been suggesting. It is already done, but still we will do it again. Implement any other idea and provide the code. Right? We are just asking an open-ended question, implement something and give me the modified code. And we have one more prompt here, create a dummy spreadsheet with 4 columns and fill it with 10 rows of dummy data, format the resulting spreadsheet data as a table. We'll check both in GPT 3.5 and 4, right? We will do this 4th prompt in both of it, right? Let's shift to ChatGPT interface now. I'm trying to continue the same thing. Kindly provide code documentation. I'm trying to provide one more prompt for the existing code file here. Kindly provide code documentation. It is an extra prompt which I'm running. So when I give this, it will give you the complete code documentation here. It's going on. Certainly, code documentation is essential to make your code understandable to others. So this is how it is. The documentation is done inside the code in the comments, right? And it is given the summary at the right bottom, right? So this is how the code documentation will happen if you ask. If you don't ask, you will have the comments, but only limited comments. If you ask for code documentation, it will give you the complete picture, right? Next, any other code can we integrate to improvise the code above? It's a random ChatGPT prompt which I'm trying to explore, right? How far we can reach, right? Certainly, there are various improvements and enhancements you can do for the code which is mentioned above. Input validation can be done. One thing, dynamic list you can give, and error handling in the main you can put. Custom exceptions you can make. So these are the 4 options which it has provided, right? So, any other method available? I'm just asking the questions. If any other method we can go for. It is going with a simple condition alternative method, right? So this is about how do you do extra work with the ChatGPT. Even the documentation is sorted with the help of ChatGPT for the code or the application of the project which you work on, right? So now we'll execute the 4th prompt. I prefer taking a new chat for this. Now let's execute the 4th prompt which I was discussing. Now we'll execute that first in 3.5 GPT. So I'm asking a dummy spreadsheet with 4 columns which is having name, age, income and city and 10 rows of dummy data to be put up in a spreadsheet table. So let's see. It is telling I am a text-based artificial intelligence. So I cannot directly create visual elements like spreadsheets. However, I can give you the table which is displayed over here. What you can do with that also it is telling. You can use Microsoft Excel or Google Sheets in order to get it into a particular format, right? So the format in the table can be put up in Excel or Sheets. If you want to choose Excel, what you have to do, select the data, go to Insert button in the ribbon and click on the table, and you can just make sure you create a table dialog box and you have table headers and click OK, right? So it is giving you an option. I am not able to do this, whatever you asked for, downloadable Excel format or anything. But I am a text-based person and I can just give you the details here, but you can proceed making a separate Excel or Google Sheet file. This is how it is giving the output for given input by the user. Now, I'll go into a new chat and select ChatGPT-4. Now, we are in the ChatGPT-4 and pasting the same prompt which we executed in 3.5, and let's see what it will tell us. It is working in the code interpreter format, which I have chosen to do. Let's see what it will give the output. Again, we'll switch off the code interpreter and check once more how it will work, right? Overall, we are experimenting in this particular program or in this particular video, what all it can do. So, here is the dummy data table. It is providing us after execution. So, let's see. Let it complete all the 10 rows and what it will suggest us to do. Whether it is downloadable or non-downloadable, how can it be done? See, that is the major difference between GPT 3.5 and 4. It is giving the downloadable CSV file with dummy data access, right? So, what did we ask for? We asked for a spreadsheet, right? So, I'm asking a question. It's my own doubt. Can we get Excel file downloaded for the above data? So, it's a non-grammatical, how we think, how we write, it's very different. So, I've just given the prompt like that. Let's see. You can download the dummy data in Excel format by clicking yes. It is giving you an Excel format also. It is giving you a CSV format also, right? So, this is one of the plus point of using ChatGPT-4. You can have a downloadable data. So, one last thing we want to experiment here, which we discussed, is by switching off code interpreter and just taking a default ChatGPT-4. So, when you click this, what happens? Let's see. So, it will try to execute. Yes, this is the table. It gives you in the format of plain text. So, can you download? Let's wait and watch. It is just giving you copy code. You can have a copy option already readily available here. So, let's see. After the 10th entry, can we download the above data? So, I'm just giving a prompt. I'm sorry, but I'm unable to facilitate direct file downloads. You can copy the text, you can paste it in your notepad or document or wherever the situated places, right? So, this is how it will make some difference when you have the same prompt executed in GPT 3.5, GPT-4 without code interpreter, GPT-4 with code interpreter option, right? So, this is all about the extra uses of ChatGPT. Now, we are in the last topic of this particular session, coding limitations of ChatGPT. I am talking about the limitation with respect to ChatGPT 3.5 only, okay? So, the first thing is lack of context beyond 2048 tokens. 2048 tokens. After that, you don't have any context how it will work. 3.5. So, generating incorrect responses at some instances. That happened, right? When we tried executing different methods, it gave us the same method repeatedly again as an alternative. So, it goes on incorrect responses or it will goes on a loop if it doesn't find any other options. So, sensitive content and bias. So, verbosity and repetition. It is having lots of repetition. Again, the same logic has been repeated ever and ever again. Lack of clarification for ambiguous queries. So it will say, I'm not the right person to answer to your query, and you can do so and so options, right? It will promptly accept that it is not happening from it, and it is giving an option how do we explore and go ahead about it. So non-contextual responses also sometimes it will provide. Domain expertise and specific knowledge is lacking a little bit, not completely available because it is trained up to one level. It's not beyond the level. So generating creative or fictional content. So it is having a generation capability, but only to the limited extent, not more towards more innovation, more creativity. It's not available. It is having certain limitations as well. Not a replacement for professional advice, right? Every aspect it might not think. It might fail to think in every aspect. Human perspective, any other consequences perspective, any other situation-oriented decisions to be made. So all this cannot happen with the help of ChatGPT, right? Business solutions, business management, product management, operations management, so inventory management, all these things we have to decide how the business is going, what it is happening. Human mind thinking is very different than ChatGPT thinking. It is not completely matching, but it is trying to match the thinking capacity as well. But always it is not the replacement for professional advice. So unpredictable output, sometimes it happens. It gives us unpredictable output. It is confusing. We can still ask question and clarify, but still, as soon as it gives you unpredictable outputs, it's very difficult to trace back if it is a bigger program. I'm talking about bigger program aspect. If it is a smaller one, modular one, it's completely fine. We can access it, right? So these are the code limitations of ChatGPT 3.5 in particular. Now, here we are at the last section of this session, that is summary. Let's have a quick recap of what all did we study in this session. The first thing we studied, what is the ChatGPT role and who is responsible to ChatGPT to be developed, that is artificial intelligence. The major domain and the subdomain has been discussed. Introductory discussion happened. After that, we started comparing the competitors, that is ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot as well. What are the major differences with respect to the premium access, response to the prompts, trained data set, etc. Programmers and non-programmers, who can use the ChatGPT? If at all, if they want to use, what are the pros and cons of using it, right? We listed everything. And then many other prompts were demonstrated with respect to building the code, debugging the code, handling the exceptions, testing, code documentation, all the demonstrations were done. Apart from these, we had extra uses also. We tried creating a table, a dummy data having certain entries inside it, and we also saw the differences how the same prompt will be executed in GPT 3.5 and GPT-4, which is having access to download the file in GPT-4, which is not present in 3.5, right? So at last we saw a few of the limitations with respect to the architecture, training data, verbosity repetition, sensitive content bias, etc. in ChatGPT 3.5. By this, we end this session. Happy learning. Thank you.
Now let us see how to give the prompt to our ChatGPT. I will start telling that I want to build a game app that is rock, paper, scissors. Let my backend be Python and frontend be HTML, CSS and JavaScript. I want to execute this on an online editor, namely Replit. So this is our instruction constraint. Because here I am telling ChatGPT that I want to develop a rock, paper, scissors game where Python is my backend and HTML, CSS and JavaScript being my front end. So we are setting a context here. So this is all about what we want to develop. Next is I want this for the target audience of college students and it should be for early professionals as well. So let it be simple and easy to execute. So this is where I am setting my audience pattern and the overall context is set here. Then let the creation of this be very interactive and with simple explanation. and a step-by-step process which helps me understand and create these easily. So this is our overall context that we are setting here. So I want it to be very interactive so that it will tell me what to do stepwise. Then please help me connect both front-end and back-end codes easily and explain everything from scratch. So this is again an instruction. So this is my entire prompt which I want to give it to my ChatGPT. So I will copy paste this prompt to my ChatGPT here. So I will go to my ChatGPT and I will give my prompt. If you want to know more about how to write these prompts in detail, you can take up a course from our great learning platform, and it is prompt engineering. So now let us execute this prompt. When I give this prompt, so this is what ChatGPT gives me back. So sure, let's create an interactive rock, paper, scissors app using Flask at the backend and HTML, CSS, Java for the front end. Here it's giving me step-by-step guide to follow. So it is telling me to sign in or log in to replet.com. I will show you a demo of how the prompt decoding works in a moment. But first, let's go through the basic setup. For our front end, we are using HTML to structure our game, CSS to style it, and JavaScript to add interactivity. HTML will help us create the grid for the rock, paper, scissors game. CSS will make it look appealing, and JavaScript will handle the game logic such as detecting clicks and revealing winners. On the backend, we will be using Flask, a lightweight Python web framework. Flask will serve our front-end files and handle the game logic on the server side. This setup allows us to build a fully functional web app with Python. We are going to use Replet, an online code editor, to run, write, and test our code. Replet makes it easy to collaborate and share your projects with others. Now I will walk you through the steps of building the rock, paper, scissors game. We will start by setting up the front-end files, then move on to the back-end with Flask, and finally connect everything together. So here I can go to Google and I can log in into my Replet account. I have already logged in. So you can create one account for your own. So this is my Replet account. Next, it is telling me to create a new project. So it is telling me to click on the create button and choose Flask as the template. So I can go and click on the create Replet option here. I should select Flask as an option. That is your template. Now I have to give a title to it. So what can we give? We can give it as rock, paper, scissors game app. Okay. So now create Replet. Now once you click on create, it will open a new page for us. So now here we will be copy pasting our code. So we'll see what is our next step. Our next step is to set up the backend, that is Python with Flask. So we have to open main.py and copy this code. That is your Python code. So click on copy code here, go to your Replet. So this is our main.py. So here I am copy pasting my code which I have got it from ChatGPT. Next, after this step, it is telling us the step 3, that is to set up the front end. So to set up the front end, we have to create templates folder first. So let me go back and I am in main.py now, and here there is an option of new folder. So click on this new folder and name it as templates. Okay. Now it is also telling me create a new folder named templates. Inside this folder, we have to create a file named index.html. So I'll copy the same name and I'll go back, and here it is telling me file. So I will copy paste my HTML file now. So I have created an index.html file. Now, next after creating it, it is telling me to add HTML code. So I will just copy this code and I will paste it here in my HTML file, that is index.html. Okay, we'll see what we have to do next. Next, it is telling me to create static folder. So I'll go back on the main.py, click on main.py, again create a new folder by name static. Okay. And inside that, we have to create two files now. So one is style.css. I will name a file as static.css. So now, after naming my one file name as CSS, other file name is script.js. I will create another file inside this by name script.js. I have created two files inside static folder now. So now I have to add CSS code. So I have to copy my CSS code and I will go to my CSS file and I will paste the code here. Next it is telling me to add the JavaScript code. So let me copy the JavaScript code from here and I will click on the JavaScript file and let me paste my code here. Next, we will see what it is telling. So step 4 is nothing but running the application on Replit. So before we run into our execution, let us see the main gist of what these files are now. So this is the Python file where you are setting the actual context, where it is actually playing rock, paper, scissors and all of that, taking the input from the user. HTML file where it is used for structuring your code. So your entire web page will be set up using this HTML structure. Then is your CSS where you are styling your entire web page. And then is your JavaScript which helps you to interactively connect everything on your code that you are developed. So now, once you understand the gist about it, we will move on to our step 4, that is your running the application on Replit. So to run, we have to just click the run button on top of the Replit. Then you can access the game is what it is telling. So now I will go here and I will run. So when I run this code, you can see that you have got an output. So it is telling rock, paper, scissors. So if I click on rock, it will tell you chose rock, but computer also chose rock. So it is a tie. So when I click paper, you chose paper, but computer chose rock. So you win. So this is how you can get the output for a single player, computer being your another player. So now we will actually define our code. We will refine our code using ChatGPT better for 2 players. So I am just giving the prompt as rock, paper, scissors should be for 2-person game. So when I give this prompt here, again it will refine the code and it will give me the code. So simply we will copy paste all the codes of Python, HTML, CSS and Java from here on the same document that we have created. So copy the Python code, I will go here and I will paste it in my Python file. So select all, select V. So I pasted it here. Now, next let me copy HTML code. So copy code, go back to your Replit. In your HTML file, let me paste the HTML code. Next, it is giving me the CSS code. So copy the code, go back to your Replit, go to your CSS file and paste your CSS code. Then go back to your ChatGPT and copy your JavaScript code. Get back to our Replit. Let me paste my JavaScript code. So after doing everything, let me run my project now, right? So let me run. So when you click on your run button, again, you got your new output for 2 different players. So player 1, let me choose rock and it is telling waiting for the other player. Player 2, let me choose paper. So it will tell paper is the winner, right? So it will tell player 2 is the winner. Like this, you can test for n number of options. You will get the output as who is the winner in particular option or game. So this is how you can develop the app using ChatGPT. As we reach the end of this video, I hope you now have a clear understanding of how to develop a simple game app using ChatGPT, prompts and Python. The key takeaway is to break down the task into manageable steps and leverage the power of ChatGPT to guide you through each stage.
We'll be using HTML, CSS and JavaScript as our basic programming languages. The coding playground of choice will be an online editor, one compiler. With ChatGPT 4o by our side, creating our dream website is as simple as describing what we envision. Whether it's a portfolio, a blog, or an interactive application, GPT-4o will guide us through the process, ensuring we achieve our goals efficiently and creatively. Let's roll. First, let's open our ChatGPT playground and let me select 4o. Now, let's see what will be our prompts. I want to build a portfolio website. Let our front end be HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I want to execute this on an online editor, namely one compiler. This goes our instruction constraint to the GPT. I want this for the target audience who have zero coding knowledge or at their learning phase like college students and early professionals. So let it be simple and easy to execute and understand by them. This sets target audience to the GPT. Let the creation of this be very responsive, creative, and with simple explanation and step-by-step process which helps them to understand and create these easily. This sets context to our ChatGPT. Please explain everything from scratch. We are instructing ChatGPT how it has to give us the steps. Great. Now that we understand our prompt, let's execute this on ChatGPT 4o and see the results. Wow, we got the results so fast and in a well-structured manner. For more information on ChatGPT 4o, check out our video on ChatGPT 4o versus 4 versus 3.5. Great, let's quickly execute this to see our results, how our website looks like. We just copy-pasted 3 different codes. Executing this codes is very easy on the online one compiler platform. We just have to copy-paste the relevant codes in the sections. First goes HTML, then comes CSS, that is style. As a third part, we just copy-paste the JavaScript code to the JavaScript container. You can see towards your extreme right, you have a preview window. Once you click on the run button, it will execute the complete code which you have provided and show your website how it will look like. This is the basic structure of your portfolio website. You can enhance the design, color, pattern, responsiveness, and add few of the actions as per the requirement as well. Thanks for joining us on this journey as we built a portfolio website with ChatGPT 4o. Remember, we covered creating a portfolio website using GPT-4o, added customized designs and basic functionalities. Don't miss out to hit that like, share, and subscribe button for more AI-powered tips and tricks. Until next time, happy building your digital dreams.
Now that we have explored some tech-focused applications, let's dive into the realms of natural language processing and data analytics. First up, we'll dive into ChatGPT for NLP. Discover how this AI can help you process, analyze, and generate human language, making it a powerful tool for tasks like sentiment analysis, language translation, and more. Stay tuned to see how ChatGPT can elevate your NLP projects and data analytics tasks to the next level.
Hello to all, I am Neha. We're going to explain you today a new topic using ChatGPT. Now what is it? Let me give you a hint. Unlocking the essence, one sentence at a time, is the art of text summarization. Yes, you are correct. We're going to understand text summarization using ChatGPT. So let's get started. What we're going to cover today, our agenda is, first we're going to discuss introduction to text summarization, and then we're going to understand text summarization using ChatGPT. So introduction to text summarization. So text summarization in natural language processing is the process of creating a shortened version of given text while retaining its most important information. It involves automatically extracting or generating a concise summary that captures the key ideas and main points of the original text. The goal of text summarization in NLP is to help users quickly grasp the essence of a document without highlighting to read the entire text. thereby saving time and effort as well. It plays a crucial role in information retrieval, decision making, and efficient consumption of textual data. So this is all about text summarization, a brief about text summarization. Now we're going to understand more about this using ChatGPT. So after the introduction to text summarization, let's understand the concept using ChatGPT. So now we're going to understand the basic steps of text summarization using Python on a given text. But before that, we'll understand what are those steps are. So as you can see that over here, I have given a prompt that is steps to perform text summarization on a given text using Python. So you can see that first step over here is what? Before you can see one explanation is also there that text summarization is a challenging task that involves considering the main points of a given text into a shorter version. There are different approaches to text summarization. Basically, so there are multiple libraries which we can use for summarizing the text, but as you can see here, we have some limited libraries. Using that, we're going to summarize our text based on a given text. First step is install required libraries. As I said, you ensure that you have all the necessary libraries for summarizing the text. Next is two popular libraries for text summarization are NLTK and Genesys. So here you can see first we'll have to install the NLTK. Then after we're going to import more libraries which is required for pre-processing the text. So first is stopword, which is the part of nltk.corpus. Then nltk.tokenize, which is used to tokenize the sentence into tokens. And there we're going to import word tokenize and send tokenize. Word basically we're going to tokenize the word. Send means when we'll tokenize the sentences. Next is obviously the last library which is used for summarizing the whole text. So now third step will come to pre-process the text. Suppose if you want to perform any necessary pre-processing steps, so what you will going to do, you will going to remove the unnecessary characters and converting the whole text into lowercase. We're going to remove the stop words. You will going to tokenize the sentences into sentences or words. As I can say over here by using this library that you can do that. So here you can see that tokenize, import, word tokenize, send tokenize basically is used to convert or will used to tokenize the text into sentences or words. Now the next is, here is an example of pre-processing using NLTK. So what we are doing, we are converting the text into lowercase. We are removing all the unnecessary characters which we have in the text. And then after, we're going to tokenize into sentences. Then after, we're going to return the tokenized sentence. After that, we're going to remove stop words. This is the next step to pre-process the text. So in this, what we're going to do, stop words are the common words that do not carry much meaning and can be removed to improve the summarization process. So here NLTK provide a list of stop words that you can use. Here is an example how to remove stop words, and this is the complete code for removing the stop words. Now this code will going to apply on the text basically from where we want to remove all the unwanted words and all the unnecessary words which generally the part of a stop word and which is not required during the summarization process. After that, we're going to generate the summary. So basically what we are doing here, we are pre-processing the text. We are pre-processing the text means we are removing all the unwanted text basically from the text, and at last we'll apply the final code to get the summary. So here you can use a summarization method to generate the summary. And here the summarize function from Gensim provide a simple way to perform extractive summarization. Here is an example for that. You can see using this code what we are doing, that we have separate sentences, and at the summarization part we're going to join that single text into a form of sentence, and that complete part will going to convert into a summary. So the last is generating the summary. So for that we're going to use this code. Summary is basically what you can use summarization method for that to generate the summary, the final part. The summarize function we're going to use in that, and that summarize function basically use to summarize, to get the important text out of the whole text what we are using in this for text summarization. So this is all the combined code what we have already discussed here. Now this is the basic example of text summarization using extractive method. You can enhance the summarization by using other techniques like TF-IDF, word embedding, or neural network models. So as I said earlier, there are a lot of multiple ways to do the text summarization. So today we are just covering one of the technique and how to perform the text summarization by using this ChatGPT, and how it is so easy to use or to understand the text summarization by using ChatGPT. So let's understand that part now. We're going to apply the text summarization technique. We're going to apply all the code what we have discussed here on a particular text. So let's start that and understand how to perform text summarization. Till now we have discussed about all the steps which is required for text summarization. Now we're going to implement those steps on some text to get the summarized form. So here you can see I have given a prompt, that Python code, to perform text summarization on the given text. So you can see that the text is actually too long, and we're going to understand how to perform text summarization on this given text step by step. So let's understand that. So when I run this prompt, what I am getting as an output over here. So here you can see that we have a code based on the prompt what we shared in ChatGPT. And as you can see that first is we are importing all the required libraries. Then after we are using the text on which we're going to process all the pre-processing task. Then after what we are doing, we are tokenizing the text into sentence. We are tokenizing the sentence into word by using this nltk.word tokenize function. We are converting that whole text into lowercase by using lower function. Then after, as this is the part of pre-processing, we have to remove all the unnecessary characters, and you can see that we are removing over here all the stop words. So common word with little meaning. If you really want to understand more about stop word, you can just ask over here as a prompt that what is basically stop words are. So ChatGPT will give you a complete explanation of stop word as well. But in brief, I can say that those words which have little meaning and which is not so required in the text. So we are removing all those text and which we call stop word by using this code. Then after we can see that filtered words, and we have applied over here that complete code for that. Then after what we are doing here, calculating the frequency of each word. So based on the frequency only, we're going to decide that which word should be there in the summary. Then after, the next step is rank the sentences based on the sum of word frequencies, and this is the complete code for that. Summary length, that how many number of sentences you want in your desired summary. So this is the complete code which we are getting as an output through ChatGPT. Now you can see that here this is the complete explanation also we have. First is, as I said, importing the necessary libraries. Then after, downloading the required NLTK resources using nltk.download function. assign the text to be summarized to text variable. Then after, tokenize the text into sentences. And how we're going to use that? Sent_tokenize function. After that, tokenize the sentence into words. So whole sentence first will get tokenized into sentence, then whole sentences will get tokenized into word by using word_tokenize function. And then after, we convert them into lowercase. Next step is removing stop word from the word using a list comprehension. We're going to talk about stop words more, but first we're going to implement this code into Colab notebook, that whether we are getting a correct output using this code or not. Next, you can see over here that after removing stop words, we are calculating the frequency of each word using frequency dist function, that dist function. Rank the sentences based on the sum of word frequency and store the score in the sentence score dictionary. Set the desired summary length. Summary length is basically is what the number of sentence you want in the summary. Like 3 sentences as a summary you want, 4 sentences as a summary you want. So based on that, we will give the number over there and we'll get the output. Then the third last step over here is select the top ranked sentences using n largest from heap queue and construct the summary by joining the selected sentences with spaces. And then after, we're going to print that whole summary. So basically what we are doing here, first we are importing the required libraries, then we will going to apply the pre-processing on a given text, and then after we're going to summarize the whole text by after removing the stop words and unnecessary characters, and at last we'll get the summary by using summarized function. So let's understand that what code we are getting over here. So now let's implement the code what we have seen over here in ChatGPT in Colab notebook. And when we implement that, we want to actually see that the output what we are getting is correct or not. So as you can see, I have copied the whole code over here, and when I will run this code, let's run this code, I'm getting over here summary. And how many sentences I'm getting over here is 3 sentences. Why? The reason is I have given the summary length over here 3. Let's say if I give 4 over here, and when I will run this code, I will get the 4 sentences, and that 4 sentences will get joined and give you a proper summary based on 4. So we have understood the text summarization, each and every code of it, and we have implemented as well that in the Colab notebook, just to get the confirmation whether we are getting the output or not. So we're going to understand the combined explanation what I discussed with you into a step. So in step by step, we'll understand each and everything. So we'll give you better clarity that what we have done in text summarization. So I have given the prompt over here for that write the above code step by step with explanation. When you give this prompt, you will get all the code and in a separate way, like in step by step, you will get each and every code, and parallelly you will get the explanation of each step. So first is import the required library. So all the libraries we have to give there, because once we implement the library, then only you will be able to pre-process the text, you will be able to summarize the text by using these libraries. So first is NLTK library, which is used for what? Natural language processing task. Processing task means like tokenization, stop word removal, etc. Second is stop word from NLTK.corpus. So in NLTK.corpus, it provide a common words to be removed from the text. So now we'll understand what are stop words, because here you can see that stop words basically over here provide a list of common words. What are those common words are? So when I ask ChatGPT that what are stop words, So you can see as an output over here is, in the above code, stop word referred to a set of commonly used words in language that often carry little or no meaningful information when it comes to natural language processing task, like text summarization, what we are doing. These words are like the, is, between, and, to kind of English words, which has no meaning in terms of if we want summary of a particular text, because generally in text summarization, the meaning of text summarization in itself is to summarize the whole text and to get the meaningful information out of the complete text. So in the code stop word module, which is the part of analytical library, basically a set of stop word specific to the English language, and stop word English over here, you can see that a function, it return a set of English stop word which has no meaning or which has no importance in terms of summarization. By removing this stop word from the text, you can see that before text summarization we have to remove it and we can focus on the most important part of the text. Now, the next is the line of code filter word over there, which we're going to see. The meaning of that filter word is over here is to get the words which will get filtered out through after removing the stop words. So when I will go back to the code, as you can see here, that ChatGPT is giving you the explanation of stop word. After that, here you can see that next one is frickdist. We'll come to that filtered word, but before that, let me explain you the next module which we're going to use over here is frickdist, which is frequency distribution. We already discussed that, but we're going to understand this in more detailed way. So why it is used? It is used to calculate the frequency distribution of words. Next is we are going to use HipQ, which is basically what used to select the top ranked sentences based on their scores. So we have already imported all the libraries. Next step was what? Now the next step is we're going to define the text which will going to be summarized. So we have already discussed about the text as well. The text variable store the input text that we want to summarize. Fourth step is tokenize the text into sentences, and which will obviously tokenize all the text into sentence, and it will break the text into individual sentences, because we had actually in the starting the combined paragraph. We're going to tokenize that paragraph into separate sentences, and then we're going to store them in the sentences list. After that, once we'll get all the sentence separately, we're going to break those sentences into word. How we're going to do that? By using word underscore tokenize function. So here we are applying that only. We're going to implement that word underscore tokenize function on the previous code, basically on the sentences, and we'll tokenize that sentence into word. After doing that, you can see parallelly we are converting those words into lowercase by using lower function. So lower function is basically used to convert all the capital words with capital initial or everything into lowercase. Now the resulting word where will get stored in word list. As we were storing the sentences in the sentences list, here we are storing the word tokenized word into word list. After that, now, once we'll get all the tokenized word, what we're going to do, the next step would be removing stop word. We have already discussed what our stop word is, and next step in that, the same code we are seeing over here is filtered word. So filtered word, we were discussing that. I told you we're going to discuss more about it. So here filtered word are what? After getting the stop word, we'll get the complete set of stop word, and then we will going to remove that. And once we'll remove all the stop word from the text, from the list of word what we have, at the end the remaining word which will get as an output will termed as over here, we are giving the name for those words as a filtered words. So next step would be calculating the frequency of each word. I have already discussed this, but I am explaining now step by step just to get the more clarity on it. So next step, calculate the frequency of each word. by using I discussed and I told you earlier that freq_dist is a function which is used to get the frequency of each word. Based on that, we're going to understand, we're going to decide like which word we're going to use as a summary. We're going to include in a summary. Now the rank the sentence based on word frequencies. Higher the frequency will get the higher chance to be the part of the summary. So here test score dictionary is initialized to store the score of each sentence. We are creating a dictionary over here with curly bracket. Basically over here curly brace is basically what? It is actually the dictionary only, and here we will going to append all the score of each sentence. Now for each sentence in the sentences list, the words are tokenized and convert into lowercase. So we are doing the same here. And then after, if a word is present in word frequency, so if it is present in that dictionary, then its frequency is added to the score of the corresponding sentence in sentence score. Then after, we will going to set the desired summary length. That's how many sentences you want in a summary. So summary length is equal to 3 we are giving. It's up to you, as I said earlier as well. And at last, we will get the final summary based on the length what we are deciding over here. So now here you can see that we are going to implement those code step by step. Earlier we have seen the output, we were getting the output, but we have applied the whole code at once. Now we're going to apply step by step, so you will get like at the end of each step what output you are getting. So we have applied we have implemented all the libraries, we have given the text which we're going to summarize, and when you see that we are converting this complete text into sentences. When I run this code, I am getting all the sentences, like the complete paragraph, into the form of sentences. Then after, the next step would be to break the sentences into words. So when I will run this code will break those sentences into word. So we are getting all the sentences now in the form of words. Basically, we are tokenizing the sentence into words. Once we get all the words, tokenized word, we're going to apply the stop word function, which is used to remove the stop word from this given tokenized word. And at the end, we will get the filtered words. So when I will run this code, you can see that here we are getting only the usable word, meaningful words, except those the, is, between, of kind of stop words that has been removed from here. We only have the filtered word with us. We only have the meaningful word with us, which is actually required for our summary. Next is we're going to calculate now the frequency. So when I will run this code, I will get the sentence score. So here you can see that the first sentence is this one. So when you will see what is the score of this sentence is 118. When I will check the other one has 87. Same, the next sentence has the frequency 73. The other fourth one has how much? 70. So here we are getting the score of the sentence. We are getting the frequency of the sentence. Now we have the frequency. Based on these ranks, we'll get the final summary. And how we'll get the final summary? First, we have to decide how many number of sentences you want in your desired summary. So here I have given 3. And then after, we're going to understand what? We're going to select the top ranked sentences based on the frequency, as I already shown you. And we're going to print those top ranked sentences as a summary over here. So when I will run this code, I'm getting the top ranked sentences in the form of summary. And here join function I'm using because obviously 3 sentences if I'm getting, I don't want in the form of sentences way, I want that in the form of paragraphs. So I'm going to join that 3 sentences, top ranked sentences, and that will get joined and will show you in the form of a summary in the form of paragraph. So here you can see the first sentence, then the second sentence is this one, and the third one is the quarterly profit. So these 3 sentences are the top ranked sentences which I have joined using join function. So that's how you can do the text summarization using ChatGPT, and it's very easy to understand. Suppose if you stuck somewhere in some code, you can simply just copy that code as a prompt and ask ChatGPT the complete detailed explanation of that, and you will get a proper and exact explanation. So based on that, while understanding the theory, you are implementing that theory in a practical way as well, so which is actually time saving for you as well. So let's end this part and we'll discuss the summary what we have learned till now. Hello learners, today we're going to understand about data analysis, but not through a normal usual process. We're going to understand like how to use ChatGPT to analyze the data. So let's get started. First, our agenda would be introduction to data analysis, then difference between ChatGPT 3.5 and GPT-4, applying Python codes to analyze a dataset, and then applying Excel commands to analyze a dataset on which we're going to analyze the whole data. Now we'll start understanding the introduction to data analysis. What is data analysis is? So data analysis is a method of inspecting, cleaning, transforming, and modeling data to discover useful information, conclusion, and support decision making. There are various steps that comes under data analysis process, such as first is data collection, second is data cleaning and pre-processing, third one would be exploratory data analysis, then data transformation, and then model building, after that evaluation, and then at last interpretation. So next we're going to understand difference between GPT 3.5 and GPT-4. Now why I'm discussing about difference between both version, because we're going to apply the data analysis process, we're going to understand data analysis process using GPT-4, which is the latest version of ChatGPT. And before we start working on that, we should understand why we are not working on 3.5, that is an older version of ChatGPT. So there are few differences between 3.5, ChatGPT 3.5 and 4. First difference is that ChatGPT 4 is multimodal and has more processing power compared to ChatGPT 3.5. Now what it is? So the major limitation of ChatGPT 3.5 was that it was unimodal. Now what is unimodal is? In the sense of chatbot, only understand and interpret text input. In ChatGPT 4, you'll be able to apply more advanced features, such as you can upload the images, you can upload the whole data set, and you can basically upload images there. So not even text, but you can apply more advanced features using ChatGPT 4, so which we cannot do in 3.5. Second one is ChatGPT is more accurate than ChatGPT 3.5. So in terms of accuracy also, that ChatGPT 4 version working more correctly than 3.5. ChatGPT 4 can solve various problems and equations in subject as varied as calculus, geometry, and algebra. ChatGPT 3.5 on the other hand can only give us the direction, like how to solve the problem, and rather than providing the actual solution there. So that's why we follow nowadays ChatGPT 4, which work better than ChatGPT 3.5. So here you can see two options, GPT 3.5 and GPT 4. So basically GPT 3.5, here if you want to upload a data set, it's not possible because we do not have the upload file option. You can ask ChatGPT if you have any question, if you want to analyze the data, you can ask like by using text only. But in GPT-4, you are getting an option to upload file. So here first we're going to upload the data set on which we're going to perform data, and then based on that we'll ask ChatGPT-4 using some prompts. So let's get started. So after uploading the data set, we're going to understand how to load the data, what is the process of data analysis. As we discussed earlier, that there are various steps that should cover under data analysis. We'll understand those steps step by step first, and then we'll move to the final analysis of the data set. Basically, that is Car-MPG over here. So for that, first we'll ask ChatGPT that what are the steps that should be covered in data analysis by using a prompt. So when I enter the prompt over here, that is what are the various steps to analyze the data, you can see that the ChatGPT-4 will show you all the steps that should be covered during the analysis process. So first is understanding the problem statement. Then after data loading, then after exploratory data analysis, that is data exploration and understanding, that has subtopics as well, which we'll discuss. And then after data cleaning, feature engineering, and data visualization. So these all are the steps that should come under data analysis process. Let's understand the first step, understanding the problem statement. So understanding the problem statement is what? Basically, you have to understand what you will achieve from the analysis. So first you have to understand the data. Like how many columns do you have in the data? How many rows do you have in your data? Your data is all about what? Second is data loading. So load the data into suitable structure to begin the analysis. Then after data exploration and understanding, that covers summary, that cover missing values, that cover duplicacy as well. Like if duplicate values are there, that we have to remove. Then univariate analysis, bivariate analysis. Now what all are these basically? First is data summary, that in this we'll get a summary of the data to understand its structure, type, and basic statistic. So basically it's about to understand the whole structure of data set on which we're going to analyze. So it covers basically how many rows do you have in the data set, how many columns do you have in the data set, and the mean of the columns and the median of the column, the standard deviation, because these all are very important factors that should be covered during analysis. Second step is missing values. So basically this missing value basically what is about to check if there any missing values are present in the data. If missing values are there, you will not get the clarity at the end of prediction, at the end of modeling the data. After modeling the data, you will not get the exact output. You will not get the exact prediction. So missing values should not be there. If missing values are there, for that we will follow another process that we'll discuss later. After that comes univariate analysis. But before that, I want to add one more point over here, which we are not getting in this, but that should be what? Duplicacy. So if suppose in a column, we have duplicate data, same data, but there should not be duplicate. Okay, that should be different. So in that case, we have to impute that duplicate rows as well. So that also we will check. And then after we come to univariate analysis, analyzing single variable, basically analyzing each column, each variable that comes under univariate. For that, we have a lot of charts through which we can analyze. And then after bivariate analysis, using different plots, we can analyze the bivariate analysis, which is basically what? Analyzing the relationship between two variables. So if you are analyzing a single variable, for an example, a single column, okay, like name. If you want to analyze the name of the cars, okay, different cars we have, suppose in the Car-MPG dataset. If you want to analyze how many cars we have, and suppose if you want to understand that miles per gallon, like that particular column, what we will going to see after this. So single variable, if you want to analyze, that will come under univariate. If you want to compare between two variables, if you want to check the relationship between two variables, in that case, we'll follow the bivariate analysis. For that also, we have various plots through which we can perform this analysis. Next step is data cleaning. So basically, data cleaning is what? Data cleaning, same. If you have some missing value, if you have some duplicate values, so we have to clean the data. Because once you will clean the data, then only you will be able to get the correct prediction. Then only you will be able to model the data, and you can model the data, but the thing is you will not be able to get the correct prediction based on that modeling of data. So here, before the data modeling, we have to clean the data properly. So here, first step comes handling missing values, imputing or removing missing value. Either you can remove or
You can impute with average value, mode, or median. So basically here it depends on the data. The values, if they are very important, if we cannot remove those values, then there we have to impute with some other values. And if it is okay to remove those missing values, then we can remove. And it depends on the dataset what we are using there, and the values are very important. So we will keep that and we'll impute those missing values with some other statistical value basically. Next is outlier treatment. Identifying and treating outliers if necessary. So basically what is outlier over here? The value which is completely different if we compare with other rest of values. So here if some outliers are there, so that also we have to treat. So the next point in data cleaning is data transformation. So data transformation is what? Converting data into required format. Now what is this basically? Here data transformation, when we require this, for an example, if you have a column with the name, the name should be in the form of string data type, correct? But if the data type of that particular column is an integer, so basically the data type of that column is integer, then obviously we should change that to string. So if the data is not into the required format, so there we have to transform that data. So these three steps actually comes under data cleaning process. After that, we'll do feature engineering, creating new features that might help in analysis of modeling, that will understand properly when we perform these steps. Then after comes data visualization. So in that, we'll visualize the data using various charts. As I said earlier, univariate analysis, bivariate analysis. So that actually these analysis we generally perform through visualization by visualizing different various plot, and here visualization distribution using histogram bar chart we can do, and visualization relationship that we can do using scatter plot correlation matrices. So here univariate analysis we can perform through histogram bar chart, and if you want to understand the relationship between two variables, basically that we call bivariate analysis, so that you can do, that you can perform using the scatter plot, using heat map, also using correlation matrices. Now the next step comes statistical analysis, performing a statistical test to understand relationship, significance, etc. Model building is the next step. There we will build predictive model using machine learning or statistical methods. So basically it depends on the data, like which type of data you are using. So based on that we'll use relevant model. So next is interpretation. After modeling the data, we'll get the predictions, we'll get the final output, and based on that we're going to interpret basically the conclusion, what is the end result of the whole process what we have performed. Then after, report and communicate findings, basically presenting the finding in a clear and understandable manner to stakeholder, basically is like to who you will going to report that whole analysis. So to them it should be very clear, because you know the data analysis might be possible that person to whom you will going to show that complete picture, they might not understand the process what you have followed. So you have to present in a very clear and in a very precise manner basically the outcome. So these all are the process which comes under data analysis, and we will follow this process and step by step we'll understand how to perform this. So now the next step is, as we have already discussed about the process, like how to perform data analysis, all the steps we have understood. We'll perform those steps one by one, and the first under that process is how to load the data set, and we'll understand about the whole data what we will going to analyze. Before we do that, first we'll click on upload file, and then we'll upload the data set. So here our data set is Car-MPG. We don't know as of now what is basically this Car-MPGs and what is all about. After uploading the data set, we're going to understand by using the prompt. We're going to ask ChatGPT a few prompts. Based on that, we'll get an output. So first prompt we're going to enter over here is So as you can see here, we have uploaded the dataset. Now we'll understand about this data first. So before that, we're going to enter a prompt. Here we are giving a prompt. The prompt is basically what we want to know through ChatGPT, what we want to understand through ChatGPT. Here we are asking that load the Car-MPG dataset, which we have uploaded, and display the first 10 rows. What information is contained in this dataset? So let's enter this and let's see what output we'll get over here. So you can see that we are getting the Python code also here, and you can see here that using this head function, we are getting the output. And parallelly, we are getting the information of all the variables which we have in the required dataset, that is Car-MPG. So first is what we have asked. We have asked to load the dataset. So ChatGPT will load the dataset, and we were asking over here that display the first 10 rows. So by using this head function, the output will be here, will show you the 10 starting rows of the data. So we are getting the starting 10 rows. Simultaneously, we'll apply this code in Jupyter also, that whether we'll get the correct output in Jupyter Notebook or not. So that also we will check. But as of now, first we'll discuss what we are getting as an output over here. So now, as we can see, we are getting starting 10 rows. Now we're going to understand the whole data set. So this complete Car-MPG data set is having 10 columns, 10 variables basically. First is MPG, miles per gallon, that is fuel efficiency. Then after cylinder, that is CYL, number of cylinders in the engine. Then after this, that is engine displacement, which is in cubic inches. Then HP, that is horsepower. Then WT, that is weight of the car, which is in pounds. After that, ACC, that is acceleration, second required to reach 60 mph. Next is YR, that is model year, as a 2-digit number, example 72, 1970. Basically 1970 over here, it would be 70. So next is origin, that is origin code. It might represent different region or countries. Then after car type, that is type of car for which we are doing this analysis. So type of car, example 0 might represent one category and 1 might represent another. Car name, the last variable, that is name of the car, which basically include make and model. Now, this dataset could be used for various analysis, such as understanding the relationship between fuel efficiency and other attributes, or classify car based on their characteristics. Here, what we will going to understand, we're going to understand the relationship between fuel efficiency and other attributes. Okay, so let's try this code in Jupyter as well. Let's see that whether we are getting the output there or not. So when we copy this code, you can copy directly from here as well. When you click over here, it will get copied, and then you can paste this code in Jupyter Notebook. So you can see I have already pasted the code. I have uploaded the data set over here. I have given the data set name, which should be in CSV format over here, because we are using the command read_CSV. So if you are uploading the data set, which is with the extension of CSV, then there you have to use this command, that is pd.read_CSV. And then you can see that we are getting all these column names over here. Now, the next is over here, you can see that we want to check the starting first rows. So what code for that? So basically here we have this code, that Car-MPG_data.head. So when I paste over here that code, let's see what outcome we'll get over here. So here we are getting what? First is this one, that whatever the code we have at last, computer will display that only. So here the last code is .head function we are giving, and based on that we are getting starting 10 rows, because head function is basically give starting 10 rows. If you want to see more rows, just enter the value inside the bracket. So if I want to check, let's say 20 rows. So if I enter the, here I'm getting 0 to 19, that means 20 rows data. So head function is basically what? to display the number of rows based on the value what you are giving inside the parenthesis. Now, next is what? So next is to display the data type of all the variables from the above data set, because we want to know the type of the data which we are using in the data set. So for that, we'll ask ChatGPT by using this prompt. You can give any prompt as per your ease. So as of now, I am giving over here that display the data type of all the variables from the above data set. So when we enter this prompt, we'll get some output. So let's see what we are getting over here as an output. I'm getting the code also, which is in Python, car_mpg underscore data, which is the data frame name, and .dtype. Dtypes is the function basically used to understand or used to get the output based on data type. So you can see here we are getting the result that first variable is of float, another is of integer, another one is again float, one is of object, that is HP, that is horsepower. Then after weight is of integer data type, and so on. So here you are getting a complete explanation also, and the data type of the variable in the Car-MPG data set are as follows. So here we are getting all these complete explanation. What next ChatGPT is showing here is it's worth nothing that HP column is of type object, which might indicate some irregularities in the data, such as missing value or non-numeric entries. If we need to perform numerical analysis on this column, we have to clean and convert it to the numeric data type. Now, why we are getting this? Because if you want to perform analysis and if the analysis is numeric based, so in that case, we have to convert that. And if you are converting a variable into some other data type, before that you have to check whether we have missing values or not. So for that, we will going to apply some other code there, and let's see what output we'll get at that stage. As of now, we are skipping this part because any which ways we're going to check whether we have missing values or not. And during that process, we'll check this column as well to understand whether how to impute the missing values or not. So yeah, here we are checking all the columns and simultaneously we are checking the type of the data. So this is the final output. If I apply this code in Jupyter notebook, let's see whether we are getting a correct output or not. So already we have over here this code. I'll paste it over here. When I will run this code, so after applying this code, we can see that we are getting the output, and here what we are getting as an output, we are getting all the type of the datas based on the code which we have given here. So MPG is float data type, cylinder is of integer data type, same HP is of object data type, and so on. So yeah, this is correct. And as of now, whatever we are getting code through ChatGPT showing the correct output. Now let's understand the next step. So now the next step is, if you want to check is there any duplicate rows. So that is also a very important step during analysis. Duplicacy should not be there, missing value should not be there. So as a prompt I am giving here, display the duplicate rows from the above data set using Python. Why we are specifically mentioned over here Python? Because we want Python code as of now. So that's why we are specifically mentioned here using Python. When I enter this code, I'm getting some output. Let's see what output we are getting. Okay, so as a code, what we are getting over here, that finding basically here, first we have to create a variable, obviously. So the name of the variable in which the output will get stored is duplicate underscore rows. And we are getting the code over here that from the data, Car-MPG data, get the duplicate values. So for that, we are using here duplicated function. You can see one parenthesis over here. So if a parenthesis is there, that means that is a function. So with duplicated, we have a parenthesis. That means duplicated is a function which we are applying on the data, and that basically take out all the duplicate values. We'll show you complete duplicate values, whatever we have, whatever duplicate values are present in the data set. So when it will get stored to duplicate underscore rows, then we will call that variable and we'll get the output. As an output here, what we are getting, that empty data frame. Columns are these many columns, whatever we have already in the data set. And as an interpretation, as a final result, what ChatGPT is showing here, that the Car-MPG data set doesn't contain any duplicate rows. All the entries in the data set are unique. There is no duplicacy. So we can go ahead with this data set as of now. If you have any specific questions, so you can ask. So now I really want to check whether we are getting the same output when I apply the same code in the Jupyter. So when I copy this code, I'll paste over here. Let's see what output we'll get. So there is nothing. Basically, we do not have any duplicate rows. Okay. Let's go ahead with other step and we'll apply one more prompt here. Now the next prompt I'll give over here is display the categorical and continuous variable in the dataset using Python. Why? Because I want to know that how many categorical variables do we have here, how many continuous variables do we have here. When I enter this prompt, let's see what output we are getting. Okay, so as we have asked over here that display the categorical and continuous variable in the dataset using Python, we are not asking what is categorical and continuous, but still we are getting output based on the explanation ChatGPT is giving over here is that categorical variable are those that can take on one of limited set of values representing categories or labels, while continuous can take on an infinite set of values within a range. Based on the data type and the nature of the variable, we can identify categorical and continuous variable. So categorical variables are basically what? Variables that are typically integer or object type and represent discrete categories. And continuous is basically what? Which are typically float type and represent continuous measurement. So now here you can see the code based on the prompt what we have entered. So categorical variable ChatGPT has created in which we are storing the output, and output based on what? That select data type include object int. So we are asking if the values are of object and integer, store that column names in this variable, that is categorical variable. If the variables are of float data type, then store those column names in the form of list, because here you can see that we are giving a code that to list. So basically the columns will convert to list and that will get stored where? In continuous variable basically. Okay. So now here, removing the column that are known to be continuous but are represented as integer, that is year. So categorical variable dot remove year from the list. Now when we display, when we ask categorical variable and continuous variable, what we'll get as an output? This is the output. So based on the data type and context, categorical variables are these many are the categorical variables and these three are continuous variable. Because based on continuous and categorical, we'll perform the data analysis. Let's apply this code once and let's see what output we are getting in Jupyter Notebook. Okay, so first is categorical. So first list is based on categorical variable. The another one we are asking here continuous variable. So the another list is what? Of continuous variable. So we are getting a correct output over here. Let's understand the next part of data analysis. Whether do we have missing values in the data set or not? Or if we have, then how to impute that missing values? Because if we have missing values, that will impact the final outcome. So if you have missing values in your data set, so you have to impute those missing values with some other values. Like how, that we'll understand after this. Okay, so the next one is plot the distribution of the origin variable. How does the origin affect the other feature in the dataset? Let's understand this also. When I enter this prompt, we are getting an output. The origin variable in the dataset is likely a categorical variable representing different region or countries of origin for the cars. We can visualize its distribution using a bar plot to show the frequency of each category. Once we have an understanding of the distribution, we can further explore how the origin affects other features in the dataset. Like why we are using this feature overall in the dataset and how it is affecting. So this is the bar chart and showing the distribution of car origin. So 1, 2, 3, as we have 3 values in the origin variable, and first is 1, others 2 and 3. And the frequency here we are getting as on y-axis. The bar plot above shows the distribution of the origin variable in the Car-MPG dataset, and it appears that the 3 values are there, and with the name 1 followed by origin 3 and origin 2. So origin 1 has higher frequency, then origin 3, and then after origin 2. Let's explore how the origin affects other feature in the dataset by summarizing some key statistic for numerical variables. And how we'll understand that, there is complete explanation. We'll come back to this code also. So now here you can see we have applied mean function, and we actually want to know how this variable is impacting. Okay, what is the importance on other variables? So MPG origin 3 has highest value fuel per efficiency, so miles per gallon. So origin 3 has the highest mean value, followed by origin 2 and origin 1. So highest will be origin 3. This suggests that the cars which are from the origin 3 are generally more fuel efficient. If the cars are from origin 2, so they are comparatively with origin 3 less efficient, and the origin 1 has the least value. So the cars which are from the origin 1 comparatively with origin 3 and 2 have less fuel efficient cars. Okay, so next is cylinder, displacement and horsepower. So cars from origin 1 have high range value, and other one is car from origin 2 and 3 have a smaller engine with few cylinders and lower horsepower. That's how this origin is important for understanding the other features. Based on different origin, we have different values of each column, and that we are getting through this summary. So how we are getting this summary? By using this code. When we apply this code, group by origin.mean function. Mean function will give the mean value of origin, and column wise, the other column wise, here you can see MPG of origin 1 is 20, cylinder is 6.2. So the highest value of miles per gallon is for origin 3, then after 2, and then after 1. We have already discussed what does it mean. Let's copy this code from here and apply, and just check that whether we are getting the output. Yes, we are getting the correct output, what we were getting through ChatGPT. And that's how we can understand that the distribution of the origin variable and how this variable affect the other features in the dataset and the importance of this variable. So now we're going to understand whether do we have missing values in the dataset or not. So for that, first we'll ask ChatGPT by using this prompt that identify and handle any missing values in the Car-MPG data, and how did you choose to handle them and why. Let's see what output we'll get over here. So we are getting an output. I want to know what code ChatGPT will display over here for that if we have missing values. Okay, so now let's understand this part first. To handle missing values, we first need to identify whether they are in the dataset or not. Once we have found them, we can decide on an appropriate method to handle them based on the context of the data. If we can remove those missing values and it will not impact the whole data set, like because of removing the values from the data, if it is not impacting the main data set, then we can remove. But if we remove the missing values related rows and if it impact the data set, then there we have to use some process that is called imputing the missing values, and that can be done by using some relevant code. But here first is what common strategies we have for this type of issues is removing rows that I already discussed, that deleting rows with missing values if they are few in number and if they are not impacting, like if we remove the values and they are not impacting the main data set, then we can remove. Filling with mean and median. So filling missing values with the mean or median value of the column suitable for continuous variable. Next is filling with mode. Filling missing values with the mode most frequent value of the column suitable for categorical variable. Using interpolation, interpolating values based on surrounding data suitable for time series or order data. So basically here what we do if missing values are there and if we do not want to remove those rows which contain the missing values, so we'll impute those missing values with mean, median or mode value and then we can proceed further. Here let's understand whether do we have the missing values in our data set or not. So for that we have a code over here, missing values summary equal to Car-MPG data dot is null. Is null is the main function to check whether do we have any missing values or not. Suppose if we have 5 missing values in one column, so that will get sum up by using sum function, and the final total number of values for a particular column will get displayed as an output that will store in this variable which we have created over here, and when we call this variable we'll get the final output. So this is the main code. Based on that, what ChatGPT is showing over here as a result is 0, means we do not have any missing values in the columns. It appears that there are no missing values in the Car-MPG data set as indicated by the summary above. However, we previously noticed that horsepower, that is HP column, has an object data type which might indicate some irregularities in the data such as non-numeric entries. So let's investigate this column to see if there are any unusual values that need to be handled. So we have already discussed about this column, that column is of object data type. This column also we have to check that whether this column has a missing value or not. If this column has a missing value, so we have to work on it. So the code related with this is this one, same, and if in the object data type any missing values is there, so we'll impute those values. So here as an output we are getting a question mark is there in the column. That means that particular row doesn't have any value. Those rows have only question mark instead of any appropriate value. It seems that HP column contains some question mark, that character which likely represent missing or unknown values. These values are not recognized as null or NaN. So we need to handle them. Given that here what we are getting is in output that HP is a numerical variable representing horsepower. Obviously horsepower basically should be a numerical value, but a common approach is to replace them unknown values with the median value of the column. So let's proceed with replacing the character with HP column with the median value of the known horsepower values. So how to convert? See, first is this column is of object data type, but in general we know that horsepower should be of numerical because the values are in numbers, and if we have any column which showing numeric values but the data type is different, so there we have to convert that column with the correct data type. So we have already done over here with apply function. Okay, next is this is the complete code. What we are doing over here is we are imputing the missing values with the median value. So when we do that, then after in HP also we are getting 0 because now we have filled those unknown rows or missing rows with median values of HP, and because of that we are now having no missing values present in the data set. The missing values in the HP column have been successfully handled, and how it got handled? With the median value of the known horsepower values. That median, mean, mode, how we get these values, that we'll understand after this. So now there are no missing values or unknown values in the Car-MPG dataset. Now I chose to handle the missing values in this way because here ChatGPT is giving the reason also, that why ChatGPT chose to handle missing values in this way, because replacing with the median preserve the central tendency of the HP distribution. The median is less sensitive to outliers. Basically, outliers are which is very different from the main values what we have in the column. Let's say HP only. So if we suppose have A, B, C, D, E values in one column, all of a sudden if we are giving their Z, right? So that is very far from the continuous series what we have in the column, right? So that Z will consider as an outlier. So here the median is less sensitive to outliers, so it provides a more robust estimate for filling in missing values. Since horsepower is a continuous variable, using the median is a suitable method for imputing missing values. So that's how we can impute, but again we're going to check whether based on this code we are getting the correct output in Jupyter Notebook also. So let's copy this code first. I'll copy and I'll paste it here. So now here we are getting the output based on this code, that we have missing values, and that missing value basically what, in rows we have some values with this type of character, which is not a value, which is not anything. It is completely unknown value. So now we have to impute this. So based on this type of character, we'll not get a correct prediction. So the next code for that is to impute this value. So when I paste here, we'll run this code. We are checking that missing values after handling. This variable contain all the column names from the data set, and will show you whether we have any missing values left or not. So here we are getting all the names of the column, and parallelly we are getting over here the number of values if missing values are there. So no, there is no missing value because we are getting as an output 0. This is the output what we were getting in the ChatGPT also. So that's how we can impute the missing values if we have any values which is unknown in the data set, and how to impute that we have already discussed. We'll now move ahead with another step. So let's understand the new step for data analysis. So now we have covered till now univariate analysis, bivariate analysis. We have seen that summary statistics, and we have checked that what data set is all about. Everything we have discussed till now. Now we're going to apply a model on the data set to predict the fuel efficiency. So here I'm using a prompt using the Car-MPG data, build a regression model to predict fuel efficiency. What feature did you include and how well does the model perform? When I enter this prompt, as I'm going to building a model on my data set to predict the fuel efficiency. So building a regression model to predict fuel efficiency involves selecting features. So before we discuss the regression model over here, we'll ask ChatGPT that why we are using here regression model. Okay, when I enter this, I'll get some output. Let's discuss that also. Regression model are used to understand and quantify the relationship between dependent and one or more independent variables. So one would be target variable on which we're going to do the prediction. So here, which one is the target variable, which one is the independent variable, that also we'll discuss. Now we are using here regression model because of some reasons. First is nature of the dependent variable, that is MPG. MPG is the target variable. We're going to predict the fuel efficiency over here. So that is the target variable. The target variable MPG is a continuous numerical variable. Regression models are designed to predict continuous outcome, making them a suitable choice of this problem. Now, exploration of relationship. That regression model allow us to explore the relationship between target and features, quantify how changes in features like weight, horsepower, cylinder affect fuel efficiency. So this is the best model to predict the final outcome based on the target variable. So these all are the reasons. In summary, basically why we are using regression is for the Car-MPG data set, that with the nature of the problem, the characteristic of the data and the goal of the analysis or prediction, it provides a statistical framework for understanding how various features of car influences the fuel efficiency, offering both exploratory insight and predictive capability. So in short, we can say that as the variable is continuous variable, so in this case we should use the regression model. That is the best model through which we will get the correct prediction based on our data set. Now we're going back and understand the output which we are getting through this prompt. Using the Car-MPG data, build a regression model. Building a regression model, here you can see that how many features we have selected. We'll consider the following feature, and these all are the independent variables, and one would be the target, that is MPG over here. This feature include various aspects, okay, and which influence actually the fuel efficiency, that means the target variable. These all are the independent variables, and they actually somewhere or somehow they are influencing the main target variable. That's why they all are comes under independent, and the target variable would be then MPG. Data pre-processing, after that we're going to split the data into features and target, means one would be X and the other target would be Y. We're going to split that target variable from the independent variables and then further divide it into training and testing set. Then we're going to build the model. So we'll use a linear regression model, a common choice for predicting a continuous outcome variable. As we have already discussed this, let's start. How we're going to do that? There is a code for that. There are required libraries which you have to import first. Then only you will be able to split the data into training and testing, and you will be able to modeling the data set. So this is the complete code for that, and based on that we are getting this result. Now the thing is, we'll discuss this code step by step. We have imported all the required libraries as we are using linear regression model. So we have to import linear regression model from this sklearn.linear model library. Then after train and test split, why we are importing this? Because we're going to split the data into target and the independent variable. Then after from sklearn.metrics, we're going to import mean squared error and R2 square, because we'll check the accuracy of the model. So here we have splitted the data set into X and Y. X will contain all the independent variable and Y will contain the target variable. And then we'll split these data, and after that we're going to create and training the linear regression model. So we will apply this linear regression function. We'll store that in the model variable, and on this model variable we're going to fit the X train and Y train. Y train has the target variable value, and X train will have the independent variable values. Here the Y-pred variable consists the testing set on which we're going to predict. So this is all about how to apply the code, what to do to get the final prediction, and at last we're going to calculate the performance metrics, that how this model performed, and that we can understand by using MSE and R square values, and we are getting the final output. Let's discuss one by one the final result. Mean squared error is 7.25 and R square is 0.8652. So what is the interpretation based on this model? The mean squared error is what? Represent the average square difference between the actual and the predicted variable. The trend data set X train and Y train has actual values and predicted values what? Based on test. So a lower MSE indicate a better result, better fit of the data, And MSE of 7.25 means that on average, the model predictions are off by the square root of this value and approximately 2.69 mpg. R squared over here is what? Is a measure of how well the model's prediction match the actual data. Means what actual data we have, if it is getting matched with the prediction, how well it is getting matched. So it's based on while we check the R squared value. Here the value is 0.8652, that is 86.5%. So that approximately is what the variation in MPG explained by the selected feature. So this is R squared, this is MSE, we have already discussed. Conclusion is what? The model shows a relatively good fit to the data. If you are getting higher value of R squared by 86%, that means your model performed well. And feature includes what? Cylinder, displacement, and these all are the features. Based on that, we were predicting the target we already know, that is MPG. The model could be further improved and validated through techniques such as cross-validation and all if you want to improve your model more. As of now, by seeing these values, R squared, the performance matrix, we can come to the conclusion that the model shows a relatively good fit to the data, explaining a significant portion of the variation in fuel efficiency. So this is all about the modeling of data. And we have discussed this part, but through ChatGPT we were discussing. Let's apply this code in Jupyter Notebook and let's see that the output what we are getting here is same in Jupyter Notebook also. So when I enter this, I'm getting the same output and this is the final output. Here also you can compare, right? So this is all about the data analysis of the Car-MPG dataset. One more prompt I'm going to enter here. You can see analyze the feature importance in the regression model. What features have the most influence on fuel efficiency and why? So based on the interpretation, if you want to know that which feature is having the importance and which actually somewhere influencing the fuel efficiency, which one has the highest value based on that influence. So we're going to check this by using this prompt that analyze the importance of features. And how we're going to do that? Feature importance, basically we generally check just to understand the prediction what we are getting there, which particular feature or which features having more impact on the target variable. So here, if you can see the code, feature importance, pd.data frame, we are giving feature and coefficient values. One column would be of feature and another would be of coefficient. This coefficient, by seeing this value, we can understand, okay, this feature has the highest impact and this feature is actually influencing our target variable more. So out of all these, we can see that the table above shows the coefficient of each feature in linear regression model reflecting their influence on fuel efficiency, that is MPG column. So car type is the most influential feature over here with a positive coefficient 5.82, which indicate that the car with the higher value are associated with high fuel efficiency. So this value is somewhere influencing this MPG variable more. Then after comes 1.49 coefficient, that is of cylinder, and then origin, and the least is weight, a small negative influence indicating that heavy car tends to have slightly low fuel efficiency. So this has the negative influence. So why we want to check the importance of features? Because we should understand that which feature has high impact on the target variable. And the conclusion over here is the feature car type, cylinder, origin and year seem to have the most significant influence on the fuel efficiency, and based on that we can work. And the interpretation of this coefficient should be done with caution, as the nature of the variable, potential multicollinearity and other factor can affect the coefficient. So this is the final analysis, that features in our data set, how they are impacting the main target variable. And this is the way we can analyze the data. And the last step we're going to perform now, we're going to apply this code also in Jupyter to check whether we are getting the correct output or not. When I enter this, the output what we are getting here in ChatGPT, we are getting here also. So that's how you can analyze your data, whatever you want to analyze. You can easily do that by using ChatGPT. It's so easy to understand because you are getting the code also, and you can see that I was parallelly applying the same code in Jupyter and I was getting the correct output there also. So it's very easy to understand, and with that it's very easy to get the complete explanation also here. If suppose somewhere if you stuck that what is the meaning of particular function or a particular code, that also you can easily understand using ChatGPT. So it actually make your data analysis process easy and very understandable. So that's how we can analyze the data using ChatGPT. Parallelly, you can apply this code what you're getting through ChatGPT in other notebook like Colab or Jupyter, just to check whether you are getting the correct output or not. And one thing I can add over here is we should play around with ChatGPT. Like we can explore more also here. These all are the steps of data analysis using Python. And if you want to know more concept based on the output what we are getting, that also you can explore by asking or by applying or by adding prompts in the ChatGPT. That makes your data analysis journey more easy. So yeah, this is all about how to analyze the data using Python code through ChatGPT. Thank you. So now, as we were continuously discussing about missing values, how to impute missing values with median, we have to impute, or we should impute with mode or mean. What is all about the mean, median, mode? What is these values are? So we'll understand this by using this prompt. We'll get to know. So the prompt which I'm going to enter over here is display the Python code for summary statistic for the numerical variables in the Car-MPG dataset in a tabular format. What insight can you gain from this statistic? So let's see what is summary statistic is. Here, as we are getting the output, so we can use describe method in pandas to obtain summary statistic for the numerical variable in the Car-MPG dataset. This method will provide us with the count, mean, standard deviation, minimum 25th quartile, median 75th quartile, that is Q3, and maximum for each numerical variable. I know it's a bit confusing for you, but we'll understand these all terms step by step. Here we are getting the code to get the summary statistic, but we do not know what is basically summary statistic is. So that we'll ask first to the ChatGPT, and then we'll come back to this part. We are getting the complete output based on the prompt which we entered over there. But let's understand first what is summary statistic is. So we'll ask ChatGPT that explain summary statistic. So now, first we'll understand all the terms what I was saying here, that mean, median, mode, standard deviation and all, summary statistic. We'll understand this part and then we'll go back to that code. So here, summary statistic provide a concise description of the main aspect of the data set, particularly for numerical variables. Obviously, because if you want to check the mean of the column, it should be a numeric value. Then only you will get the mean, median or mode. So this help in understanding the distribution, central tendency and dispersion of the data. Such a heavy term. So we'll understand this first. What is central tendency? What is dispersion of the data? What next we are getting over? Let's see that also first. So the commonly used summary statistics are count, which will count what? The total number of non-null observation in the data set. It helps in understanding the size of the data set and identifying any missing values. Mean, the arithmetic average. Median is the middle value that is specify the higher half from the lower half of the data set. Now the next is standard deviation, a measure of the dispersion or spread of the values. A high standard deviation indicate greater variability, while a low standard deviation indicates that the value are closer to the mean. Minimum, the smallest value in the data set. Maximum, the largest value of the data set. Data set basically will show you like for each column. Now the percentile. This percentile will divide into three parts: 25th, 50 and 75. 50 is basically what? This one. The 25th percentile, that is Q1, is the value below which 25% of the observations fall. And 75th percentile, that is Q2, in which the value below which 75% of the observation fall. And in between, we check the median value, that is 50%. So now the range is the next one, the difference between the maximum and the minimum value. That is called an idea of the spread of the data, like how the data is spread. Next is interquartile range, that is IQR. It is also a difference. So what is this? Basically the difference between 75th and 25th percentile value, representing the range within which the middle, that is 50% of the value, falls. It is a robust measure of a spread that is non-affected by outliers. Next is mode, the value that appears most frequently in the data set. This mode median we have already studied in mathematics. Same meaning is over here also. Next is variance. Variance is the average of the square difference from the mean. It's another measure of dispersion with the higher value indicate greater variability. Variance means what? That also you can ask if you're still confused. So you can simply just ask, explain in detail. So we'll give over here as a prompt that explain variance in detail. When I enter this, here I'll get what? Variance is a statistical measure that describes the spread of a set of data points within the data set. It quantifies how far individual number in the data set are from the average and thus provide insight into the overall variability of the data. So how we calculate, that is another thing, but here basically we'll get all these values in the summary statistic. So now let's go back to the code, and here we are getting the output. We are getting the output for each column. We are getting count, we are getting mean. Count is basically the sum, okay? Count means total value basically. Here count is what? Let's understand this. What ChatGPT is showing the total number, okay, of non-null observation in the data set. So now here we have count, mean, standard deviation, min 25%, 50%, 75, that is Q1, and 75 is Q3, max value, minimum value, and so on, right? So let's understand this particular code, that whether it's giving the correct output in Jupyter Notebook or not. When I will enter this here, I'm getting the complete summary. This is the complete summary, that is the complete statistic of our data set, which is showing the minimum value, minimum or maximum value, min, that is average, standard deviation, like how the data is deviated. So these all are the statistic. Next is why we always check this. As you know that we have one column over here, that is HP. So when we were checking the missing values, we found that this column has some missing values, and we cannot remove those rows because will impact the data set if we remove. So what we did there, we imputed with median, right? So by seeing this statistic, we can come to the conclusion that like with which value we can impute those missing values. So there we imputed the missing values with median. We can impute with average value, that is mean also, or median as well. Now, as of now, we have discussed the statistical summary of the data set. Now let's understand the next step, which comes under data analysis. So this is the summary statistic. Now we'll check what output we are getting here in terms of explanation. So first column is MPG, ranges from 9 to 46.6 MPG. The average fuel efficiency is around this, that is mean value. Standard deviation is 7.8, indicating the variability in the dataset. Same, there might be some high fuel efficient cars, and the maximum value of this particular column is 46.6. Same, we are getting the interpretations based on the other columns, that is cylinder, displacement, horsepower, weight, acceleration, year. So now here is origin also we have, which is a very important column, and we have horsepower is also an important column. So we can see that we are getting fair enough outcome based on the prompt which we have given over here for ChatGPT, and we are getting the correct output as well because we have already checked in Jupyter Notebook. So let's understand the next step that comes under data analysis. Thank you. So now we'll understand how all the variables are correlated with each other by using correlation matrix. So when I give this prompt that create a correlation matrix for the Car-MPG data, will show you the relationship between all the variables. Because that also we have to understand ki when we increase one variable, that what is the impact on other variables, how they all are correlated with each other. When I enter this prompt, let's see what output we are getting here. So here first is correlation matrix, provide a numerical summary of the linear relationship between pair of variables. It contains correlation coefficient that range from -1 to 1, -1 indicating a negative linear relationship, 1 indicating a perfect positive. Basically, when we are getting the graph in upward direction, basically that means that is positive linear relationship. Negative means that because of 1, the other values is getting decreased. 0 indicating that there is no relationship between the variables. So when I check the code over here to get the correlation matrix, there is a function which we have to apply on the data set. The function name is over here is CORR, that is core function, which will give you the complete summary, of what? Of how all the variables are related with each other. And you can see that we are getting over here the result, and the result is that first MPG and this year, these are related with 0.57, negative basically if like yearly this value is getting decreased. So let's understand this complete statistic, whatever summary we are getting here through ChatGPT, MPG and engine characteristic. So here you can see this is the complete relationship, and let's understand step by step. MPG and cylinder, strong negative correlation, which means that MPG and the cylinder variables are negatively correlated. More cylinders associated with low fuel efficiency. MPG and displacement, strong again negative correlation, which means large value of displacement leads to lower fuel efficiency. MPG and horsepower, again the strong negative correlation, which means high value of HP column associated with the low value of MPG, that is fuel efficiency. Same when we compare MPG and weight, strong negative correlation. Heavier car tends to have low fuel efficiency. Means the weight of a car, if it is high, if it is more, so that will tend to low fuel efficiency. So the value of MPG will get decreased. So that is why here the correlation is strongly negative. Next is cylinder displacement, horsepower and weight. These variables are strongly positive correlated with each other. Because of one variable, the other variable is getting increased. So more cylinders typically means large displacement, will give high horsepower and greater weight. Acceleration and other variables, negative correlation. Acceleration and MPG has positive correlation. Cars with faster acceleration tends to be more fuel efficient. Then after air and MPG, moderate positive correlation, because here you can see the value is 0.58. So these all are text based analysis, right? What if we want to see this through a chart, like how to visualize this correlation matrix through chart. So let's ask the ChatGPT itself, like how to visualize this correlation matrix, and how we're going to ask this. So now if we want to visualize this summary statistic, which is coming in the form of numbers, if I want to visualize using a chart, I don't know which chart I should use over here to visualize the whole data. So I'll ask ChatGPT itself that visualize the above output of correlation matrix using an appropriate chart. Let's see what outcome we'll get over here. So for visualizing the correlation matrix, heat map is the best chart, and it's the best way to visualize. So here you can see that heat map is an excellent way to visualize correlation matrix, as it allows us to quickly identify the strength and the direction of the relationship, whether it is negative or positive correlation, and whether correlation is there or not, so that we can easily understand. And stronger correlation will have more intense color, with positive correlation typically shown in one color, example over here is blue, and negative correlation in another. So let's see what output we'll get over here. So this is the code to generate the heat map, and this is the output based on that code. So you can see that this is the final correlation matrix using heat map. The heat map above visualizing the correlation matrix for the Car-MPG dataset, providing basic understanding of the relationship between all the variables. And you can see that if I compare this cylinder and car type, negative correlation. If I compare cylinder variable, or let's say MPG, so if I compare MPG variable with cylinder, again it is a negative correlation. And let's see which one is the positive one. So the positive one is this one, origin and car type. It is positively correlated. And if the color code is dark, that means they are highly correlated, either negative or positive. If the color code is light, so they are correlated but not strongly correlated. So here you can see that HP and this disk. So here it is related, how it is correlated, 0.9 with 0.9. So there is a high correlation. So that's how we can understand the correlation matrix. We can visualize the correlation matrix using heat map. So this is one way to visualize correlation matrix. Let's apply this code. Let's understand this code when we paste this in Jupyter Notebook, and we'll see whether we'll get a correct output or not. So when I copied this code over here, I'll enter, and let's see whether we are getting the output. Okay, we are getting an error. Correlation matrix. Okay, so here it's showing an error. Why? Because we are calling here directly the variable correlation matrix. We are giving as a variable over here based on which variable you want to display the heat map, and I'm giving here correlation matrix. Correlation matrix computer here, the notebook is not getting any variable with the name correlation matrix. So first we have to check the previous code. Here you can see that we have stored all that correlation summary, that is statistic, in this variable, which we were not defining in the notebook. So obviously we will not get an output. So first I will copy this code. When I'll copy and paste over here, then we'll sure get an output. Let's see. So here first, by using this correlation function, that is CORR, we'll store the complete statistic correlation matrix in this variable. And when we call this variable in heat map, so we'll get the complete chart based on the correlation matrix of our data set. So this is the complete output what we are getting over here. That means the code what ChatGPT is generating is giving a correct output. Now the next step, is to perform the univariate analysis. Here we have seen that how all the variables are correlated, how they are related with each other. Is there any relationship? If it is there, then how the relationship is, and what type of relationship, negative or positive. So that we all already discussed. Next is to understand the analysis between all the variables. Univariate analysis and bivariate analysis we're going to understand. First, we'll cover the univariate analysis. Now, the next prompt over here is, what is univariate analysis? First, we'll understand what is basically univariate analysis. Like, I know what is univariate, but if a learner is analyzing a data set for the first time, that person should know what is univariate analysis. So, first I'll ask ChatGPT that what is univariate analysis, and then provide for the above data set that analysis and visualize using appropriate chart. Let's enter this prompt and understand the output. Okay, so univariate analysis is basically what? Uni means one. So is a type of statistical analysis focus on single variable. So if you want to analyze all the variables, that comes under univariate. If you want to understand the relationship between two variables together, that comes under bivariate. Bi means two. So univariate, basically, if you want to understand or if you want to visualize a single variable, so we'll use various plots for that. And here you can see for this data set or for any other data set also, we can conduct univariate analysis. First should be on numerical variable and visualize that using histogram box plot or density plot. Histogram provide a frequency distribution of the data, how the data is distributed in terms of frequency. We're going to visualize showing the shape, how the data is spread, and the central tendency. Next is box plot, which will offer a visual summary of the central tendency, that how the data is spread, whether it is normally distributed or it is left skewed or right skewed. So that I'll discuss, and as well as the potential outlier, whether do we have an outlier in the variable or not, that also we can understand using box plot. The density plot is in another way to perform univariate analysis. So let's see here. This is the complete code. Based on that, we'll get an output, univariate analysis of all the variables. So here we are getting histogram. We are visualizing the data. We are visualizing the variables using histogram. So if I will see this code, you can see here that the code is showing this out the numerical variables, because if you want to analyze the variable, first you have to check how many numerical variables do we have in the data set. We'll list out, and based on that, we're going to use over here for loop, and that loop will actually repeat this code again and again to get the final output, which should be based on histogram, because here what we are giving, that looping through the numerical variables to create histogram, box plot, and density plot. So basically we are going to visualize through all these plots. This is the complete code for that. Let's see the output. This is histogram showing you the values are normally distributed or not. So let's see the explanation based on this charts. First is, let's discuss about MPG, miles per gallon, appears to have a right skewed distribution, with most cars having fuel efficiency around 15 to 25 MPG. So let's go to this histogram. So here you can see that it's right skewed. The tail is going towards right. So that's why the name is right skewed, and most of the distribution is towards right. And with most cars having the fuel efficiency, how much? Between 20 to 25 from here. So from 25. So most of between 20 to 25. Few having fuel efficiency 45 also. Few having 10 also. But most of the fuel efficiency of the car comes under 20 to 25. Next is same for cylinder. Displacement. Let's discuss about this origin. This is a categorical variable showing the distribution of cars across different origin. car type binary variable showing the distribution of two different car categories. Now let's discuss one more variable over here to understand this histogram. And right skewed, okay, let's discuss about horsepower. So right skewed distribution indicating that most cars have horsepower in the lower range. So where is that horsepower variable? That is HP, okay, here. So you can see the tail over here, it is right skewed, and they are here it's showing that that most values comes under in lower range. Lower range basically 50 to 75, and this is the lower range because here values are very less, but this is right skewed. So yeah, this is the way to visualize the data set using histogram. This visualization provides valuable insight into the individual characteristic of the variable, such as the shape of the distribution, whether the values are normally distributed or not. So now next is we're going to visualize the data set using box plot as well, as we have already visualized using histogram. Second will be box plot. So here, why we are using box plot? To understand whether we have any outliers in the data set or not. So for that, I have given the prompt that visualize about dataset using box plot, and based on that, we are getting this output. That box plot, also known as box and whisker plot, is an excellent way actually to visualize the distribution of numerical variable, as they provide information about central tendency, spread, and potential outliers. So you can see here, this is the code, relevant code, and based on that, we are getting the output. So few of the variables have some outliers. You can see here these dots, right? These all are what? Outliers, values which are completely different, not different, but if we see that is completely outlier from the main values. I already explained like how different or from the main values, like if we give in a column 6 values like 2, 4, 6, 10, and the last value would be, for an example, 100. So that 100 comes under outliers. Okay, so it's breaking up that sequence, right? So here all values are very nearby, like 2, 4, 6, 8, but that 100 is completely very far from that sequence of that series. So that is a part of outlier. Here we can see that this HP column has outliers, and acceleration, this column also has outliers. So let's see the final result, the summary of this. The MPG, miles per gallon, displays a right skewed distribution with some potential outliers on the higher end. Higher end means here after 50%, basically in the portion of 75th quartile. So now the next is cylinder, shows distinct categories reflecting the specific engine configuration. We were discussing in the box plot about HP, right? Reveals a right skewed distribution with few outliers on the higher end. So higher and lower end is what? 25th quartile is lower, and the 75th percent, that is 75%, that Q3 is the higher end. So in higher end we have outliers. Here also, here we have in lower end as well. So this is the box plot through which we can understand which variables have outliers, and if we have more outliers, so we have to work on that as well. So this is all about to visualize the variables using box plot, and it also comes under univariate analysis. So this is the box plot we have already discussed. Now let's apply this code of this box plot and the histogram, and let's see whether we are getting the output in Jupyter Notebook. So when I copied code from here, let's paste over here and run the code. Are we getting the output? Yes, we are getting all the histogram based on all the variables here. We already discussed. And next, let's apply the code to generate box plot. So simply we have to copy the code and we have to paste in Jupyter Notebook. So here we are getting the complete box plot, and you can see these all are the outliers. Outliers to the higher end. Here also we have outliers in this variable. So this is the box plot. Now we will going to understand about bivariate analysis, and we're going to use a prompt to generate bivariate analysis part, like how to visualize the relationship between two variables using various plots. We're going to understand that. So till now we have understood how to analyze data using Python code through ChatGPT. Now we're going to understand data analysis using Excel command through ChatGPT. So first we need to understand what are the various steps to perform the data analysis using Excel. So when I enter this prompt over here, I'm getting the explanation based on that. Means I'll get various steps that needs to be covered during analysis by using Excel. So collect data, import data. So how we'll collect data? We will collect data in the form of Excel sheet. We're going to import that. First you have to open Excel, then we have to copy paste, or we can directly open the file, Excel file CSV format, and we'll use that complete data set for further analysis. Next step is cleaning and pre-processing, handle missing value if we have. Data formatting. Formatting means format cells properly to ensure consistency. Remove duplicates. We have already discussed this part when we were discussing using Python code. Remove duplicates is actually very important part. Convert text to columns if needed. So it's just if you need to convert the transformation, if it is required there. So there we have to convert the text to column. Now data exploration and summarization, sort and filter. Using sort and filter to explore specific segments of data. Pivot table to create a pivot table. Why? To summarize and aggregate data across different dimensions. Calculate descriptive statistic. Statistic we have already discussed, like if you want to know the average, median and standard deviation, etc. To calculate the summary statistic there. Visualization using different charts, we can do that. And analysis and modeling. So apply formulas and function for that. We're going to do that. Then after analysis and modeling and interpretation and insight generation. Today we're going to analyze the data using Excel. Let's understand data analysis using Excel command step by step. So these all are the steps which we have already covered when we were discussing the data analysis using Python code. So the first prompt for analyzing the data using Excel command is write the Excel command for the above data set. We have already loaded the data. So write the Excel command for the above data set to check the data types. Because obviously if it is the starting process of data analysis, we have to check the data types of the data which we're going to use for further analysis. When I enter this, let's see what explanation here, what output we are getting. So in Excel, you cannot directly check the data type. We have to apply some formula to check that. So we have to select the cell for which you want to check the data type. So however, you can use various methods. Which method? Let's discuss that. Use the number format drop down menu. Select the cell or column you want to inspect. Look at the number format drop down menu on the home tab. Select format. Use Excel function and info data types. So we're going to use this formula. How we're going to use? We're going to understand which data type we want to check. Suppose if you want to check the column has numeric value, or if the column is having text value, or the column has date type of values. So for that we have three functions. So through that we can check if the value is numeric, then what we get. Let's see, we're going to apply the same function. We're going to apply the same formula there in Excel. One more way is inspect cell format manually. Right click on the cell or column, select format cell and look at the number tab. So that's how also you can do. Power query, one more is there. We're going to apply this formula. Let's apply this. Here A1 is what? With the reference to the cell you want to check. So I want to check whether the column has numeric value or not. If it is not numeric, then what output will get there. So I'll go to that Excel sheet. I'll apply here this formula. So I'll change this value. I want to check for which column? This one. Okay, let's check the till 399. We have the values here. So when I select the range over here, let's see, you can see that from A2, that means column A, row number 2, till A399, column A till 399th row. So when I am applying this range, I will check whether from column A to A399 is number or is not a number or is not a numeric value. So when I enter this, so it's showing here true. So when I enter after giving the range in that formula, I'm getting true. That means the values which comes under first column, that is MPG, is numeric value. Okay, that's how you can check the data type. If you want to check for other column, you just have to select the range from where to where you want to check the data type. So that's how you can check. Other processes are there. Other process means other ways are there to check the data type. I want you to explore these steps. I have applied one way. You can apply other ways as well to get the data type of each column. Now the next prompt what we're going to apply here is write the Excel command to check the missing values for the above data set. So this is the next prompt, and based on that we're going to understand whether do we have missing values or not. So when I enter this prompt, I will get the required formula, and based on that we can check whether do we have missing values in our columns. If we have missing value, then we'll impute those values or we can remove based on the data set. So here we have a lot of ways. So first is we can check by using isBlank function. Next is conditional formatting. Third way is using filter to identify blank cell, but sometimes the cell will not remain blank. Some values would be there, but they could be like unknown or some missing value like question mark, right? So that is not a blank cell. Value is there. So this process will not be so helpful to find out the missing value. Using a pivot table to summarize missing values, using the if function with isBlank for custom messages. So let's apply the first one. Okay. So this formula when I apply, let's select this from here. Let's go to that Excel sheet. Apply here this formula. So as I have applied over here, the formula is blank, and I'm selecting some rows from the first column. A3 to A25 I'm selecting as of now. You can see that A3 to A25. When I enter, I'm getting false. So basically false is showing over here that we do not have any blank cell over here, right? What if we have missing value in terms of question mark? That question mark will comes under what? The unknown value, okay, which is not giving any worth to the required column. So that also comes under missing value. So there we cannot get the exact output through this particular formula. So what we can do in that case? So what I will do here, we can apply one more way to do that is conditional formatting. One more is using filter. So that filter we can apply in the Excel sheet for each column. Suppose if I want to check in this column, okay, I want to apply the filter. Where I will go? I'll go to this data. Here I am getting this filter option. I'll apply filter because as I've selected one column over here. So on that I'm getting this filter option. When I will click on this arrow, I'm getting all the unique values, okay? Here you can see one value is question mark, right? So this value is completely unknown to us, right? All values are numeric except this question mark, and question mark is comes under missing value only. So what we can do, we will filter out this value. Like how many rows do we have in our data set with this type of character? So I will select what? First, I'll deselect all the values and I'll select only this one and click on OK. So out of 399 rows, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have how many rows? Here you can see 6 rows. Okay, that has this question mark character. Basically, these all are missing values only. So we have to impute this missing value. How we can do that? So we can do that by imputing these question mark with median, average, or mode of this particular column. So for that, what I can do, I can suggest you one more way. First, we need to understand why we are imputing with average, mean, or median. So here, if the value is giving an importance, and if we remove that missing value will not impact the data set, then we can remove directly that rows. But if the values what we have in the data set, somewhere it giving the importance, okay, somewhere it is actually impacting the data set, so there we should impute those missing values with average, mean, and mode that we have already discussed when while discussing the data analysis using Python. So here we need to import those 6 rows with that question character with medium, average, and mode value. If you want to check the average value, let's impute here with mean. So what I can do here, I will select this column. You can see here sum we are getting, average we are getting 104, right? So the average value of this particular column, if I select this whole column, here also I am getting the average value 104.469. Or one more way is there, we can apply what? The formula equal to average. Formula we can apply where just select a cell. Here if I will select equal to average, or we can select median also. So if I select median of what? So we have to give the range over here. So I'll select the range from where? From here to till 399. So the column is D, from D2 till D399. So D2 colon D399. I want the median value. When I enter, I'm getting 93.5. So we can impute those missing values with this median value. Okay, how to impute now? So I will select this first column, okay, but let's discuss this first with ChatGPT, how to impute missing values. So when I go back to the ChatGPT, here I am getting like how to get the missing value. Now we'll understand how to impute the missing values if we have in the data set. So when I enter this, we will get some suggestions from ChatGPT. So through ChatGPT, I'm getting here some suggestions that here's our common approach, which we can use. Calculate the mean of the column. We have already calculated mean. We will impute the value not by using mean, we will impute with median. So instead of applying average function, we can apply median function there. And then after we can replace the original column with the imputed. How we can do that? These all are the different ways to impute the values. If you want to replace the original value in column with the imputed value, you can just copy column C and paste it as values into column A. Ctrl+C, select column, right click and choose paste spatial and value. So now we're going to impute the value with the median. As we know, the median value is 93.5. We know some missing values we have in this HP column. We'll select this whole column. We'll filter the values, and here we will deselect all the values. Only we will select the question mark character rows, and we are having here that suppose 3 rows with question mark. We're going to impute this. How we're going to impute this? We'll select these rows. We'll press Ctrl H here, and you can see find what, replace with what. So with replace with 93.5. First find this question mark rows and replace this with the median value. When I'll click on replace all, you can see that all values got replaced with 93.5, and that's how we can impute the missing values. So that's how we can impute the missing values if you have in your data. Thank you. Now we're going to understand if any columns are in the incorrect format. So how we can convert the type of that values, like how to convert to other data type by using Excel command. So I'm giving here as a prompt that write the Excel command to convert data types. If any columns are in the incorrect format, convert them to the appropriate type for the above data set. So when I enter this prompt, Let's see what output we are getting over here. In Excel, you can convert data type using various methods. Here we are getting multiple ways to convert the data type, and we will going to apply one way. Other ways you can apply later. First way is converting text to number. If a column has numbers, but the data type of that column is text, so we're going to convert that column into number. So how to do that? So select the cell, column, and which containing the text you want to convert, and go to data tab and click on text to column. That's how we can do. Follow the wizard, you choosing delimited or fixed width as needed, and select the appropriate data format. One way is converting number is stored as text. Another way is how to convert dates stored as text. So this is the way to convert dates which is stored as a text. Changing number format, converting text to proper case, uppercase, lowercase. So these all are the ways to convert the values into the respective data type. Now we're going to perform, for an example, if I want to convert text to number. So how I can do that? So I have to select the cell or a column which containing the text which you want to convert. After that, go to the data tab. So let's first select the cell. For an example, if I select, I want to convert the value, here is 130. For an example, let's say if I give here, not 130, I'm giving here n. Okay, this is text. Now, if I want to convert this value with the data type number, how to do that? So first I will select this. Next step would be go to the data tab and click on text to column. So when I go to data tab, where is data tab? And then after, what you have to select? Text to column. Here you have to select what? Characters such as commas or tabs separated each field, fixed with fields are aligned in column with spaces between each field. Now what is this? We'll check the last step, follow the wizard, choosing delimited or fixed width as needed, and select the appropriate data format. So I will select here, for an example, delimited. So when I will select this, after this, in which format you want to select? General, date, if you want to convert in date, which way you want to convert this, that's how you can select. And for an example, I want to convert in text, it's already in text. It is in the numeric data type. That n is not text over here. This n over here is what? Numerical. Okay, it is in the form of integer, either integer or float. So how we can convert that? So first click text and then finish. So this particular value will get changed to other data type, which will be text data type. I'll change this value for now. It should be 130. So now, after discussing about how to convert data type, as of now it is not required in our data set, so we'll not go in deep. But here the next prompt which we really need to check is that to calculate basic statistic for the data set, what we have already shared here. So we're going to ask ChatGPT, write an Excel command to calculate the basic statistic for the above data set. When I enter this prompt, let's see what output we are getting. So now in Excel, you can see the output. What you are getting here is you can calculate basic statistic, that is mean, median, which we have already discussed, like what is summary statistic and what summary statistic covers. Basically, it covers mean, median, standard deviation, minimum and maximum value using built-in function here. So here, how we can apply these function? We have some inbuilt function in Excel, which we can apply directly, and we can get these values like mean, median, standard deviation, mode. Okay, so first let's see how to get the output based on this function. So here, if I use this formula, what is this? To get the mean value, that means to get the average of each column. So for an example, if I want to know the average, so what I will do here, I'll just apply the formula here, equal to average. Automatically you will get the name from drop down list. You just select this, and the formula is asking you the range from where to where you want the mean. Suppose if I want to select for MPG column, the average value if I want to know of this first column, that is MPG. What I will do here, I will select the range. So from where I want to select, from A2, that means A column, second row, till 399, as we have 399 rows for this data set. So I will select A column, second row, from A2 to A399. So I'll give here A2. After that, I'll give colon and A399. I'll close this with parenthesis, and when I will enter, here I'm getting the mean is 23.49. So this is the mean of this first column. That's how you can check the average, that means the mean of other column as well. So now we're going to understand the median. So how we're going to do that? We're going to apply, instead of average, median. So equal to median. When you will type median, automatically you are getting this name in the drop down list, and you just double click on that. Again, you have to give the range from where to where you want the median value. I want now this time median for this column, that is cylinder. Okay, so I will select the range. That means the cylinder column is of B column, and want range from B2 to B399. So B2 column, B399, that is 399th row. Till 399th row, I want median value. So when I enter, I am getting here the median of B2 to B399 is 4. So that's how we can calculate the median and other statistics as well. As we have a standard deviation, for that you only have to apply what? Equal to standard deviation. The form is STDEV, that is standard deviation. You only have to select the range from where to where you want a standard deviation. Obviously, for each column, we have to select all the values for the data set, because we are not analyzing few rows and columns, we are analyzing the whole data set. So you have to select the all values from the columns. You can select minimum value also. How? Which one is the minimum? Let's select this formula here. I will apply this for one column in my Excel sheet. Let's apply this. Minimum. Now here I will change the range. I want to check the minimum value of this column origin. So origin has column H, and from H2 to H399, I want to check the minimum value in this column. So H2 till H399. When I will enter, the minimum value is 1. Why I showed this? Because here we can easily see that we only have 3 origin, right? Which we have already discussed when we were analyzing the data using Python. So here you can see that we have 3 values, 1, 2, 3, and out of 1, 2, 3, 1 is the minimum value, correct? From here it's very difficult to find that the minimum value what we are getting is correct or not. But here we know that in origin we have only 3 values, 1, 2, 3, and when we are applying min function, we are getting 1. That means we are getting the correct output over here. So that's how we can get the final outcome based on the different formulas which is used for statistical summary. Now the next step is how to perform univariate analysis using Excel command and how to create charts for visualization of the above data. So the next prompt what I am giving here is write command in Excel to perform univariate analysis and how to create charts for visualization of the above data. When I will enter this, let's see what output we are getting here. So univariate analysis is basically what if you want to visualize single variable at a time. So there we perform univariate. If you want to perform or if you want to check the relationship between 2 variables, then there we will perform bivariate analysis. So here to perform univariate analysis, we'll use various plots. We can use histogram, we can use box plot, we can use pie chart. Histogram is a common way to visualize the distribution of variable, how the variable is distributed, and box plot is to check the median and to check whether do we have outliers or not. So that's how we can do. So here we are getting different ways to visualize the data. Visualization using charts. If you want to perform univariate analysis, means if you want to analyze single variable. So one way is using histogram. For that, you have to select the data which you want to analyze and then go to insert tab, insert statistic chart and choose histogram. When I go to Excel sheet, I have selected over here is origin values from H2 till H84 I have selected. Now I'll go to insert tab. There I'll click on recommended charts, all chart. I want to select histogram. So when I'll select histogram, I'm getting over here the output. So that's how my output is. This one is 1, then 2 and this one is 3. So that's how you can check which one has the higher value. Series 1, how many value till 59. Okay, so we are getting the frequency which is distributed in this column. So 59 values of 1 and this one is series 1.2 values. 2 has 14 values. So that's how you can visualize the column using histogram. So now next what I'm going to visualize, I'm going to visualize the other column but using box plot. So if I want to use box plot, only the process is same. You only have to select the values for which you want to visualize through box plot. Go to insert tab, go to that recommended charts, click on all charts and select which one you want to select. Like for an example, here is box and whisker. The other name is box and whisker plot only. So when I select box and whisker plot here, I'm getting the box plot for the relatable values which I have selected over here. So that's how you can select the box plot and you can visualize the data. Now the next part is pie chart also. Pie chart, like how to visualize the data using pie chart. Same way, I want you all to explore this. I apply the same way as I applied for visualizing the data using histogram and box plot. Same way, you have to go to insert tab. There you have to select the recommended charts and click on all charts and select the pie chart option. Before that, you have to select the data for which you want to visualize through pie chart. So this is the way to analyze the single variables, each variables of our data set using different charts which comes under univariate analysis. Thank you.
Now let's see how ChatGPT can supercharge your productivity within the Microsoft suite. First, we'll dive into ChatGPT for Excel. Discover how this AI can enhance your spreadsheet skills, automate tasks, and simplify data management. Then, we'll explore ChatGPT for Microsoft PowerPoint. Learn how ChatGPT can help you with creating compelling presentations, generating content, and streamlining your workflow. Stay tuned to see how ChatGPT can transform your experience with Microsoft Excel and PowerPoint, making your tasks easier and more efficient.
Okay, so now what if we want to calculate the average of, let's say, column number D, that is Q3 revenue? What if I want what is the average of it? And considering that if I am a layman and I don't know how to use Excel, how would I do that in a shorter way, right? So what will I do? I'll just go to ChatGPT and I'll write in the prompt, right? So now I'll just check in the data set. So if it is column number D, right? D2 to, let's say, D20, right? I need an average of it, right? So I'll just mention the row numbers as D2 to D20, right? So I'll write this. So it will give me what needs to be done. So, right? So the function that is used is equal to average. Now I'll just simply click on this cell right here and paste in that formula and the syntax, and it just gives me, it automatically selects the range, right? So if I give them the starting and the end, it'll just directly do that, right? So that's how ChatGPT can enhance the way you're working on Excel, right? It will make your life much more easier. right? So here it gives me 54,619 is the average revenue of Q3, combining all the companies right here, right? So if I want to do it the other way, if I just want like to give me the average of the same company in all the 4 quarters, what would that, how would that go? We would just have to mention them. Okay, if it is the same row, then it will be B2, C2, D2, E2 if I'm considering the first company right here, right? So that can also be done. Now what do I have to do is that I need to calculate how many times is, like, let's say, what are the total number of movies in English, French and Italian, right? How would I do that, right? So if I know, okay, if there are 4 languages right here or 5 languages or how many other languages, I want to segregate, I want to find how many are there, how many let's say English movies are there, how many French movies, how many Italian movies. How would I do that? Okay, so I'll just type in the prompt that how to calculate the total number of times a word has been repeated in a column. Okay, write a syntax for the same in Excel, right? So it tells me that the function that I am going to use is countf, right? So in the previous module, when I talked about a generalized bit of key functions that are important, I talked about countf, right? To count the number of times a certain thing has come up, right? So the same thing is what is mentioned over here, right? It's just that I gave you that reference so that you would have an idea of it. If I was a layman, if I was just starting out, I definitely would not know what COUNTIF is. Now, in a very simplest of the terms, what I did, I just added a prompt here to ask GPT, the computer, how to calculate the total number of times a word has been repeated in a column. Write the syntax for the same. Right? This is basically, I'm telling that, okay, this is the problem that I'm facing, find a solution. That's your job, because this is like an AI assistant. It will help you in whatever ways that you would want, right? So it has given me an example also how to do that, right? So I'll just copy this right here. It has given me an option. So let's just put it over here, right? So it will give me 0 because nothing is there. So I'll just edit it out. The range, right? Now I'll just remove the range section. I'll just drag and drop all this entire range from B2 to B22, right? Then what are the criteria I'm looking for? For English, I'm looking for English, right? So I'll write English, right? So I'll just print and enter, right? So now it has given me the exact number of counts that English is repeated in column B, right? So if you want to check it, if you want to cross check 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So that's accurate. So similarly, if I have to find how many times the word French has repeated in column B, how would I do that? I'll just copy the same syntax that ChatGPT provided me, change the range from A to B, then A20 to B22, right? 22, right? Then Apple, changing Apple to French, right? Then I press enter. So now the French has also been repeated 5 times. Similar thing I have to do for just removing French and just adding Italian. And now it's selecting a different range. I'll just give it the range that I want, right? And I'll just press enter. So 6 is the number of time Italian is repeated in column number B. So we can state in general, if we have a problem statement, how many movies are In English, 5 in the entire data set. How many are in French? 5. How many are in Italian? 6. So we'll get a generalized way. So I did not do anything on my own. I just asked ChatGPT as an AI assistant that, okay, help me solve this part. So it did. Right. The second thing that we talked about was trim. Right. So I'll just ask ChatGPT if there are unwanted spaces. Right. I'll just ask if there are unwanted space in a cell at the start, what syntax should I use? Right? I'll just type it out and let's see what it has to say. Right? So it gives me the exact command that I was referring to. It gives me that, okay, it knows you want to use trim because this is how you would get rid of the unwanted spaces that are there. Right? It just mentions and gives me a exact thing how to do it. So I'll just copy this. I'll just create another column right here, right? And I'll just write that thing here, right? So trim this, right? Trim A, I'll just start with A2, right? So now I'll just write here correct range, right? I'll just make another column, bold it maybe, right? Now this is the thing, equal to trim and the cell. I have to click on that cell or just type out the cell name. So what I will do, I'll just, since it understands, so I'll just drag and drop till the very end. And now as we can see, it's right here in row number 8 there was this much unwanted space, right? In number 12 that was there, in number 17 it was there, 19, 18. So that extra space, that unwanted space is now gone, right? Now you get a clear uncluttered view of that movie title column, right? This is how you use trim, right? Now let's just take another example, right? If I want a set number of characters, right? If I want to extract, let's say this is a data set that gives me the name of that state, right? Indiana, Delaware, and all this, and the county names with their pin codes. Now if I want to just extract the pin codes, right? I just want the pin code to be out there, right? How would I do that? I know that pin code is of 6 letters right here, right? 6, all it is the same. Now I want to extract it. How would I do that? I don't know. I would ask ChatGPT how to do that. So let's just ask, how do I extract 5 letters in the left of a cell and add the same in a new column, right? So let's just see what ChatGPT has to answer. So as we also read before that we can use a syntax called as left, right? How do you use that? Again, it has mentioned number of how to use that. I'll just copy this. I'll just paste, since I want from the left of this cell, I'll just paste this, right? I'll just change the cell to B2. I'll just add the number of characters I want, right? I want 6 letters, so I'll just move it to 6. And there you go. I have extracted the first 6 letters here and I can drag and drop to the entire thing, right? So this is the thing. So basically now the shift of using Excel is how either you can learn how to use Excel, that's number 1. But if you don't want to sacrifice on that, if you just want a shorter way ahead, if you just want that my workflow is smooth, it's faster, it's quick, then I do not have the bandwidth or the time to learn Excel, what I would do, I would just add ChatGPT how to do that. So now I've extracted. So now what would happen is that I'm given a business problem. The first approach is to go to ChatGPT. Of course, use your brain, but the first element is to just know what ChatGPT can answer, right? It will give you some idea of or the other, right? So next we can also talk about Kincat, right? We spoke about how it is used, but again, let me just show you how you can use it. What if I wanna combine two cells and add it in a new column. How would I do that? Tell me. So it mentions you have to use the function known as concatenate. The syntax is mentioned right here. I'll just copy the syntax right here, how to use it. Now, the best part about ChatGPT is it would give you a hands-on view. Okay, this needs to be done. Also, it will give you a bit of a brief of how things are happening, right? It would not give you anything too vague that is not true. Of course, you can try it out, you can check it out. But yeah, you can get what you want from it, right? So I have used concatenate here. Instead of this, I'll just change my range, right? I want this first name and the second name to come in the same cell. So there you go. I got it. I got the name together combined, right? Similarly, I'll just drag and drop till the very end, and it'll give me the entire combination of column A and column B, right? So next, let's just say another thing. Let's just find out the number of characters that they're there, right? So how would I do that? How do I find the count of characters in a single cell? How do I do that? Just type in. So it's basically typing out what you're thinking, right? It just gives me the thing that I can use equal to len and just try it out. So, right, count. Let's make another column, count, add my syntax. It's just taking another cell. I'll just delete it. It's just a dummy cell. I'll just add cell name A2 and press enter. So it tells me, okay, Miss Jerry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It gives me the correct order, 9. And similarly, I can do. Now, the point is that it would also take into consideration the space. If I have a blank here, right, it will increase it to 10, right? So it takes in consideration of all the blanks that are there as well, right? The similar thing, if I just don't want this, I just want another cell. Let's say this one. So I'll just put enter, right? And then the best part, I can just drag and drop and it will come off the column B, right? So these are the things that you can work on, right? What if I want to calculate the weighted average of a range of cells? How would I do that, right? So I'll just type in calculate the weighted average, right? So it would give me what is the parameter in which I have to do, right? So it says that sum product is the aspect that I need to look at, right? So I will have to mention my range 1, range 2, then the sum of range 2, right? So this is how the exact weighted average will come, right? So we can get that as well if you want to, right? What else can we do? Let's just look at some other things. What if I want to create a drop down list of a cell, right, of a range of a column, right? So how would I do that? How would I create a drop down list, right? So I would ask it to tell me how it is. Now, one thing that you have to know about it is that the things that are here, right, it in a single thread, it has its own memory, right? So if I'm just writing it down in a single, I don't have to mention that, okay, tell me in Excel in every prompt. It would have the memory of the entire this entire thread that we are talking about, right? It knows that the context is about Excel. It knows that, okay, the things that we are talking about is of Excel, right? So it will just give me that the entire thing that will come up here, right? So it is stating me that to create a drop down list with the values from B20, you can use data validation. Here's the thing, right? Select the range of cells you want to drop down list. For example, assume that you want to create, go to the data tab in the Excel, click on data validation dialog box, open settings tab, allow drop down choose list. So you can do it in this regard. So anything that you have in your mind that is even a wild thought that, okay, this is the things that we can change in Excel, right? But you have no clue how to do that. You can just type it out in Excel. It would definitely have some or the other way to assist you on what you want to do, right? This was about general basic prompts in which you can know what is happening, how it is happening, right? So now in this module, let's just first try and understand certain functions that are there. So you really do not need to know all this when you're working around with ChatGPT, knowing Excel. But I'll give you a brief about it so that you would have a secondary thinking on how the functions also work, along with how you can make ChatGPT work around these functions, right? So the first very important function that is there is known as COUNTIF. So what is that function? What does it do? So function that counts the number of cells that match a specific condition, right? So in a range of things, what is the specific conditions that I opted for? So it will count, right? It will count the number of cells that match that condition. So that is known as COUNTIF. Now, the basic syntax of a function when you write in Excel is equals to sign, then you would write the name of that function. Here it is COUNTIF. So I'll write COUNTIF, I'll type it out, COUNTIF, then open parenthesis, so open bracket, then the range I would select. So I would randomly click on Excel. So how do we select the range? Let's say you have this data that we created. So my range would be, let's say, from the cell. So from the cell, let's say D3 to, let's say, anything of that sort, right? So this is D63, 62, right? So from D3 to D62 would be my range, right? So I would just drag it through the column and that would become my range. And then the conditions that I want. So if I want to search a specific word, so I'll just put it in the inverted commas, just write that condition and close brackets and enter. So it would give me in that range how many times that specific specific condition has been met. So this is what COUNTIF does. That's the first function. The second function is length. So a function that returns the length of a text strings, right? So what would be the length of that word? What would be the length of that string, right? So it would give me that number. So what is the syntax? Equal to len, open bracket, the cell that I need to select, close bracket. So that would be the second function. The third is left and right. So if I want to extract, right, the function that returns specific number of characters from a cell, right, from the left side or the right side in a cell, right? So it would give me the number of characters. So left, the cell, number of characters, right, cell, number of characters. I'll tell you how it is important. How would you know that? I would give you a brief on that. Then is concatenate, a function that combines multiple text cells into a single cell. For example, that, if I want to combine a lot of multiple texts into one single cell, then it would help. For example, I'll just take first name, second name. I just want to merge it in one thing. Then I'll use concatenate, cell 1, cell 2. Then it'll merge, right? Then is the trim function, which removes extra unwanted space that are there from the cell, right? So this is done through trim command. Equal to trim, open parenthesis, the cell, select that cell, close bracket, right? So let's just move into ChatGPT. Let's just understand certain prompts of this regard. Okay, let's just take an example of this data set, right, in which I have a number of companies mentioned here, random companies, and its revenue per quarter. So quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4, right? Now, if I want to know the sum of all these, right, how would I know? What would be the thing to know the sum from each cell, right? So I can just understand, okay, this cell number is what? What is the cell name? E2. What is the cell name here? E20. Now I can just go to ChatGPT and write. I just give it a prompt that write an Excel formula to add up the values in cells E2 through E10. So from E2 to E10, what are the values I want it to give me? How I can do that, how I can sum. I can't just go to Excel and just be like, I open up a calculator and I just add individual values and sum it, right? It would not work in that regard, right? So what would I do, right? So I would just ask ChatGPT. If I'm a layman, I don't know how to use Excel, I'll just write a formula to add up the values in cells E2 through E20, right? So I'll just type it out. So now it will give me the formula to add up the values in cell E2 to E20 in Excel. You can use sum function. Here's the formula. So as I already mentioned, that a function, right, in Excel would start from an equality sign, then the name. Now if I want to do sum, it just gives me sum, and then open bracket, the range, right? So I'll just copy paste this and let's see if it works or not, right? I'll just randomly place it here, right? Now I'll just put enter. Now ChatGPT, without knowing what that data is, without knowing what it is, it just tells me, okay, this is how you sum it, right? Now I can just cross verify the thing here, right? It just gives me equal to, I'll put the same formula, equal to sum, open bracket. I'll just click on the entire range over here and then close parenthesis and enter, right? So it will give me the same answer, right? It's just that I did not know. If I did not know the thing called equal to sum, what should I do? Should I Google it out, or is there a better way to just give it, okay, this is the cell, this is the thing I want to do, just tell me how to do it, right? So it can act as your assistant to just get rid of the mundane tasks that are there, right? You can even ask ChatGPT to make you a dashboard of various things, right? If you want to analyze trends, if you want to visualize a lot of things, right? You can ask it to give it formulas or give it the syntax of how you can modify the data, analyze the data, manipulate that data in the regard in which your problem statements, the solution to your problem statements are met, right? So the second aspect that I would be talking about is, let's just take another example. Now let's just take this data set right there. So there is a thing called log price. Now it has a lot of decimals right here, right? But I don't want these kind of decimals. I just want a round whole number to the closest value that is there, right? So how would I do that? How would I round it off? I do not know it certainly, right? So I would just ask ChatGPT, I would ask it to just give me that sort of thing, write a formula to round a number in a cell to the nearest whole number, right? So I'll just ask it how to do that. So it gives me that there is a command. It tells me, okay, there's a command called round. You can just type what it is there. Now it also gives me a description of what it is. Now I don't know what A1 is. I don't know what 0 is. A1, okay, I understand that it is the cell reference. It is the reference of that particular cell. Now A1 refers to the cell containing the number you want to round. The second argument 0 specifies that you want to round it to 0 decimal places, effectively rounding it to the nearest whole number, right? So it gives me in a very crisp manner, in a very certain way that, okay, this is how you do it. You don't need to, bang your head around that, okay, how to do it, right? You can get easy solutions, easy, quick methods, improving your productivity, right? Okay, so now if I want to round it off, I'll just paste it over here. I'll just paste the formula that ChatGPT provided me. So it says equal to round and the cell. Now A1 is definitely not my cell. It just gave me a dummy number here. So I'll just remove it and I'll just paste another cell. Let's just say I want the rounding off for K2 cell. So I'll just click the cell K2 and I don't want any decimal places. So I'll just put enter, right? So I'll just remove it. I'll just place it here so that it's convenient. It's in the same row. So now it gives me the same thing, right? So now if I want this to be rounded off, so what would I do? I will just drag these things here. So what would happen is it will just apply all of these things, just that Excel has that kind of brain in which it will utilize it for the row that you are providing, right? So it will know in that regard. See? So this is how it is there. Now I have got another column right here that would give me the rounding off of that number.
So in the income statement, how pivot table or pivot chart will work, I will show you. So first we need to select the entire data. Okay. After selecting the data, you need to go for insert. Here you can see pivot table or recommended pivot tables. You go to pivot table, click on that. So it will take like selected table or range. So whatever the ranges you require, you can select that particular range, or you can type here also. Okay. And use external data. If you want to use any external, you can choose here, and new sheet or existing worksheet. So in this same sheet only you can see what is a pivot table and how the pivot chart looks like, or in the new worksheet also you can see. So I've clicked on the new worksheet, just click on OK. So there you can select which are all the values you required. For example, I required only 2019, 2020, 2021. Okay, all 3 years I have selected. This is your income statement, correct? The total revenues. Okay, this is visible. This is your pivot table, correct? So next, how to create the pivot charts means After creating the pivot table, next you can go here, you will find the pivot chart, okay, in the same column. So just click on pivot chart, and here whichever you require, like candle, border, or whichever you required or it is comfortable, you can select and click on OK. See here, all the information, all blue colors is visible in. So blue color is showing 2019 information, orange color is 2020, and this gray color is 2020-21. So if you want only 2019 and 20, not required 2021. So if you just click on 21, that is untick, then you can find only 2019 and 2020. So if you require only 1 year, so 2019, and you need to compare with 2019 and 2021, so just click on that. And here also whatever you want, so here also values are there, so you can select that values, drag and drop here. And here also revenues, only revenues we have taken. We have any other information, you can drag and drop here. And the values, okay, that is also there here only. So with this pivot table and pivot charts also, we can easily analyze your financial statements. So, and if you click on here, the filter symbol is visible, right? So here also you can go and whichever you required, like only, like first you can select all, that is untick. Then you can select only total gains, total expenses, total losses, and total revenues. So here in the 2019, 2020, 21, we are comparing only these 2 years. Okay, what is the total expenses and what is the total gain, total losses, and total revenues. So easily we can compare in the pivot charts. And if you want 2020 also, you can just click on that, you will get the information. So if you comparatively total revenue and total expenses, so in 2021 only it is highest. The revenue is also high and the expenses is also high. So this is how we need to use the pivot table and pivot charts. So if for example, I know how to create pivot table and pivot charts, so I can easily create. If I'm not sure how to create pivot table and pivot charts, so on that time also, you can just ask the ChatGPT, so that will give the step-by-step process to create the pivot table and pivot chart to analyze your data. It may be financial data or whatever the data it may be. So that will clearly, it will give you the step-by-step information to create or how to create the pivot table and pivot charts. So first is your prepare your data. So already our data is prepared, correct? Next, select the data range. So what I have done, I have selected complete income statement, correct? So next, insert a pivot table. So on the left side, we have click on insert pivot table. Next, insert tab Excel pivot table button. Choose the data source. So I've already selected, that is which year you require, that is 2019, 20, 21, that we have selected, correct? And data sources, you want total expenditure or total loss or total gain or net income, whichever you require, that you can select. And select the location in the sense the new sheet or existing sheet. So if you are going through this step by step, okay, refresh the pivot table, analyze the data. So after the table and the graph is visible, easily we can analyze the data of that financial statement. Okay, so if you are not sure, then ask the ChatGPT, that will give the in-depth step-by-step activity to create the or steps to create the pivot chart and table.
So now let's look at the various type of PowerPoint presentations, or the types of presentations are present, right? So there are different kinds of presentations. So let's talk about them. So the presentations come in various formats and styles, which are catering to the different communication needs and audience preferences. Now let's look at some of the common types of presentation types, right? So the first one is informative presentation. So now what this is about, this is what you're currently seeing, right? The slides that is there, right? So this slide is basically what is the purpose is to provide information to educate the audience about a specific topic. So I am talking about presentation. So this makes it a informative presentation type, right? So these presentations are content driven, right? So this is a very important keyword right here, that this is content driven, and the focus is to explaining the concepts and processes. So if we look about this current slide, right, I have a header right here. So this is the header we talk about. So then we have the content over here, right? The context is defined over here. So this makes it a informative presentations in which it is good to have a written text, and it's okay if there is no image. So the purpose is to make an audience understand a particular concept, right? So for example, when I was explaining to you about the various steps, right, I used something known as a flow diagram, right? So this, the purpose is to make them understand. So first what will happen is training GPT, then splitting, then supervise. So the way it is structured, right, this is in a flow type of information, right? So this is good for an informative presentations, right? Then you have persuasive presentations, right? Maybe the goal here is to persuade a set group of audience, right? Maybe to adopt a particular viewpoint, right? Idea or a course of action. Maybe in a business setting, in a business meeting, when someone is talking about, let's say, what are the future prospects of XYZ commodity or XYZ things, right? So you need to tell them why my idea is better, right? So the goal of that presentation is to persuade the audience, right? Now you would do anything to make them believe that what you are doing is right. So the structure would be in such a way that they adopt a particular viewpoint at the end of the presentation, right? Then is demonstration or product presentation. Now what is this about? This is about, for example, if you are selling Amway, let's say Amway is a product, right? You're selling Amway, so you're creating slides, you want to reach out a lot of audience, you're talking about that particular product. So how would that show? That would be probably keeping that product picture in the slide, then talking about that slide, talking about the various elements of that product. So that would be a more related to a product presentation, right? So these presentations showcase a product or a service. The focus in is highlighting the features, benefits, and value of offering, right? So this is also very important type of presentation. So basically, in a nutshell, what you create depends on what type of presentation it is, right? So basically, in a product presentation, you cannot create an informative presentation in which you do not have, let's say, any sort of images and you're just describing the product, because at the end the audience have to visualize what you're talking about, right? So in order to do that, if it is a product demonstration or a product presentation, then the product should be, the image of the product is the key to make them understand or resonate what you're talking about in a more efficient manner. So these presentations showcase how a product or a service works, right? So this is about demonstration or a product presentation. Then it is conference and keynote presentations, right? You might have been to let's say research conference, or let's say an event in which you are a keynote speaker. So delivered in these conferences, right, at large events, keynote presentations set the tone of the event and often feature influential speakers sharing inside trends and thought-provoking ideas. Now this type of presentation may include a lot of flow diagrams, a lot of images, because you're catering to a large audience, right? Let's say you're presenting it in a large auditorium. There are hundreds of people, thousands of people sitting maybe, right? So getting those fonts bigger for them to see, look at, focus on, right? Using certain elements that are large, certain elements that are small. The one that is large would have a greater chunk in which you would be delivering to them. So the focus would be that aspect. The part in which the text would be smaller or the images would be smaller would hold a significantly less amount of time while presenting, or also the focus would be a bit less. Then comes sales or pitch presentations. Now what does this mean? Now sales or pitch presentation is basically designed to persuade the potential customers or investors to buy a product or invest in a project, right? Now these presentations emphasize the value of proposition, the market need, and the competitive advantage that it would have, right? So this would be about the sales pitch that is there. Then there's something known as elevator pitch. Now elevator pitch are considered to be a very short pitch, maybe in a slide or two. The aim is that it should be as quick as you're going from ground floor to, let's say, 10th floor. So the amount of time you would take in an elevator is equivalent to the time of presentation you would have. So that's why it's known as elevator pitch presentations. So concise and compelling presentations that can be delivered within the time it takes to ride an elevator. It's used to introduce oneself on a business idea very quickly. So this type of presentations would mainly, let's say, have a title slide, a big header right there. Then maybe the second slide is all about the infographics, in which you have a lot of flow diagrams, lot of charts, something of that sort would be in a much more greater depth, but it would not exceed 1 2 max, not more than that, right? So that would be the best part about an elevator pitch is it would be heavy on content, not necessarily be text, more visual content, but it would not go more than 2 slides, that for sure. This may be filled up to a lot of greater chunk, there would not be any space. It may be like a collage or let's say a word cloud sort of thing, but it would not be more than 2 slides, that's for sure. Now let's talk about what are the key elements of a presentations. We talked about what are various types of presentations, but now let's take a dive deep into what are the various elements of a presentation, right? We talked about the various types of presentations, but now let's focus on the element inside the presentations. What are the various elements? So the key elements include, the number one is the title slide. What is the title slide? I'll just show you in my presentation itself. Something of this sort, right? Where the resemblance is a big header right here, a big header. Then you would have something to distinguish it, right? So this is the format. Then you also have, let's say, a template to the presentation, right? So this slide would be the first slide of the presentations, which is known as a title slide. Okay, then so that's what we talked about, the title slide. The first slide include presentation title, your name, the date, possibly the name of your organization or institution, right? So the second part is introduction. Now a brief introduction slide that sets the context for your presentation and outline what you will be covering, right? So it may have a byline, let's say, that okay, this topic is about the particular thing, right? There will be a very short byline, right, that outlines what you're covering. It's not necessarily popular in the current scenario in which you just have a title slide and then you move on to the agenda, right? So agenda slide is a slide that lists the current main topics or the sections of your presentation so that the audience know what to expect, right? For example, I had as an agenda, right, I had 4 pointers. Now this is my first main pointer, right? First main pointer, this is my second main pointer, this is my third main pointer, and this is my fourth main pointer. So what is this required? Why is this required? Now this pointer will act as a filler slide for my upcoming modules, let's say, right? So this comes here. Now how do I distinguish this? This is a filler slide in which just the topic is marked in the slide. You don't have a extra specifying border to this. You just have a normal, let's say, a normal text written on a slide, known as filler slides. Why is this important? Distinguish number one from the title slide, because title slide has a much more elevated, much more intrinsic, much more clear idea of that this is the title slide. In this, it's just normal slide in which the title is written. So the pointers of the agenda will act as a filler slide or the module starters, right, in a presentation. Then you have let's say various charts and graph, visual representations, right? Now if it is a sales pitch, or if it is an elevator pitch, or if it's a, let's say, any sort of keynote pitch, the charts and graph play a lot of role, right? If you go ahead and see a lot of TED talks, whatever the presentations they present would either have a graph or a visual representation, maybe a photo in the middle of the slide, right? Maybe a photo in the middle of the slide, and then you would have the story done around that picture, right? This would be the main element. Then, or maybe the case there would be, if it is a very technical sort of thing, you would have, let's say, a scatter plot made, a line plot, or bar graph or histogram. Then you're talking about that in the entire, then you don't have a much sort of text. You would have a graph, you would label the graph, of course, x, y, what does this represent, what does this axis represent, and then you would talk around that part in the presentations, right? Use visual representations of data to make the complex information more digestible and understandable, right? You don't want your presentation to have a lot of complex jargons, because then the attention of the learner would go away. They would probably scroll their phones and not look at your presentations. But you don't want that. You would want them to be hooked on to what you are speaking and what you are showcasing. So it becomes really important to start off with, right? Then transitions are very important, right? Add smooth transitions or animation. So this is usually done when it is sort of either informal presentation, or if it is something that is not very what do we call, animations would be something that transitions are good. Animations may make it a more informal presentation, right? When you have a lot of, let's say, floating things coming on, lot of jumping things coming on, right? You have those animations in the presentation, right? Smooth transitions is when, let's say, you have a flow chart, right? You have a flow process that is defined. So what would happen in a smooth transition? This would come first, this would be the second, this would be third. So when you click next, so only this will be displayed, then this will be displayed, then this will be displayed in a step-by-step manner. So that is something that is really formal. You can use that in any sort of settings. But the animations are a bit more informal approach. So try not using too much of animations in your decks. Then it would be more like creating a school level presentation and not something that would be a university or a corporate sort of presentations. Then is examples and case studies. So if applicable, include real world example or case study. So one of the best methods to engage your audience, one of the best methods to make your audience appeal or hooked to your presentation is through example and case studies, right? People always, remember this, people always resonate to the real world examples and the real life case studies that are there, right? Because it adds credibility to the presentation, which is very, very important. Then also you can use, if it is something that is a motivational presentation, add relevant quotes you can add from experts, or if maybe it's a sales pitch, right? If you're talking about selling a particular product, then you can talk about the actors that you have that are there, your brand ambassadors, those who have spoken about that particular product. You can add quotes. If it is a motivational sort, you can add quotes from various world leaders, various famous personalities, and you can make your presentations more desirable, more attractive, more relevant to the scenario. So these are the various key elements that are there. Also, one of the major aspects is to focus on the content slides. Now, content slides are the main body, right? For example, in an email, you have subject, you have the header, you have the first byline of some sort, you have the main body text, and then you have the ending to the email. Similarly, in a presentation, you have your opening of the presentation, you have the ending, the summary part, but then in the middle is what we call about the main body text. How would you indulge when you deep dive into, let's say, technical jargons, when you talk about main context of the presentations, which is not too fancy? So that is when you have to be clear and concise with your points. Now each slide should have a single main point and idea. Avoid clutter on the slides, right? Don't use a lot of pen while explaining, that may make your presentation not desirable. Avoid clutter and keep text concise. Then is use relevant images, charts, graphs, and diagrams to complement your points and make your presentation more engaging. Now, bulleted list. When you're presenting key points, use a bulleted list for easier readability. Font and color. Ensure that the font size is large enough, right? Now, font also plays a very critical role, right? If you're, let's say, if your header is of, let's say, text style, let's say 32, text font size 32, and your body is of text size 9, which will also give a very bad feeling when the header is too big and the content size, the main body text is very small. That's also not good. You have to create a margin. You have to make sure that your header is clearly visible but not overly visible that it disrupts the audience from looking at the presentation. Then the color, right? You don't want to use, you can use a lot of bright colors to highlight specific points, but let's assume that if I were to make this entire thing red, right? How would that feel? That would not be good, right? So let's say that if I make this slide a very bright color, let's say if I put a very, very bright color indeed, let's say red, right? It's very not appealing, right? It's not soothing. It's like something written in red, which is also not good, right? If I make it too, let's say, a very bright color, let's say yellow, right? I cannot barely read anything, right? So it has to have that readability. It has to have that, sense of things. Bold, when you have to do bold, you have to focus on a specific point, then make that relevant point bold. If not, then leave it. So that's how you have to make your presentations more engaging. So in this module, let's talk about creating content using ChatGPT. By content, I mean the slides. Let's create a presentation. But let's first look at the interface of ChatGPT. Let's look at how the dashboard of ChatGPT is. Let's have a hands-on on that. Okay. I'll open up search engine, right? You can take Google, Bing, anything that you write. And then I will type in here GPT, right? So I'll search for ChatGPT. Now the first link that comes is ChatGPT by OpenAI, right? We know it's made and developed by OpenAI, so we'll click on that. So now I have logged in into my account currently, and so I have logged in. So let's look at a brief view of what ChatGPT is about. So what you get is two models, ChatGPT 3.5 and GPT-4. So now what is the difference? Basically, ChatGPT 3.5 is free for all. It is for anyone and everyone to use. GPT-4 is a paid version of it, right? I have bought the paid version, so I have both models, GPT-4 and GPT 3.5, right? So what happens is, what is the difference between the two? Let's look at this. I'll open OpenAI's website. So if I see OpenAI's website, I will come across a lot of things, right? Let's say if I want to look at the two most famous products by OpenAI, that is ChatGPT 3.5 and 4, right? So now let's look at the model GPT-4, that is the latest model by OpenAI. So let's know how it is more advanced, right? So GPT-4 is an OpenAI's most advanced system, which gives much more logically correct, logically sound results than its previous model, that is GPT 3.5. So now what has happened in GPT-4, the neural engine is of much higher accuracy. It has much more understanding and problem solving abilities than its predecessor. So it has much more logical reasoning aspect to it. So if you add a lot of heavy, let's say logical reasoning questions, it is much more suited to solve it than its predecessor 3.5, right? However, the speed of GPT-4 is slightly slower because it has much more problems in the backend. The algorithm is in such a way that it takes more time to give your results, but the accuracy is much more in GPT-4 than in GPT 3.5, right? So now let's see. GPT-4 is more creative, collaborative than ever before. It can generate, edit, and iterate with the users on creative and technical writing tasks such as composing songs, writing screenplays, or learning a user's writing style. So, for example, if I give GPT-4 that write a poem on let's say any topic, but every word in that poem should start with the letter M. So it will give me that result. It will make a poem. It will generate a poem from scratch, which is not, by the way, copied from anywhere, but it will create a new poem for me, which would have all the words that starts with the letter M. Now, GPT-4 surpasses GPT-3 in the advanced reasoning capabilities. They have given the input how GPT 3.5, that is ChatGPT, is different from GPT-4, right? So, in the percentile rankings, right? So, 90th percentile, right? That's like top 1% of the class, right? That is the result that GPT-4 got when it gave these exams, right? When it was run, the exams were run through these. So it gave 90th percentile. That is basically Olympiad level things, right? Top 1%, right? Right, in biology Olympiad it is 99th percentile. That's basically a topper, right? So that's how advanced it has become, right, compared to its previous models. So it is ongoing, the research is ongoing. OpenAI is still developing these models, right? But as it mentions, right, that GPT-4 is 82% less likely to respond to requests that disallowed content and 40% more likely to produce factual responses, right? More factual accuracy than its predecessors. So that's why GPT-4 is a really popular, but it is currently paid. Both the models are good, but GPT-4 is a much better model in terms of response and everything, right? So now coming back to the topic, here's the quick dashboard on it. You can write your prompts in this message box here, in which you can write your prompts, then you can send your prompts, whatever it is, right? And this is basically the threads, right? The threads, whatever the threads are there, that would be in this black section right here, right? So you can add new chat from here. You can close this sidebar when you are, mm, you know, asking or writing your prompts of particular topics. You can minimize that one, right? So one thing is that chat gpt, right, this has learned and trained the data, right? Whatever it has trained is up to 2021, September 2021. So anything that is after that, it does not know. If I ask him what is the date today, right, or maybe if I ask them what is today's breaking news across the world, right, it would not give you, because it will write here, I apologize that I do not have real time capabilities. My knowledge extends up to September 2021. So it will give you directly that, okay, I have not been trained to, talk about what is happening in the world currently, because my knowledge is up to date up till 2021, right? So that's one disadvantage, that's one drawback that ChatGPT has, that it's not aware about the current things that are happening, right? If there is any change in certain things, it would not know, right? But on the other hand, now I can tell it, I can copy paste this if I want from here. I can, so this is for their own backend understanding that whether this was good. So if it was good, then they would have a parameter, this is giving good result. If not, then I could put the thumbs down one, right? Then it would know what are the, giving them the feedback that this was not helpful, this isn't true. So you can give the, it will learn on that one, right? So currently, since I use 3.5, so it showcases me that its default model 3.5. Now coming back to our topic, in which we were talking about how to create a presentation, how to create slides using ChatGPT, right? So in this scenario, in this context, like, let's start off by taking another random topic. Let's take climate change for that matter. Now I will put certain prompts and create an entire deck, how I like, how I want the deck to be using ChatGPT, right? So for better results, let's just take a GPT-4 model, and let's just uh, type in our prompts here, right? So my first prompt would be quite generic. I would not add too many details in it. But when you're talking about GPT-4 model, if you give them various parameters, then it is much more helpful. Otherwise, GPT 3.5 and 4 would be the same. So if you have a lot of parameters, let's say climate, when I talk about climate change or the topic about climate, so I would have, if I want to input a lot of parameters in it, talk about the audience in, let's say, Asia Pacific region, know about what is happening, historical data on how the global warming has started or is on the rise, what are the various greenhouse gases. So all that if I have to talk about, I can give them the parameters to talk about, right? So all that we'll see. Let's get into it, let's dive deep into it. So let's just type in first, what should I name, right? Let's say uh, if I have to create a, let's say, PPT on the topic climate change, could you suggest me some catchy titles for my PPT, right? So let's just type in, let's just see what it gives me. Right now I've given that I have to create a PPT on the topic climate change. Could you suggest some catchy titles for my PPT, right? Now it will give me a list of answers, right? It will not give me one or two answers, it will give me a list, a good chunk of more than 20 or 20 results, right? And I can pick from there, right? Earth is a tipping point, understanding climate change, unraveling the climate conundrum, the heat is on, decoding climate change. So all this is given. Now I can choose, right? Let's just take any random thing, right? Let's just say hmm, um, let's just take, let's just take this one, right there. Earth is at the tipping point. Now if I want to create, can you create let's say I want to create a byline, right? Byline for this title. So also, right, if I do not know, I have just heard the term byline, and I do not know what byline actually is, right? So what would happen is that it would just give certainly a byline can help provide a little more context or highlight the unique perspective of your presentations, right? So decoding Earth's rising temperatures and the fight for survival, and so it basically gives me a byline as well. Now, what I have to do is I have to ask ChatGPT to give me an entire slides. How much is the amount I will specify, but to create an entire deck out of it, a slide deck out of it, right? So let's just do that. So now I will talk about create a slide deck of let's say 14 slides highlighting. I'll just first give a random dump about climate change, right? So I'm just giving it that create a slide deck for 14 slides about climate change. Now make sure that the context here is that you do not have time to make the presentation. Let's just say that you have to make a presentation next day or the day after, and you're running low on time. So what would you do? You would make use of ChatGPT. So that's all this is about, right? So now this, let's see the result. Now here's the proposed structure for your 14 slide PowerPoint presentation. Now slide number 1 is about title slide. So I have already chosen Earth at the tipping point, understanding climate change. Now this is the beauty of ChatGPT. It understands what you have asked ChatGPT before in the same thread, right? If I'm talking in the same thread, right? This is the new chat. In the same chat, if I'm talking to ChatGPT, right? It will understand what I have spoken before. It will understand what I have input before, right? It have that memory in the same thread, right? So now it understands that my title that I selected is Earth at the Tipping Point, Understanding Climate Change, right? In two prompts before I added this one, right? So I chose, it understood that from this entire dump, I have chosen this part, right? And it gives me, after two prompts, it gives me the same thing, right? The title slide title is this, subtitle of this is Decoding Earth's Riding and Fight for Survival, right? So it gives me the first one here because I did not really specify it. If I would have, it would have given me the one that I wanted, right? Now it says that my slide 1 should be the title slide. This is, I explained it in the key elements. The first slide is always the title slide. Then is the introduction, a brief introduction about climate change, its causes, why it's important to understand and address it, right? Then defining climate change, this, all this. Now, if I'm not happy with this, right? If I'm not happy how it has, given me the things, I can ask it to make it better, right? So now what I'll do is I'll ask slide number 2, that is introduction, right? So I'll copy paste this right here and I'll paste the prompt below. And what will I do? I will just write add elaborated this point. Now I have to think in that perspective. If it is an introduction slide, how many pointers do I need, right? Do I need to add images or do I need to add more text, right? So elaborate this. Let's say I find, let's say 4 more points should be there. More 4 valuable points elaborate this point in 4 valuable points and add a case study example from history, right? History. Okay, so now I'll give it this prompt. Let's see what the result is. So slide number 2, right? A brief introduction about elaborate this point in 4 valuable points. Now it will give me the dump that, okay, this is the thing. What is climate change? Climate change refers to a long shift in temperatures and weather patterns, particularly a rise in global temperatures, right? Case study: the Little Ice Age, a period cooling from the 14th century to the mid 19th century, illustrates the natural climate variability. During this period, temperatures dropped by only about 1%, but was enough to freeze the river Thames in London, causing widespread crop failures, right? So I asked the chat GPT model to give me 4 valuable points and add a case study, right? Example. Now I wanted to add a case study, right? But what it did is it added a case study in each pointer, right? Which is what I did not want, right? So I'll write here, just give me one case study in the above answer, and just give me one case study in the above answer and keep the pointers up to one line. Let's make it 2 lines. 2 lines. Okay. Now let's see if it understands or not, right? Yeah. So it gave me the thing, understanding climate change, the causes in, I asked it to give it in 2 lines, it gave me into 2 lines, and then I asked one case study, right? Just give me one case study. So now it gives me one case study, that the Dust Bowl of 1930s in United States is an example of a climate event by human activity. Poor farming practices led to widespread soil erosion and dust storms, creating a decade-long drought. Although not direct parallel to today's global issue, that does demonstrate how human actions can dramatically affect time. Now, this is something. Now, if I have to verify this, I can go and I can write it in Google and see if this is accurate or not, which we should do. Any content that you put or go forward from adding from ChatGPT, it needs to be much more clear. Number one, in terms of the facts, if they are wrong, you need to cross verify it, right? If you have any doubt, cross verify it, because ChatGPT is accurate up to some level, but you need to you need to cross check, because it may be wrong at times. It's not fully up to the point in which there are no errors. There are errors, there are things that are factually incorrect, so you need to also check that point as well. But since climate change is a very generic topic in which you don't need to address a lot of technical terms, so this becomes much more easier for making a presentation, for sure. So understanding the climate change, the causes, the need to address is the importance awareness, right? So now I have 4 headers in these things, right? Okay, let's now talk about how to add these slides in PowerPoint presentation. So what I'll do is, what I have got here, right? Now I want to elaborate it, right? So I'll just rechange it. So there's this option here where you can modify the current prompt, right? So I'll add shift enter, then I'll add 4, or let's say 5 short pointers in each section. Okay, in each section, short, crisp. Let's add the word crisp pointers. Crisp pointers in each section. So let's see what the result is. So now what happens is, it would give me an iteration, right? It would give me, okay, so this was my first iteration, this is my second iteration. So it will give me, from now it understands that title slides cannot have a 4-point pointer thing, so it will not give me those kind of pointers, right? Now this gives me a lot more pointers. I've asked for 4 pointers, so it's giving me 5 pointers. That is there. Now I want to add this in my PPT, let's say. So I'll create a new, right? So what I'll do is I'll refresh this, and I'll click on the right button, then I'll create a Microsoft PowerPoint presentations, right? I'll name it as climate change, right? I'll double click it, I'll open it. Now this is what comes up. It's the PowerPoint that opens up. Now I want to add a new slide, right? So I can create a title slide that is right there. Then I can add subsequent slides, right? Then I need title and content. Then I can have much more like this. So slide number 1, let's see what it has given me, right? So it has given me, first is the title slide is Earth at the tipping point of climate change. So I'll click on this, I'll copy paste this, then I will add this here, right? Climate Earth at the tipping point, right? Add this. So this is currently at 54. Let's just move it to 42, and let's just change this to, let's say, Calibri, and I can bold it, and I'll bold it. Now if I want to add a subline, byline, right, that can also be done. Decoding Earth's rising temperature, and this I can write, right? So this is generally in a lesser known, in a, let's say, a bit more smaller than the previous. So I kept this one as 42, this one I'll keep as 24, or 24 is fine. So I'll keep this as 24. Now this is my title slide right there, right? So this one is sorted. Now the second one is adding the content. The second one is about introduction, right? Introduction, I will either type or I'll just copy paste it. Introduction to, I'll just say, climate change. Okay, so it comes up in board automatically at 44, but I'll reduce it to 32, right? 36, let's just take it. Okay, I will have to select all, I'll just give the number 36. Okay, and I'll bold, it's already bold, it is perfect, right? Then I can add the content straight away from what it has given me, right? Definitions, brief explanation, introduction, and everything, right? So now if I want to add another slide, I'm not happy with the flow, right? Historical overview, I'll just click on this, then okay. So it has given me this response, but I think I wanna, let's say I wanna have in third slide, introduction, I'll just have copy paste definition of climate change, brief introduction, right? So now these are my main pointers, right? But I can't really write definition of climate change, right? So what I'll do is, right, elaborate on slide 2 and crisp pointers, right? So now it will go back and it will think what this is about. Now climate change reference, it has given me that it refers to the temperature something, yeah, weather patterns and temperatures. It includes both global warming driven by human induced emissions of greenhouse gases and the resulting. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this and I'll just paste this. So since it's the introduction, the first pointer is will be about climate change, right? Then second would be its universal effects. Is this effects? Yeah. So second, I am talking about what are the global impact it will have. So I'll add that structure right there, right? Now, if I feel that this is, so I'll just put the text box. I'll just write 24 right away. Okay, so just give me a warning. I'll just go and make it the entire text box. I'll make it as 24, right? Now if I want to justify this, right, let's just say that I don't want this empty spaces, so I'll just copy paste. I'll use Control J, so the text would be from line to line format. Okay, so it will be justified, as mostly happens in a research paper of some sort, right? Then I want, in the second page, I want something else. Let's say the topic on this significance, right? So I'll just paste here. I'll just have 24. So I can write in that manner. Now I want to include another slide in which this is there, right? So let's just say that would be the third slide. Now, if I want to include, so I don't want to include this, I want to include something else, right? In this, I'll just copy this, right? So elaborate on the pointers, right? So this can happen. So basically anything and everything that you want can be done through this, right? You don't need to, look around a lot of places when you're running short of time. Make sure that the the content is less technical, because then you would have to verify a lot. But in cases of, for example, this, right, the role of carbon dioxide in greenhouses, I would want to go and verify if whatever this is written, right, is correct or not. Are the greenhouse gases correct or not? So which I can see is correct, by the way, but you know you have to verify it. You have to go and verify it, right? So what is this? Now I can add these pointers. I can just go ahead and add the pointers right here, right? So I can add the pointers. So now what is the best part about this is, let's just take that I want a historical case study to be presented, right? Or I can ask them for historical case study on climate change. Let's just modify some parts. So I'll write, for historical case study on climate change, can you add historical example, right? So from the very start, it is giving me the responses like the little ice age, dust ball, keeping curve, 2003 European heat wave, record Arctic heat, ice melt, and all that. So this is giving me this. Now I can add these case studies in my presentations. Or what I can do is, also one more prompt I want to introduce is that develop a slide that introducing the main objectives of a climate change campaign, include bullet points highlighting the key goals and strategies to be implemented, right? So what does this mean? This means that increasing the awareness, key goals, influence policy, right? Policy changes need to be introduced, engaging communities, inspire actions, right? So the various strategies to implement is educational programs, policy advocacy, so all these things, right? So now the key goals are written. So how they were, it was structured in key goals and strategies. So it will give me two different things. Now if it's my choice if I want to add it or not. So let's just type in another thing. Let's just see what it gives the response. So design a slide featuring the timeline of important historical events and climate change movement. Utilize a horizontal layout and add brief descriptions to each event to provide context. So if the prompts are a little more lengthier, so GPT-4 has this ability, higher order reasoning, right? So it can give you better results in that scenario, right? So the timeline it is giving me in timeline 72, 79. What are the various things? First, World Climate Conference, then Kyoto Protocol, this Paris Accord that happened to 2015. So that's also mentioned here, right? So all the things are mentioned here, how they are. Now, if I want to have this, right? So give me this was the most popular one, right? So elaborate on this. If I want to give a case study much more depth, so I will add a prompt that would make it much more bigger. Now if I read news, I would know that there was a Paris Accord in 2015. So what would happen is, if I want to add key sections in which I want to talk more about, right? So these are the elements that I can use, right? So this will be coming in. Now in our deck, right, if I have to make a lot of changes, so I will I can make the changes to the design aspect of it. I can make it look how it's supposed to be, right? I can add changes to the slides how I want the slides to be, right? So this can be modified as much. You can play around the functionalities of it, but to create a crisp deck, this is what is needed, right? What you can also do is, if uh, there is that kind of space, what you can do is, you can also add extensions to the PowerPoint, in which you can basically, you have to dump what ChatGPT gives you, and it will automatically give the response to it, right? So now we have got the content up. So one other way you can, ease your process of not copy pasting it to a slide deck or to the Microsoft PowerPoint is through a process called as VBA, right? So what it is, let's look at. So I will just do one thing. I'll just create a dummy presentation, right? So I'll create an empty presentation, as you can see. So what will happen is that I will input in this the VBA code to create the VBA code of this slides, right? So since there are a lot of slides, it will not create the entire one, but let's just take a dummy example. I'll ask ChatGPT to create a visual code. So now here I have written make a PowerPoint VBA code for this to run on Microsoft PowerPoint, right? So let's see what the result is about. So now it has given me all the code, right? It has made a code that can be copy pasted in PowerPoint and the slides will be there, right? So let's just copy paste this code. Let's go to the empty presentation that I've created. So I'll click on this, then do Alt F11, right? So what will happen is that it will open up this window, right? Now what I have to do is I have to go on insert, create a new module, right? So this new module is created, right? Now what I'll do is I'll copy paste the code that was there in ChatGPT gave me for VBA. So this is basically Visual Basic for applications. What it does, it is your process of making a presentation. So if I run it, like F5 is how do you run? So if I run it, it will automatically create these two slides from the dump, right? This was a dummy, so two, you can create more if you want. So you don't individually need to add the content in there, right? So that's how you make your process easier, in which you just have to dump what ChatGPT has given you. It will create a VBA for it. You can copy paste VBA in your presentation and make the entire slide deck. So how convenient it is, right? So this is all about VBA.
Now, let's explore how ChatGPT can boost your capabilities in digital marketing and finance. First, we'll move on to ChatGPT for digital marketing and learn how this AI can craft compelling marketing campaigns, optimize ad performance, and engage with your audience effectively. Then, we will explore ChatGPT for finance and see how ChatGPT can assist in financial analysis, forecasting, and providing insights to make informed decisions. Ready to dive in? Let's get started with these powerful applications of ChatGPT.
All right. So now that you understand what exactly is artificial intelligence and what is ChatGPT, it is time for us to actually dive in all these different concepts related to content creation and SEO and understand how we can leverage the power of ChatGPT there. So first of all, in this particular module, we will be talking about ChatGPT for drafting emails. When we talk about emails and different email drafts, how can ChatGPT help us there? So there are different areas where ChatGPT can actually help us. Number one is subject lines. Whenever you send an email, there's a subject line that is there. And subject line is actually one of the most important things about any email. Let's say you are sending a job application to an HR. Whether the HR is going to open your email or not open your email, that completely depends upon how catchy your subject line is. Similarly, as an organization or as a business owner, if you are sending an email to your customer, whether they are going to open it or they are completely going to ignore it, that completely depends upon the subject line. So how can you generate some catchy subject lines? That can be done with the help of ChatGPT, and we'll see how exactly that can be done. Then A/B testing. Let's say you want to have two different variations of the subject lines. Number one is something, and number two is close to that. The essence is same, but then it is in a different way, phrased in a different way. You want to check which one is working and which one is not working. That's nothing but A/B testing. So if you want to have variation for one subject line or for email body or for something else, that can also be done with the help of ChatGPT. Then translation, whether you want to translate it from English to Hindi or Spanish or Japanese, that can be done too. Then personalization, if you want to change the tone of it to more personalized, more engaging, all of that can be done. Proofreading, if you are writing an email which is extremely important, let's say you are sending it to your potential investors as a business owner, it should not have any grammatical or punctuation errors. So how can you proofread it? Well, ChatGPT is the answer. Then if you want to create some generic templates, let's say you are sending an email to the HR or HR is sending an email to a candidate, rejecting their profile or accepting their profile. How can we get these templates? That can also be done with the help of ChatGPT. Then response drafts. Let's say you got an email and you need to draft a response for the same. How will you do that? ChatGPT can help you in that area as well. And then of course, email body too. So these are the different areas where ChatGPT can help us when it comes to drafting emails. And now it is time for us to go to ChatGPT and use that tool in drafting these emails that we are talking about over here. So first of all, to tell you how exactly we go about using ChatGPT, let me put in a random query saying, can you create email templates for me? Let me ask ChatGPT and let's see how it gives us different outputs. So if I type in the query, can you create email templates for me? It says, sure, I'd be happy to help you create some email templates. Please let me know what type of emails you need templates for and provide any specific details or requirements you have in mind. Here are some examples of email templates for common use cases. So this one is business introduction email, where it is talking about the recipient name and then the email body and then finally the salutation, etc. All the things are given in a very good way. Similarly, job inquiry email. And then it is giving us more examples related to some follow-up email, and all these different templates are provided. Now let me put up a case and let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me the email template for a very specific situation. Let me say that I am a business owner and I need to send an email to my customers, informing them about the upcoming 25% discount on all my products that I am offering in my organization. Can you generate a template for me? Let me put in this query and see what are the different results that we get. So as you can see, if I type in the query, I'm a business owner and I need to send an email to my customers informing them about the upcoming 25% discount on all my products. And I'm asking ChatGPT to generate a template for me. So if I press enter, you can see it is going to give us an answer. It says, sure, here's a template for an email informing your customers about an upcoming 25% discount on all your products. It is giving me a subject line saying exclusive offer, 25% discount on all our products. Then it is talking about dear customer name. We hope this email finds you well as a valued customer of this and this company. We are excited to share some great news with you. We are thrilled to announce an exclusive limited time offer for all our loyal customers. And at the end, if you see, it says, thank you for your continued support and we look forward to serving you during this special offer. Hurry, this exclusive discount won't last long. It is giving a call to action as well. And it is giving us a note that please customize this template to filling in the necessary details such as the start date, duration of the offer, promo code, and contact information to make it relevant to your specific business and customer base. So that is the power of AI we are talking about when we come to ChatGPT. So you put in some information related to that you want a 25% discount. You are a business owner and you are sending this email to your customers. And we just asked for a simple template that we wanted ChatGPT to create for us. And it gave us a wonderful template. Now we can use it as it is, or we can make some changes depending upon the business requirements on our specific needs. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can make the above mail specific to, let's say, my clothing brand. I said that I am a business owner. Let's say I'm the business owner of a clothing brand. And now let me ask ChatGPT that can you make the above mail specific to my clothing brand? And here you go. Certainly. Here's a revised version of the email template tailored specifically for a clothing brand. Exclusive offer, 25% discount on all your clothing brand name products. So you see the difference. Initially, we didn't talk about a particular brand, so it's saying exclusive offer, 25% discount on all our products. But here, as soon as we mention about the clothing brand, it is picking up the hint and it is giving us a revised version of the same template. You can see the dear customer name, and here you can see that it is talking about things related to clothing brand. Whether you have been eyeing that perfect pair of jeans, that stylish dress, or that cozy sweater, now is the time to grab it at an incredible price. Our clothing brand name collection features the latest trends in fashion made from premium materials and designed with exceptional craftsmanship. So that's the beauty of ChatGPT. It gives us some amazing results in form of some catchy phrases. So that's how we can use ChatGPT when it comes to content creation for drafting emails. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can make the same content piece, same email, more catchy and engaging for the customers. Let me type in the query, can you make it more catchy and engaging for the customers? And here you go. Here's an updated version of the email template that adds a more catchy and engaging tone to entice your customers. Here, the words are changed. Now, if you see the subject line, flash sale alert. Get 25% off all our clothing brand name styles. Hey customer name, are you ready for some serious fashion savings? We have got an exclusive offer just for you. Get ready to upgrade your wardrobe with our hottest this and this brand name styles at an unbeatable price. And all the other information is provided para by para as you see, and it is very eye catchy and can grab the attention of any customer who's going to open that email. Now let's say but you feel that this is a very good sample, but again it is too long and you want ChatGPT to make it more concise. So let me put in the query, this is too long, can you provide a more concise version of this email template? Let's see what are the results we expect. And certainly, here's a concise version of the email template for your clothing brand. Hurry, 25% off all this and this brand name styles. Hi customer name, ready for a fresh and deal you can't resist? Get 25% off on all this and this clothing brand name styles for a limited time only. And you see the duration and the length of this particular email is very less and shorter compared to the previous sample. So that's the beauty of ChatGPT. If you get an answer and you want to tweak it a little bit, let's say you say ChatGPT to make it more engaging, to make it more personalized for the customers, to make it more empathetic for the customers. You can do all those changes just by putting in a prompt such as, this is too long, can you make it concise? This is too long, can you make it shorter? Or can you make it more engaging? This is boring, can you make it more quirky? All those different changes can easily be done with the help of ChatGPT. Now let me ask ChatGPT to give me some more ideas for the subject lines to grab my customer's attention. Let's see whether it can give us some amazing subject lines or not. So if I put in the query, give me more ideas for the subject lines to grab my customer's attention. And you see that here are some additional ideas for subject lines that can grab your customer's attention. Number 1, flash sale alert. Get 25% off all your clothing brand name styles. Then if you go to the 7th one, spring savings. 25% off all your clothing brand name collection. Or celebrate with savings, 25% off on all the different styles or limited stock alert. You see, these are some amazing subject lines that you can definitely use in your email drafts. Now let me ask ChatGPT to give me some ideas for the call to actions in the email body. Now in email bodies, call to actions are very important, especially when you're sending these emails to your customers. If you won't have any call to action, the customers will not have any idea what they're supposed to do after reading that email. But if you click on buttons such as learn more, or let's say you click on, you ask about go to the website or visit our page. If some call to action is there, then it will definitely increase the traffic to your website and you can convert more and more customers and you can be more and more profitable. So now let me ask ChatGPT to give me some ideas for the call to actions or CTAs in the email body. And here you go. Certainly, here are some ideas for CTAs that you can include in the body of your email. Shop now and save, or get the deal, or claim your discount, or browse now and save big, or shop with promo code, and promo code can be mentioned over there, or don't miss out, shop now. These are some amazing examples of how CTAs should be at the end of your email body. Now let's take a different example. Let me ask ChatGPT to give me some other draft. Let's say I am a computer science engineer from IIT Bombay with 3 years of relevant experience in software development. I want to ask ChatGPT if it can suggest an email template that I can use to send my resume to the HR of a potential employer. The very important thing is whenever you are sending your resume, it is extremely important that you draft a very good email so that the HR not just open it and they also have the courage to go and find your resume and then download it and then show it to the hiring manager. So it is extremely important what you are writing in your email. Let me ask ChatGPT to give me a few suggestions in terms of that email draft that I can send to the HR of a potential employer or a potential organization that I wish to join. Let me put in that information and see what are the results we can expect. So as you can see on your screen, if I put in the query, I am a computer science or CS engineer from IIT Bombay with 3 years of relevant experience in the software development. Can you suggest an email template that I can use to send my resume to the HR of a potential employer? Here's the answer. Here's an email template for sending your resume to the HR of a potential employer. Subject is application for this and this position and your name. Dear HR's contact name, I hope this email finds you well. My name is this and I am a highly skilled computer science engineer with 3 years of relevant experience in software development. I am excited to express my interest in this and this position at your company. As an alumnus of the esteemed Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, I am confident that my technical expertise combined with experience in developing innovative software solutions makes me a strong candidate for this and this position at your organization. I have a proven track record of successfully delivering high quality software projects, leveraging my skills in programming languages such as Java, Python, C++. So if you see over here, all these details we have not mentioned in the question. But ChatGPT has the ability to understand the tone of what you are actually asking and then provide you a solution for your particular question. Every time you will put in more and more information, you will make your prompt more and more precise. ChatGPT will give you better and better information. Now, let me ask ChatGPT, let's say you have sent this particular template to the HR. But as an HR or as a recruiter, I need to send an email to a job applicant informing them that we won't be proceeding with their application. Let me ask ChatGPT if it can give us a template for the same as well. Let's say I am the HR in an organization and I receive this particular template from this IIT Bombay student. And I do not want to select this candidate because let's say I feel that this person is not a cultural fit for the organization. And now I need to reject this particular candidate. How can I send an email to the person saying that his profile or his application is rejected? Let me ask ChatGPT and see what are the results we can actually get. So if I type in the query as a recruiter, I need to send an email to a job applicant informing them that we won't be proceeding with their application. Can you give me a template for the same? And certainly, here's an email template for informing a job applicant that their application will not be proceeding. Subject, update on your job application. Dear this person's name, I hope this email finds you well. Thank you for taking the time to apply for the position of this and this position at this and this company. We appreciate your interest in joining our team and carefully reviewed your application. After thorough consideration, we regret to inform you that we will not be proceeding with your application at this time. You can see that we wish you the best of luck in your career endeavors and thank you again for your interest in this and this organization. So now you can change this according to your needs as an HR, whatever position, and you can change these different details and you can use this template as it is. But let's say as an HR, to save your employer's branding, you feel that this is not empathetic enough. Since you are rejecting a profile, it might hurt the feelings of the other person who's going to receive this particular email. So to save yourself from hurting the feelings of the recipient, let's say you want to make this template more empathetic. Now let me put in the prompt that can you make it more empathetic, and let's see what is the result we can get from ChatGPT. And enter. Absolutely. Here's a revised version of the email template with a more empathetic tone. The subject is update on your job application. Dear this applicant's name, I hope this email finds you well and we sincerely appreciate your interest in joining our team and want to express our gratitude for the time and effort you put into your application for the position of this at this company. Now you can easily see the difference that the second one is much more empathetic sample when compared to this one. Here the email says that I hope this email finds you well. Thank you for taking the time to apply for the position. But here, if you see, it says that we sincerely appreciate your interest in joining our team and want to express our gratitude for the time and effort you put into your application for this and this position at this and this organization. You can easily see the difference in this entire email sample that it is much more empathetic and it will definitely not hurt the feelings of the person that you're going to send this email to. So it is a much more better example when it comes to sending an email to a candidate who's rejected or whose profile is rejected. Now let me take another example and let me ask ChatGPT to give me a sample email template that I can use to inform the sellers of, let's say, my e-commerce company about a new update in the business process. Business processes keep on evolving. I have, let's say, changed some business process and I want to inform the sellers who are there on my e-commerce platform. How can I send them an email informing them about that business process change? Let's ask ChatGPT if it can provide us a template for the same or not. And here you go. Here's an email template. The subject is important update regarding business process and the company name. Dear seller's name, we hope this email finds you well. We are writing to inform you about an important update in our business process at this and this company. As a valued seller on our platform, we want to keep you informed and provide you with the latest information. And we are excited to share that we have made some changes to our business process to better serve our customers and improve the overall seller experience. The update includes briefly explain the update or changes in the process. And then all the other details are clearly mentioned over here. Thank you for being a valued seller on this and this company. Sincerely, and you can write your name, your title and company name. It gives us a great sample. Now, similarly, let's say you want to translate this particular email sample to some other language. Let's say your sellers do not understand English, or you want to change it to, let's say, German or Spanish or Hindi or some any other language. You can easily do that with ChatGPT. Let me ask ChatGPT that can you please translate the same template to German? And you can see that ChatGPT is able to actually translate the same email template into some other language. Here we took the example of German language. Similarly, you can take the example of any other language, let's say Hindi, Spanish, or any other language. You can ask ChatGPT to translate your particular email template into that language, and it will be able to do that for you. That is the power of AI, and that's precisely how we can leverage ChatGPT when it comes to drafting emails. Now let me take one final example. Let me ask ChatGPT that I need to send a feedback email to one of my subordinates within the organization. Let's say there's a problem with that particular person that he's constantly missing the deadlines. Can you provide me with a sample template? Let me put in that query and see what exactly are the results that I can expect from ChatGPT. We always have to be ensured whenever we are typing information like this that we want constructive feedback that is generated. Let's see whether ChatGPT is able to recognize that and is providing us constructive feedback or not. So as you can see, if I type in the query, I need to send a feedback email to one of my subordinates within the organization who's constantly missing deadlines. Can you provide me with a sample template? Here you go. Subject is feedback on meeting deadlines, and here's the employee name. Dear employee, I hope this email finds you well. I would like to provide you with some feedback regarding meeting deadlines as part of your role at this and this organization. As your manager, I value your contributions to the team and believe that your skills can further benefit the organization. So this is one of the major good thing which is there about GPT or ChatGPT, that it gives you constructive feedback by understanding the tone of your question. So here I clearly mentioned that I need to send a feedback email to one of my subordinates. Now ChatGPT has the understanding that definitely the feedback has to be in a constructive way. So here it is talking about that as your manager, I value your contribution. So it is clearly mentioning that what exactly are the good parts, what are the bad parts, and it is balancing the same while giving a feedback to the subordinate by a particular manager. Here it is mentioning that as a team, we rely on each other to complete tasks and deliverables in a timely manner. Consistently missing deadlines can have an impact on the team's productivity and may result in delays that can affect the overall progress of our project. ChatGPT is able to understand that whenever we are giving the feedback, it is extremely important that you make the other person understand the impact of why they are missing something, and once they miss it, what exactly is the impact of that on the entire team and the organization. It is able to not just able to understand it, but also is typing the same detail in the email draft that we asked it for. Now, let's say you find it too lengthy. You can ask ChatGPT to make it more crisp, make it more shorter, make it more empathetic, add a particular detail. You can do all of that. You can tweak the particular template in whatever way you like. But that's how we use ChatGPT when it comes to drafting emails. Whether you want to draft an email as an HR that you need to send to an applicant, or you are the applicant and you need to send an email to the HRs or a potential company of a potential organization, or you are a marketing head and you need to send an email to your entire team, to your subordinates, or let's say you are a subordinate and you need to escalate something to your manager. All those different types of templates can easily be generated with the help of ChatGPT. We have seen a few examples. Now it is time for you to go to ChatGPT, sign up, and try to create as many templates as you need. All right. So now you understand that we can use ChatGPT when it comes to drafting different types of email samples. Now it is time for us to explore the power of ChatGPT for creating social media posts. In this particular module, we will be understanding how we can leverage the power of AI for creating different kinds of social media posts for different platforms, let's say Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, etc. Let's try and understand what are the different areas where ChatGPT can actually help us. Number one is definitely generating ideas. So for social media posts, it is extremely important that you have some catchy ideas so that you can compete with your brands, and whatever other brands are there which are in the same industry, you have to compete with them. So to show yourself and gain a competitive advantage, if you need to generate some ideas, you can definitely take help from ChatGPT. If you want to change the tone and style, let's say on LinkedIn, the kind of posts you will be putting, those will be more professional. But if you are talking about, let's say, TikTok, or let's say you are talking about some other platform, Instagram stories, there the tone will be a bit casual. Similarly, on Twitter, the tone will be a little different. So if you want to create posts for all these different platforms and you want to change the tone accordingly depending upon the platform, that can also be done with the help of ChatGPT. Then repurposing. If you want to create a post for Twitter and you want to repurpose the same for some other social media platform as well, that can also be done. You can repurpose the same post for different platforms based upon their tone and style. Then you can do sentiment analysis as well. Let's say on YouTube, you see a few comments on your videos. You can copy paste the same comments and you can ask ChatGPT what exactly is the sentiment of all those comments, and it can summarize the entire thing for you, and it can give you a para about what exactly is the overall feedback about that particular video. Similarly, from Instagram, you can copy paste the comments. You can get the sentiment analysis done with the help of ChatGPT. Then optimization. Let's say you want to figure out what exactly is the best time to post content on Instagram, or what is the best time to post content on Twitter. If you want to figure out these things, that can also be done with the help of ChatGPT, and you can optimize your content accordingly. Then hashtags. For Instagram, Facebook, hashtags are very, very important and can give you a lot of visibility. How can you do that with the help of ChatGPT? Let's go and explore. Now, first of all, let me talk to ChatGPT in terms of generating some ideas. I want to ask ChatGPT if it can give me a few ideas for social media posts that I can use, let's say, on a special occasion. Let's say the World Poetry Day is coming up very, very soon. And I want to ask ChatGPT if it can provide me some ideas related to same for social media posts. Let me put in the query that can you give me a few ideas for social media posts that I can use for World Poetry Day. And let's see what are the results we can get. And here you go. Here are some ideas for social media posts that you can use for the World Poetry Day. There are some 6 to 7 ideas that it has already given us. As you can see, let your thoughts take flight and your words dance on the page. Happy World Poetry Day. Share your favorite poem on Write Your Own to celebrate this beautiful art form. World Poetry Day, hashtag poetry, hashtag words dance. Now these are some amazing hashtags, and this is some amazing one-liner on World Poetry Day that we can definitely use, let's say, on Instagram stories or Twitter, on Facebook, or wherever we want. Now let me give a very specific example to ChatGPT, and let me ask if it can help us in one particular scenario. So let's say I run a clothing brand. This is the example that we have previously taken. And let me ask ChatGPT if it can write a catchy poem for me that I can upload on my Instagram story. It is the World Poetry Day and I run a clothing brand, and I want to ask ChatGPT if it can create a small poem for me that I can put up on my Instagram story. And here you go. Here's a catchy poem for your clothing brand that you can use on your Instagram stories. It is giving us the title of the poem, says Fashion Frenzy. And step into style, don't be shy. Our clothes will make you soar up high. From head to toe, you'll look so chic. A fashion insta, oh so sleek. So these are some amazing poems that you can definitely use. Similarly, let's say you want to make this poem more shorter, you want to make it more crisp, you want to make it more engaging. You can put in the prompt based upon the same, and it will give you results depending upon your specific needs. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me, let's say, more such poems. It can definitely do that. If you'll type in the query, can you give me more such poems? And it will come up with a list of, let's say, 2, 3, 4, 5 poems depending upon your needs. If you also want to give some prompt related to poems and you want to specify the number of words, let's say you say that can you give me one more poem of just 200 words or of just 100 words, it can again do that for you. More specific is your prompt, more specific will be the output, and you will be getting better results. Now let me ask ChatGPT to actually give me some caption ideas for the same event. Let me ask ChatGPT that can you give me some caption ideas for the same World Poetry Day. And here you go. Here are some caption ideas to pair with your poem or your clothing brand's Instagram story. Step into style and join the fashion frenzy. And hashtag fashion insta life, hashtag trendy threads, or express your unique style with our chic clothing, hashtag fashion forward style statement. Make a statement with our bold and fashionable clothes. Here you can see that all these different examples of 8 captions which are given to me by ChatGPT, all these examples are aligned with the example that I actually put up, which was of a clothing brand. And it is using some hashtags that I didn't even ask. That's an amazing way ChatGPT can pick up hints in terms of what you are trying to get, and it can give you more and more answers related to the same. Let's say now you want to get some more examples of the hashtags. So let me ask ChatGPT that can you suggest a few hashtags that I can use along with the caption. Let's see what are the results we can expect. And here you go. hashtag fashion insta, hashtag style goals, or hashtag dress to impress, or hashtag OOTD, that is outfit of the day, or hashtag shop small. So these are some amazing 20 hashtags that I can definitely use along with my captions. Now let me ask about Twitter specifically. Let me ask ChatGPT if it can create a Twitter thread for my clothing brand on the occasion of World Poetry Day. We are still taking the same example. We are still taking the example of a clothing brand. But for your organization, if you want to take any other example, or if you want to create hashtags, let's say for an e-learning company, or let's say for a manufacturing company, or let's say for the event of a Women's Day, or for the events of, let's say, you want to create content for differently abled people. It can be any specific market that you want to target. You can put in that information and you can get results or expect results related to the same target audience that you're trying to market your product to. So you can do all of that with the help of ChatGPT. For now, we will be taking the example that can you create a Twitter thread for my clothing brand on the occasion of the same day, that is World Poetry Day. And why not? Certainly, here's a Twitter thread for your clothing brand to celebrate World Poetry Day. Tweet 1 Happy World Poetry Day. As a brand that loves to express style through words, we are celebrating this special day with some poetic vibes. Join us on this poetic journey. Hashtag fashion poetry. Tweet 2 Roses are red, violets are blue. Our clothing is chic and made just for you. Now, these are some amazing examples that you can definitely use as it is for your clothing brand on the World Poetry Day on Twitter. And if you want to, let's say, change it to Instagram, you want to get some queries related to Facebook, all of that can also be done with the help of ChatGPT. All you need is a precise input that you need to prompt, and you will get an output which is completely new and amazing, as you can see on your screen. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me some ideas for, let's say, some funny tweets on the occasion of New Year. Now let's change the topic from World Poetry Day to New Year, and we want the genre also to be funny. So can you give me ideas for some funny tweets on the occasion of New Year? And of course, Ultimate Chat Companion has asked us that here are some funny tweets asked by you for the idea of New Year. New Year's resolution: unfollow all the fast food chains on social media. No more temptations. Hashtag New Year's resolution. So definitely that's funny, and that's something that you can use on Twitter or any other platform for the occasion of New Year. Similarly, if you see over here, New Year's resolution: stop eating snacks without standing in front of the refrigerator. It's time to take my grazing skills to the next level. Hashtag snack lover. So those are some amazing ideas that can be used on social media as it is. Now let me ask ChatGPT that can you make these tweets more specific to my clothing brand? Let me put in that query and see what are the results we expect. And here you go. Here are some funny tweet ideas for New Year's tailored specifically for a clothing brand. New Year's resolution: stop wearing my favorite pair of jeans every day and actually rotate through my wardrobe. Hashtag fashion goals. Hashtag denim addict problems. So these are some amazing examples again that you can use on Twitter, on social media platforms, let's say Instagram, Facebook. You can ask ChatGPT to create content for a specific platform, and it will understand the tone and will change the style of the same words and will provide you result which is specific to your requirements. Now let's say till now I was talking about Instagram or Twitter. Let's say now I want to create something for LinkedIn. Now let me ask ChatGPT to give me some ideas for LinkedIn posts that can showcase my clothing brand's business wear. So I want to talk about business wear, and specifically I want to target LinkedIn audience. So let me ask ChatGPT to create some content for the same. And here are some ideas for LinkedIn posts that showcase your clothing brand's business wear. Dressing for success never gets out of style. Check out our latest collection of sleek business wear that's perfect for making a statement in the boardroom. Hashtag fashion business or hashtag dress for success. And you can see many more examples like that that you can definitely use on your LinkedIn business page, and that can definitely get you a lot of attraction from the target audience. Now let me ask ChatGPT to create a poll for LinkedIn as well based on the above information. Let's see whether it can do that for me or not. And here you go. Here's a poll idea for LinkedIn based on your clothing brand's business wear. Poll question: what do you consider the most important factor when choosing business wear for the workplace? And the poll options are style and fashion, professionalism, comfort and fit, quality and durability, brand reputation, or trustworthiness. Now these are some poll examples that you can definitely use on your LinkedIn, or you can create polls for Twitter as well. So these are some of the examples that you can use ChatGPT in different ways to create content for different social media platforms. Now let me ask ChatGPT to actually suggest a few ideas for creating reels on Instagram for my clothing brand. So if I type in the query that suggests a few ideas for creating reels on specifically one platform, that is Instagram, for my clothing brand, let's see what are the results we expect. And here you go. Here are some ideas for creating reels on Instagram for your clothing brand. Number one, style guides. Then behind the scenes, you can share glimpses of your clothing brand's behind the scenes processes such as fabric selection, design sketches or manufacturing, etc. You can try on hauls or fashion tips or user generated content or behind the scenes events. You can take these examples and you can use these for your Instagram reels. Now let's say you want to come up with a script for your Instagram reel. You want to record a video, and for that professional video, you'll need a script. Let me ask ChatGPT to provide me a script for creating an Instagram reel on one specific topic, let's say styling tips. So I have picked up a hint from this particular question, and now I want to create a reel, let's say on fashion tips or styling tips. So let me ask ChatGPT that can you provide me a script for creating an Instagram reel on the topic styling tips. And here you go. Here's a script for creating an Instagram reel on styling tips for your clothing brand. Scene 1, text overlays styling tips for a fall winter season. Show a model wearing a sweater, jeans and boots and posing in a fall winter setting. Voiceover, hey fashion instas, as the temperature drops, it's time to update our wardrobe for the fall winter season. Here are some styling tips to keep you cozy and chic. So these are some great examples again that you can use as it is for your Instagram reel generation ideas, or you can make some changes as per your business requirements or as per your audience, and you can use as it is the same things, and you can get this done with the help of ChatGPT in just a matter of seconds. So you can see it's a huge long script. Now if you want to cut it down, you want to make it only specific to one type of target audience for one type of platform, you can do all of that by putting in the right prompt, and ChatGPT will give you results which are specific to your business requirements. Now let's try and understand how ChatGPT can help us when it comes to optimization. So first of all, let me ask ChatGPT, let's say a random question, that what is the ideal duration for the Instagram reel? I have created the reel, but I don't know what should be the ideal duration. So let me ask ChatGPT to optimize the reel accordingly. And here you go. The ideal duration for an Instagram reel is typically between 15 to 30 seconds. Instagram reels are designed to be short, engaging, and easy to consume, so it's important to keep them concise and focused. Which is right, you can definitely do that. Similarly, if you have more questions, let's say you want to ask ChatGPT that what exactly is the ideal time to tweet to get better attraction. Or similarly, let's say what exactly is the ideal time to put an Instagram story to get the better attraction from a specific target audience. It can suggest you answers and you can actually implement that to see the result on your own. And definitely it can help you in all those business needs, different requirements for different social media platforms. Now let's also try and understand how ChatGPT can actually help us when it comes to sentiment analysis. So let's say I give in some prompts or some comments to ChatGPT that I received on my Facebook post. And let me ask ChatGPT to perform a sentiment analysis for the same. So I will be asking ChatGPT to actually give me that what is the sentiment of the below comments that I received on my Facebook post. And let me see what exactly is the result that we can expect. So as you can see over here, I have put in the query that what is the sentiment of the below comments I received on my Facebook post. Your clothes collection is amazing, or I love the denim jacket collection the most, or I don't like the shoes but the jackets look damn good, or the shoes are very uncomfortable, love this brand. So let's say these are some of the comments that I have got on my Facebook post as a clothing brand. And now I want to ask ChatGPT to actually give me the sentiment of the below comments. I don't want to go to each of these comments one after the other, and I asked ChatGPT to do the same task for me. And here's the result. So first of all, ChatGPT is talking about what exactly are the positive sentiment, and then what is the mixed one, and what is the negative one. Let's say again, I don't want to go to all of this. I can simply ask ChatGPT to summarize the sentiment. Let's say I write, summarize the sentiment of the above mentioned comments, and enter. And you can see that the overall sentiment of the comments is mostly positive, with comments expressing admiration for clothing collection, denim jacket collection, and the brand as a whole. There are also mixed sentiments where the commentators are like the jackets but dislike the shoes due to discomfort. However, there is one negative comment warning others not to buy from the brand due to negative feedback about the shoes. So by reading this, I can simply make out that people are liking the denim jackets and other clothing products, but people simply are not liking the shoes, and the major issues are discomfort while they are wearing the shoes. Now I can make the changes in my product accordingly. So that's how you can use the power of AI, specifically ChatGPT, when it comes to different brands and using the different social media. In this particular module, we have understood that we can use ChatGPT and leverage the power of AI when it comes to social media posts. From giving you ideas to actually giving you the post, to creating polls for LinkedIn and Twitter, to do the sentiment analysis for your Facebook post comments, it can do all of those things for you. Even if you want to create some scripts and want to make those changes, little bit tweaks in those particular scripts, you can do all of that with the help of ChatGPT. And now it is time for you to go to ChatGPT page, sign up quickly, and find some examples, some captions, and some amazing hashtags for your particular post. Alright, so now you understand that how exactly we can use ChatGPT when it comes to drafting emails and for social media posts. It can definitely help us when it comes to content creation. That is clear to us. Now it is time for us to explore the power of ChatGPT when it comes to specially search engine optimization or SEO. But before we go to ChatGPT and try and understand the different areas in SEO where ChatGPT can actually help or ChatGPT can be leveraged, let us first of all try and understand that what exactly is SEO or search engine optimization, and what are the different areas of SEO where ChatGPT can genuinely help us. So first of all, what exactly is SEO or search engine optimization? Well, search engine optimization is the process of optimizing a website or web page to increase its... Alright, so now you understand that how exactly we can use ChatGPT when it comes to drafting emails and for social media posts. It can definitely help us when it comes to content creation. That is clear to us. Now it is time for us to explore the power of ChatGPT when it comes to specially search engine optimization or SEO. But before we go to ChatGPT and try and understand the different areas in SEO where ChatGPT can actually help or ChatGPT can be leveraged, let us first of all try and understand that what exactly is SEO or search engine optimization, and what are the different areas of SEO where ChatGPT can genuinely help us. So first of all, what exactly is SEO or search engine optimization? Well, search engine optimization is the process of optimizing a website or web page to increase its visibility and ranking in SERPs or search engine results pages. Whenever you go to any search engine, the most common search engine we can think about is Google. Whenever you go to Google and type in a query, let's say you type what is SEO, there will be thousands of links there. But the first 2-3 links that are there, which are very important, because those are the links that you're definitely going to click on. Most of the people click on the first few links and go to those blogs or those videos or whatever links are those provided over there. And that actually is happening because of search engine optimization. Search engine optimization, as the name suggests, means optimizing a website or a web page so that the search engine ranks it better on the search engine results page. Wherever you are going to see all the answers to your search query, that is nothing but SERP or search engine result page. How can you ensure that your blog, your content, your videos, or your particular web page or website is ranking at the top on the search engine result page? That can be done with the help of search engine optimization. You need to do a few things on your website or on your web page, with the help of which the Google algorithm will be able to understand that your content is relevant to a particular search query, and they will be showing your website at the top of search engine result page. That is precisely what SEO is all about. SEO involves various techniques such as keyword research, content creation and optimization, link building, on-page optimization, and technical optimization. On a broader perspective, we can divide search engine optimization into 3 parts: on-page SEO, off-page SEO, and technical SEO. You can read more about that, but for this particular module, it is extremely important for you to understand what is the meaning of search engine optimization. Now, there are several ways with the help of which we can optimize a web page or a website and can organically rank it better on the SERP. The goal of SEO is to improve the quality as well as the quantity of organic traffic to a website from search engines such as Google, Bing, Yahoo, etc. Now let's try and understand how ChatGPT can help us in the different areas of search engine optimization. Number one, it can provide us related keywords to target keywords. If we have particular target keyword, let's say we were taking the example of a clothing brand, we have the example, let's say denim jacket, and now we want related keywords to that. ChatGPT can provide us related keywords to one particular target keyword. Then it can build content around specific topics. Let's say we want content around styling tips or fashion ideas. ChatGPT can do that for us. Then it can help us generate schema markup. Schema is the language that search engines use to display data, and schema markup is a set of code that allows search engines to understand the information on your website that it's actually crawling. So it can also be done with the help of ChatGPT. Then FAQs, because when you create FAQs, those are a valuable outcome that it can provide to your organic performance. So that is one thing which you can actually improve with the help of ChatGPT. Then tags, titles, and meta descriptions. When you talk about SEO titles, the meta descriptions, those are extremely important. Similarly, when you talk about a platform like YouTube, the YouTube tags are extremely important. Then keyword list around search intent. If you have a search intent that you want people to come to your website when somebody is searching for, let's say, one particular thing, you can build keywords around that and get ideas from ChatGPT. We will be seeing all these things once we visit ChatGPT, and you will be able to understand the different areas where ChatGPT can actually help us when it comes to search engine optimization. And now is the time when we go to ChatGPT and see the use case of all these different areas that we just discussed. So now let me ask ChatGPT, first of all, to give me, let's say, a list of related keywords for one particular term. Let's say I have an ice cream parlor in one city of India. Let's say Delhi. Ice cream parlor in Delhi. Now, while publicizing it on a website, on a web page, let's say something of that sort, I want a few related keywords to ice cream parlor in Delhi. Let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me a list of related keywords for ice cream in Delhi. And here you go. Here is a list of keywords related to ice cream in Delhi. Ice cream parlor, ice cream shop, best ice cream, delicious ice cream flavors, and many other flavors of it, soft serve ice cream in Delhi, and Delhi ice cream joint, ice cream festival, ice cream truck, ice cream catering, ice cream takeaway. All these are different ideas for the related keywords for one specific term that we put in as the input, that is ice cream in Delhi. Similarly, if you put in some other information, let's say give me a list of keywords for denim jacket for my clothing brand, it will be able to give you a huge list that you can definitely utilize. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can provide me with a list of related keywords, let's say for denim jackets itself. And here you go. Certainly, here's a list of keywords for denim jackets. Denim jackets, jean jackets, blue denim jackets, vintage denim jackets, and many other ideas, as you can see over here. Light wash denim jackets to slim fit denim jackets to button up denim jackets to denim jackets for men, for women, for kids. All those are different examples that you can get for the related keywords for one specific term. In this example, we took for denim jackets. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me a few keywords I can use for someone who's looking for, let's say, local pizza in one famous city, let's say Paris. So let me put in the query, can you give me a list of few keywords I can use for someone who's looking for local pizza in Paris city? And here you go. Pizza in Paris to Paris pizza to local pizza Paris to best pizza in Paris to pizza near me in Paris, and many other examples. Vegan pizza Paris. All those are great related keywords that you can get related to one particular intent. For that, we had that local pizza in Paris city. Similarly, you can type in for your business and you can find the results specific to your business requirements. Now let me ask ChatGPT to actually create content. Let's say I ask ChatGPT to give me or write a 200 words blog for my clothing brand using the below 5 keywords, and I can pick up any 5 keywords and can put in the input for ChatGPT. Now let's take the example of the same clothing brand and let me ask ChatGPT that can you write a 200 words blog for my clothing brand using the below 5 keywords, and the 5 keywords I'm using are men's denim jackets, women's denim jackets, blue denim jackets, black denim jackets, and oversized denim jackets. So let's say through some search engine analytics, I have understood, let's say from Ahrefs or from SEMrush, that these are the highest search volumes that I have for these 5 keywords. And I want to utilize these 5 keywords in a particular blog that I'm writing within 200 words. And you can see, first of all, it is giving me a title, that Denim Delight, styling men's and women's denim jackets in blue, black, and oversized designs. You can see that within the title itself, it has used almost all the 5 keywords. And then if you go and read this, you will find all the 5 keywords over here, and all those things are mentioned in a beautiful way in just 200 words. And you can use this as it is on your website, on your landing page, and wherever you need it, right? So this will definitely bring in a lot of organic traffic and will improve visibility of your website on the search engine result page for any search engine, be it Google, Bing, or Yahoo. Now let me ask ChatGPT to suggest me a few tips to make the above blog SEO friendly. Let's say it is SEO friendly by using these 5 keywords, but I again want to use more and more keywords, and I asked ChatGPT to suggest me a few tips to make the above blog more SEO friendly. And here you go. Here are some tips to make the above blog SEO friendly. Number 1, it is telling us to include focus keywords, then optimize meta tags, then use headline tags or heading tags, and then it is talking about create unique and high quality content, add internal and external links, optimize image alt text, then use schema markup, and promote social sharing. Now these are some of the things that it has mentioned. Now let me pick up this one particular point, that optimizing meta tags. Let me ask ChatGPT to actually suggest me meta title and description for the above blog. So if I type in the query, can you suggest me meta title and description for the above blog? Definitely that will help me get more visibility to my particular blog. It gives me a meta title saying denim jackets for men and women, stylish and trendy collection, your clothing brand name. Now meta description, explore our stylish collection of denim jackets for men and women, from classic blue denim jackets to trendy black and oversized styles. This and this clothing brand name offers a wide range of fashionable denim jackets. Discover the latest trends in denim fashion and elevate your wardrobe with our high quality and stylish denim jackets. Shop now and stay fashionable with this and this clothing brand name. Now this is a great example for a meta title and meta description. Now if you make it more crisp, you want to make it more engaging, you want to make it more shorter, you can do all of that by putting in the right input. Now let me ask ChatGPT for one particular specific example. Let's say I am a travel blogger, and I want to ask ChatGPT if it can give me ideas for meta titles and descriptions for my new blog on, let's say, one specific topic, and I choose the topic top 10 places to visit in Dubai. So if I'm a travel blogger and I have written a blog on top 10 places to visit in Dubai, how can I get some meta titles and meta descriptions for my new blog? Let me ask ChatGPT the same question and see what are the results we can get. And here you go, ChatGPT never disappoints us. You can see that here are some suggestions for meta titles and descriptions for your travel blog on the top 10 places to visit in Dubai. Meta title 1, Dubai Travel Guide, top 10 places to visit in the glittering city, your travel blog name. And then it is giving us a meta description, then it is giving more variations. It is giving us one more title, one more description saying, dreaming of visiting Dubai? Check out our top 10 picks of must-see and must-experience places in this world-renowned city. From stunning skyscrapers to luxury resorts to traditional markets and thrilling activities, this and this travel blog name has got you covered. And you can definitely use this as it is or can make changes as per your website name or as per your requirements as a travel blogger. Now let me take one more specific example. So let's say I ask ChatGPT that I am the owner of an ethnic clothing brand and I want to create a YouTube video targeted at individuals in the age group of 25 to 45 years. Can you suggest me a video script of, let's say, 200 or let's say 500 words for advertising my latest product collection of ethnic jackets, highlighting the use of eco-friendly materials and minimum wastage throughout the production process? So let's see what are the results we can get. So as you can see over here that I'm very specific with my input. First of all, I'm talking about ethnic clothing brand. Then I'm specifically talking about my latest product collection, which is of ethnic jackets. I'm planning to target 25 to 45 years age group. Then I'm talking about asking for a video script and I'm precising the words, that is 500 words. I also wanted to highlight the use of eco-friendly materials and minimum wastage throughout the production process. And it is giving me an amazing script, as you can see on your screen. It is talking about not just testimonials in voiceover, but also telling me in brackets that what exactly we can do, what exactly we can show on the screen. For example, video starts with an attractive visual of one of your ethnic jacket being worn by a model. Upbeat music plays in the background. It is giving us suggestions for music, and then it is giving us voiceover that introducing the latest collection for your brand name ethnic jackets made with love and care and crafting using eco-friendly materials. And these jackets are not just stylish but also sustainable. Now it is highlighting all the points that I asked it to. For example, I talked about highlighting the use of eco-friendly materials and minimum wastage throughout the production process. And it is picking up hint from that particular question and giving us a result which is very, very specific to my need. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can also assist me in crafting a compelling YouTube video description that will attract viewers to my video. Now, when I have a YouTube video, that is one thing. But to get more and more visibility for that video, it is extremely important that I have a catchy title for that YouTube video. And I also have a video description which is SEO friendly so that it can rank better on the search page. Now that is extremely important, and let me take the help of ChatGPT. So let me type in the query that can you also assist me in crafting a compelling YouTube video description that will attract viewers to my video. Let's see what are the results we can get. And here you go. Certainly, here's an example of a compelling video description for your ethnic clothing brand's video on promoting your latest collection of eco-friendly ethnic jackets. Welcome to this and this brand video name. In this video, we are excited to showcase our latest collection of ethnic jackets made with eco-friendly materials and minimal wastage in our production process. Join us in our mission to create sustainable fashion that's not just stylish, but also good for the planet. In this video, you will discover the unique features, and you can see all the important details are mentioned over here in a very good way. And it is also giving ideas for video tags. Now, let's say we want to get ideas for YouTube tags as well. So let me ask ChatGPT to suggest a few relevant tags that I can use for my YouTube video to improve its visibility and discoverability. Let's see what are the results we can get. And here you go. Here are some relevant tags that you can use for your YouTube video on promoting your ethnic clothing brand's collection of eco-friendly ethnic jackets. Ethnic jackets to eco-friendly clothing to minimal wastage to ethnic wear to fashion tips. All those are different tags that we can definitely use and will help us gain more and more visibility and discoverability for our particular YouTube video. In this particular case, we have taken the example of ethnic clothing brand, but for any particular business, for any particular case, you can provide a situation, be precise with your input, and it will come up with ideas that will completely blow your mind. And now it is time for us to ask ChatGPT if it can give us some keywords that we can use in our video title. Now the third thing, first of all, we asked it to create a script. Once we have the script, once we have the video ready, then we have the video description. We asked ChatGPT to create a video description and give us ideas for YouTube tags. All of that is done. But one of the most important things when we talk about YouTube or YouTube videos rather is the YouTube title, the video title. Now let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me keywords that I can use in my video title to make it more discoverable by the target audience. And here you go. Here are some keywords that you can consider using in your YouTube video title to make it more discoverable by your target audience. Ethnic jackets to eco-friendly clothing to sustainable fashion to eco-conscious fashion to responsible sourcing to sustainable style. All these are great examples of keywords that can definitely be used in the video title. But let's say you still haven't figured out that what exactly will be the final title for your YouTube video. Well, who's better than ChatGPT? Let's ask ChatGPT if it can give us examples of some catchy SEO-friendly YouTube titles for the video. Let's ask ChatGPT to give us examples of some catchy SEO-friendly titles for the particular YouTube video that we just talked about. And here you go. Here are some examples for the SEO-friendly titles for the YouTube video. Ethnic jackets, stylish and sustainable fashion for 2023. Or eco-friendly ethnic wear, the latest collection of ethical jackets. Or minimal wastage, maximum style, eco-friendly ethnic jackets. These are some great examples for the titles of a YouTube video. Definitely these are catchy. These are using the keywords that we wanted to use, and it will really help us in getting more and more discoverability and visibility whenever somebody will search something related to these things on YouTube. So that's how we can use and leverage the power of AI when it comes to creating YouTube videos, or search engine optimization in general. Now we have understood that FAQs are extremely important when it comes to SEO. Let's ask ChatGPT to suggest a few FAQs related to the denim jackets. Once it will suggest us the frequently asked questions, let's also ask to provide the answers to those frequently asked questions. And here you go. So if I ask ChatGPT to suggest a few FAQs related to denim jackets, and please provide two answers to those questions as well. It gives me, are denim jackets suitable for both men and women? The answer is yes. Denim jackets are versatile and timeless clothing. You can see that all these are different examples of FAQs. First of all, it is giving us a question and then it is providing a crisp answer to the same. And definitely these can be used as it is on the landing page of a website, and it can definitely increase its credibility in terms of getting more and more attraction to that particular page, and it will definitely help the website or the web page to rank better on the search engine result page. Now, last thing that we are going to ask ChatGPT or take ChatGPT's help is to generate schema markup for, let's say, one particular FAQ. So if I take, let's say, this particular FAQ, I copy paste the same and I ask ChatGPT to give me the schema markup or generate schema markup for the same. Let's see what is the result we can expect. And here you go. So if I ask ChatGPT to generate schema markup for the below FAQ, and I had taken one FAQ from the one that ChatGPT has given us, it is giving us the example of the schema markup in the below format. And definitely we can use this as it is whenever we want. Please note that schema markup is a form of structured data that helps search engines understand the content of a web page better. This is something that we have already discussed, so definitely it can be again a huge help by ChatGPT when it comes to search engine optimization. So in this particular module, we have understood that not just in content creation in general, ChatGPT can help us create content which is SEO friendly, be it in terms of generating schema markup for an FAQ or for some product review or product description. Or in general, let's say you want to create a product description with some features and benefits, or you want to create an entire blog, and you want to specify the number of words, you want to use the keywords, you want to get ideas for related keywords, you want to create keywords related to particular search intent. All those different areas of search engine optimization can be covered with the help of ChatGPT in just a matter of seconds. So now that is precisely how you use the power of AI, especially ChatGPT, when it comes to SEO. And now it is time for you to go to ChatGPT, sign up quickly, and see how exactly you can find the relevant keywords for the blog, or let's say the article that you are writing, or maybe in general, let's say you want to create some SEO titles or catchy descriptions or meta descriptions, or let's say you are a vlogger on YouTube and you want to get some YouTube tags. All those different areas will definitely, you will be getting some help from ChatGPT. So go to ChatGPT and explore it on your own. To add some facts and statistics and figures to that, and ChatGPT can do that for you without much of research and within a matter of seconds. Then paraphrasing. If you want to rephrase a few sentences, change the tone, change the style of it, the formatting of it, all of that can also be done with the help of ChatGPT. Then internal linking, that you can link the content and create like a web page and definitely help in your SEO as well. Then keyword optimization and outlining the blogs and articles. All of that can easily be done. So if you want to get like what are the different topics you will be covering in one particular blog, you want to get an outline of the same, that can be done with the help of ChatGPT. It is time for us to go visit ChatGPT and see how exactly it is going to help us in all these different areas that we just discussed. So let me ask ChatGPT that give me a list of topics I can write a blog about around, let's say, personal finance. If I pick up that particular topic of personal finance, let's see what exactly are the list of topics that it is going to suggest us. And here you go. Here are some topics related to personal finance that you can consider for your blog or for your article. Budgeting 101, tips for creating and maintaining a personal budget. To tax planning, maximizing your savings and minimizing your tax liability. Or financial goal setting to smart money habits. These are some of the topics that it has suggested us. Now if we want, let's say, more topics, we can again put in the query, can you suggest some more topics like the same? It can give us 10, 20, 30, 40 more topics depending upon your needs. Now let me ask ChatGPT to suggest a catchy SEO-friendly blog title for each of these topics. It has already given us some titles, but now let me ask more catchy titles or more engaging titles, and let's see what exactly we can expect. So if I type in the query, suggest a catchy, more SEO-friendly blog title for each of these topics. Here you go, Mastering Your Money, the Ultimate Budgeting 101 Guide for Personal Finance Success. It is using more keywords and definitely it'll help us getting more discoverability and visibility on the search engine result page like Google. Now it is time for us to actually get ideas related to keywords. So let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me a few keywords related to personal finance. Let's see what are the results we can expect. And here you go. Certainly, here are some keywords related to personal finance. Personal finance, financial budgeting, financial planning, savings, investing, retirement planning, credit management to expense tracking to financial habits and financial wellness. These are some 20 keywords which are given to us that definitely we can use in creating a blog. Let's say we want to create a 250 words blog using all the above mentioned keywords. Can ChatGPT do that for us? Let's explore. So if I type in the query, create a 250 words blog using all the above mentioned keywords. So it is first of all giving us a title saying Mastering Personal Finance, Essential Tips for Financial Success. Then it is giving us an intro body and it is using all the keywords which are mentioned over here. So if we go and search, you will find all the 20 keywords which are embedded in this content given to us by ChatGPT in just 250 words as we have mentioned over here. So you can see that this is a great example starting from giving us an intro to a body to an actual conclusion. It is really helping us dividing the body into 5 topics from financial planning, saving and investing to retirement planning to credit and debt management to tax planning and then giving us conclusion. It is also giving us a few keywords which can again be used and giving us more and more suggestions related to the same. So these are some great ideas that we can definitely use when we are talking about blog writing. Let me give a very specific situation to ChatGPT and see how it can help us there. So let's say if I say that I am writing a blog on affiliate marketing, can you suggest me an outline for the blog? Now I don't want the blog, I don't want keyword ideas. All I want is suggestion for an outline and how I can go about writing content on affiliate marketing. So if I type in the query, I'm writing a blog on affiliate marketing. Can you suggest me an outline for the blog? Here it goes. Here's an outline for blog on affiliate marketing. First of all, it's introduction to affiliate marketing. There are 3 things. Then how affiliate marketing works. Then getting started with affiliate marketing. Then strategies for successful affiliate marketing. And it is giving us what exactly to cover in each of these topics, from best practices to conclusion, challenges and solutions. All these are different areas and outlines that we can cover in our blog or in our article. So again, it is helping us in a big way. Now let me ask ChatGPT to actually create a meta title and description for the above blog. Let's say I write a blog on the same and now I want to get ideas for meta title and description for the same blog. Let's see how ChatGPT can help us there. Here you go. Meta title, Mastering Affiliate Marketing, Strategies, Tips and Best Practices for Success. It is giving us a meta description, learn how to excel in the world of affiliate marketing with our comprehensive blog. But let's say you feel that the meta description is too long and you want something which is very, very short and which is very, very engaging. So let's ask ChatGPT to actually trim it down and then give us something which is less than or is equal to 50 words. So if I type in the query that can you trim down the meta description to 50 words or less, and it has done it. Meta description, which is shortened, that is discover effective strategies, tips and best practices for mastering affiliate marketing. Learn how to optimize your campaigns and achieve success in the world of affiliate marketing with our expert insights. Now that's a great way how we can use ChatGPT. So in this module, we have learned that we can use ChatGPT not just in crafting content, not just in creating content, but also making it SEO friendly using the keywords, suggesting titles for meta descriptions, etc. So these are some of the ways how we can leverage the power of AI when we are actually creating content. It will not only help us in creating high quality content, but it will also help us in ranking much better on the search engine result pages.
So in this module, let's talk about the various elements of digital marketing. Now, I will be making sure that all these elements that I'm talking about here in this particular slide will be done in a manner with the help of ChatGPT to make your understanding of digital marketing a lot better, right? We'll try to understand the various concepts through ChatGPT. We'll understand the various types and elements that digital marketing have. So let's start with the understanding what are the various elements. Let's just have a brief. So number 1 is content marketing, then is search engine optimization, pay-per-click, social media marketing, email marketing, and affiliate marketing. I'm very sure that you would have heard almost all these elements by now, because at this age, it's a digital age, and these are pretty common topics that we hear about here and there, right? So let's just dive deep into what these individual aspects are. So the first element that we're talking about is content marketing. Now, content marketing is a strategic marketing approach focused on creating and distributing valuable, relevant, and consistent content to attract and retain a target audience. Now, the goal of content marketing is to provide useful information or entertainment to potential customers, establishing the trust and credibility, right? So this is the main core components of content marketing. When you're creating content, you want your end users to gain some valuable information, or maybe it for an entertainment purpose, right? You see a lot of YouTube channels that maybe they are the genre would be food, maybe it would be travel, maybe it would be comedy, maybe it would be stand-up shows, maybe a lot more things, maybe it would be a meme channel. So you have a lot of things that revolve, a lot of themes to pick up from, right? But you want at the end that content to be viewed by a lot of people around, right? So for that, digital marketing plays a crucial role. How you place your content, maybe it depends on the timing of when you post it, maybe it depends on a lot of different factors, right? Maybe the keywords that you use, the optimization of those keywords, right? The search volumes of those keywords, right? So all these things take a very, very important role. Maybe you would have seen reels that are coming up these days, right? The song that you pick up, that is also very, very crucial in making your content visible, your brand identity to be visible to a lot more people, right? So this can be done through various channels like blog posts, maybe it would be articles that you write, videos, maybe the podcast. Now, podcasts are something that have been growing recently, right? A lot of people do not have that kind of time to, sit and watch a YouTube video of two people talking. So what do? They just hear the podcast that comes up. Now that is also something that is really trending. Then social media and a lot more. The second element that is there is search engine optimization, and this is my favorite of the lot. Now, search engine optimization refers to the process of improving, right? Is the process of improving a website's visibility, right? If you have a brand, let's say a clothing brand, right? So you would have a website that would be there. Now you would want anyone who would want to search that website, right? Or maybe search your brand, right? They would just go to the search engine and type your brand. Let's say you have XYZ as a brand. So they would just type in XYZ. Now what would happen is that Google would give you results. And now as a brand, what you want is that your website, your brand's website should be placed at the top, right? That is what it is. Now, as a consumer of internet, right? This may be a habit, or you would have known that whenever you search for anything on Google, you would not go past the first page of Google, right? First page is also a lot that I'm talking about. You won't go more than 5 or 6 top links that come up, right? So this is the same way. Now, from a brand's perspective, they want to target that first 5 websites because they know that these are the ones that would be clicked by the customers a lot. Now, search engine optimization is exactly that, what helps you organically place your website at the top, right? So it is a process of improving a website's visibility, ranking in the search engine results page, which is also known as SERPs. It involves optimizing the various elements of a website, including the content, the keywords, the meta tags, the backlinks, to make it more attractive to the search engines. Now, the goal of SEO, that is search engine optimization, is to increase the organic traffic. What does organic means? It is non-paid traffic, right? I'm not paying anything to Google to place my website at the top, right? By improving the search engine rankings for relevant keywords and phrases. Now I'll give you a bit of demo of what exactly I'm talking about, right? So let's just type in google.in and we'll search something, right? Let's just say English course, right? These are generally the things that we talk about. Let's say English course online. Now I click on it, right? Now these are the websites that Google show me, right? So now what do I want? What do, as a consumer, I would click? I would click the first websites that come up. Now, you would see there is something known as sponsored that is written here, right? Now, these are the ones that these particular websites have paid Google to rank them on the top, right? They have paid X amount to make sure that their website is shown, right? So this is not organic. This is not SEO, right? This is SEM, search engine marketing, where the companies pay Google to rank them on the top. But when you move down, there you can see that the websites that do not have the sponsored tag written on them, right? These are the ones that are organically on the top, that they have not paid anything to Google, basically. So this is what every brand aims for, that organically, without giving money to Google, if it can show up at the top, that's what every brand aims for. So this is basically the way, the procedures that are involved, maybe the keywords, long tail, short tail keywords, a lot of different elements. If they can get that website to rank using these strategies, right? How you write that, this meta tags and all that, how do you use keywords, right? See, English course online. So English course and online, all three are keywords. Now, how much they have placed those keywords, how they have clubbed it together, so all that matters. So this is search engine optimization. Then is pay-per-click. Now, pay-per-click is an online advertising model in which the advertisers pay a fee each time their ad is clicked. So it is typically used in search engine advertising, where the advertisers bid on the keywords relevant to the target audience. So a real-time bidding happens in this scenario. Right? When a user searches for a keyword, the search engine displays relevant ads and the advertisers pay for each click their ad receives. Now, pay-per-click campaigns can be highly targeted and allowing the advertisers to reach a specific audience and measure the effectiveness of their ads. Then is social media marketing. So social media marketing involves social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and a lot more. A lot of things. LinkedIn are coming up these days, right? So all of these are present to promote what? Their product, their service, or they increase their brand's visibility, right? So it involves creating and sharing various content. Now, if you would have seen a lot of brands these days use the current buzzwords, right? Buzz news that are coming up to make a meme out of it and integrate into their channel, right? A lot of different brands have this online, right? So the meme marketing has increased quite a lot, right? So with now, what would happen? Now the social media marketers aims to increase the brand awareness, drive the website traffic, right? They want to create that funnel in which top of the funnel, you get more and more people to just click on that first bit, right? The first phase in which the consumer interacts with the brand, right? Generate the leads and foster that consumer loyalty by leveraging the wide user base that is present, right? Online digital space is the space in which you do not have to, now the competition is a lot more, but you really do not have to pay a lot of money to get in that space, right? If you know your content is unique, it stands out, it is not repetitive, then you have a chance to stand out, right? So this is about social media marketing. Then another thing that all the marketers these days, all the brands these days focus on is called email marketing. Now, email marketing is the digital marketing strategy that involves sending targeted emails, right? Now you've seen most of your emails that you receive are very specific, right? They're very, tailor-made for you. It seems as if that they know about your life and they have tailor-made that thing. Maybe you're searching, let's say, some clothes online, right? Now that clothes will be shown to you on n number of things, and you would also receive a targeted email regarding that, right? Hey, XYZ, you were looking for the brand, you're looking for this, right? Why did you left it in the cart? So all these structures would be placed, right? All these emails, catchy emails would be there for you. So all this comes under the targeted email strategy that these brands, play. So it is commonly used to communicate with the customers, promote the services, or, provide updates or newsletters, build that customer relationship. Now, effective email marketing involves segmenting the audience, crafting that compelling email content, right? The words that you write. Now, I'll also show you how to write that. Using ChatGPT can make it much more innovative, but at the end, the main core of the message, that is what you have to provide, right? Personalizing those messages, optimizing for delivery and engagement. It can be efficient, cost-effective way to reach out at the specific audience that is present and drive those conversions. So these are the major elements that are there in email marketing. The end part is the affiliate marketing. Now, So it's a performance-based marketing, right? It's a model where individuals earn a commission by promoting and driving sales of a company or the product, right? So it's like a chain-based model. It's a pyramid model. So all these comes under the affiliate marketing strategies, right? So affiliate typically receives a unique tracking link, so you can promote the product various channels using the website, blog, social media, both using. So it's the involvement. It's not just the brand that is selling the products. It's like individual customers also trying their best to sell the products in order to gain their personal advantage or to gain money. So that is how affiliate marketing works. So it's like a chain model. It's like a pyramid model in which it keeps on going and going and going. There's no stop to it. So that's affiliate marketing. Now let's try to understand the first element, that is market segmentation. Now, how we will go through ChatGPT is that I'll take an example of a hypothetical situation. Let's say that I have no clue about what digital marketing is. Now, I want to start a company, a brand, a clothing brand, probably let's say traditional, somewhat about traditional Indian wear. Now, I want to understand the key principles of digital marketing and how can I can enhance my brand, right? How can I explore my brand? How can I find more things that in a digital way would catch up, right? What would that mean? That would mean that my brand would grow organically in a digital space. Now, I would heavily need digital marketing because I'm not going and setting up a store, or maybe if I want to, then I can just ask him what are the things that are required. But in a nutshell, I would want to launch my brand online, and I would have a lot of elements involved that the questions I would be asking is about my brand. Okay, so let's get started. So let's start with a fresh window. So this is the fresh window. Now let me type in my first query, right? So I would say suggest me names for a clothing brand that focuses on traditional Indian wear. Now, the way you structure your question is also very important. Now I'm asking suggest me names for a clothing brand that focuses on traditional Indian wear. Now I would additionally add to this is that add make sure it stands out in the digital space, right? So now the first prompt that I'll type is suggest me the names for a clothing brand that focuses on the traditional Indian wear. Make sure it stands out in the digital space. Now I want the way you structure your prompt is also very essential, right? Now I have focused here on traditional Indian wear and a clothing brand, right? So it knows what it is. Then I've additionally added that make sure it stands out in the digital space, right? So let's see what it suggests. Right. So now I've made sure that it stands out in the digital space. So it is giving me some of the other options, right? So it is giving me 20 of such words that I can name as my brand, right? So it is Indian Glow, heritage threads, right? So it knows that India has a bit of heritage involved, right? So it has added that thing. So it has that data involved, right? As I mentioned that it has been trained on a lot of data, right? Till September 2021. So it knows what exactly Indian tradition means, right? So it has that Sanskriti style, let's say Indian aura, cultural elegance, vintage bazaar. So bazaar is a very Hindi word, right? So it has included that thing to give me a good, structure to the name that I want to give it to the brand that I'm launching, right? So it also knows that in India, Rajasthan is a state that has a lot of history involved in it, right? So it has also given me Rajasthan Royals, right? It is also an IPL team though, but something of that sort, right? So it is giving me a various, I get to choose it, right? Or I can just I can also, in addition, if I do not like this, I can just add in, tell me more historic words that I can choose from. Okay, so I'm just giving in the prompt. Okay, yeah. So now it has given me, so I've asked them to give me more historic words that I can add into it, right? Now it has given me a lot of words that are there, right? Historic words, Maharaja, Nawab, that gives the elegance to the Indian heritage, right? It would add into that. So I can use these words in the names that it has been suggested. Now I can additionally write, add these names and suggest me the brand names that I can keep, right? So I have added this. Now just say that. Now exactly what happened, right? So it added the second prompt, right? Now as I told you before, that it has the memory of its own, right? So the second prompt that I added, Maharaja, now it has included in the first one, and it has added those words, Maharaja, Nawab, Mughal, Rajput, Zari. So it has added these words and made a name out of. Now I can choose it in a much better way. So this is the level of customization that AI can give you. Now you do not need to think about for days and days what to name a brand. You can get it from here. You can customize it over here. That's the beauty of ChatGPT, right? Now in addition to this, if I'm very niche person and I just want, let's say my favorite letter is R, and I want to keep my brand's name from the letter R. So what do? I just ask it, can you suggest me names that start with the letter R? Very frank way, yeah. So let's just see what comes up. Right. So now it has given me words that starts from the letter R in a more Indian historic manner, right? So I don't need to type in again that, okay, tell me in the traditional manner, in Indian heritage manner, something. It would understand on its own. That's what I'm talking about when it has the memory of its own. Now, if the name is sorted out, okay, if let's say I've chosen one word, right? So if I've, let's say, just taken up one random word, Raj Darbar, let's just say that I've named my brand Raj Darbar. So I would list down a few catchy taglines for the brand, right? So let's just see what it comes up with. So it has given me a lot of variety, right? Probably we would end up, if my vocabulary is not good, I'm a layman in digital marketing, I would not understand the way the taglines work, right? I may be not that creative to write down taglines. Maybe I have to hire a third party individual to do that, right? So it cuts down on the cost that is required, right? For you to just start off with your brand. Now it has given me fabulous results, like embrace the color of tradition, right? Where heritage meets fashion, right? What a fabulous tagline, where heritage meets fashion. Unveil your ethnic charm, right? So all these different types of taglines are there. Now I can choose it from here. Now if I want to add more customization in this as well, I can do that, of course. So now my brand title is fixed, my brand name is fixed, my brand tagline is fixed. Now what next to do, right? Now the next thing is to find out your TAM, that is total addressable market. So in general, I'll just ask it, what would be the target audience online, considering the brand only sells through the online websites and caters to the Indian market, right? So now I don't have to think that, okay, if the European market or maybe the North American market, maybe an Australian market want to cover it up. I'm just focused on selling this through an online website in India. So what would be the target audience, right? And considering that it's a historical brand. So let's just see what ChatGPT gives us. Yeah. So as we can see that ChatGPT has given me that, considering that your brand sells exclusively through the online websites and caters specifically to the Indian market, the target audience would be urban Indians. Number one. Why? It has given me the reason as well. Individuals residing in urban areas would have access to the internet and interested in purchasing the traditional Indian wear online. Fashion conscious Indians, people who would actively follow fashion trends and seek stylish and contemporary Indian clothing options. Okay, one thing that I've not added in my prompt is that, how do I want my brand to be? Is it like a modern ethnic, or is it like a traditional, purely historical, purely the one that does not include a lot of fancy stuff, right? You would have the heritage one, right? So that I've not added in the detailing. If I would have added, it would have given me a much more niche answer. So exactly how you structure your question also resembles to how you want your brand to be, right? So millennials and Gen Z, so younger generations would who are tech savvy, digitally connected, and open to exploring online shopping experiences, right? So NRIs would be the ones who would want to buy for India because if they want it, they can get it. For someone who's residing, the families inside India, so they can get it for them. Now, so all these fashion bloggers and influencers, so you would know, okay, you would get a fair bit of idea. You of course have to do your own research on how you're selling, how you're not, but it would give you the idea to start from, right? Now, if I know now, if I want to start online, can I cater to tier 2, tier 3 cities directly, or should I focus heavily on tier 1 first? Get my servers in tier 1, right? So that is the idea that it would give me, which is fabulous. So in this module, let's talk about social media marketing. Let's look at the different elements of social media that are popular these days, be it Facebook, be it Instagram, be it, let's say, Pinterest, be it the things that are heavily used by the consumers. So let's focus on how to market the product there, right? So let's just go and type in our first prompt in that regard. So now let me ask ChatGPT, what are the ways to generate the most leads and impressions on Facebook social media platform, right? I should add for my brand, right? Let's see what ChatGPT gives us. Now, if I have to ask the ChatGPT, right, the most leads and impressions, so it will give me the various strategies that I can incorporate, right, to generate leads and impressions. So they have given me the answer to generate leads and impression on Facebook social media platform. Here are some effective strategies you can implement, right? Compelling content, create engaging and visually appealing content. So if it's traditional wear, which it has given me high quality images, videos, informative posts, right? Unique features, right? So it also talks about how to highlight the unique features, right? Let's say if I'm giving, let's say selling a sari, right? It can be a different type of, it can be a Banarsi sari, right? It can be a variety of saris. I'm not a sari expert, but so the reason why this would give me this kind of thing is that I would want to highlight it in the description if I'm posting, let's say a post about the sari that my brand makes. So I would give them, okay, this is the craftsmanship that is required. It is handmade. It has various elements to it. The color is unique in that regard. So all these appealing things, the features, the cultural significance, right? What is historic in that traditional wear, right? Who used to wear it in the past, in the history. So the storyline should be compelling enough. So that is what it is telling me. Then targeted advertising. Utilize the Facebook advanced targeting options to reach a specific audience. Define the target demographic based on your location, age, interest. So now it is telling me that be targeted in your campaigns, right? If you want a specific product line of your brand to be focused on one specific demography, let's say be it people in the range of 60 to, let's say, 70, you would want to know their interests, right? You would want to know what they would like, what that generation would like, right? What would be the significance of that, and foster to that needs, because at the end, consumer comes to the core of the business that you're doing, right? Now running the Facebook ads. Now, if I did not ask it that give me the ways, organic ways, if I would have asked, it would have not given me the ads option in which I would have to spend money, right? So you have to be very careful in writing these things. It is good that I know that Facebook ads, now I can pay for the ads to be displayed, right? I could spend my marketing budget in that regard. Then influencer collaborations. I can, there are a lot of budding influencers these days. I could just partner with them, collaborate with them on this regard, give them maybe a freebies of some sort, and get them on board with collaborating some of the other contents to basically have that outreach, the brand's visibility to the audience that they would have, right? The influencers would have. So that would be the now contests and giveaways, live videos behind the scenes. So these are the things you can work on. Facebook groups and community. You build a group or be a part of group that deals in that genre of things, right? Then testimonials, right? These are the reviews that you post on on your website, right? You're building a website or you're building your Facebook channel, right? So you would want your testimonials, the customer experiences to be displayed for any new person. If you go, right, let's say if you are exploring, let's say even a restaurant, right? If you go, you read the reviews. Is it good enough? Maybe on Swiggy, maybe on Zomato, maybe on Google Maps, right? You would know, you would want to know what the reviews are, right? So then you would want to engage with the followers, retarget, implement the Facebook pixels on your website to track your behavior. Now, whatever they have mentioned here, right, I can cross question them. Okay, what does this mean? How does to implement this? How to start with Facebook groups and communities, right? How to engage more effectively with followers? Give me the step-by-step analysis. I can absolutely ask ChatGPT anything and everything that I want to make my brand visible. That's the target, right? So now if I want to optimize a lot of things, let's just type in one query, right? One prompt that lists out the ways to optimize a clothing brand's Facebook page. What are the elements that a page would have, a Facebook page would have, right? So let's just see what do they answer. Okay, so what it is displaying me is that to optimize a clothing brand's Facebook page, here are some key strategies and the best practices. Complete page information. Ensure that all the necessary information about your clothing brand is filled out completely and accurately. This includes your brand name, contact details, website links, business hours, and a compelling and a concise description of your brand. Then it would be the cover photo and profile page. So it's giving me a step-by-step things that I have to do, right? Consistent branding, compelling about section, right? The about section in the page should be crafted, engaging about how clearly it communicates the brand's story, mission, and unique selling point. So if for a layman, these terms may be a very fancy terms to look at, but at the end, if you want to gain that knowledge and want to implement it, right? I may be let's say a software developer, but I would not know much about how the digital marketing space works. I would have to hire a person, and this is giving me all that in free, most of it, right? I can't say, I wouldn't say that it can replace a digital marketer, but it would still give you a sense of things what you need to work on, right? The base of what you need to work on, right? So if you are starting out, right, everybody these days maybe want to be an entrepreneur. So if you want to do that thing, if you want to go in that regard, this is the perfect way to start, to get to know things, right? It can be, I'm not saying it is accurate, I'm not saying it's 100% correct, I'm saying that most of the things that you would want, you would get it over here. 80%, you have to of course fact check it and cross verify a lot of things, but 80% of your job would be, if you want to apply the Pareto's principle, the 20% things that would give you 80% of result. This is that 20% that you want to focus on, right? So it would give you that thing, the little thing that would give you maximum output. So this is how you would want to, ask it, get that query straight, get that thing straight, what you want for your particular brand. Right? Now I can also ask you that what are the most effective ways, right? We talked about the Facebook ads that it displayed me. Now if I want to ask it in that regard, what are the most effective ways to run targeted Facebook ads for the marketing of a clothing brand? Now what would it give me, right? It would give me that define the target audience, we already talked about what the target audience would be. Then custom audience, how would the location of that targeting would be, right? Ad creative visuals, compelling ads, and call to actions, how to include those call to action. A/B testing. A/B testing is, we'll talk about in the email marketing section. I'll talk about what these are, but basically they're given that to experiment on the various ad variations that I want to, roll out, right? So I can just have an A/B test, and rather than spending my marketing money in fully fledged campaign, I can just A/B test. I can just test it out if it is working or not. If it is working, then I'll roll it out. If not, then I won't. So it's simple as that. Then optimization and analysis, continuously monitoring the performance of the Facebook ads, then tracking the key metrics like reach, engagement, click-through rates, conversion. So all that things can be done for the brand that I'm targeting. So now what would happen if I want to know about let's say Instagram, right? You would have a lot of hashtags that are there, right? So if I want to outreach my brand to the level in which is clearly visible, every third person may have heard of the name of my brand. So hashtags would be a perfect way to start with, right? Reels, hashtags, right? So since it can give me real ideas, by the way. So we can also run something on that regard. But if I want to add the search volume hashtags that are there, right, for a clothing brand to enhance my outreach on another social media platform called Instagram. So let me see what it gives me, right? So it knows that what would be the most trending. So what is search volume? So it's basically the thing that the most people searched on a search engine, right? So that volume, how much people are searching that, fashion is number one. The keyword fashion comes number one. So these are the things that I want to include in my brand when I'm posting out an Insta post, a Facebook post, or something like that on a social media platform. I would want that these hashtags are there in that post. Now this would give me a wide consumer base on, or maybe the visibility. A lot of people would probably see that because of the hashtags used. So this is why it is using hashtags is important. Now I would want to get my brand. If I want to make a content calendar, right? What I have to post on these social media platforms, right? So maybe I'll make a 30-day calendar. Maybe I'll make a 15-day calendar. So I want to know what are the various captions I can put in those particular posts on every day. Let's say 15 days from now, I'm going to post about let's say a fashion line that I'm going to introduce, right? A new product line that I'm going to introduce. So how would that work? That I'll just ask it, can you suggest some mind-blowing captions for creating posts on Instagram regarding the traditional wear, right? So it would give me the various captions that I can use. Now, what I would do is I would look at these, I would ask them to generate more. I would look at these, I'll open up my Excel, I'll just write it down and make a calendar out of it. Okay, on 16th of August, 15th of August, 17th of August, these are the things, this is what I'm going to post, this is the caption of that post. So this is how you make a content calendar, especially if you want to be a content creator, or if you want to optimize how you want to roll out your posts on social medias. This is the perfect way. You can just get those ideas, get started with it. It may also be a scenario in which you want to create a campaign, right? Campaign marketing plan for the clothing brand for the upcoming new year. So new year is like a festive season. So the rush, the number of orders you would be getting as a brand would be a lot more, right? So festive season get a lot more orders, right? So you have to be prepared for that as well, right? So, and also how the digital marketing plan would be for your brand, right? So if I want to ask it, create a digital marketing plan for my clothing brand for the upcoming new year, right? So this would give me an idea of what needs to be done way before new year comes, right? So it gives me that, okay, I need to engage with my audience in marketing, search engine optimization, customer review. These are the things that I need to focus on, right? So it gives you, this is the plan that I need to work around with. Now I can be much more niche and ask them much more different questions regarding to what they have asked, or I can just build it up from how I want it to build, right? Now, since our target audience is in India, right? We mentioned that the demography that the scape that we'll be targeting is in India. So the festival, the key festival in India, let's say, just take a random guess, would be either Eid or Diwali or a lot of different festivals that come up, right? So let's just take an example of Diwali, and let's say write a gratitude letter to be sent to a regular customers on Diwali, right? That I bought my traditional wear, right? Now I want to also, because I want to retain those customers, right? I want them to keep shopping from my brand. So I would want them to, now this is what ChatGPT is best at, right? It makes tailor-made letters to customers as well. If you know what that customer is, so it would give me a well-written letter out of it. So let's just read it out. Dear valued customer, on this joyous occasion of Diwali, we wanted to take a moment to express a heartfelt gratitude for the continued support of us, and as the festival of lights, your loyalty and trust in the clothing brand. You can talk about it is because the customers like you that we are inspired to continuously innovate and strive for excellence. Now, what this is doing is also giving a feedback of digital marketing in this, right? It would also refine the way the customer perceives us, right? If you receive a tailor-made, let's say a tailor-made gratitude letter for being a regular customer, that would also create that kind of bond between the brand and the consumer. That's exactly what it needs to be. So now it has made. Now if I don't want this, I want something else, I don't want same to be sent, I can regenerate response, right? Now this is a fairly shorter prompt, but you can also add customizations to it, right? You can add customization for each. If you're starting out, you would have a lot lesser customers that you engage in, so you can also have much more tailor-made gratitude letters for them. If you know how they order, what are their fashion sense, then this can be done as well, right? So if I regenerate a response, I would get, okay, so I could view the one that is fair. So if 2 by 2 it shows here, I can go back, I see the first response, the second response, right? So this is what wishing you a radiant and a blissful Diwali. So all these things can be done on ChatGPT. You would not need to hire an external person. So consider this as an AI assistant that would help you as an AI digital marketer, right? Okay, in this module, let's try to understand what are the various ways in which we can implement email marketing using ChatGPT, right? For exactly the same clothing brand. So let's just type in our prompt for suggesting me ways to create an email marketing campaign for my clothing brand. Now, as a layman, I would not know what email marketing is, right? So think in that regard, that I would have to it's basically like how a baby learns ABCD. If I'm talking about me learning email marketing, so it will give me in that exact regard, it would give me, okay, the steps, right? I did not ask for steps, but it is telling me, okay, for some steps to create an email marketing campaign. Define your campaign goals. What do I want from it? Determine the objectives of your email marketing campaigns. So the examples could be promoting a new collection, announcing a sale or a special offer, re-engaging with the inactive subscribers, right? So it is giving me all sort of these thoughts of how to think regarding email marketing, right? Now build a email list. Now ensure that you have a well-maintained segmented email list. Capture the email addresses through your website, social media, in-store, signups, and touch points, right? So it is giving me, okay, now, if I would not know what a touch point is, I would just ask him, what does a touch point mean? So it would give me, okay, the first element that a customer interacts with regarding your brand is a touch point, right? It clicks on that, so that is what it is, right? Then it will be a click-through rate. Now it is choose an email marketing service. Now select a reliable marketing service provider that fits in your needs and budgets. Popular and Mailchimp. So it gives me the exact brands also, right? Now please note that these may be outdated because the knowledge that it has is still 2021. I know that Mailchimp is still very popular, but in this regard, when it is giving you options about some things that it gets from the internet, you have to cross verify, right? So I would not really give this much more emphasis. However, I know as a marketer that Mailchimp is very popular, even for setting up your email campaigns, A/B testing and all, but you have to do your research on what these elements are. But it is giving you how to search email marketing service provider. You can go and search which one of these are good, right? Get your research done. Then craft a compelling subject line. Right? Now this can be done by ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT to build a compelling subject line for let's say any personalized subject lines that you want. If you're rolling out an offer, a special offer on the occasion or different occasions that come up, like laughter day, you want something Indian traditional, something of that sort, right? You can go. Define engaging email patterns. Use visually appealing email templates using your brand's aesthetics. Incorporate high quality images. Clear CTAs, right? Call to action buttons. Where do they click to get into the funnel, right? You want to build a marketing funnel. How do you do that? So you make sure that everybody comes to your top of the funnel, right? So all the links should be redirected to a website or somewhere in which it has the journey can be displayed, right? Then the compelling content. Now create engaging and informative content that adds value to your subscribers' inbox. Showcase new collections, providing the styling tips and all that, right? Creating call to actions, A/B testing we talked about. Experiment with different elements, subject line, visuals. Run this through. It would save you a lot of money. Test variations to see what resonates. Then automation, measure analysis. So you can read about that, right? So this is how you would build up your email marketing campaign in a step-by-step manner. Now let's just list out some eye-catching subject line to grab customers' attention for my brand, right? So if I give them, let's say what comes up, let's see, right? Exclusive offer inside. Now these are the things that you normally see as well, right? So now you would not have to go and search around, okay, what are my competitors doing, how should I look about it, how should I set up my marketing campaigns, right? So now it has given me those subject lines to grab those attention as well, right? Now limited time only, you can have it, right? So I've added eye-catchy statement over here, right? So this is a keyword in the prompt that I'm providing it, that it has to be something that is very catchy, because okay, in a normal base, it is only 1 or 2% that your emails would be even opened, for that matter, right? So it has to be very, very catchy in terms of the subject lines, right? So you can give it a look on which seems more catchy to you. You can add that in your MailChimp, in your A/B testing, and test it out if it works. So this is how you can add things. Now this is where ChatGPT is very good at, that it can add a lot more things, right? So one other way what we can do is that, let's just give it a scenario, like, could you write a cold email to persuade a potential customer who is interested in buying, let's say, a sari in a funky way, right? Now I want that customer who probably has a sari in their cart, right? They would sign up in the website, they would have something in the cart that you can track, right? So you could write a cold email to persuade that customer who is interested in buying a sari in a funky way. Now let's just see what it gives. It's a very, very good structured question prompt, right? Now it would give you a very, customized. Number one thing is talking about India. So it starts with namaste or whatever. So what resonates more, you would write it down. Now we hope this email finds you in high spirits and a zest for embracing your unique style, right? We couldn't help but notice your interest in saris. Now you could also add that customers who are interested in buying sari and has the sari in their cart, right? You can add it in the brackets, it will understand. So it will add that in this component of the email that it is there, right? Now subject line, unleash your sari swag, get funky with vibrant collection. So it gives a variety of different, subject lines that are very catchy, right? So you can build all that from here, right? Again, you would not need another digital marketer to do this. You don't have to pay anyone else. It just does it for you. So another variation that we can think of is that if you could write a cold email from a clothing brand targeting elderly people, right? Now they would not want that kind of funky thing, that sari swag and all that was mentioned in the previous email. So it would give me that timeless elegance for your young at heart, discover our collection, right? So it wants to make the elderly feel that you're young. It doesn't matter if the number says it is young at heart, right? So it has given me that kind. It's such a fantastic thing to do, right? So this is the potential that ChatGPT has. It can structure your things in such a way that could also give you a very, very good look, your brand a very, very good look, right? You can develop your brand identity through AI, through ChatGPT. This is what this whole crux is about, whole buzz, how you can optimize. Now this is the moment in which you really want your brand to go ahead of others, right? You have to have that blitzkrieg. You have to have that blitz energy of giving it a try, giving ChatGPT a try, giving digital marketing the way it can collaborate with the brand, right? That is very, very important, right? So it has given me this for the elderly as well. So you can have a lot of variations in it for absolutely every demographic way you want. You can have it done through ChatGPT. Now let's try to focus on the customer feedback, right? So if I have a brand now, I would want the customers to give me positive, negative feedbacks of show me the reality of how my brand is behaving. How does it look like to a normal customer, to a unbiased customer, right? So how does it look like, right? So we would understand to generate these customer feedback forms, understand what goes into customer feedback. Now let's just type in our prompts. So the first prompt that I would be asking is, what are the different ways to take a customer feedback on a product they bought from our site? Now, remember that I am a layman in terms of digital marketing. I have absolutely no clue what is happening in digital marketing domain. So what would I need? I would want ChatGPT to tell me that what are the different ways I can get that customer feedback, right, from the products that they have bought online, right? So let's look at. So the online survey, now send out the online surveys to customers after they have made a purchase. You can use tools like SurveyMonkey or Google Forms. Again, do not look at this part because this may be outdated. You can do your research on the tools that are there, right? Then basically setting up a online survey, right? Number two is the email request, right? Reach out to the customers by email and request their feedback. Then it would be the product review, right? How do you have your product review done? Then it would be the feedback form, right? Thank you pages. Then the social media listening, how to monitor your social media channels, comments, direct messages. You need to reply to that. If someone is in your post, someone has mentioned that this is the grievances that they had, immediately post it that, okay, we have noted down your query, please share your order number with us, we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Then follow back. That's how you build a good brand, good feedback, customer feedback, right? Then user testing, how to conduct user testing sessions when you invite your customers to try out different products or features and provide feedback on the experiences, right? So that is what this is about, right? Now that I have known, okay, these are the various ways in which I can gather that feedback from the customer. Now I would want them to create me one, right? So I've added create a customer feedback form for the customers who have bought the products from our website, right? How would you build that, right, form? So this would give me the exact identity of how to do that, right? Now, we greatly value your feedback, appreciate your taking time to share your thoughts on the products. Order information, this is what we would be providing, order number this. Then product feedback, how do you like it? Maybe I would want them to add me a yes or no, or maybe ratings from 1 to 5, so I can do that. But different ways of parameters. Were you satisfied with the customer service throughout the process? Did your customer support team respond promptly to your inquiries or concern? Now just imagine that when you're starting out your company, when you're starting out the company from the base, you do not have a lot of capital involved to hire people, right? This becomes your ultimate guide, this becomes your ultimate tool that would help you, that is for free, right? So use this. Now this is much more, as you can see, that this is much more qualitative in a way, right? You do not have a rating scale involved in it. Now what if I just want I want ChatGPT to make me a rating scale as well, right? With more quantitative questions than qualitative questions. Then I would add, can you use more quantitative questions in the above form, because I want to quantify the results, right? Now at the end I would have to analyze that data, where in which field is my brand lagging behind, right, based on the customers that are there, right? So in this I will get, certainly here's the updated version of the form. Now you would also get 1 being the dissatisfied, 10 being the highest satisfied, right? I can also ask it to add more questions also. Let me try it out. Can you make the form in a table format? Let's just ask it out because it's very qualitative. I can't really see it. Okay, you've just added 1 to 10. How do I add it more, right? So now it has given me a updated version of the table format, right? So it has given me in a much more table format, right? You can copy paste it, add it into the rating scales, right? It is not much more accurate in that regard, but yeah, it certainly does the work. Right? Now this is a much more accurate way of doing it rather than the previous one. So this one looks much more clearer in that regard. Okay. Now if I want them to add more questions to it, they would do that, right? Now it has known that I want it in a table format. It would again go back and just make it in a table format. I don't have to input that, give it in a table format. It already knows now, right? Now if I have to change that, then I have to give it a prompt that please change this, how to, overall shopping experience, user experience, customer services, recommendations, right? So all this thing is included in customer feedback.
Let us discuss about applications of ChatGPT for financial services. So we can use in various financial services. Okay, the ChatGPT we can use for any service. that financial services we are going to get. But in this, we are going to discuss about personal finance management. We are going to discuss about investment strategies and portfolio management. And then we are going to discuss about retirement planning and pension schemes. And we are going to discuss about banking sector. Next, taxation and accounting practices, and ChatGPT in credit score and credit management. So we'll see one by one. This is the ChatGPT how look in the your desktop. Correct? So I've already told you this ChatGPT is like communication, or how we are going to communicate with the other person. See, just I will give the input as hi. So the ChatGPT is going to respond, hello, how can I assist today? So here we can give whatever the questions are there, or whatever the questions we need to ask for ChatGPT, we can ask here. And it will like a text format, it's going to give the answers. So we'll start with the our personal finance management. So we'll ask first question, how can I balance my short-term and long-term financial goal? So this is very, very important for an individual, correct? So we need to make a goal like first short-term and long-term. So if you are earning 10,000 rupees as a salary, it is an example, okay? So in that 10,000, how I can make short-term financial goal and how can I make my long-term financial goal? So short-term goals, for example, this month, what are the household expenses are there? Or this month, I need to pay my son's educational fees or tuition fees or whatever the dancing class or whatever the other expenses are. That are my short-term goals. If I come for a long-term goal, for example, long-term goals like I need to purchase one motor vehicle, or I need to purchase a car, or I need to purchase one land and building. So that are my long-term goals, correct? So how we need to plan? So here are some suggestions are there. So we'll see one by one. So balancing short-term and long-term financial goals is an important part of financial planning. So we need to segregate our first planning. So which are our short-term goals or which are our long-term goal. So after that, you need to plan. Okay. So first, set clear financial goals. So financial goals is nothing but what is we need to achieve or what I need to get. That is our goal, correct? So if I want to purchase bike after 2 years, so that is my goal. I need to purchase a bike. That is long term. Short term, I need to pay my son's educational fees. That is the short term. So first we need to set a clear financial goals. That is our first step. Second, prioritize your goals. So in short term, I already told you like pay the rent or pay the electricity bill or son's educational fees or whatever the household expenses are there. Or we need to purchase some clothes, correct? So in that, we need to set a priority, which is very necessity for us or which is very priority is there. Okay, which are least priority is there. So according to that, we need to plan. So first one, house rent. Okay, we need to pay rent, correct? So that is our first priority. Second one, we need to pay electricity bill. And third one is we need to pay son's educational tuition fees, correct? That is also very priority or high priority. So like that, we need to make the priority, which is the first, second, third priorities are there. We need to set the priorities according to our goal. And when it comes to long term, I need to purchase bike after 2 years, correct? So for that also, I need to save some money. For example, in that 10,000, at least 10% of the value, that is 1,000 rupees every month I need to save for my future goal or for my long-term goal. That is how we need to plan. Next, create a budget. So you know the meaning of budget, right? So budget is nothing but it is the estimation of your inflow and outflow of cash. So how much revenue or how much profit you are going to get for that particular month or particular year, and how much I need to spend. That is what is your expected expenses for that particular month or for the particular year. So that you need to create a budget for your personal finance. And the fourth one, build an emergency fund. So all your companies also, they are going to keep the reservations, that is reserves and surplus, correct? So why they are going to keep the reserves? So we can't predict the future, like how the COVID hit, correct? So all the finance, it may be for personal finance or companies, everyone, they're affected with this COVID, correct? In that scenario, we required some reserves. Okay, so that is the reason, as an individual, as a person, we need to make a reserve for our future. Okay, whatever the uncertainties are there, so or whatever the emergencies will be there, so for that we need to create some money. Next, save for retirement. Okay, for example, now I'm 28 years. Okay, so at what age I can work? Up to 58 or 60 years, correct? So after 60 years, what is my financial plans? That is a big question, correct? So if you are going to earn now, yes, you are going to spend. After 60 years, who is going to spend, or who is going to give money, correct? So for that, we need to plan for our retirement also. So in our retirement, how we need to, okay? So consider a financial planner. Okay, so this ChatGPT work as a financial planner. Okay, if you can ask a question, so I'm going to just, I will type a question here. I'm earning of 10,000 rupees per month. How can I plan for a year? So if you ask this question, so ChatGPT will give you the suggestions. So according to your whatever the earnings are there, so you can ask as an advisor, like ChatGPT will give the advisory services. Okay, how you need to do, or how you need to budget, and how much you need to save. So with this 10,000 earnings, so how you need to plan, or what are the steps you need to follow to achieve your goals, or need to balance your budget with that financial year. So that will give the steps. If you have the debt, or if you have the short term borrowings, long term borrowings, or debts are there, so that will give all sort of suggestions or advisory functions by the ChatGPT. So whatever the questions you have, you can ask, that will give the suggestions. Like a ChatGPT will work as a advisory services. The next question I'm going to ask, what are some strategies for reducing my expenses and increasing my incomes? So if I want to increase my earnings, or if I need to increase my income, okay, so what are the strategies are there? So reducing expenses and increasing income are two key strategies. So ultimately, we need to reduce our expenses, correct? So if we reduce our expenses, then we can increase our whatever the incomes. For example, if I, as the last example, 10,000 is my salary. So in that 10,000 only, I need to save more money. So what are the strategies I need to do, or what are the ways are there? So in that first one, create a budget, reduce housing cost. So that is unnecessary expenses. Sometimes what you are going to do, it is not required. Some extent it is not required. But also what we are going to do, we are going to invest my money or our money in that particular thing. It may be purchasing of XYZ equipment, or purchasing of luxury furnitures, or whatever the other things are there. Unnecessarily we are going to invest our money so that we can reduce. That is in control of our hand only. That is in the controllable, correct? So on that time, we can reduce the expenses. So we can increase our income, or increase our earnings or savings, correct? So that is one strategy. Next, cut back on transportation cost, unnecessary travelings. If required, then only if you are going to go to that place. Otherwise, sometimes what we are going to do, unnecessary we are going to spend on the transportation. If you are using public service or your own transportation. For own transportation also, we need to spend on fuel and other things, correct? And public transportation also, we need to pay for whatever the fare charges are there, that we need to pay, and we are going to spend money, correct? So we can reduce in this way also. That is, cut back on transportation cost. Or if it is necessary, instead of using your personal vehicles, we can use our public transportation also. So for example, from A place to Z place, if I want to go with my personal vehicle, then I need to spend 1000 rupees. For the same A place to Z place, if I use this public transportation, then I can spend only 100 rupees. So in this, we can save 900 rupees, correct? So that is one strategy to reduce. Next, shop smarter. Next, cut back on eating out. So whatever the outside foods. Reduce entertainment expenses. So whatever the entertainment we are going to spend, reduce on that. So these are the few reducing expenses strategies ChatGPT is going to suggest. Next, what are the ChatGPT suggests for increasing our incomes? With this reducing expenses also we can save money. Other than that, how we can increase our income? So first one, get higher paying jobs. So we need to check which are the jobs are given more salary for our work. And next, start a side hustles that consider starting a part-time business or freelancing to earn additional income. Whenever the free times is there, on that time, whatever the feasible work or whatever the work we can do or we are good in that work. So on that time, we can do this freelancing, rent out space or monetize your hobbies, sell items you no longer needed. So these are all the few strategies we can do and we can increase our income. So these are all the suggestions given by the ChatGPT for how to reduce our expenses and increase our incomes. Next, how can I prioritize and manage my debt effectively? Everyone are having this debt, correct? So either credit cards or loans, personal loan, educational loan or housing loan, we are going to go through with these loans only or debts, correct? So how we can maintain effectively? So here are few suggestions given by the ChatGPT. So first one, list all your debts. So first we need to list the debts. That is, which are all the loan or whichever are the credit I have taken. So first we need to make the list. Second, prioritize your debts. If for example, I have a personal loan, so first we need to look at the interest rates. Correct? So if I want to go to taking a loan, okay, for whatever the reason, okay, so for that we need to check the interest rates. As a common public, we are going to do, correct? So if for example SBI is offering the loan, HDFC is offering loan or any other banks, they are going to offer a loan, correct? So first we are going to check which bank is going to offer how much interest rates or which is offering for least rate of interest, correct? We are going to check and which is charging less processing charges. Everything we need to check, correct? So here also this ChatGPT is given the same strategy or suggestion. So first we need to prioritize your debts based on the interest rates and the balances, correct? So we need to check the which are all the least interest rates are there. Okay, according to that we need to prioritize. And next, make a plan. Develop a plan for paying off your debts. So after that we need to prioritize or we need to make a plan of paying the debts or we need to redeem the debt or repayment of debts. Next, negotiate with creditors. So creditors is nothing but one who gives the money or ones who given the products or services on the basis of credit. Creditors is nothing but for whom we owes to others or owes to other party. That is the creditors. So these creditors may be your banker or any financial institution or private party. Okay. So we need to negotiate with them. Okay. If for example, if the private person, if they are going to offer a loan for 10%, we are not going to accept for 10%, correct? So we need to negotiate at least for 8%. That is the negotiate. Avoid taking on new debt. So simply if you require money, go for a loan. That is also bad habit. Increase your income. So earlier also we have discussed, no? So in the free time we can do freelancing or whichever is paying the good or reasonable salary for your work. That kind of incomes we need to get. Create a budget. Seek professional help. So if you are struggling to manage your debt, consider seeking help from financial advisor or credit counselor. So whatever the suggestions given by ChatGPT, after that also if you require some other suggestions, then you can go with the advisory functions. All your bankers or commercial banks, private banks, they are going to offer this financial advisor services or financially advisor agencies. Okay, so you can go and you can contact. So like this, whatever the personal questions are there regarding personal finance, okay, without going for advisory services, you can get all your answers for whatever the queries you have. You will get all sort of answer or suggestions you are going to get with the ChatGPT. Let us discuss about pension or pension scheme, or after the retirement, what is the future, or how we need to maintain for our medical bills or financial, whatever the commitments will be there, correct? So for day to day expenses we require money. So we'll ask few questions on the retirement and pensions. My first query is, what are the key factors to consider when planning for retirement? If for example after 10 years or 15 years I'm going to retire, or I'm planning to retire, correct? So how we need to, or what are the factors we need to consider when we go for a, or when we planning for a retirement? ChatGPT will give few suggestions or advices. What are the key factors we need to keep it in our mind, and then we need to plan for our retirement after 15 years or after 20 years, correct? So first one is retirement goals. So we need to set a clear retirement goal. If for example, if I'm going to retire after 15 years, means I need to be have this much of cash in hand, and this much of balance we need to save in the bank, or this much of amount I need to invest on this particular securities, or it may be on real assets, that is on land and building, okay, whatever the other things are there, how much I need to invest on that, so that after retirement I have the money in hand or cash in hand for our day to day expenses, or meet the day to day operations activities of our life. So it's important to have a clear idea of what you want your retirement to look like. So this may include things like where you want to live, what kind of activities you want to do, and how much money you will need to support your lifestyle. So I've already told you the day-to-day activities or meet the day-to-day expenses. Okay, we need to plan. If for example, for 1 month, how much money is required? Okay, to get that one, whatever the forecasted value is there, okay, that we need to plan, and from this to retirement we need to save that money. So every month I need to get 5,000 rupees just for a household expenses, for medical expenses this much, for transportation this much, okay, total this is the amount required after retirement for every month. So for that money I need to get the after retirement, means I need to plan from today. Okay, then only you can easily lead your life after retirement. So next advisor is retirement age. So we need to knowing when you plan to retire is important, because after 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, you need to know at what age you are going to retire, or after how many years you are going to retire, so that you can plan well in advance. Next, retirement income. I've already told you, right? So which are all the available avenues are there, or pension schemes are there, or retirement schemes were there, or whatever the securities, assets, everything we need to have the different portfolios are available. We need to invest, and every month I need to get 12,000 rupees per month as an income for leading my life. So that is the retirement income. And we need to think about our expenses also. I've already told you about household expenses and medical expenses. Okay, so whatever the like diseases or whatever the problems are there, for that we require medical assistance, correct? So doctor assistance is required, medical precautionaries are required, so that we need to clearly we need to create some reserves for that also. So that we need to think what are the other expenses it may arise on that particular age. Okay, that also we need to forecast now only. So savings rate. So what is the, if for example if I'm going to invest whatever the xyz amount, okay, I'm going to get whatever the returns for my savings, that we need to think. investment strategy. Different avenues are available, especially for retirement. Okay, we have retirement planning schemes only there. Okay, or retirement funds will be there. So how much we need to invest in that particular things, and how much I require the money for my particular lifestyle. Okay, so that we need to think. Debt management. So if you have the debts or if you have the loan, okay, so before your retirement only, you need to plan for completing that loans or whatever the debts are there. If for example I'm going to retire within 10 years, then you need to make sure that you need to complete your debts within that period only. So after retirement, if you planning to complete that loans, it will affect your retirements. Estate planning. You should also have a plan for what will happen to your assets after you pass away. This may include creating your will or trust and naming beneficiary for your retirement accounts. So after your expiry, we need to think about for whom will be we need to allocate all these assets or whatever the bank accounts are there. Like nominee, we need to nominate, correct? So inflation rate, depending on the inflation rate also we need to plan, and healthcare. So these are the few advisories given by the ChatGPT. And also, if you have more questions on this retirement goals or retirement age, okay, or retirement income or debt management, inflation, healthcare, okay, you can ask your particular question or query on this particular information. So that is going to give the more information related to that. Next question, what type of retirement accounts or pension plans are available to me? So for example, I'm going to planning to retire after 10 years or after 15 years, okay, from today. So what are the all accounts or pension accounts or retirement accounts are available for me? So that easily I can retire after 15 years and I can easily lead my life. Okay. So these are the few advisories given by the ChatGPT, that is 401 plans, individual retirement account, that is IRAs, simplified employee pension, SEP, defined benefit plans, thrift savings plan, that is TSP, 457 plans, annuities. So these are all the few plans or pension plans available, or accounts, retirement accounts are available for an individual. So in this also, for example, if you are not knowing about 401 plans, you can check on this particular 401 plans. For example, what is 401 plans of retirement? So ChatGPT will give you all the information regarding these 401 plans. 401 is a plan that is a type of employer sponsored retirement plan that allows employees to contribute a portion of their pre-tax income to retirement account. See, that will give the age limit, what is the amount, or with whatever the age limit are there, till that employer is going to gives this advantage, everything that will gives you about this 401 plan. Like that, if you have any queries regarding all these points also, you can dig into deeper with the ChatGPT. So it will advise, or it will give the what is the clear information regarding that particular queries are there. That will gives you the clear informations. So next question, how can I plan for retirement if I have a limited income or financial resources? If for example, per month, I'm going to earn a 10,000 rupees of salary. So with that 10,000 rupees of salary, how can I plan better for my retirement? So planning for retirement can be a challenging when you have the limited income or financial resources. So if you are earning more money, then that is not a big challenge for you to keep some money for your retirement plan also. But if you are getting very less money, on that time it is very difficult for planning for our retirement. The first we need to do, start saving early. So when you start earning the income from that, on time only, you can start saving some money for your future or for your retirement. Take the advantages of your employer retirement plans. If any retirement plans are offered by your employer, please take the advantage of that, so that you can have very good plan of your retirement, or you can easily lead your after retirement life. live within your means. It's important to live within your means and avoid taking on debt that you can't afford to pay back. For example, I cannot repay the debt of 10 lakh rupees. So I don't have the capability of repaying that money or that loan. So on that scenario, please don't go for that large amount of loans or large amount of debt. Whatever is feasible from your hand to repay that money or repay the debt, go for that. So next, consider downsizing, look for ways to increase your income, take advantages of tax breaks, be mindful of your expenses. So these are all the few advices given by the ChatGPT for your query. For example, we can ask one more question. If I'm earning 10,000 rupees per month, how can I plan for my retirement? So if I'm getting very low money or low salary, so on that time also you can have your queries with the ChatGPT. So that will also help you to do the very good retirement plan for your future. So set a retirement goal. I've already told you, you need to clearly set a retirement goal. After how many years you are going to retire. So open a retirement account. So consider opening a retirement account such as Provident Fund or a Public Provident Fund PPF in India and make regularly contribution. These accounts offer tax benefits and can help you to build up your retirement savings over the time. So whatever the amount you are going to invest in PPF account, for that you can get the tax advantage also. At the end, you are going to get the very good lump sum or return also. So contribute to employer sponsored plan. So if any plans offered by your employer for your retirement or for your future, please invest in that. Start small and increase contribution over a time. So start saving small amount. Then you can start investing. Okay. Be mindful of your expenses. So whatever the expenses are there, please take care or please have a control over that expenses. Next, consult a financial advisor. So like this, few advisory services are advices given by the ChatGPT for if you are earning 10,000 rupees and how can I plan better for my future. How the ChatGPT is going to useful for the banking sector. Okay, so we'll see one by one. I will ask some questions on banking sector and how the ChatGPT is going to suggest. So first question on banking sector, what are the different types of banking services available to customer? So usually we need to check with the banker. For example, if I'm the savings bank account holder of SBI or Canara Bank or Axis Bank. So first what we are going to check. So what are the services they are going to provide for their customers, correct? So first we are going to check. So the same question I have asked for this ChatGPT. So here are few suggestions or few answers for our questions. So first one is savings account. As a banker, first and foremost services they are going to offer for their customer is savings bank account. The main objective or primary objective of these savings bank accounts are create a savings habits with the public. So what we are going to do if we have the excess of money in our hand. So what we are going to do, we are going to deposit in our bank account. So that is the one habit this savings bank account will create for all an individuals, correct? So that is the first service all the banking sectors or bankers they are going to offer. Second one, checking accounts. A checking account is a type of bank account that is designed for everyday transactions such as paying bills and making purchases. So what are the different types of accounts that bankers are going to offer? For example, as an individual, I can open a savings bank account, or I can open a recurring deposits account, or at the end, I can open fixed deposits account, correct? If I'm the owner of a company or I'm going to run one company. So on that time, banker is going to offer a current account. So for current account also, they are going to give few services, additional services they are going to offer. that is n number of time withdrawals or n number of time deposits, all those things will be there. And overdue facility, that is the added advantage for this current account. Like that, they are going to check the accounts as for your whatever the transaction turnovers are there. According to that, they are going to check the what is the type of account they can offer. And next, debit cards. Nowadays, digital India or digital transaction we are going to do, correct? So for debit cards also, it will be useful. Instead of carrying the cash, so we can carry debit cards like in fuel center or for any shopping malls and other things. We can carry the simple debit cards. Then we can complete our shoppings. Next, credit cards. So credit cards usually we are going to use, correct? So whatever the bank account are there, they are going to offer. So for example, if you have the bank account in SBI, you can get a credit card from SBI. In some scenarios, if you don't have the account also, for example, I don't have an account in SBI, but also SBI will offer the credit card. And with that credit card, I can go and without any balance in my account, but also I can purchase whatever the goods or services or products are required. And I need to repay that money, whatever the due dates are there or maturity period is there. Within that, I need to repay for the banker. That is the one more services offering by the banker. I will ask one question for ChatGPT. What are the different kinds of loans available? See, if I go to banker also, I'm going to ask what are the different types of loans they are going to offer and what is the interest rate. So if you are going to bank and if you are going to ask, instead of that, if you ask the ChatGPT, what are the different kinds of loans offered by the banker and what is the interest rate? At what period? For example, the limit for 10 years they are going to give personal loan, or 15 years they are going to give some other loan, or vehicles loans. Usually vehicle loans are offered for 7 years, correct? So all these things, physically no need to go to any banker. Instead of that, you can ask ChatGPT. So my question is, what are the different loans offered by bankers? So first one, personal loan, auto loans, mortgage loan, that is your secured loans, student loans, business loans, payday loans, lines of credit. So these are the few loans the banker is going to offer for their customers. Okay, these are the common questions also you can ask, and whatever the suggestions are there, the ChatGPT is going to useful to give the suggestion for your queries. And comes back to the earlier question. So next, investment services. So your banker, they are going to offer investment services also. For example, I don't have any knowledge about the investing money in the stock market. So on that time, banker will help, correct? So that services also they are going to offer. Online and mobile banking facility, ATM services, wire transfer, foreign exchange services. So these are all the few services offered by the banker. So you got to know the ChatGPT is going to give the all the services offered by the banker. If you have any queries regarding this also, you can ask. So on this foreign exchange services, so I can ask whatever the doubts I have. So I need to exchange my currency. I have US dollars, so I need to convert into Indian rupee. So I need to know how much they are going to charge for that transaction or for that services. So my question is, transaction cost the banker will charge for the foreign exchange. So here are few suggestions. The transaction cost also depending on the banker to banker. Okay, it's going to vary. So exchange rate, commission. So what is the exchange rate for that particular day that they are going to charge, and commission the banker is going to charge, and transfer fees. Okay, from US dollar to whatever the Indian rupee they are going to transfer to your bank account. For that they are going to charge, and handling charges, other charges. So these are all the few costs involved for the exchange of one currency into the other currency. So if you want to get to know all this, whatever the rates or transaction cost, we need to go for the banker only, or we need to call the our personal advisors, correct? So instead of that, now we can easily get all this information with the ChatGPT only. Next question, everyone are thinking, like as a common public or investors, they are going to tell, if you invest your money in the bank, or if you are going to deposit your money in the bank, that will be the safer. So if we are going to deposit our money in our bank account, correct? So what are the safety measures we have, or what are the bank they are going to take few steps to ensure our safety of funds? So that question I will ask ChatGPT now. So how do banks ensure the safety and security of the customers' funds? As an individual, I'm also customer for a banker, correct? So how much safety is there for my funds or my deposits? So banks have variety of measures in place to ensure the safety of security of customers' funds. So they will make sure that they have whatever the steps for the keeping the money safer of all the customers. So first one is FDIC insurance. So they are going to take the FDIC insurance. FDIC is nothing but Federal Deposit Insurance Corporations. So they are going to take the insurance with this. Okay. So insurer deposits in most of the banks up to a certain amount. That is currently $250,000 per depositor per insured bank. So this insurance they are going to take. The second one, physical security. So banks have the physical security measures in place. Online security will be there. Anti-fraud measures, risk management, or compliance with regulations. So these are the measures the banker is going to take for their customers' deposited money, or whatever the funds invested by the customers in their accounts, that these are the measures they are going to take. So like these are the queries we have asked and the chat gpt is going to suggest. So these are the measures the banker will take for their deposits. Next question, how the banker use technology to improve the services of their whatever the day-to-day operations are there. Here are few suggestions or few answers from the chat gpt. So using the whatever the advanced technologies are there, okay, the banker, how they are going to improve the customer service base. So first one, online banking services. Nowadays everyone are using this online banking transaction, correct? So earlier if you want to transfer our money, so we need to go to banker physically and we need to fill the form and then we need to give it to the cashier and then we are going to transfer the money, correct? So but now if you want to transfer money from one account to other account or one person to other person, usually, okay, we are going to go for online banking, we are going to transfer, or we are going to use this mobile banking. All bankers they are having the apps, mobile apps, correct? So we are going to log into the mobile banking and we are going to transfer. ATMs, now we can easily deposit our money also in the depositor machines, correct? So ATM also works as a deposit machine nowadays. And electronic payments and customer relationship management, risk management, data analytics, blockchain technology. Okay, so these are all the few technology they can use and they can enhance the customer service base. Okay, so these are all the suggestions given by the chat gpt for the whatever the technology using the banker to improve their customer service base. So like this, whatever the questions you have regarding the banking sector, if you ask the question, that will gives the answer in the text format. So these are all the few suggestions or few whatever the answer is given by the chat gpt for the banking sector. Let us discuss on investment strategies and portfolio wealth management. Okay, so how chat gpt is going to helpful for getting the information on this investment strategies. So first question for the investment strategies are, what are the some effective investment strategies for long term wealth building? So if you want to invest, so what we are going to think, first we are going to think safety of our funds, whether whatever our investments are there, whether safety is there or not. Next one, the liquidity, how easily we can convert into cash, whatever the instruments we have that we need to convert into cash, that is the second one. And third one, we are going to looking at the return on the investment, correct? So these are the three things we are going to check. So if we invest for the long term, how much wealth we can build on that particular instruments. So let's see what are the suggestions or strategies the chat gpt is going to provide for this question. So here the few suggestions given by the ChatGPT for increase the long-term wealth or wealth building in the investment strategies. So first one, diversification. So diversification is nothing but, for example, if I have 10,000 rupees for investments or savings I have for investments, correct? So on that time, what I need to do, I'm going to invest all 10,000 rupees in the equity. That is the diversification? No. Or if I'm going to invest all 10,000 in the debentures, or it may be preference share, that is not the diversification, correct? So diversification is nothing but we need to divide or we need to invest our money in the different avenues. For example, in stock only or in the securities only. For example, 4,000 I'm going to invest in equity share, 4,000 rupees investing in the preference share, and remaining 2,000 I'm going to invest in debenture. So this is called diversification. Why we have to do this diversification means to reduce the risk or minimize the risk involved in that securities. Correct? So that is the first suggestion given by the ChatGPT. So spreading your investment across different assets classes like stocks, bonds, real estate, and commodities can reduce your risk exposure and ensure the balanced portfolio. So we need to balance the risk and the return. So if you want a high return, then risk is also high. So if you want a moderate return, then your risk will be moderate. Like that, we need to balance our risk and return. So on that scenario, we can get the more wealth for the long term. Next suggestion is buy and hold. So for example, I've already give the example for 10,000 rupees. I'm going to invest 4,000 in equity, 4,000 in preference share, and 2,000 in debenture. So if I purchase today, after 1 year, what I'm going to do, if I'm going to sell that, whatever the 10,000 shares or 10,000 rupees of securities what I have, I'm going to sell it for 15,000 rupees. So my profit is 5,000 rupees. So if you are going to sell within 1 year or 2 years or very short term periods, then you cannot maximize or you cannot build the wealth. So you need to hold for at least for 10 to 15 years. Okay, so if you hold that securities for a long term, then only you can get a good wealth after the whatever the holding periods are there. After that, you are going to get very good amount or very good return and growth of your securities value also. So you need to hold for the long durations. So this strategy involves buying stock or funds and holding on to them for the long term. So long term means at least you need to hold for 10 years. Then you are going to expect very good return and growth of your investments. So next, dollar cost averaging. So investing a fixed amount of money at a regular intervals, regardless of market condition, can help to smooth out the impact of market volatility. For example, so every month I'm going to save 5,000 rupees. Per year, it is 60,000 rupees, correct? So what I'm going to do, every year, 60,000 I'm going to invest in the stock market. Whether what may be the market conditions are there, but I'm going to invest 60,000 every year. So at the end, I'm going to get a very good return. So the market fluctuation is also there. Whatever the volatility or fluctuations are there in the market, but also I'm going to invest, I'm going to get a good return at the end. That is the third point. Next, fourth one, rebalancing. So regularly reviewing your portfolio and rebalancing it to maintain your desired asset allocation can help you to capture gains and minimize losses. So whatever the amount you have invested, so that you need to regularly check or you need to regularly do the transaction in the Demat account or whatever the securities or whatever the assets you have invested. You need to check. If it is something is decreased or increased, then you need to do the rebalancing for that securities. Tax efficient investing. Nowadays, yes, for whatever the tax payments are there or whatever the government is going to allow under section 80C to 80U for the deductions, correct? So we are going to plan or we are going to do the tax planning for the particular financial year, correct? So on that time also you can go for investing your money in the stock market or whatever the tax savings funds are there. Consistency. Seek professional advisors. Now ChatGPT is also going to give the like professional advisories. So you can type your questions in ChatGPT. For example, every year I'm ready to invest 60,000 in the stock market. How I can balance the portfolio, or how much I need to invest in the different avenues. If you ask that question, so ChatGPT will give you the so many different answers, or whatever the strategies are there, or whatever the advisory services are there that ChatGPT is going to give. That example I will type now. So if every year I'm ready to invest 60,000 rupees, in which avenue I need to invest my money. So the best avenue for investing your money depends on your investment goal. So in the previous sessions we have discussed, that is personal finance, correct? So what is your goal? First we need to set a clear goal. Either it may be a short-term goal or long-term goal. If we have the clear goals or financial goals, then only we can plan all the other things. So first one, mutual funds. You can invest your money, whatever the 60,000 is there, you can invest on mutual funds, stocks, that is nothing but your all securities, and public provident fund, PPF account. You can open a PPF account and you can invest your money. National pension scheme, NPS, that is also one avenue you can invest, or real estates. Okay, so these are the suggestions given by the ChatGPT. If you have the any queries, like advisory services will provided by the ChatGPT for your queries. So next question, how can I diversify my investment portfolio to minimize the risk? That is the last question we have discussed, how we need to invest in different avenues, or what are the avenues are available for investing our money, correct? So next question I am going to ask for, how we are going to diversify our investment so we can reduce our risk and we can manage the risk in our portfolio. So here are few suggestions given by the ChatGPT, that is assets classes. So what are the different asset classes are there? Okay, first we need to check, like in different asset classes such as stocks, bonds, real estate, or commodities, and cash. Okay, so these are the different avenues are available. So first we need to check which are the feasible avenues for us. Okay, we can invest in that or we can trade in that. That we need to check. Second thing, we can go for like geographical boundaries. So invest in different region and countries to take advantage of opportunities and mitigate risk associated with the local economic and political conditions. So as per the or according to whatever the economic conditions are there, political conditions are there. So depending on that also we need to plan our investment. Next, sector wise, which is the, for example, banking sector or manufacturing sector or IT sector, whatever the sectors are there, whichever is there in the peak or whichever is going good or it is making good profit in the economy, that we need to check sectorial wise, and then we need to start investing our money sector wise. Investment vehicles, so use different investment vehicles such as mutual funds, exchange trade funds, individual stocks, bonds, etc. So we need to think which are all the riders or vehicles are there in the market. According to that, we need to start investing our money. So risk levels. So what is the risk level are involved in that particular sector or particular securities, that we need to check and then we need to invest. If for example, high risk is there for that particular sector, for example. So on that time, whether we need to invest in that sector or not, that we need to check. After COVID effects, medical companies or whatever the medicine companies are there, they are making very good profit, correct? So on that time, that is the in boom. So on that time, we need to invest on particular stock market or whatever the sector are there, on that we need to invest. Whichever is having the high risk, on that time we need to think and then we need to invest our money in that particular securities. Time horizons. So what are the time period you are going to invest, whether it may be a short term, medium term, long term, that you need to check and then you need to invest your money. So it is the important things for any individual to minimize their risk and diversify their assets or diversify their portfolio management and to invest their money. So these are the few suggestions. So next question, how should I balance risk and return when investing in different types of assets? I have already told you we need to diversify our funds. We need to invest in different avenues or different assets classes are there. In that we need to invest, correct? So in that also risk is involved, correct? So how should I balance that risk if I am going to invest in different assets or different types of avenues? Here are the few suggestions we'll see. So balancing risk and return is a key consideration when investing in the different types of assets. So wherever it may be, not only for assets or not only for security or any other things, okay, we need to check what is the risk and return. After that only we need to invest our money. So first one, understand your risk tolerance. So how much you are capable to maintain or how much capable you are to take the risk. First you need to check. Okay. So second one, determine your investment goals. So in the personal finance only we have discussed, first we need to set our financial goal, whether it may be a short term, long term, medium term. First we need to set a clear goal. Next, allocate your assets. So which are the assets are available and how much money I'm going to allot for each assets, that we need to clearly set. And next, diversify your portfolio, rebalance your portfolio and review and adjust. So these are the few suggestions or few advices given by the ChatGPT to balancing the risk and return, okay, while investing in the different types of assets. So other than this, if you have any queries regarding particular investment or particular assets, that also questions you can ask for ChatGPT and it will advise as a text format. It's going to give the advisory for your queries. Here are the few queries and advisory given by the ChatGPT. Let us discuss about credit score or credit management. So everyone knows about credit scores, correct? So as an individual, we will call it as CIBIL rating, correct? So CIBIL rating is nothing but the individual, for example, XYZ person, how much is capable to repay the debts. So that CIBIL rate will give you the information of that XYZ person, how much he is capable to repay the debt back. Okay, so we'll see in ChatGPT, we'll ask few questions on this credit score and credit management. Everyone will think how this CIBIL rating is calculated. For example, day-to-day wise, everyone will get the phone calls from the credit card, correct? Or some loans. Sir, for your whatever the credit scores are there, as per that, we have the pre-approved credit card or pre-approved loans is available for your account. How they are going to get to know what is my credit score? How they are going to calculate the credit score of an individual? So I have this query, correct? So on that time, what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask the suggestions or advisor of a ChatGPT so that whatever the suggestions they can give on this particular query. So what is the credit score and how is it is calculated or how is it calculated? Individually, I've already told you the credit score is a numerical representation of a person. So for example, XYZ person is there, it's going to numerically represent, okay, with this criteria numbers are there. So they are going to give one number. Okay, so according to that, how much you are capable or all your financial institution or banks, everyone, they are going to check this credit score and then only they are going to give the loans or they are going to provide the loans. So credit worthiness, that is the credit repayment capacity of an individual. So it is calculated based on the information contained in their credit report, which includes their credit history. So past whatever the EMI or credit repayments I'm going to do or that XYZ person is going to do or he is done, correct? So that they are going to take all the past transaction or past history of that particular person and then they are going to calculate this credit score. So payments history or the outstanding debts. So the most commonly used credit score in the United States is the FICO score, which ranges from 300 to 850. The higher the score, the better the individual credit worthiness perceived to be. So if your credit rating score is more than like 700, 750, 800, then you are very good. That is, your credit repayment capacity is very good. So that is how they are going to calculate, and these are the criterias. Okay, so there are several factors that are taken into consideration when calculating the credit score. So in brief, we are told you like, so what is the credit history of that particular person, payment history, or the outstanding debts. Based on that, they are going to calculate. So here, this ChatGPT is given clear information. What are the things they are going to take into consideration while calculating the credit score of a particular person? So payment history, whether it may be your credit card bills, okay, every month or on time you are going to pay the credit card bill, or whatever the EMIs are there, or whatever the debts you have taken. For that, you need to repay the EMI, correct? So monthly wise you need to pay. That is regularly you are going to pay or not. In some time, if you are delayed or any transaction was denied from your end, everything they are going to check. So amount owed, that is how much amount you are going to take. That is this account for 30% of the score and looks at the total amount owed across all the credit accounts. For example, my income is 50,000. I've already taken enough loan. Okay. After that also, if I'm going to planning to take, or if I'm plan to take, then the banker, they are going to check what is the total owes you have. Okay. Based on that also, they are going to calculate and they are going to disperse or they are going to approve some amount of loan. Length of credit history. So this account for 15 years of the score and looks at how long an individual has had credit accounts and average age of their accounts. So for example, if I'm going to purchase a house, so I need to go for a home loan or housing loan. So how many years you are going to take that loan and what is your age? Based on that also they are going to calculate. And credit mix. This account for 10% of the score and looks at the different types of credit accounts an individual has, such as credit cards, loans, and mortgage. So I already told you, not only your loans or not only your credit cards, they are going to take all these things, credit card payment or loan payments or whatever the secured loan, that is mortgage loan you have taken, everything they are going to check for the credit score. New credit. This account for 10% of the score and looks at how often an individual applies for new credit and the number of recently opened accounts. So how many times you are going to take the loans. For example, I'm going to take a loan, personal loan, every year because of some commitments and I'm going to repay. So that things also makes year or they are going to take into consideration while calculating the credit score. So these are all the meaning of, this is the meaning of credit score and these are all the few consideration they are going to do while calculating the credit score. So these are the advices or suggestions given by the ChatGPT for the personal credit scores. Next question. If for example, my credit score is 600, I need to improve my credit score now because I need to purchase a home or apartment. So I need to go for a loan, correct? So on that time, I need to improve my credit score. Otherwise, no banker or no financial institution are ready to pay or ready to give the loan to me. So on that time, we need to know what are the strategies are there to improve my credit score. So on that time, that query you can ask the ChatGPT. So it will give few suggestions or advices to improve our credit score. So the first suggestion or first advice is pay your bills on time. So for example, if the credit card bill is due on every month 10th, so you need to pay on or before 10th. Instead of paying on 10th, you can pay it on 8th, 9th. Okay. Whenever it is possible or whenever you have the sufficient funds with you, please pay that money. That is the first advice. Second one, reduce your credit card balances. So banker, yes, they are going to offer, okay, based on our past history or past payments, they are going to offer to increase our money. For example, first year they are going to give for 15,000 as a limit. Next, as per your whatever the past payment history, they are ready to increase your credit card limit for 30,000 or 45,000. So instead of simply increasing based on your requirement, you can go for that. Otherwise, please reduce the credit card balance. Next, pay down the debt. So whatever the debts are there or loans are there, try to reduce the debts or try to repay the debt, high levels of debt. Okay, so especially on credit cards can negatively impact your credit score. So as much as possible, reduce the credit card bills on that time. Next, check your credit report for errors. So in that credit report only they are going to give the what are the errors you have done. So that is the reason they have deducted this many points, or they have given the whatever the credit score for you. Okay, check that whatever you have done in the past. Next, keep old accounts open. The length of your credit history is a factor in determining your credit score. Keep your oldest credit accounts open to demonstrate a long credit history. So whatever the old accounts are there, that needs to be like open, because we are going to regularly repaying that money, correct? So that should be one strategy. Don't open too many new accounts at once. Okay, don't go for whatever the new loans are available or whatever the requirements are there. Okay, on that time don't open many accounts or many loans accounts. Next, consider a secured credit card. Okay, so these are the few suggestions for improving your credit score given by the ChatGPT. So if you follow these strategies, then you can easily go or you can get the good credit score. We have one quote: prevention is better than cure. We have looked at the what are the strategies available for improving our credit score. Before that, what are the common mistakes or how we are going to do the mistakes while negatively impacting our credit score that we can avoid, correct? So we'll see what are the common mistakes everyone are going to do for their credit score, negatively impacting on the credit score. So first one, late or missed payment. So I have given the example of 10th is your credit card bill is due, correct? We need to pay within that. Don't miss that repaying that whatever the outstanding is there. You need to pay on or before the due dates. Next, maximizing out credit cards. So increasing the limits, closing old credit accounts, applying for too much of credit at once. I already told you about this, correct? So defaulting on loans, ignoring your credit report, co-signing for someone else. So we are going to give the security, correct? That is also negatively impact of your credit score, because if they have not paid, then it will comes to you people only. So these are all the few advices they have given for this particular query. So like this in ChatGPT, whatever the queries you have regarding this credit score or CIBIL rating and whatever the common mistakes or improving credit score, everything you can ask the ChatGPT and it will give the advices in the text format.
Now let's take a step further and explore creating your own custom GPT. Imagine tailoring an AI specifically for your needs, whether it's for a unique project, business application, or personal use. In this segment, we will guide you through the process of creating custom GPTs in ChatGPT. Discover how to fine-tune and train the model with your own data to make it even more powerful and relevant to your specific requirements. Have you ever used ChatGPT? It is an amazing tool for generating content, writing code, and even handling all your queries, whatever you will have in different fields. But did you know that you can create your own custom version of GPT within the ChatGPT platform? Imagine having a GPT tailored specifically to your unique tasks and needs. In this video, we'll dive into how you can build your own personalized GPT and explore the incredible things you can achieve with it. Get ready to unlock the full potential of ChatGPT and see how it can transform the way you work and create. If you want to know more about ChatGPT, our full tutorial on ChatGPT is available on our channel. You can go and check it out. First, let's break down GPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformer, in simple terms. Imagine teaching a friend to write stories. You would first give them tons of books to read, right? That's exactly what we do with GPT. We feed it a huge amount of text from books, articles, and websites. This is called pre-training. During pre-training, GPT learns the basics of language, that is grammar, sentence structure, and even some facts about the world. It's like the AI is soaking up all this knowledge. GPT is built using a special architecture called a transformer, specifically the decoder part of the transformer. This structure is really good at understanding the context of the words. For example, it knows the difference between apple, the fruit, and Apple, the company, based on the surrounding words. The transformer decoder has layers. Imagine a sandwich. Each layer processes information and passes it to the next layer, getting more refined with each step. This helps GPT understand and generate human-like text. Now, when you give GPT a prompt like "Once upon a time," it uses everything it learned to predict and generate the next part of the story, one word at a time. It's like a super smart autocomplete. You can use GPT for a lot of cool things: writing essays, coding help, creating content, and even chatting with virtual assistants. I hope you are excited to start experimenting with the exciting existing GPTs in ChatGPT and even create your own customized GPT on the platform. Imagine having a tool designed specifically to provide you with personalized and professional insights. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more such exciting, entertaining content. Keep exploring, keep growing, and let your creativity soar. So, this is your ChatGPT platform. Now, this is your input, and when you write here any prompt, it will give you the response. And here you can see the versions whatever versions you can use: GPT 3.5, GPT-4, GPT-4 However, we are here to see how in ChatGPT we can create our own custom GPTs. First, let's explore various different GPTs. Now there is Explore GPTs option. You click on that and you will see this on your screen. Now, here is a search bar where you can search different GPTs, whatever you want to search. For example, you want to search something on data science. You write data science and it will give you different options what you want to do. These are different data science GPTs which are already custom built for you to use. So if you click on data science and create a data science GPT, it will give you an expert for data analysis and visualization. You can provide a data set, whatever custom data set you want to provide, and ask relevant questions for data analysis and visualization, exploratory data analysis, outlier detection, etc. etc. However, before jumping onto that, let's see what are the different types of GPTs ChatGPT offers. Now, if you see here, these are the top picks. What it has told you: Mermaid Chat, that is an official GPT for mermaid theme, generating mermaid diagrams or chart for text. There is SciSpace. There is Landing Page Creator from HubSpot. There is SQL Expert, which will give you optimization and queries for your database. Now, there are different fields in which ChatGPT gives you custom GPTs, that is writing, productivity. Writing में you have Write for Me, which is tailored for creating engaging content with focus on quality, relevance, and precise word count. You can give that, okay, in this number of words, give me a simplified version of some topic or some concept that you want to understand, and write this for me in a blog format or in an article format or in a book format, right? Humanize AI, generate a text to video maker, an innovative video maker bot that creates and edits dynamic videos with voiceovers using AI powered tool. Okay, then there are copywriter GPT. There is for marketing and branding and ads, right? Then you can go to productivity. Productivity has Canva, diagrams for your presentations, which can create diagrams for your presentations. There are slides GPT for creating your PowerPoint presentations. You give the content and it will give you presentations which you can export in PowerPoint format, Google Slide format, or PDF format, whatever format you want. Then there is Image Generator Pro, the powerful image generation tool for you, or GPT for you. Then there is Video GPT by Veed. There is Canva. Then next is research and analysis. In research and analysis, you have Scholar GPT, Scholar AI, then SciSpace, Excel GPT. These things you can explore and you can see how they have been performing. Because if they have been performing, either they would be on topics or trending section. Then you have education. In education, you have mathematics solver, tutor, then you have diagram creators, universal primer, the fastest way to learn, like it can tutor you, right? So everything, and it gives you from where it has come. Like for example, Tutor Me is by Khan Academy, okay? And previously we saw Video GPT by Veed, right? So it gives you by whom this has been created, by whom. Like for example, diagram has been by helpful.dev. Canva is by canva.com. So it features, ChatGPT features GPTs from various different platforms, various different organizations who wants to offer an integration with ChatGPT. Then you have lifestyle. You have astrology in lifestyle, travel guide, gaming. Then you have in programming, you have Code Copilot, which helps you with programming. You can learn Python with Python GPT. You can have website generator. This is a GPT for creating website for you. Then there is a Code GPT which helps you with Python, Java, C, HTML, SQL, JavaScript, React, all these programming languages. Then you have SQL Expert and many more. So these are the custom GPTs which are already there in your ChatGPT platform, and you can use them based on whatever GPT model that you are using. But let's now first before diving into creating your own custom GPT, let's quickly check one custom GPT from ChatGPT. Okay, so let's do data science, which is by Oracle and is an expert or specializes in data analysis and visualization. So we create a data science GPT, and it gives you the rating also, from which category it has been taken, there are how many conversations, and what is the rating for this, and what are the conversation starters. Conversation starters means it will give you suggestions when you talk or when you prompt your GPT. It will give you suggestions, okay, how you can start your conversation or how you can continue. And it gives you the capabilities. It has browsing capabilities. It has DALL-E LLM, which for images, and code interpreter and data analysis tool, which is an integration with ChatGPT, and the ratings. Right? So let's start. Now it has created a similar chat. Okay, but your GPT is data science. So let's start analyzing some data. We have picked Titanic dataset from Kaggle for this activity. So I load my Titanic dataset here and write a prompt. Check the data for missing values and give Python code for the same. Because when you first load a data, you first of all see, are there any missing values? You do data pre-processing, and in data pre-processing, the first step is seeing if your data has missing values or not. So we enter this. So what does it do? It gives you, okay, these are your columns in your data set, and which are passenger ID, class, name, the gender, the age, etc. And it gives you dataset contains missing values for following columns. How many columns? 3 columns: age, cabin, and embarked. How many values? Age has 177 missing values, cabin has 687 missing values, embarked has 2 missing values. How to do the coding for this? If you want to implement on your local for the same, you can copy paste the same code where it imports pandas library, gives the file path, you can give the file path, read CSV, you can read CSV from this Python function. Then in missing values, it will do isNull.sum function will give you all the missing values. Now, this is your code for missing values for Titanic dataset. Before going on to our next, it already gives you a prompt. Can you visualize the missing data? Or you can go to how to handle these missing values. So click on it. How to handle these missing values. So it will give you can drop your missing values, you can impute your missing values, you can use predictive imputation, right? And it is giving you all the codes that, okay, if you want to drop, if you want to impute, if you want to do predictive imputation. So all these things are given and prompted by your GPT. However, if you see your ChatGPT, it is more towards generic. But this GPT, custom GPT, that is data science GPT, is customized for you, for your specific data or for your specific task. That's why it asks you specific things, or you can give specific prompts related to your data. Now, show the updated data set in the Tableau format, or visualize age distribution, whatever you want to do. Or you can give your own thing that pre-process the data, but we have already pre-processed the data that we have imputed the missing values. You can do visualization. Let's click on visualization. It will give you a distribution, analyzing, and gives you an age distribution. Because based on the data, it would have seen that age as a factor for Titanic dataset holds much more value than other features in your dataset. Now, survival rate. Now visualize, we can do any visualization, but it says analyze survival rates by passenger class. You can go on because it will give you based on your data. Supposing I just want to switch to cut to the end that, okay, I want to build a predictive model that answers the question, what sorts of people were more likely to survive using passenger data. Okay. I give this and it builds on the same that, okay, do pre-processing, do feature selection, do model training, do evaluation, and then it gives that, okay, Titanic dataset, these are the steps. However, here it missed that you have already built on it, that, okay, you have done the missing values, you have dropped, you have imputed, and you want to continue, you have visualized, you want to continue. That context is lost, and you can give that feedback to your custom GPT that, okay, these are the things that got missed, and these were, I wanted to continue with the conversation that I was having. The context should be the same. However, thankfully, that the GPT picked up the same, that okay, pre-process your data, in that handle missing values, convert categorical values into numeric, standardize or normalize the data. Then there is feature selection, model training, model evaluation, and it is giving you the Python code, because the first prompt we said, please give the Python code. If you do not give the prompt that you want some type of code out of it, any language, it will not give you. Okay? So this is taking context from the first prompt that we gave. Now you have all the codes and you can execute that which is performing for you. And it has given the explanation as well, that you have missing values for these. These were the categorical variables that were converted to numerical. Now selected features were these. Model training, splitting was done, and logistic regression as a model was applied. And you have the accuracy, ROC and AUC score. ROC curve is plotted to visualize the performance. Okay, so all these things are given as a code. However, you are not seeing the result. You can ask that, for example, on what basis did the feature selection happen, or what was the split ratio. However, you can see the split ratio. You can ask why this split ratio, why it was divided into 80-20 ratio, why not 70-30, right? And you can have these interactions and say that, okay, logistic regression may not work for this data set. Can we try some other model? It can be random forest, it can be naive Bayes, right? So test out. This is one of the custom GPT that ChatGPT provides for you. Okay, now let's go and check how to create your own GPT. I clicked on Explore GPT, and if you see here, apart from your GPTs here, the custom GPTs that ChatGPT provides, you have a create option, right? You can click on create, and next thing you know, you have this screen where you are creating or configuring your new GPT, where you give the name, you give the features, all these things that you want to do. Okay? In create option, you can interact with ChatGPT, where it asks you a series of questions like how may I help you, and it is asking you that you want to make creative, something like make a creative who helps generate visuals for new products, or you want to make a software engineer who helps you format your code. What do you want to do? You can do this as in an interactive format, or if you have a direction in your mind, you can just put all the details. What is the name of the new GPT you want to create? What is the description? What are the instructions that it should follow? What are the conversation started that you saw, right? It is optional. You want to keep, you keep. The knowledge you can upload, and what are the capabilities you want to include in that, right? So all these things, if you have a correct direction, you can directly fill it. But if you do not have correct direction, you have just overall an idea what to do and how to what to create, then you can have a conversation, and based on your conversation, the ChatGPT, this feature of ChatGPT, it updates your configure part. So here we would be creating a Sports Pro Analytics GPT, which would analyze all things for your favorite sport, be it cricket, be it football, whatever data you provide. Now, I want to create based on cricket. So I have a description that Sports Pro Analytics interprets player performance data, generates statistical analysis, and offers insight on team strategies. It predicts game outcomes, evaluates player fitness, and optimizes training regimes. Additionally, it provides detailed breakdowns of game plays and performance metrics. So, whatever sport you are fond of, it can break down everything for you, from player performance to prediction of your next game. it is an exciting tool for you. So I have created the description, the instructions for this already. So the instructions, my instructions have what does this GPT do? How does it behave? What should it avoid doing? I have all these things already listed it down. So I'll just copy paste and give it. Okay, that what does it do? Player analysis, I'm telling team strategy insights, whatever I have given in bullet pointers. Okay, for this player performance, what needs to be done? For team strategy insights, what needs to be done? What does not need to be done? All these things I have given that, okay, now data, your analytics should have data-driven approach. So all these do's and don'ts I have given as an instruction already. Now, as my knowledge, I do not want to do a conversation starter. You can keep any conversation starter. You can put as analyze your player performance. For example, you can keep analyze player performance. Okay, you can do anything. Check who will win, for example, anything. But I have a data right now on cricket. I want this GPT, my custom GPT, to be trained on that data. Okay, I'll upload all my data, cricket match data, player data, team data, fan data. Okay, based on fan, based on team performance, based on player performance, what was the performance, what was the match. I'll upload that. Let me show you this data as well. For example, your cricket team data has random, like India, Australia, England and New Zealand. How many matches that team has played, how many wins, how many loses, how many draws, what was the score, what were the runs, what were the wickets, what is the economy rate, what is the run rate, right? So like this, we have 4 different data sets with random small data sets that I am training it on. So let's go down and see the capabilities. Ideally, your code interpreter and data analysis is not ticked on. You can tick on code interpreter and analysis. Then we have create new action. When you click on this, this is for if you want to have your GPT, custom GPT, involved with a database or schema or a website to be integrated with that. You can add the authentication, you can add the schema, you can import the URL, however you want to do. For this, we are not doing this action. For additional, it will ask you use conversation data in your GPT to improve our models that you tick on, right? Because it will improve your GPT. Now, if you want to test it out, you can message and test it out. If you want to directly create. However, I would suggest you to test it out first on your preview, because you have a preview here. You can see as you write all these details, you will see this preview getting updated. So let me ask it the first prompt, that analyze the performance of Virat Kohli in the last 5 matches. And it will analyze, it will first go analyze the data that we have provided, the knowledge, and then it will give the analysis that, okay, Virat Kohli has played these many matches, he has scored these many runs, this is the batting average, this is his strike rate, these are the catches. Okay, now it asks you, would you like a detailed analysis or visual representation of any specific aspect of this data? It will give you, compare with his career averages, show. Based on your data, you can analyze and go on with that. Let's do some other prompts as well. So as it gives strategies, we ask, what has been India's key to success in last 5 matches, for example. So it gives you what has been the run rate, what has been matches played, wickets taken, economy rate, and it gives you the total. Okay. In the similar way, you can analyze, ask for strategies that, okay, Australia, what has been this key strategy for Australia? It will analyze the data for you because you are providing numerical data. It will give you analysis. So that's why it's called Sports Pro Analytics. And by clicking the create button, you will create this GPT, and you can, going forward, you can edit it. If you have more data, you can put more data on it, and as a knowledge base, you can put more data, you can play around it, and it will give you who will win, who is going to win in upcoming matches based on what data you have provided. This was all for your demo on how you can create your own GPT, custom GPT. I hope this was only a Sports Pro Analytics or analytics based on analytics. However, you can be more creative with your custom GPTs based on your requirements. You can do branding, you can do campaigns GPT. You can explore how much and however you want. But the knowledge that you provide, the description that you provide, the instruction set, what the ChatGPT should do, what it should not do, all these things, how you configure your GPT plays a very important role. How your GPT performs for your specialized task. Thanks for staying with us throughout this video. I hope you understood what GPTs are and how they work. We have journeyed from understanding the basics of ChatGPT to diving deep into the realms of generative AI, large language models, and GPT, all explained in exciting bite-sized segments. You have learned how to access ChatGPT, master its interface, and unleash its powerful applications while being aware of its limitations. We have explored the unique features of ChatGPT 3.5, 4, and the cutting-edge ChatGPT 4o, including the tricks to use ChatGPT 4o for free. We have also tackled prompt engineering and shown you how ChatGPT can revolutionize various fields like Excel, coding, digital marketing, NLP, finance, and various others. Plus, you have seen how to build apps and websites using ChatGPT 4o. With these skills, you are ready to transform your workflow and tackle new challenges with AI at your side. Keep exploring, keep innovating, and let ChatGPT be your guide.